In her previous life, she lived an ordinary and mediocre life. At the moment of her life ending, the only thought in her mind was, if I could live my life over again, I would definitely not live a mediocre life. However, when the darkness of death gradually dissipated, what she greeted was not the end, but a cold voice: the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the 521st interstellar mission and successfully unlocking the last mission. The voice was emotionless, but carried some kind of mysterious power. New mission: Blue Star Rescue Plan. Mission introduction. In the 34th century, Blue Star fell into a doomsday crisis, with viruses raging, natural disasters occurring frequently, and civilization collapsing. The host's goal is to help the humans of Blue Star rebuild their homeland and continue hope. The system throws all this to Sue, and as a reward, she can get a chance to be reborn, provided that she successfully completes all tasks. At this moment, Sue was both speechless and excited. She had already traveled across the stars, wandered through different civilizations, and resolved countless crises in the previous 521 missions. But the end of Blue Star was far more tragic than she had imagined. The city was occupied by zombies and mutant creatures, and the survivors were barely surviving like rats. There is no more trust between people, the order of the blue planet has completely collapsed, and the so-called civilization has become a joke. The system provided her with a dilapidated starting point, a ruined safe zone that she casually named Hope Resort. Although there were only a few dilapidated buildings left here, resources were scarce, and there was not even the most basic guarantee for survival. The system's promise made her have a long-term vision. As long as she works hard and upgrades the level of the safe zone, this ruin will become a pure land in the end times, and the resources, facilities, and defenses will be improved accordingly. The system also gave her a core ability. In this end times where order collapsed, she would become the only rule maker. This authority allows her to control resource allocation, set rules, and obtain crystal cores by killing zombies or mutated creatures as core resources for upgrading all facilities. In other words, in Suyi's eyes, zombies and mutated creatures are not dangers, but walking resource libraries. And those survivors who took advantage of the situation and tried to encroach on her territory were nothing more than small pawns in her hands. There is no order in the end times? Then she is the rule. Lumi Mountain, Jotu Island, and Kuyu Villa? Can't you just let me choose Kuyu Villa? She complained to the system, her tone full of helplessness. She had become accustomed to these selection routines. Every time it seemed like she was given countless choices. In fact, there was no difference between the options, and some were even traps. Sui did not forget the last Moonstar mission. She chose a villa and later found that she could easily buy a spaceship in the system mall. Okay, the system replied without any emotion. The next moment, Suyi's eyes went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already standing on an empty plane. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people sick. The surrounding area was surrounded by a dilapidated railing, and in the middle stood a simple two-story building, which was obviously the initial base mentioned by the system. Sui looked around and found that the place was in complete ruins. The fields were empty, and the only road in the distance was filled with dilapidated vehicles. She sighed and pushed open the door of the small building. The interior was surprisingly clean and tidy, with a bar in the middle and two vending machines next to it, but nothing else of note. The rooms upstairs and downstairs are also clearly visible. The first floor is her private room, which is not very spacious, but has everything including a bed, table, chairs, and a wash basin. There are 3 rooms on the second floor. 201 and 202 are single rooms, and 203 is the bathroom. Although simple, it has all the necessary facilities. That's all. Sue frowned. Although she didn't have high hopes for the initial configuration of these facilities, she still felt a little unhappy when she saw how shabby they were. The host enjoys the power of absolute order on this planet. The system's cold voice sounded. The area inside the railings is a safe zone, which will be automatically repaired after the official opening. Different defense effects can be unlocked according to the level of the resort. Guests in the safe zone will not be attacked by mutant creatures. Phase mission. Extreme cold weather will break out in 1 month, with the temperature dropping to minus 60 degrees Celsius for 2 months. Goal. Ensure that the survival rate in City A reaches 70%. Finally, host, please give the resort a name. Sue curled his lips and said, "Let's call it Hope Resort." As soon as he finished speaking, the railings suddenly took on a new look, becoming a 2-meter-high black iron fence. The iron gate at the entrance was locked with a heavy iron chain, and a plaque with the words Hope Hotel was hung at the door of the small building. Sui looked at the changes, turned around, and took a small blackboard from the front desk and wrote down the tentative price. 30 points per night for a single room, including water and electricity. There were bottled water and instant noodles in the vending machine, with unlimited supply every day. As for the upgrade conditions mentioned by the system, she looked at it and found that it required 2,000 points. Only 30 points for one night. How long will it take to upgrade to level 2? Sui rolled her eyes speechlessly. She returned to her room helplessly and decided to take a nap first. As she closed her eyes, she suddenly heard a noise outside the door. "Honey, it still won't open?" A woman's anxious voice came. "Strange, why is this door so strong?" The man smashed the door with an axe, but the heavy iron door didn't move at all. Sui lazily got up from the bed, walked to the front desk, and glanced at the two people outside the door. The woman was covered in blood and looked exhausted, while the man looked alert and held the axe tightly in his hand. "Open the door." "Sue," he said softly. The iron door opened instantly with a click. "Hello, do you want to stay at the hotel?" She stood at the front desk and asked with a faint smile. The two were stunned. They obviously didn't expect to encounter a clean and tidy hotel in such a doomsday, let alone a vending machine. The man looked at the instant noodles and water in the glass cabinet and couldn't help swallowing a few times. "We can live here, but we have no money." The man hesitated and said with embarrassment on his face, "You can use crystal cores or metals." Sui handed over a small device similar to a card swipe machine and said lightly. The man took out 2 secondary crystal cores and handed one to the woman behind him. After placing the crystal core into the identification area, the device prompted that the points balance was 500. A second-level crystal core costs 500 points. A single room costs 30 points per night. Oye, playing it. Then we'll stay for 2 nights. The man nodded quickly. System prompt. Earned 1,000 points. Current account points are 1,000. Sui was in a good mood, looking at the numbers in the front desk account, and smiled slightly. Not bad, business is open. Sui looked at the newly added points in his account, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his mood suddenly improved. She looked up at Song Jiang and his wife and said with a smile, "You can open the door directly after swiping the card. 201 and 202 are rooms. There's also a bathroom on the second floor. There is unlimited tap water." "Unlimited?" Chu Miling was surprised, her eyes widened. Song Jiang was also incredulous, as water resources were almost a luxury in the apocalypse. Hearing the words unlimited at this moment, he felt that the young boss in front of him was like a god. Song Jiang nodded, not daring to waste time, and said excitedly, "Let's buy some food first." The operation of the vending machine is not complicated. Song Jiang skillfully selected 4 buckets of instant noodles, 4 sausages, and 4 bottles of water from the interface. When the heavy food fell into his hands, the man who pretended to be strong finally had tears in his eyes. He choked and looked at his wife, Chu Miling, beside him. "Miling, we have hope," Song Jiang whispered, hugging his wife tightly with both hands. Chu Miling patted her husband's back gently. She could understand his feelings. They had been through so much hardship along the way that being alive was a luxury. Now they not only had food to eat, but also a safe place to rest, which seemed like a dream to them. Seeing the couple, Sui did not disturb them. She just smiled and reminded them, "Go to the room, you can take a shower." Song Jiang was about to go upstairs when he turned back and said to Sui, "Little boss, I have to remind you that there is a gangster leader named Brother Biao nearby. The people under him are all desperate criminals who can do anything bad. You have to be careful when you open a hotel here alone." Sui heard this. The smile on his face did not change, and he replied in a relaxed tone, "Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention." But in his heart, he snorted coldly. "Dare to come? Ah, then don't even think about going out again." Just as Song Jiang and his wife went upstairs, there was another noise outside the hotel. "Boss, the zombies are not chasing us anymore. Hey, is there a Hope Hotel here? Go in and take a look." As the door of the hotel was pushed open, 2 figures walked in. The leader was a tall man with a vigilant look, followed by a younger brother holding a long knife. The first thing they saw when they entered the store was the vending machine. "Boss, there's food here." The younger brother couldn't hide his excitement and shouted while pointing at the vending machine. The tall man did not respond, but looked around cautiously. When his eyes finally fell on Sui at the front desk, his pupils shrank slightly. Sui, who was standing at the front desk, was wearing a camouflage combat uniform, with a neat ponytail, a fair and smooth face, and a faint smile on his face. He didn't look like someone struggling in the end times at all. The most important thing is that he can't tell the level of her ability at all. This is a master. The man's heart immediately sounded alarm bells. To be able to have such a large base in the end times and have sufficient supplies, her strength must be unfathomable. Sui noticed the man's scrutiny, but just smiled and took the initiative to speak. The guest rooms are full, but you can apply for a card. The supplies in the vending machine are unlimited, and it is absolutely safe inside the railing and will not be attacked by zombies. Is it really safe? The man asked in a low voice, with some doubt in his eyes. Absolutely safe, Sue, he said calmly. I set the rules here. The tall man was thoughtful when he heard this. He recalled the scene just now, when several zombies chased him to the gate, but suddenly seemed to have lost their target and turned around and wandered around. This place was indeed not simple. Then let's get the cards first, the man said. Can we take these things with us? We have brothers in the base who need them. Of course, there is no limit. Sui raised his hand and pointed to the rules sign hanging on the wall, which clearly marked the ratio of crystal cores to points. The man nodded, took out a level 4 crystal core from his arms, and handed it to Sui. Exchange it for 2,000 points. System prompt. Earn 2,000 points, account balance 3,000 points. Buy 200 buckets of instant noodles, 200 bottles of water, and 200 sausages. He instructed the younger brother behind him, directing him to use his spatial ability to pack up the supplies. Don't worry, the vending machine will automatically restock. Sui added with a smile. The man heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but secretly guess. Automatic restocking? Is this her special ability? After buying the supplies, the man left the hotel with his little brother. Sui watched them leave with a faint smile on her face. She really welcomed such a big customer. After seeing off the guests, Sui couldn't wait to open the system interface. Brother Tongzi, upgrade the hotel. The current account balance is 3,000 points. Do you want to spend 2,000 points to upgrade Hope Hotel? Yes. With a flash of light and shadow, the layout of the hotel changed. Hope Hotel LV2 added 2 double rooms, 1 single room, and fully upgraded room infrastructure. Unlockable restaurant, which provides 3 meals a day. Unlocking fee is 500 points. Unlock. Sui did not hesitate and directly chose to unlock the restaurant function. There is a glass door restaurant on the left side of the first floor of the hotel. The layout inside is very simple. There is not only an order counter and a vending machine, but also 5 small tables and 10 chairs. The screen shows the restaurant's service hours and menu. Breakfast, 6 to 10 a.m. Porridge set meal 6 points. Lunch, 11 to 2 a.m. Set meal 15 points. Dinner, 5 to 8 a.m. Deluxe set meal 20 points. Sui touched her chin and thought the menu was pretty good. She decided to try the restaurant's food, so she ordered a braised beef dinner set. The lunchbox was quickly pushed out of the machine. Sui was somewhat satisfied with the combination of 3 dishes and 1 soup. There was a braised egg embedded in the middle of the rice, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup next to it. She sat in the restaurant and savored the food carefully, thinking it tasted good. After finishing her meal, she saw that there were only 400 points left in her account, so she started to think about how to attract more guests as soon as possible. After finishing her meal, Sui returned to the front desk and checked the map provided by the system. She noticed that there were several survivor gathering points nearby, so she decided to go out and look around the next day to attract more people to stay. Brother Tongzi, how many points do I need to upgrade to a 3rd-level hotel? 5,000 points. What about a resort upgrade? 10,000 points. Okay, just pretend she never asked. She glanced at the system panel and found that the department store could be unlocked after the resort was upgraded to level 2. But there is no rush for the time being. The most important need of most guests now is to fill their stomachs. As for clothes and other daily necessities, they are not a priority at all. After all, in this apocalypse, staying alive is the most important thing. As for those leisure pursuits, they can only be considered after having eaten a full meal and regaining strength. Hey, young boss, you're here. When did a restaurant appear here? Song Jiang looked at the new facilities on the first floor with surprise, his tone filled with undisguised curiosity. It's just been upgraded. Sui smiled and pointed at the ordering screen. 3 meals a day are served here, but there are time restrictions. The specific menu is above. You can check it out anytime. Song Jiang turned his gaze to the lunchbox in front of Sui, and his eyes widened immediately. Oh my God, there's meat. There's meat. Chu Miling stood aside, swallowed her saliva, stared at the braised beef and vegetarian dishes in the lunchbox, and couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. She had just eaten instant noodles, and the dry taste was no match for the aroma of meat. Honey, why don't we eat it tomorrow? One serving costs 20 points. She lowered her voice and advised softly, with a hint of reluctance in her tone. Song Jiang shook his head without hesitation after hearing this. It's okay, honey, eat it without worries. Where else can you find such good food in the apocalypse? Just stay here, and I'll go kill zombies tomorrow and earn more points. As he spoke, he patted his chest and pulled Chu Miling to the restaurant's ordering machine. He looked at the menu carefully and decisively ordered a steamed pork rib set meal, while Chu Miling chose a braised beef set meal. When two steaming meals came out of the machine, the couple were stunned for a moment. Song Jiang took the lunchbox carefully, as if he was holding some rare treasure. 2 months ago, these were just ordinary home-cooked dishes, but now they have become a luxury item that is hard to come by in the apocalypse. Brother Tongzi, are there any tents and sleeping bags in the store? Su Yi suddenly thought. Yes, tents and sleeping bags are 5 points each. Buy 10 tents and 10 sleeping bags. Consume 100 points. Current balance is 400 points. Soon, 10 neatly arranged tents appeared on the open space outside the hotel, each equipped with a sleeping bag. Sui priced these tents at 15 points per night, specifically for those who did not have enough points. She stood in the open space and looked around and said contentedly, "This way, the acceptance capacity has increased a lot." Looking at the gradually improving hotel and the newly added tent area, Sui raised a smile. Sui got up at dawn, cleaned up the hotel briefly, put the tester on the bar and put a small note on it. "The manager is out, please stay at your own expense." She checked carefully, but still felt a little worried. "Brother Tongzi, what if someone makes trouble while I'm away?" "Host, rest assured, the system has set up a protection mechanism. If there is any destructive behavior, a warning will be triggered. Those who violate the rules 3 times in a row will be expelled, and those with serious violations will be directly eliminated." Sui nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. She put on her combat bag and walked out of the hotel. The strong smell of blood was still there in the air, and the air was so turbid that it was suffocating. She looked up at the gloomy sky and thought to herself, when will the taste of nature truly return? She strolled along the avenue, surrounded by deathly silence. Because of the remote location, there were not many zombies nearby, and occasionally a few passed by, but they had no intention of attacking. Sui had already gotten used to this, but she walked faster and faster because she knew that if she went further she would get closer to the town, and the situation there was not optimistic. As she approached the town, she could already see scattered houses. The number of zombies on the road began to increase gradually, and a quarrel was heard from the second floor of an abandoned supermarket not far away. The survivors upstairs were arguing over a pack of instant noodles. "Jia Jia, give this pack of instant noodles to my mother, she's old," a man wearing glasses said with embarrassment. Wu Jia, who was holding a thin little girl in her arms, retorted with tears in her eyes. "Li Lei, Xiaoxi is your daughter. She hasn't eaten for several days, and you only think about your mother." The old woman next to Li Lei looked impatient and scolded sarcastically. "Lazy, I've said it before, this woman is not worthy of being your wife. Your mother is so old, shouldn't I be given priority and care?" The old woman's face was greasy, and she didn't look like she had experienced the end of the world at all. However, Wu Jia and the little girl in her arms were skinny, dirty, and their faces were full of despair and fatigue. "Mom is right." Li Lei was very impatient. He snatched the instant noodles from Wu Jia's hand and handed it to the old woman. Wu Jia watched her daughter's only food being snatched away, and the last bit of light in her eyes was completely extinguished. She put her daughter aside and rushed towards Li Lei, trying her best to grab the instant noodles. "This is Xiaoxi's. No one can take it away." "Are you crazy?" Li Lei raised his hand, and a vine spread out from his palm, imprisoning Wu Jia to the ground. "Wu Jia, I've been tolerant of you. It's just a pack of instant noodles. If you continue to make trouble unreasonably, I will no longer care about you and your daughter." Li Lei warned coldly. "Lazy, this woman has no gratitude at all. If it weren't for you, they would have died long ago." The old woman sneered, her eyes full of mockery. "Shut up." Wu Jia's eyes were filled with anger and despair, and he shouted hoarsely, "Li Lei, I want to take Xiaoxi away. Leave." Li Lei looked at her with a sneer. "Where can you go? It's so chaotic outside now. Without me, would you and your daughter have survived until today? Wu Jia struggled to stand up, picked up Xiaoxi, and said with a determined look, I would rather die than stay with you guys. When the choral upstairs reached outside, Sui was already standing at the street corner, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Turn left at the intersection ahead. There are survivors arguing on the second floor of the supermarket on the right. Content has been synchronized. After hearing the content, Sui sneered. It's the end of the world, and people still favor boys over girls. How can such people still be alive? She continued walking forward, pretending not to hear the nonsense. However, a scene in the supermarket made the survivors upstairs notice her. Mom, look, there's a woman over there. The old woman was sharp-eyed and immediately pointed at Sui on the street and said, Look at her. She can actually walk among the zombies. And the zombies don't attack her at all. Li Lei frowned and looked carefully. Seeing Sui wearing a neat camouflage uniform and with neat hair, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Mom, she must have a lot of supplies on her. Li Lei licked his lips with a hint of greed in his eyes. Hearing the conversation between the mother and son, Wu Jia felt a chill in her heart. She turned around and ran downstairs with Xiaoxi in her arms, trying to stop Li Lei's plan. Li Lei controlled the vines and jumped down from the second-floor window. He stood in front of Sui with a hypocritical smile on his face. Beauty, are you alone? It's so dangerous outside now. Why don't you come with us? I will protect you. Sui raised his eyebrows and looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He is indeed a piece of trash. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Jia ran over breathlessly holding Xiaoxi and pushed Li Lei away. Don't believe him. This man is a beast. Li Lei's face changed and he shouted angrily. Wu Jia, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking nonsense? Li Lei, do you think I don't know what you did? Wu Jia gritted her teeth and told everyone how Li Lei deceived and killed a mother and daughter and looted their supplies. Li Lei sneered and spread his hands. So what? In the end times, the strong prey on the weak. Who made them incompetent? After listening to Wu Jia's accusation, Suyi's eyes flashed with disgust. She raised her hand and pointed at Wu Jia. Are you willing to come with me? Wu Jia was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this strange woman to lend her a helping hand. She whispered, I'm just a first-level water-type ability user, very weak. I don't care, Sui said softly, but his eyes were firm. Come with me. My base has hot meals and a place to stay. As long as you are willing to kill zombies, you and your child can survive. Wu Jia's tears welled up in her eyes, and she hugged Xiaoxi and nodded. Li Lei's neared you. I wanted to talk to you nicely, but now that's the case. Before he finished speaking, a spiked vine swung out from his palm, rushing towards Sui with a sharp sound of wind. However, he did not expect that Sui just looked at him coldly and whispered two words, bound. The vine suddenly changed direction, as if controlled by an invisible force, and tightly wrapped around Li Lei, binding him tightly. The spikes pierced his skin deeply, and blood oozed out. Li Lei screamed in pain, his face twisted. You, what did you do? Son. The old woman ran out of the supermarket and rushed towards Li Lei crying when she saw this scene. Bitch, let my son go. Sui frowned, raised his hand, and waved gently. Stop. The old woman froze instantly. Her mouth opened, but she couldn't get any closer. She opened her eyes wide in horror. You, what kind of supernatural power do you have? Why? Sui had a sneer on her face. It's much better than your useless son's ability. She walked towards Wu Jia and asked again, Are you willing to come with me? Wu Jia nodded repeatedly. I do. Sui nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to finish Li Lei off directly, but then he thought about it and felt that his hands would get dirty. So he said lightly, It will be automatically untied in 10 minutes. After saying that, she turned around and left with Wu Jia and her daughter. After leaving the supermarket, Sui asked Wu Jia, Are there any other gathering places for survivors nearby? Wu Jia thought for a moment and said, There is a small supermarket 1 kilometer ahead. The roller shutter door outside is closed, so there should be people there. Come on, take me over there. The two walked all the way to the supermarket. When they arrived at their destination, the sky was gloomy and there was a sense of oppression in the air. In front of me was a 3-story shopping mall with the curtains drawn and the rolling doors tightly shut. Brother Tongzi, do you have any speakers for sale? Loudspeakers, 5 points each. Buy one. Purchase successful. Current balance 395 points. Sui picked up the speaker and turned down the volume to avoid attracting zombies. She shouted to the supermarket, "Listen up, survivors inside. I have set up a survivor resort in Quiyu Villa in the south of the city. The number of places is limited. There's water to drink, hot meals to eat, you can take a shower, and there's a place to sleep. Anyone interested can follow me. This is a rare opportunity. First come, first served." After she finished speaking, she set the speaker to play automatically in a loop and then stood quietly outside the door. In the supermarket had already noticed Su Yi and Wu Jia, and when they heard her promotion, there was an immediate uproar. "Manager Liu, they're not here to cheat us, are they? Hot meals? And showers? How is that possible? Water resources are so precious now. That's right. They are probably trying to trick us into working as laborers." Manager Liu, a slightly plump middle-aged man, was sitting on the sofa on the second floor, listening to the discussions. He frowned, his heart full of disdain. What kind of survivor resort is this? Quiyu Villa is nothing but a shabby, unfinished building. Despite this, he still gathered the 50 survivors in the supermarket and said in public, "Did everyone hear that? If anyone wants to go, you can ask and I will open the door for you." As soon as he finished speaking, different voices came from below. "I'm a little tempted. I can take a shower and eat hot meals. But what if it's fake? Will we still be alive if we leave this door?" "Manager Liu, it's fine here. Why would you risk leaving?" Manager Liu listened to the flattery with a smug smile on his face. He looked around at everyone with satisfaction and was about to end the topic when he heard a faint voice from the corner. I want to go." Everyone's eyes instantly turned to a thin boy who timidly raised his hand and said, "I want to take my mother and sister with me." Manager Liu's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly put on a hypocritical smile. "Xiao Hao, you'd better think it through. Your mother and sister are not in good health, so this journey will not be easy." The boy, Xiao Hao, looked at him with a determined look in his eyes. "I can take them with me." "Oh, you are so ignorant." Some people around immediately echoed. "Manager Liu is so good to your family. What if it turns out to be a trap?" Xiao Hao gritted his teeth and said nothing. His mother Wang Meiwan stepped forward, holding her sister's hand, and said firmly, "We will go with you." Manager Liu's face turned gloomy when he saw this, but he still smiled and said, "In that case, I'll open the door for you." When the rolling door was opened, Wang Meiwan and her family of 3 walked out. The door closed quickly behind them, leaving no room for them to stay. Wang Meiwan hesitated for a moment and asked Sui, "Is there really food to eat?" "Yes, but it needs to be exchanged for zombie crystal cores." Sui said lightly. Xiao Hao quickly said, "Mom, I can do it. I'll go kill zombies and exchange them for crystal cores to feed you and your sister." Wang Meiwan touched her son's head, her eyes full of heartache. "Mom can also help. I can't let you bear it alone." "Let's go. There are enough people. Let's go back." Sui turned around and prepared to leave, but Xiao Hao grabbed her hand. "Sister, let's drive." "You have a car?" Xiao Hao nodded excitedly and took out a key from the hidden pocket in his clothes. He explained, "We were shopping in the supermarket when the apocalypse happened, and our car was parked in the underground parking lot." Suyi's eyes lit up. "That's good. Lead the way, I'll drive." They successfully took the car out of the underground parking lot and drove towards Quiyu Villa. In the supermarket looked at the car, they drove away with a gloomy face. "Manager Liu, this family is so insidious. They actually hid the car without telling us." "That's right. It would be so convenient to find supplies if we had a car." Manager Liu sneered. "So what if they have a car? Sooner or later, they will not be able to survive, and then they will have to come back to beg me." The car stopped steadily at the entrance of Hope Resort. Wang Meiwan and her family of 3 stared in amazement at the scene in front of them. A clean and tidy small building, tents and sleeping bags neatly arranged in the yard, and the flashing lights of the vending machines were on. "Come in with me." Sui walked towards the hotel and gave a brief introduction. Currently, there are tent rooms, single rooms, and double rooms. Tent rooms cost 15 points each, single rooms cost 30 points, and double rooms cost 60 points. They all have private bathrooms. There are also vending machines and a restaurant in the hotel, which serves 3 meals a day, but all of them require points. When entering the hotel, Sui pointed to the points redemption rules sign on the bar counter. "Here are the specific points rules. You can take a look." The 3 were still in shock, staring at the instant noodles, mineral water, and sausages in the vending machine. It was unbelievable to see these supplies, which were almost extinct in the apocalypse, right in front of them. Wang Meiwan was the first to come to her senses. She asked apprehensively, can our car be exchanged for points? Sui lowered his head and asked the system, can the car be exchanged for points? Yes. After system inspection, the vehicle has not been modified and cannot withstand the attack of level 3 zombies, but there is a small amount of gasoline in the car, estimated at 800 points. Sui raised his head and said, sure, I'll exchange it for 800 points. Wang Meiwan gritted her teeth and decided to change the car. Then let's exchange points. Let's get a double room first. Xiaohao listened to his mother and handed the car keys to Sui. Sui operated the machine, and a card with 800 points on it came out. System prompt. Earned 800 points. Current account balance is 1,195 points. The points have been credited. You can go to the restaurant to eat now. Sui pointed to a restaurant not far away. There is a set meal available at noon. One portion costs 15 points. Wang Meiwan nodded and walked towards the restaurant with the two children. Wu Jia stood in front of the small sign, carefully looking at the points rules, with a complicated expression on her face. She touched her pocket, took out a first-level crystal core, and said carefully, want a tent room? Can we add a sleeping bag? Okay, a total of 20 points. System prompt. Earned 20 points. Current account balance is 1,215 points. After Wu Jia recharged the points, he used the remaining points to buy a bucket of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water, and then walked towards the restaurant with his daughter. In the restaurant, several people were so excited that they could not speak as they carried the hot set meals. The lunch boxes contained rice, meat and vegetables, and a bowl of soup. This was the hot meal they had not seen for a long time, and the aroma almost made them cry. Xiaohao was holding the lunch box, tears almost welling up in his eyes. He looked at his mother and sister with satisfied faces, and secretly vowed in his heart that he must work hard to hunt zombies, earn more points, and let his family live a better life. Sui was lying in his room, turning on the surveillance camera, and seeing the long-lost smiles on the faces of the people who had settled down. Feeling a sense of accomplishment. This is just the beginning. Once they see the room and take a hot bath, I'm afraid they will feel like they are dreaming even when they go to sleep. But her mind was not idle. She was still thinking about how to attract more people to stay, so as to quickly earn points and complete the task. Host, the system store has radio stations for sale, which can contact the major survivor bases. Radio. Sui became interested. Tell me, how many points do you want? Only 300 points are needed, and after installation, you can communicate with the base equipped with radio stations in this city. Sui nodded. Buy. Consumes 300 points. Current balance is 995 points. Soon, a green radio appeared on the table. How do I use it? Sui asked. Channel information has been automatically connected. Currently, there are 3 large bases in the city equipped with radio stations, namely the Dawn Base, the Star Base, each with 2,000 survivors, and the smaller Dawn Base, about 500 survivors. Sui adjusted the channel and contacted the Dawn Base first. Hello, this is Hope Resort. We have enough food and water to sell. If you need it, you can contact me. She played this message on a loop several times to each base, but received no response. A few hours later, someone finally responded. As Sui guessed, it was the small Dawn Base. Hello, we are the Dawn Base. How much do you sell your food and water? Sui explained the points rules in detail, adding, currently, we provide instant noodles and box lunches. Instant noodles are worth 5 points per bag, and box lunches are worth 15 points. If you have a refrigerator, you can buy more. The other party paused for a moment and asked, how do we trade? Sui checked the coordinates of the base and found that the distance was only 5 kilometers, so he said, I can drive there, and you can send someone with a crystal core to wait for me at the gate of the base. Sui checked the menu for the day and arranged for the system to mass-produce instant noodles and box lunches. Looking at the piles of supplies on the ground, she suddenly thought, it would be great if I had the ability of space, so it would be much more convenient to transport goods. Host, you have a system space. Have you forgotten it? Sui slapped his forehead. I really forgot it. Help me put all these things in it. After everything was ready, Sui took the tester and key and prepared to leave. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Xiaohao holding a baseball bat, ready to go out to hunt zombies. Sister, are you going out? Xiaohao asked nervously. Yes, we need to deliver goods. Sui looked at the weapon in his hand and asked, are you going to kill zombies? Xiaohao nodded, his eyes full of determination. I want to give my mother and sister the best life. Sui smiled and said, let's go together. I'm going to drive to the town where there are more zombies. Xiaohao nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, Wu Jia came out of the tent and saw this scene. He also took his weapon and prepared to go together. Safety first, take care of yourself. Su Yi reminded, then took the two of them into the car and drove towards the town. On the way, they soon discovered a group of zombies surrounding the downstairs of a restaurant. Wu Jia and Xiaohao looked at each other, got out of the car, and clenched their weapons. Let's get started. Su Yi leaned against the car and looked at them. Hunting zombies is the first step for every survivor to grow. After the two got off the car, Xiaohao and Wu Jiaxian found a hidden alley and squatted down, carefully observing the zombies not far away. Sister Wu, I'll give you this baseball bat. Xiaohao said in a low voice, handing the weapon to Wu Jia. I'm short and can't reach the zombie's head. Wu Jia took the baseball bat and waited. Her palms were already sweating. She had never killed a zombie before and felt very nervous. In comparison, Xiaohao, though young, seemed much more relaxed. When he was in the supermarket, he had seen zombies explode in the head when he followed adults on missions. Although he was frightened to the point of having a fever, at least he was mentally prepared. Xiaohao observed carefully for a while and found that two zombies had separated from the main group and walked to the side of the street alone. There was a red light in their eyes, and they walked slowly. Obviously, they were all level 1 zombies. Xiaohao pointed to the alley entrance and whispered to Wu Jia, let's go around from there and take care of these two first. Wu Jia nodded in agreement, and the two of them went around the alley and quietly approached the zombies. What should we use to attract them? Too loud a noise will attract other zombies. Wu Jia asked worriedly. Leave it to me. Xiaohao looked around and found a thick branch and a sharp piece of glass. He tore off the corner of his clothes and calmly cut a hole in his arm, and bright red blood gushed out. Wu Jia took a breath and looked at Xiaohao's steady movements, feeling mixed emotions. The end of the world had tempered a young man to be so tough, and she couldn't help but think of her daughter. Xiaohao wrapped a blood-stained cloth around one end of a branch and slowly stretched it toward the zombie. He was cautious and didn't dare to get too close, trying to attract the zombie's attention. Soon, the zombies smelled the blood and turned slowly, following the swing of the branches and approaching the alley. Wu Jia held the baseball bat tightly and prepared for battle. The zombie gradually approached, and when it reached out to pounce on the two, Wu Jia swung the baseball bat violently and hit the zombie's head hard. The zombie fell to the ground and twitched. Xiaohao quickly inserted a piece of glass into the zombie's head. Watching the first zombie fall, Wu Jia and Xiaohao looked at each other and couldn't help but smile at each other. This was the first time they truly relied on themselves to kill a zombie. Let's do it again. Xiaohao was full of confidence, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and prepared to start the next hunt. The two repeated the previous operation, gradually became proficient, and started a full day of crystal core fishing journey. At the same time, Su Yi had already arrived at the gate of the Dawn base. When the guard saw Su Yi, he was stunned. She was wearing a clean sky blue sportswear, a white baseball cap, and a mask, and her sneakers were also spotless. In contrast, the guard looked down at himself. His outdoor clothes were full of holes, his shoes were badly worn, and even stained with the blood of zombies. The contrast was too shocking. I'm from Hope Resort, and I'm here to trade supplies. Su Yi chuckled and took the initiative to speak, breaking the guard's dullness. The guard suddenly came to his senses and said quickly, Okay, the boss has given instructions. I'll take you to the meeting room. The structure of the base is not complicated. It is an old residential area with scattered wires wrapped around the surrounding fences and tents and simple beds piled up outside. There are 8 six-story residential buildings in the community, which are obviously bases spontaneously established by the survivors. After entering the base, Su Yi met Ji, the person in charge of the Dawn base. He was wearing an old military uniform and had dark skin. He was obviously a soldier who had been leading teams on missions for a long time. Hello, Miss Su. And Ji pulled out a chair like a gentleman and motioned Su Yi to sit down. Hello. Su Yi nodded and sat down. I didn't expect you wanted the resort to be so efficient. And Ji said with a smile, It's not far. My base is at Quiyu Villa. Quiyu Villa? That place is really nice. Many people wanted to go there before, but unfortunately, there were too many zombies on the road. Su Yi raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Not bad. I remember that it was an unfinished project. Many people died in the building collapse. Other than that, there is nothing. And Ji smiled and said, It is precisely because it is completely abandoned that it is the most suitable place to build a base. It is surrounded by wilderness and is in a remote location, so it is not easy to attract a large group of zombies. Really? Sui smiled without saying anything, but in his heart he felt more recognition for this place. Sui put his hand on the table, and with a thought, a bucket of instant noodles and a box lunch appeared out of thin air on the table. A person with spatial ability? And Ji was a little surprised and then sighed. Miss Sue is really a hidden talent. He picked up the instant noodles and lunchbox and checked them. Especially the lunchbox. It was still hot to the touch. Really? Is it hot food? And Ji couldn't hide his excitement, and even couldn't believe his eyes. How is it? Sui asked. Please wait. And Ji hurried to the door and called Lu Hui and Qin San, both of whom were key members of the base. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled the fragrance and their eyes widened immediately. Is there really hot food? And Ji nodded and asked them to taste the food on the spot. The two of them couldn't wait to open the lunchboxes, their eyes full of emotion. This food smells like a dream. And Ji took out 4 level 4 crystal cores and handed them to Sui. We want 300 lunchboxes and 500 buckets of instant noodles. Sui operated the tester, and the points were credited to his account. System prompt. 7,000 points earned. Current balance 8,995 points. Following in Ji's instructions, Sui placed the supplies neatly at the entrance of the Dawn base. Anji summoned all the survivors of the base through the radio and transferred all the guards to the scene to prevent a riot. Everyone with badges stand on the right, and the rest of you stand on the left. And Ji held the loudspeaker and commanded in a calm voice. There is an unwritten rule at Dawn base. All personnel involved in base construction, escort operations, or material search missions must wear badges. These people are the core force of the base, so it is planned to distribute lunch boxes to them first, while the ordinary survivors on the left will receive 2 buckets of instant noodles each. And Ji assigned tasks. Qin-san, you are responsible for distributing lunch boxes on the right. Lu Hui, you are responsible for the instant noodles on the left, 2 buckets per person. The crowd began to line up and receive supplies in an orderly manner. Sui sat leisurely on the stone next to her, took out a box lunch from the space, and started to eat. After a busy day, she was already starving. System prompt. Earned 700 points. Current balance 9,695 points. System prompt. Earned 800 points. Current balance 10,495 points. Su raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, is this where Wu Jia and the others went back? It seems that they had a good harvest. Everything seemed to be going well until a bald man in the crowd suddenly threw the instant noodles in his hand to the ground and shouted, why do they get to eat while we can only eat instant noodles? It's not fair. The bald man's words were like a spark, quickly igniting the dissatisfaction among the crowd. Yeah, why can they eat but we can only eat dry food like this? We are all survivors. Why can't we eat meat? It's not fair. This is discrimination. And Ji's face suddenly darkened. He picked up the loudspeaker and said in a cold voice, shut up. Your safety and food are all earned by them at the risk of their lives. Without them, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. After a short silence, the bald man refused to give in. He pointed at Sue, who was eating, and shouted, what about her? What did she do as a woman? Did she make some kind of deal with you guys to eat so well? Just as Ji was about to explain, the bald man's words became more and more unpleasant. Her clothes and shoes are clean. She must be relying on men for a living. Sui put down her lunchbox and frowned. She had heard enough. Sui stood up, walked to the instant noodles thrown away by the bald man, picked them up, and said coldly, at the end of the world, you still dare to waste food. People like you deserve to die. As soon as she finished speaking, the bald man's body suddenly began to swell, growing bigger and bigger like a balloon, scaring the people around him so much that they stepped back, and the scene instantly became chaotic. And Ji quickly stepped forward and pleaded, Ms. Sue, please show mercy. Although he made a mistake, our base is usually very harmonious. Do you know why there is harmony? Sui interrupted him, his voice as cold as ice. Because you have always maintained the same food, clothing, and daily necessities. But once some people start to eat better and use better things and others don't, how long can this harmony last? Sui took over in Ji's speaker, turned around to face everyone, and said in a clear voice, why can I eat box lunches? Because these supplies were provided by me. They were exchanged by your boss using zombie crystal cores. She pointed to the group of people on the right and said, why can they eat box lunches? Because they killed zombies desperately to get the crystal cores and shed sweat and blood for the construction of the base. Then, She turned to the ordinary survivors on her left, her tone getting colder. Why can you only eat instant noodles because you are lazy, you are cowardly, and you have done nothing? If it were me, I wouldn't even give you instant noodles. The whole place was in dead silence. Su Yi's last words were like cold water that extinguished all the protests. She waved her hand, and the bald man's swollen body gradually returned to normal. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes full of fear. Su Yi returned the horn to Anji and turned to walk towards her car. "Miss Su, I'll take you there." Anji hurriedly caught up with him, her face full of apology. "It's okay, I understand." Su Yi waved his hand, his tone calm, obviously not taking this little incident to heart. Anji watched Su Yi drive away with her own eyes and was full of doubts. Strange, why didn't those zombies chase her? After returning to the base, Lu Hui approached Anji and asked in shock, "Boss, what kind of supernatural power does Miss Su have?" Anji pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know. The ability she showed is far beyond that of ordinary psychic ability users, and she even combines spatial ability. But we have no way of judging the specific level." Qin San interrupted. "No matter what her ability is, it will definitely not hurt to befriend her." "That's right." And Ji nodded. "Next time when I get supplies, I will go there in person and take a look at her Hope Resort. If the situation permits, we may consider moving there." Lu Hui said hesitantly, "Boss, but Miss Su seems difficult to get along with. We have offended her today." And Ji snorted coldly. "She cares about valuable people, not unreasonable trash. If we can bring enough crystal cores and show enough sincerity, she has no reason to refuse. Next, everyone should intensify their efforts to hunt zombies. Use the crystal cores of level 1 and 2 zombies to exchange for supplies, and keep those above level 3 for your own training. If the base wants to survive, it must improve its overall strength." Chapter 8: New Resident. When Su Yi returned to the hotel, it was already dark. With Xiaohao's method, the two of them harvested 15 first-level crystal cores, and Xiaohao wanted to give the extra one to Wu Jia. He thought Xiaoxi was still young, and with an extra 100 points they could take less risk. Wu Jia refused to take it. They all have to renew their room tomorrow, and Sui thought that the room would be upgraded, so he could adjust the price. Brother Tongzi, level up 3. The current account balance is 10,495 points. Do you want to spend 5,000 points to upgrade to Hope Hotel? Yes. Hope Hotel LV3. Currently unlocking the 3rd floor, 2 double rooms, 1 single room. The public bathroom will be changed to a laundry room. The guest rooms will be beautified and an independent bathroom will be added. Unlock. Successfully unlocked. Current points balance is 5,495 points. Sui thought about it and decided to increase the single and double rooms by 10 points each and keep the prices unchanged afterwards, because after the upgrade the rooms would definitely have air conditioning and heating, and this price would be very affordable. She asked the system to add a sign to the front desk with the price on it. After thinking for a while, she added a line of reminder in red pen. According to observation, there may be extremely cold weather in a month. Please prepare in advance. When the extreme cold first comes, everyone definitely doesn't have the energy to go out and kill zombies, so it's still necessary to remind them in advance. After everything was arranged, Sui visited her upgraded room, which was equipped with an air conditioner, and the bathroom was changed to a dry and wet separation. There were light blue curtains on the originally bare windows and several kinds of fruits on the coffee table. Tongzi, what should we do after we finish eating this fruit? Sui sat down on the sofa, which had also been changed to blue, presumably the same color as the curtains. Everything in the host room will be automatically replenished. That's good. Then she could eat it with peace of mind. Not only would she eat it herself, she would also sell it. There are only 2 kinds of fruits now, apples and bananas. As Sui picked up an apple appeared on the empty space on the coffee table. She has business to do again. The next day, when Sui came out, everyone had already come down. "Little boss, you finally came out. Should we raise the price?" "An extreme cold. Is that true? So we need to save more points this month?" People from both rooms came down, and Wu Jia from outside also came in with her child. They planned to change to a double room today. Sui walked to the bar and saw that there were very few people staying in her hotel. "Yes, my ability is somewhat special. There will be extremely cold weather in a month, and I will also install heating facilities in the guest rooms." Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. In fact, it didn't matter whether the price went up or not. Under the current special circumstances, it was hard to find such a safe and comfortable place to live. Even if it was a little more expensive, It was reasonable. So, everyone should work hard to accumulate points. Yeah, let's go out and kill zombies together. We'll have some company. Sister Wu and I killed more than 10 of them yesterday. Xiaohao, mommy is with you today. Let's go eat first, and then go after we're full. Yes, boss. Extend my room rate for one more day first. Everyone was immediately excited. He told them to operate the tester by themselves. Song Jiang and his wife and the other two families changed to double rooms. Now there were only 4 single rooms and 1 double room left. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so hard to recruit people. Seeing everyone going to the restaurant to eat, Sui decided to go back and catch up on some sleep. As soon as I turned around, I heard a noisy sound coming from the door. When Sui walked out of the door, he saw more than a dozen people blocking the door, both men and women. They were covered in dust and looked very disheveled. Their bodies were covered in black and red blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was zombie blood or human blood. Is there something wrong? Oyi Fronet. Are you the person in charge of the Hope Base? We are here to join you. Let us in. No, please go somewhere else. Sui was speechless. This man's tone seemed like it was what she should do. Please, let us in. A woman with messy hair knelt on the ground with a plop, holding a child about 1 year old in her arms. We should have gone with you yesterday. The woman next to the man almost cried. When she thought about what happened yesterday, it seemed like a nightmare. They have been living in a supermarket and have always been very vigilant. They have done a good job of defending the doors and windows, but they have overlooked the underground garage. They did not expect that the zombies would actually take the safe passage and have a tactic. As soon as night fell yesterday, a large number of zombies gathered at the shutter door downstairs. They dared not sleep and could only stare at the downstairs. It was these zombies that attracted the attention of most people. Other zombies came up from the safety passage and broke through the door on the first floor. The nightmare began. The screams continued one after another. They were the first to find out that something was wrong and fled to the rooftop, locked the door on the rooftop, and escaped from the rooftop to the next building. Yesterday, Sue remembered that these people were from that supermarket. You can come in if you want. We have food, drinks, and showers here, and it's absolutely safe, but Sue kept the secret. We don't accept people who can't protect themselves. We need to use crystal cores to exchange for supplies. Those who can accept it can come in. Everyone was stunned, and the man in the lead was the first to react. Now that we've come this far, can't you just take us in? Yes, it wasn't yesterday. Yesterday is yesterday. Sue narrowed her eyes. Although she was not afraid, she did not want to cause trouble. If she accepted some messy people in, there would be a lot of trouble afterwards, which would be very annoying. How could you do this? I don't believe a broken iron gate can stop me. The man had fire-type abilities, and Sue sensed it when she came out. She was not in a hurry, as she just wanted to see how strong the defense provided by the system was. The man raised his hand, and the temperature of the air rose by several degrees. A huge fireball attacked the iron gate. However, before it hit the iron gate, it was blocked by an invisible barrier, and the fireball dissipated in the air. When everyone saw this scene, they wanted to go in even more. With such strong defense, it must be very safe to live in there. Sui smiled. You can leave now, I won't take you in. The man was extremely angry. He believed that Sui must not have any strength of his own and was only so arrogant because of the protection here. What a lousy place. We won't live here anymore. Let's go to the nearby base. It's definitely better than this place. Yes, the base will definitely take us in. Brother Long, I'm going with you. Amidst the constant praise, the man with superpowers took away 5 people, leaving 7 people behind. They simply thought that the man was a superpower person who could protect them. But when it really came to a life-and-death situation, they might become scapegoats. Beauty, I have a crystal core that can kill zombies. So can I. Me too. The remaining 7 people looked at Sue expectantly. Come in with me first. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron lock of the door opened automatically. A few people were shocked, and then began to feel lucky that their choice was correct. Chapter 9: Mysterious Identity. Sue led everyone in. As soon as they entered the door, they saw 10 tents placed inside the railings, with sleeping bags inside. Several people looked at these with shining eyes. They usually slept on the floor in supermarkets, so how could there be such a thing? This is the cheapest accommodation in the hotel, and you can add a sleeping bag. At this point, Sue suddenly remembered that the hotel had been upgraded 3 levels, and there were no public toilets. How would these people take a shower if they lived in sleeping bags? After entering the hotel, several people were shocked to see the vending machines. Just then, Wu Jia came out of the restaurant and came to the vending machine to buy something. She wanted to buy a bottle of water and something convenient to take with her to kill zombies at noon. Hey boss, there's a new customer. Sui nodded and smiled. Several people watched Wu Jia buy a bottle of water and 2 sausages and swallowed hard. Although there were a lot of supplies in the supermarket, these were only for Manager Lu to eat. They usually ate the small biscuits that cost 1 yuan a pack. 1 pack was enough for 1 meal, and they never had enough. Thinking of this, several people suddenly felt that Manager Lu was not a good person either. No wonder Xiaohao's family wanted to leave. The exchange rules and room rates are all here. You could take a look. The man who said he had the crystal core at the beginning came out first, took out a 3rd-level crystal core from his pocket, and handed it to Sui. Give me a single room. Sui took it, dropped it on the tester, and a card came out. System prompt. Earned 1,000 points. Remaining points 6,495 points. Banyang looked at the card front and back. It was really magical, just like the membership card you get at a shopping mall. That's the restaurant, serving hot meals 3 times a day. Banyang nodded and walked towards the restaurant with the card. There were 2 girls and 4 boys left, one of whom was the little boy who was over 1 year old. There was a man and a woman together. They rented the last double room together. The man took out 2 2nd-level meridian crystal cores, and each of them applied for a card. System prompt. Earned 1,000 points. Current points balance 7,495 points. Chui Yingying took the man's arm affectionately. Brother Su, you were so nice. Let's go eat. Zhang Su glanced at Su Yi expressionlessly, then took Chui Yingying to the restaurant. The remaining few people chose to live in tents, and each of them exchanged for a 1st-level crystal core. Perhaps for them, having a place to sleep was already a great satisfaction. If you need to take a shower, you can go to room 201. Be careful of the time. If you take more than 2 hours, you will be kicked out of the room. Sui told the system that although the doors here are opened by swiping cards, the system has records and can be changed. If you don't renew your room, or don't have enough points, or want to use your own card to open another room, it won't work. Sui looked at the points balance. He now had 7,795 points, so he would probably be able to upgrade tomorrow. It takes 10,000 points to upgrade a hotel to level 4, and it also takes 10,000 points to upgrade a resort. Which one is better? She originally wanted to build a separate shower room, but the system said that there would be a bathing center after the resort was upgraded to level 3, so she decisively gave up the idea. Brother Tongzi, is there anyone with special abilities among them? Actually, Su, you wanted to ask Banyang. She felt it was a bit strange. Since he could take out a level 3 crystal core, he must be capable. Host, there are only 2 psychics. The resident of 302 is a level 4 psychic. Judging from the elemental fluctuations on his body, he has more than one ability. The male resident of 303 is a level 2 psychic. Su, you didn't listen any further. Level 4 supernatural power? There's more than one kind. It seems those people don't know about it. Manager Lu probably doesn't know that there's such a big Buddha hidden in the supermarket. But why would he hide himself? Please pay more attention to this person. Sui felt that he had a secret that would allow her to quickly gain points. After returning to the room, Sui was ready to catch up on some sleep. He could faintly hear voices coming from the restaurant. He felt relieved when Brother Tongzi was around. If anyone caused trouble, the system would take action. System. In the restaurant. Brother Su, look, there's actually hot food here. Yeah, it's quite magical. Zhang Su had a dull expression, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. What do you think that boss's special ability is? She's so amazing. She can actually protect so many supplies. Unlike me. It's okay. Ying is great too. Zhang Su said absent-mindedly, his tone a little perfunctory. He was not very familiar with Chui Ying. This woman approached him because she saw that he was a person with special abilities. Really? Brother Su is also great in my heart. Later, Xiaohao's family and Wu Jia were sitting together for dinner. Xiaohao had a look of disgust on his face from the moment Chui Ying came in. Wu Jia saw something and asked curiously, "Little brother, do you know that woman?" When Xiaohao heard people mention her, he felt even more disgusted. She kissed several men on the face. Wu Jia. Do kids nowadays know so much? After a few days of rest, Xiaohao's sister Tangdang looks much better, and her rosy little face is very cute. When Tangdang heard what her brother said, she raised her hand with a smile, as if to show off that she knew it. I know. My brother said she is a green tea bitch. What are you talking about, little kid? Wang Meiwan knocked on Tong Tong's head, then glared at Xiaohao. Don't teach your sister nonsense. I know. Wu Jiao looked at the family, then looked at her daughter, feeling very emotional. Who could have thought that things in the world are so unpredictable? If it weren't for the end of the world, she and her daughter would have lived a rich and abundant life. But if it weren't for the end of the world, she wouldn't have seen the true face of that scumbag. When she thought of that scumbag, Wu Jia clenched her fists tightly. One day, she would kill them with her own hands, as well as the vicious mother-in-law who wanted to sell her granddaughter. Banyang also found the food in the restaurant magical. At least this was something that current technology could not achieve. With just a machine, there was an endless supply of food. I tasted it and it tasted pretty good. Banyang ate without restaurant. Since the captain wouldn't come to pick him up for the time being, he didn't mind staying for a while. He had a lot of crystal cores. If he paid this price, he wouldn't have to kill zombies for a year. By the way, if there are any unusual situations with the zombies, please contact the captain in advance. After finishing his meal, Banyang quickly left the restaurant and returned to his room, then took out a touchscreen watch from his pocket. After pressing a few times on the screen, the watch began to make a beeping sound. It dripped 3 times and suddenly stopped. Then, the sound of wind whistling came from the other end. Then, there was nothing in the air except the sound of the wind, and no one spoke. "Captain, why don't you say anything?" Banyang was speechless. He hadn't contacted the boss for almost a week. Wasn't the boss afraid of him? "What's the matter?" The deep male voice on the other end sounded very comforting. "Damn it. I doubt if you guys even want to pick me up." Banyang felt aggrieved and hurt. On the way, City B has just been cleared out. It was rare for the man to say a few more words. "I have new information. I suspect that there are advanced zombies among the zombies in City A." Then Banyang recounted his experience in the supermarket. Of course, there were not only the cause and effect, but also gossip. "Captain, you don't know. Manager Liu is such a good playboy. He's an ugly old man and still thinking about teenage girls. He's so shameless. And that. I'll pick you up as soon as possible." The man rubbed his temples, resisting the urge to curse as he listened to his complaints. "Oh, and I'm now in a place called Hope Resort. There are hot meals, vending machines, and showers. I booked a single room and live there by myself. It's so cool. Were you bitten by a zombie? Is there a possibility that what he said was true and not just an illusion before he turned into a corpse?" Chapter 10 Department Store. After Banyang's repeated emphasis, Roland agreed to go and take a look. At this moment, he was sitting in an armored vehicle, rushing on the road and clearing out zombies along the way. "Rest where you are." Roland gave an order, and the armored vehicle slowly stopped by the roadside. He got out of the car, wearing a camouflage uniform, and his black leather boots made a clacking sound as he stepped on the ground. He took off his hat and leaned against the car, thinking. This series of actions fascinated the female survivors in the car behind him, especially since he shaved his head after the end of the world. His profile was still very handsome. "Little Wolf." The man stood up reflexively when he heard his name. "Yes, Captain. You take 3 people to send these survivors to the military base, and the others follow me to City A." "Captain, are you going to pick up Iang?" "Yes and no." Roland smiled. Then he seemed to remember something. "After you send them over, rush to City A to join us. The cleanup operation in City A may have to be brought forward." "Yes, Captain." He first went to City A to check out the situation. High-level zombies meant level 5 mutants. If level 5 mutants really appeared, they must take action immediately. Now the military base had just restored order, but productivity would have to come slowly. In fact, what is truly scary is not the attack and defense of a high-level zombie, nor his special abilities, but that he has thoughts. If not handled properly, the survivors may have to face an entire zombie army with an organization and scale. And that Hope Resort, Dawn Base. "What?" Ji Lin was sitting on a leather sofa, surrounded by several women. One of the women even peeled a grape and fed it to him. "It's true, boss. The Hope Resort has a lot of supplies. Our people saw with their own eyes that the female boss sent a truckload of lunch boxes to the Dawn Base." Ji Lin waved his hand, and the women around him left tactfully. "Are you sure you saw the female boss?" "Yes, there is no doubt about it." The woman was dressed neatly. Ji Lin pondered, how could a woman be responsible for guarding so many supplies? There were also boxed lunches, which were still hot. Although he often ate them, he was the only one who could eat them. Although there were many residents in the Shuguang base, most of them could only eat cold steamed buns and instant noodles. Each person only had half a bottle of water a day. There were also people who made trouble, but he dealt with them secretly. If he could really take over this place, wouldn't he be more prestigious in the Shuguang base? Go find a few people and go to the Hope Resort to investigate, especially the female boss. Yilin frowned. Although he was greedy, he was not stupid. A woman without some ability would not be able to protect so many supplies for several months in the apocalypse. How could she run a resort safely? Yes, boss. The younger brother was overjoyed when he heard this. He had wanted to go in and take a look for a long time. He swallowed hard when he saw the fresh fruits on Ji Lin's table. Their daily life was only a little better than that of ordinary residents, and they were given more water. Here, Sue slept until the afternoon. She got up and greeted the new guests while listening to the system telling her about the conversation between Ban Yang and the room. Sue seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that this person should be from the military. There are also level 5 zombies. The night they were in the supermarket, there must have been at least a level 4 mutant behind the zombies directing them, first letting them attract most people's attention on the first floor, and then breaking through the defense from the underground garage. But that's not what she should care about. The supermarket is quite a distance away from here, and most of them won't go too far to kill zombies. People who are scratched by zombies cannot enter the resort gate. System prompt: earn 4,000 points, current points balance 11495. After checking in the last guest, Sue checked his points balance. Now all the rooms in the hotel were full, and half of the tents at the door were also occupied. Some of the people who had just arrived wanted to stay in the guest rooms, but there were no rooms available. Now points can be upgraded. Should I upgrade the hotel first or the resort first? The system seemed to have heard her thoughts. Host, I suggest you upgrade the resort first. The second-level resort can unlock the department store, and everything in the mall can be traded. Suyi's eyes lit up. Yes, her best way to make money was not to run a hotel, but to resell the supplies inside. Brother Tongzi, upgrade the resort to level 2. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to upgrade to level 2 resort? Yes. Upgraded successfully. Current balance 1495 points. Currently unlocked. Building 2 department store. Please check. Sui looked at the pitiful 1,000 points and felt heartbroken. He knew he had to work hard again. She walked out of the hotel, and those who hadn't left the hotel noticed the 4-story building rising from the ground next to her. Sui noticed that the area surrounded by the railings had also expanded a little. The small building was not far from the hotel and was just a few steps down the stairs. Building 2. This is a department store. The first and second floors mainly sell daily necessities, and the third and fourth floors mainly sell seasonal clothing, shoes, and bags. The prices are exchanged at normal prices. This is a new store opening, and everyone can enjoy a 20% discount when shopping. Seasonal clothing? Sue was surprised. In other words, when the extreme cold comes, there will be warm clothes for sale? Boss, what is this? When did a new building appear? Yes, I was just about to go buy some food when suddenly, my eyes blurred, and there was an extra building. Sui smiled and took out the loudspeaker that he had used downstairs in the supermarket and announced to everyone, "This is the newly opened department store in the resort. The first and second floors mainly sell daily necessities, and the third and fourth floors mainly sell clothing. It's a new opening, and the entire store is offering a 20% discount. Anyone who needs anything can come and buy it. It will be extremely cold in a month, so we will sell warm clothes in advance. Everyone should work hard to earn points." When everyone heard this, they were delighted. They thought that Hope Resort was the limit, but now they had new clothes to wear and could brush their teeth and wash their faces. No wonder it's called a resort. People really come here for a vacation in the apocalypse. Sui took out the radio again and informed the Dawn base of the news that he could sell clothes and daily necessities. This was his only partner at the moment, so he had to maintain it well. Anji has just finished counting the latest batch of supplies. Looking at the long list, I wonder if Boss Sue has enough space to fit it all. Immediately afterwards, I received a message from Sui. Clothes? Daily necessities? They can't use these things. There are more elderly people and children in the base, and there are all those who are not accepted by other bases. This has seriously led to insufficient combat power. There are very few people who can go out to kill zombies. The crystal cores they're using to exchange for food are all their previous stocks. But since they have specifically notified me, I might as well buy some. But what should I buy? Everyone is wearing thin clothes now, and I will definitely need to wear thicker clothes when the temperature drops. Thinking about it, Anji added another 3,000 down jackets to the list, and then changed the number from 3 to 2. It is already November, and after all, the weather has never been normal since the doomsday. It has been the same for 2 months, and it hasn't even rained. Who knows when the temperature will drop? It's better to buy less. After all the statistics were completed, Nji called Lu Hui and Qin San. You two take 5 space ability users. Choose those who are capable of fighting. Take this data and go to Quiyu Villa to find Boss Sue to pick up the goods. And Ji was still very confident about the two of them. Both of them had strong supernatural powers, and if the space couldn't accommodate them, the worst that could happen was that they would have to make 2 more trips. Fuck, boss, so many. Down jacket? This. Go ahead and stop asking so many questions. The two took the list and rushed to the guard team to look for people. Although the space ability people in the guard team were in a small space, they were all strong. Chapter 11, A New Look. Sui had a feeling that someone would give her points today, because every time she spent a large amount of points, someone would come to her house to return them. So she sat at the front desk all afternoon. The department store had a self-service checkout system with the same self-service checkout and code scanning machines as those in large supermarkets. The system would record whether the items had been scanned and paid for, and the items could be taken out of the store. Items that had not been scanned could not be taken out, and if they occurred more than 3 times, they would be expelled from the resort. The first people to come back were the people who had gone out to kill zombies in the morning: Wu Jia, Xiao Hao and their daughter, and Song Jiang and his wife. They were lucky today. They encountered many level 1 and level 2 zombies along the way and harvested many crystal cores. Sui told them about the department store, and they exchanged their equally divided crystal cores for points and loaded them onto their cards. Then they went shopping together at the supermarket. Sui asked the system, "It's not the right time yet. Cold-resistant and warm clothes will be available in a few days." Finally, as it was getting close to dark, the people from the Dawn base arrived first. Su had seen Qin San and the others, and when he saw them appear at the door, he went out to welcome them in. The way he looked at them was as if he was looking at the god of wealth. Unlike Sui, they didn't have a car, so they had to avoid zombies along the way and occasionally kill a few low-level ones. "Miss Su, your resort." Qin San looked at the 2 small buildings in front of him with a look of shock, as well as the tents placed at the door. They were all neatly arranged. From time to time, people were coming in and out of the small building at the back. Everyone had a rosy face, unlike the people in their base. They looked like refugees. "This is our hotel where we stay. Because there are not many rooms right now, I set up some tents. The building at the back is a department store that sells some daily necessities." Sui introduced them with a smile. "Department store?" Lu Hui was shocked. Not only him, but everyone else was stunned. It's worthy of being called a resort. Living here really feels like being on vacation. You can stay here tonight. It's dark now, and it's not safe at night. You may have to sleep in a tent. It's okay. We can do it," Qin San said quickly. They originally wanted to stay here for the night. Their fighting power was not high, and there would be more zombies at night than during the day. There were also tents, so they could sleep on the ground. Qin San took out the card and Ji gave him, which still had 1,000 points in it. "Miss Su, could you please help us check in first? This points card is from when we bought supplies last time, and it still has some in it." "Good." Since they were only staying for 1 night, each of them charged a card with 100 points. System prompt: earned 700 points, current balance 2,195 points. "Sixth brother," Qin San shouted, and the space ability user called Sixth Brother stepped forward and took out a pile of colorful crystal cores from the space. "Here are 100 level 4 crystal cores, 200 level 3 crystal cores, and these are the supplies we need this time. Miss Su, take a look." Sui took the paper, glanced at it, and said, "No problem. You guys go eat first. Just use your points card. I'll charge it for you." Qin San nodded and took a few people to the restaurant. He had long wanted to try the box lunches here. Saying, "This Miss Su is so awesome. She also has a department store with so many supplies. If we take her," a space ability user from the back stepped forward and whispered to Qin San. Qin San looked at him with cold eyes, and the man's heart trembled suddenly. "Put away those inappropriate thoughts of yours." The man curled his lips in displeasure. He really didn't know what the boss and the others were afraid of. How could a woman like her turn the world upside down? Anyway, he was also a space ability user. Didn't he have that department store? "Brother Tongzi, put it away." Sui inserted in Ji's score card into the tester, and in a flash, the pile of colorful crystal cores disappeared. System prompt: earned 400,000 points, current points balance 402,195 points. He was overjoyed. Now she no longer had to worry about upgrading, but her goal was not only to earn points. Her task was to ensure that the number of survivors in City A reached the target when the extreme cold ended. So she had to let them all stay in the hotel as soon as possible. She hoped that the resort would be absolutely safe, no matter if it was zombies or living people with ulterior motives. "Brother Tongzi, please introduce me." "Host, currently it takes 20,000 points to upgrade the resort to level 3, and 10,000 points to upgrade the hotel. Let's all go up. Congratulations to the host. The resort has been upgraded to level 3, and the bathing center in Building 3 has been successfully unlocked. The hotel has been upgraded to level 4, and the 4th floor has been successfully unlocked. Single rooms +2, double rooms +2, consuming 30,000 points. Sui was not in a hurry to continue upgrading, but went out to take a look at the bath center. This building was next to the department store, and she clearly felt that it had been expanded again this time. This building has only 3 floors and is fully automated. You enter by swiping your card. Each project has automatic machines and experience rooms. You need to consume points. You also swipe your card to enter the room, and the system will automatically deduct money. The first floor is for bathing, the second floor is for the lounge with massage and sweat steaming, and the third floor is the hot spring center. It's really good, and it makes her want to try it. What's the next level? She hadn't thought about upgrading in a hurry, but now she was a little impatient. Currently, 40,000 points are required to upgrade the resort to level 4, unlocking the food court in Building 4. 20,000 points are required to upgrade the hotel to level 5, unlocking the 5th floor, adding 2 single rooms, 2 double rooms, and 1 suite. Let me guess, should the latter be multiplied by 2? Yes, that. Well, she suddenly felt that she didn't have enough points. Then, the resort will be upgraded to level 5, and the hotel to level 7. Sui thought about it and decided to upgrade the hotel a little bit more because she needed to hire more people. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the resort to level 5, unlocking the food court in Building 4 and the hospital in Building 5, consuming a total of 140,000 points, and upgrading the hotel to level 7, unlocking the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, 6 single rooms, 10 double rooms, and 4 suites, removing the laundry room, adding a washing machine and air conditioning to each room, consuming a total of 150,000 points. The current balance is 112,195 points. How many vacant guest rooms are there now? 1 single rooms, 14 double rooms, 5 suites. Sui calculated that there were too few people who could live there. Host, actually the single room or the multi-person room are both very spacious. You mean it can accommodate multiple people? The system was speechless. For the first time, it felt that the host it was bound to was so stupid. Host, the room after upgrading is equivalent to a 1-bedroom apartment, which is for sale. Sui suddenly realized that they were the sales center. She visited the current configuration, and although there was no plan for a 1-bedroom and 1 living room, the area was already large enough that it would not be a problem for 3 people to live in a single room. A double room has 2 beds and is slightly larger than a single room. A suite has 2 bedrooms and a living room, with one room having a large bed and the other having a small bed. There is a decent living room, and both the living room and bedroom are equipped with air conditioning. The place where she lived was also upgraded, with wallpaper and floor tiles installed. The lights in the living room were upgraded to crystal chandeliers, and there were several more kinds of fruits on the table. She thought about it and set the suite to 100 points per night. After all, it was so big that many people could stay in it, and it was still very cheap if everyone shared it. She went to the restaurant again to inform Chin San and others who were having dinner, and told them if they wanted to move to a vacant room. Chin San politely declined. Although he saw the small building and the hospital suddenly appearing in the back and wanted to see what the hotel room looked like, they were here to do business, not to enjoy themselves, so there was no need for them to live so well. Everyone had the same opinion, except for a man with spatial abilities who was not very satisfied. He was the one who had just proposed to Chin San that he wanted to take over the hotel. They came out to pick up supplies and had to face the risk of being scratched by zombies. It was so hard, so what if they had a better place to live? He thought so in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied he became. After they had their meal, they went to the department store. They also wanted to see what was sold there. There is a door on the first floor that opens with a card swipe, which is the entrance. Just like a large supermarket, it is filled with rows of shelves with all kinds of daily necessities. There are 2 floors in total, with areas for toiletries, grains, oils, rice and noodles, fine cooked food, seafood, etc., including everything that could be used. Several people were shocked by the scene. It takes a huge amount of storage to support such a large supermarket. They even sell vegetables with green leaves, as well as various fruits and meats, all stored in special safes so they won't go bad. Does this mean that the resort will be able to cook in the future? Thinking of this, they suddenly regretted rejecting the boss's suggestion and really wanted to see what the hotel rooms looked like. Everyone walked all the way to the 3rd floor, where clothes were sold. The weather was neither cold nor hot, so the clothes sold were thin autumn clothes. The 3rd floor was the adult area. as well as men's and women's underwear. The fourth floor was the children's clothing and maternal and child products area. When they reached the fourth floor, they stood there for a long time without moving. Qin San and Lu Hui were dumbfounded. I hope the resort has abundant supplies. Why don't we go back and talk to Nge and move here? I agree. I agree. Let's take the supplies back first. Qin San had an embarrassed expression on his face. He also thought if he came to such a good place too late, he would have no house to live in. Chapter 12 Hot Pot Massage. A few people walked around and prepared to leave without buying anything, just looking around. After all, they didn't have many points on their cards, only enough for a meal. Brother Kong, let's go. Oh, here it comes. Zhang Zikong touched the children's clothing in front of him and suddenly remembered his daughter, who was a few years old. He couldn't let it go, but there was nothing he could do because his space on the first two floors was full. He had been collecting supplies everywhere since he came in and secretly put them into the space when they weren't paying attention. He just didn't believe it. Was there any surveillance here? However, his every move was known to the system, and he didn't care at all. He couldn't take it out without paying the points. Zhang Zikong walked out smoothly with the others, and he was still feeling complacent inside. Suddenly, Zhang Zikong's eyes blurred. He closed his eyes and fainted. Several people were frightened and rushed forward. They called for a long time, but couldn't wake him up. Qin San took a few people to carry him to the tent and settled him down. Then he went to find Su-yi alone. Boss Su, we have a teammate who... You feel dizzy, right? Su-yi interrupted him and said with a smile. Qin San was stunned. How did Boss Su know? He will wake up soon, but his ability should not be usable. The system just said that considering that it was a first offense and that he was given so many points, it was already very considerate of him not to kill him directly. Qin San walked back to the tent with a heavy face. Zhang Zikong just woke up and looked around in confusion. Then he suddenly thought of something and tried to contact the space, but found that his space could not be contacted. Zhang Zikong tried several times, but failed. He was sure that his special ability was useless. Qin San was furious when he saw Zhang Zikong, who looked anxious as he entered the tent. What did you do? Zhang Zikong didn't know what to say. I've already told you that Boss Su is not an ordinary person. How dare you steal his things? What? Brother Kong, did you steal someone else's things? Was it at the department store? No wonder you were always walking at the back. So you fainted suddenly because you were stealing something? For a moment, everyone around them looked unhappy. When they left, the boss repeatedly reminded them to respect Boss Su and not to cause trouble. Boss Su was not an ordinary person. How could he still not believe in evil? If they offended him this time, what would they eat and drink if he stopped giving them supplies? Give back what you took. Yes. How can you steal other people's things? What if Boss Su doesn't give us food? Zhang Zikong looked embarrassed and stammered as he explained. I can't use my special ability anymore. You deserve it. With a teammate like you, we never know when he will stab us in the back. Qin San rubbed his forehead and said, Okay, the most urgent thing is to apologize to Boss Su first. It seems that we can't bring so many things this time. When they brought Zhang Zikong to the hotel lobby, Sui was not there because she had taken a few guests to the food court. This building is taller than other buildings, with a total of 5 floors. Sui said that he could understand it. After all, there are countless delicious Chinese foods. The first floor is for snacks. There's a row of different ordering windows. You order through the screen and pick up the food at the window. There are also tables and chairs for dining in the lobby. Wow, this place is amazing. Xiaohao, who just bought a portion of stinky tofu, was very happy. I'll take you around first, and then we'll see what to eat. Sui was also very excited. She hadn't eaten hot pot or barbecue for a long time, especially since she was the village chief of the resort and the food was free. The snacks on the first floor dazzled everyone, including grilled cold noodles, grilled tofu, grilled squid, chicken chops, braised food, boneless chicken feet. Too many to count. They didn't know what to eat for a moment. Originally, they saw Sui going out, so they asked casually. They heard that a food court and a bath center had opened. Everyone had saved up some points in recent days, so they decided to bring their families out to enjoy themselves. Sui suggested that they eat first and then go for a massage, and he gave them a 20% discount today. When we arrived at the second floor, we saw some fast food restaurants, such as wonton, beef noodles, and home-style restaurants. What surprised everyone was that there was even KFC and McDonald's. The third floor has some special dishes. There are many windows which almost cover the special cuisines from all over China, such as Xinjiang lamb skewers, baked naan, Hunan stir-fry, Chongqing hot pot, Cantonese breakfast tea, etc., which are all popular cuisines before the end of the world. The fourth floor features cuisines from all over the world, including Turkish, French, Italian, Japanese sashimi, kimchi, etc. It's nice to change your taste occasionally. The fifth floor is the most important one. All of them are chain stores or internet celebrity stores that were well known in China before the end of the world. They are very popular ones. Among them is Su Yi's favorite old Beijing lamb hot pot. Su Yi decisively stayed on the fifth floor. The others were already discussing what to eat. Su Yi looked at the door curtain of the shabu shabu restaurant. Except for the window, the rest were small shops. Thinking of the fat and tender mutton dipped in sesame sauce, it was so delicious. The other people discussed it and decided to go to the third floor to eat hot pot because they calculated that it would be more cost-effective for several people to pay equally. Everyone agreed to meet on the first floor after dinner. Qin Sam looked around but couldn't find any trace of Su Yi. Finally, he ran into Ban Yang, who stayed in the hotel. He then realized that they had gone to the food court to eat and were going to have a massage after the meal. When will there be a food court? Can I get a massage? Where can I get a massage? Ban Yang looked at them with disdain and explained to them with an unhappy heart. It's written on the two new buildings at the back. His tone was very bad. Qin San thought this person was strange, so he didn't ask any more questions and went back to his tent. He also wanted to get a massage, but he didn't have that many points. Speaking of massage, Ban Yang also wanted to go. He heard the conversation between several people downstairs. Without even having time to put on his clothes, he hurriedly opened the door and said that he would go and wait for him. However, when he came out after packing up, everyone had left. He couldn't help but wonder if the boss did it on purpose. In fact, Sui just didn't hear it. They have good sound insulation here. Unless you stand outside the railing and shout at them, you can't hear them. The elevators are on both sides, and you can see the lobby on the first floor when you walk out of each floor. Several guests had a full meal. There were 5 adults and 3 children in their group. The total cost for the adults was less than 50 points per person, which was a good deal. When Sui went downstairs, she saw several people lying on the chairs, unable to move. She couldn't help but hold back her laughter. She hoped that after these people enjoyed themselves today, they would be more motivated to earn more points for her later. At the entrance of the bathing center, there is a big sign that reads, "You can enjoy a free bath once by bringing your points card into the store." This is the system that Sui asked to install. It is most convenient for the guests living in tents outside to take a shower here in the future. It will be removed after everyone is stable. We all went to the first floor to take a shower and then went to the third floor to swipe our cards to soak in the hot springs. The third floor is semi-open air, separated by men and women, and the hot springs here are divided into several pools. There are iron springs, whose main effect is to improve anemia, salt springs, which improve rheumatism and gynecological diseases, and sulfur springs, which soften the stratum corneum of the skin and beautify the skin. These are all very suitable for women. Of course, there are regular hot springs as well as several types suitable for the elderly, and those suitable for people with sensitive skin, allergies, etc. Sui didn't expect that there were so many things to pay attention to when taking a hot spring bath. Xiaohao followed the only man present to the men's bath, while the other women gathered together to soak in the sulfur springs. It turned out that no matter what time it is, loving beauty is a woman's nature. And the price is cheap too. During the opening period, minors can enjoy half price. Adults have 20% off, and it only costs 16 points per person. Oh, it's a good thing I met you, Boss Su. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to soak in the hot spring here. Wu Jia said with emotion. Yeah, maybe you would have turned into a zombie by now. Su, he shook his head. If you want to thank someone, you should thank yourselves. If you don't want to live and don't work hard, you will have no food to eat and no place to live if you come here. I just gave you a chance. We have all walked at the door of the King of Hell. If we don't seize the opportunity when it comes, aren't we just waiting for death? Boss Su, don't worry. We will definitely work hard to earn points to survive here. Yes, we will also help Boss Su to protect this beautiful land and our families. If anyone comes looking for trouble, I will be the first one to not let him go. Chu Meiling, the first person to stay in the hotel, witnessed how the hotel was built. She also knew that such a peaceful place in the end times would be easily coveted. She knew that Boss Su was powerful, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Hope Resort is our home and our hope. Sui looked at the high-spirited expressions of the crowd and laughed, but did not interrupt them. It was certainly a good thing to have fighting spirit in the end times. She dared to show off her supplies so ostentatiously. Of course, she was not afraid. There is a saying that goes, "In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are not repelled. Those who hide their strength and keep a low profile are simply not strong enough. What's more, she is not simply powerful. The system says that she has the absolute power of order. Her words are laws. Between heaven and earth, she is the Father. She has great power. Chapter 13. Being rebelled. In the past few days, the crystal cores that everyone worked hard on were almost immediately returned to Sue E to recharge points. Wu Jia even went to the steam room to enjoy herself, which was even better than the life before the end of the world. Because the bath center has a rest hall, a single hall, a couple's box, and a hall. Each hall is equipped with a projection, and you can watch the popular movies and TV series before. Song Jiang and Chu Miling simply spent a huge amount of money to sleep in the couple's box. When Sui came back, Chin San was still sitting at the hotel entrance waiting for her. Boss Su, I'm here to apologize to you. When Chin San saw her coming back, he quickly stood up to stop her, fearing that she would leave again. Apologize? Apologize for what? Su E looked confused. Chin San. So the boss has forgotten it? That's right. Our team members are in the store. After hearing this, Su E remembered it, but she really didn't take it seriously. It's okay. He can't take it away anyway. Chin San. Is this confidence? Is this absolute confidence? Chin San carefully looked at Su Yi's expression again, and only felt relieved when he was sure that she didn't take it seriously. Su Yi returned to his small room and took a careful look at the room's current appearance. As the hotel was upgraded, her room was also upgraded. 4 more kinds of fruits were added to the table, namely strawberries, cherry tomatoes, pears, and peaches, all of which were her favorites. The TV was replaced with an LCD TV, and a small balcony was added outside the window. There was a vertical air conditioning fan in the room, which was placed in the living room. In the summer, she sat on the sofa, eating fruits and enjoying the air conditioning. It was so comfortable. Tongzi, how long will it take until the extreme cold? Host, there are 26 days and 3 hours left. Oyinodit. She had clearly felt the temperature slowly dropping in the past few days. Before, there was still sunshine at noon, and she wouldn't feel cold even in short sleeves. She needs to act quickly. A group of people sent by the Dawn base arrived nearby early. I have been observing the situation these days. Brother Tsong, when are we going in? A man wearing a blue baseball cap next to him was a little excited. These days, he watched the people coming and going. They were well-fed and well-dressed, but they were starving outside. Didn't the boss ask them to test it out? Isn't living there the best way to test it out? Let's go. Lu Tsong was the person who delivered the message to Ji Lin before. This time he brought 5 people out to see what this Hope Resort had. Lu Tsong and his companions passed the tent at the entrance and went directly to the hotel lobby. Boss, we want to stay in the hotel? Lu Tsong simply placed all the crystal cores in his hand on the front desk. Sui heard the voice and came out. Lu Tsong's eyes lit up when he saw the female boss. Sui wore a white shirt, slightly pale, high-waisted jeans, and sneakers today. Her long hair was fixed behind her head with a hairpin. There were some strands of hair left on her forehead and cheeks. She looked youthful and beautiful. In addition, she was dressed neatly, which made it easy for people to like her at this time. Lu Tsong's eyes were fixed on Sui, and he couldn't take his eyes off him. Sui looked at the kid. Although he hated being stared at, there was no chaotic emotion in his eyes. He seemed to be a nice person. We have single rooms, double rooms, and suites where a few people can squeeze in. The prices are all above. Which one would you like to stay in? Lu Tsong calculated that there were 6 of them in total, and it would be a waste for each person to have a single room. A single room cost 40 points a night, and a suite cost 100 points a night. If 3 of them stayed in the suite, each person would earn less than 35 points. Please give us 2 suites. Lu Tsong followed the instructions and recharged his points card. The others followed suit. They made a living by killing zombies, and the last thing they needed was crystal cores. System prompt: earn 600 points, current balance 112,795 points. After checking in, Sui took the 6 people for a walk in the hotel lobby. This is our restaurant, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner with limited hours. It was morning now, and there were several people dining here and there in the restaurant. When Lu Tsong saw what they were eating, his mouth opened in shock. A little girl is peeling an egg, and the boy next to her is eating fried dough sticks and soy milk. Is this something they will see in the end times? They followed Sui out of the hotel again. Sui took them to several newly built small buildings. Lu Tsong was puzzled. That was not right. Wasn't it said that Koyu Villa was an abandoned, unfinished project? Why did these buildings look not rotten at all? But when he saw the words clearly on the door of Building 2, he was stunned. This is a department store, mainly selling daily necessities and clothing. The prices are reasonable. If you need anything, you can come and browse. Through the door, Lu Tsong could clearly see the decoration of the first floor inside. It was just like the supermarket before the end of the world, with rows of shelves neatly placed with supplies. This is a hospital. It has the most advanced diagnostic equipment. Everything is fully automated and can perform surgeries automatically. This is the food street. It contains delicacies from all over the world before the end of the world, as well as Chinese special snacks such as hot pot and barbecue. This is the bathing center. There is a hot spring on the third floor. Of course, your rooms are equipped with private bathrooms. If you want to relax, you can come here. These are all the facilities we hope to have at the resort for now, with more buildings and services to come. Hoy similet profesional. Lu Tsong and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that this place was so complete. If they had enough crystal cores, they could just stay here and start their retirement. Sui was always paying attention to the expressions of several people. Why did she introduce it in such detail? Of course, there's a reason. When these people came in, her brother Tongzi reminded her, if abnormal psychology of residents is detected, whether to deal with it. In fact, she wanted to see what these people were trying to do. Boss, your place is so nice. Aren't you afraid that others will be jealous? After seeing all this, Lu Tsong stuttered and asked this question. Everyone who is jealous is dead. Sui said this with a smile. Lu Tsong suddenly felt a chill. He looked at the people around him. They also looked unhappy, but the longing in their eyes could not be concealed. He suddenly thought that they were all people with special abilities, and they could easily go out and kill zombies to get crystal cores and survive. Why should they listen to that man and work like slaves in the Dawn base? The more Lu Tsong thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. They couldn't even have hot meals, and any good food went into Ji Lin's stomach. But if they stayed here killing zombies every day, eating, drinking, taking a bath, and enjoying a massage, it seemed not bad. When Lu Tsong entered the lobby, he noticed the rules posted in front of the bar. No making trouble, no fighting, and guests must get along with each other in a friendly manner. They were not vicious criminals. They had no choice but to do many things because Ji Lin told them to. Who asked them to feed them? Thinking of this, Lu Tsong's face changed. Boss, rest assured, we will stay in the hotel honestly and pay the rent on time. Sui nodded with satisfaction, turned and left. It's not in vain that she put so much thought into it. After Sui left, the person behind Lu Tsong leaned over to take a look and whispered in his ear. Brother Tsong, when are we going to start? Bah, why did you hit me? Lu Tsong punched him in despair. That's right. Are you stupid? We are killing zombies here, eating well, living well, and taking showers, and you still want to work for that scumbag. Another person looked at him with disdain and spoke. Yes, we just stay here honestly. You see, there is everything here. It is no better than the Dawn base. Ji Lin probably didn't expect that the people he sent would be turned against him as soon as they came in. Chapter 14. Here to cause trouble. In a villa community a few kilometers away from Koyu Villa, a man with a scar on his face was sitting on the sofa in the living room. In front of him was a pile of colorful crystal cores. The man looked very unhappy. What's going on? Why are there so few crystal cores recently? Hearing his words, the people around him trembled all over and quickly knelt down and spoke anxiously. Brother Biao, we don't know either. There are suddenly fewer zombies nearby recently. Long Biao suddenly stood up and kicked the younger brother who was talking. You useless thing, if you can't find a crystal core, dig yours out and give it to me. The younger brother knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to breathe. This Long Biao took advantage of the chaos when the end of the world came and escaped from the detention center in City A. Because he was charged with murder, but he was protected by people above him, he remained in the detention center and was not released for a long time, and no verdict was given. Brother Biao, I heard that there is a Hope Resort in City A recently. Long Biao's eyes lit up. What Hope Resort? The person who was talking saw that something interesting was going on and quickly continued. I heard that it's a treasure land with hot meals, water, and even a bath, and the boss is a beautiful woman. Oh! Long Biao was a little excited when he heard the last sentence. They were not short of food. The only thing they lacked was women. He was tired of playing with the women he captured along the way. Some were dead, and some were injured. Before the end of the world, he always acted arbitrarily and without thinking because he had someone protecting him. Recently, there's suddenly fewer zombies. That's because many people heard that the Hope Resort has good treatment, so they went to kill zombies to get crystal cores in exchange for points. They all want to stay at the Hope Resort. After the man's provocation, Long Biao was moved. Tell someone to bring their weapons, and come with me. Long Biao picked up a pistol next to him. When he came out, he stole a batch of weapons from the detention center, including pistols, ammunition, and batons. If Sui was here, she would definitely recognize the man who was speaking. It was Li Lei, the man who she had helped Wu Jia when she passed by, and who was tied up by her and unable to move. If Wu Jia were here, she would definitely sigh and wonder why this person is not dead yet. Li Lei laughed sinisterly. You damn woman, let's see what you can do this time. Long Biao is a 4th-level psychic. It is precisely because he discovered the secret of absorbing crystal cores to improve his superpowers that his superpower level has soared since the end of the world. Although that woman is a bit weird, he doesn't believe that even a 4th-level psychic can't do anything to her. Long Biao stood up and left with dozens of people. Li Lei led the way in front, but no one noticed the black line on Long Biao's neck that was faintly visible along the blood vessels. The team of residents who were preparing to go out and kill zombies had just left the house when they suddenly ran in a hurry. Boss Su! Boss Su! Something bad has happened. Wu Jia knew where Boss Su lived and knocked on the door frantically. Su, he rubbed his eyes, got up, and opened the door. What's wrong? Damn it, she hasn't gotten enough sleep yet. We were just about to go out to kill the zombies when we saw Long Biao and his men coming towards us. Wu Jia's teeth were chattering when she mentioned Long Biao. This man had also caught the eye of her daughter. She would never forget this in her life. Long Biao. Yes, Boss Su. That's the brother Biao we told you about before we moved in. He escaped from the detention center and killed someone, but he has someone protecting him. The ones who spoke were Chu Meiling and her husband, with melancholy looks in their eyes. Could it be that the good days that had just come so soon were going to be ruined like this? Sui yawned and said lightly, Don't go out today, just stay in the resort and let them do whatever they want. After saying that, Sui turned around and prepared to go back to sleep. Suddenly he paused, turned around and added, Notify the other residents. After saying that, he closed the door and went back to sleep, leaving a few people standing there in a daze. Why isn't Boss Su in a hurry at all? Boss Su doesn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Have you forgotten that Boss Su is also very powerful? Let's listen to Boss Su and go back to catch up on some sleep. We gotten up too early these past few days. I'll go inform the others. The few people standing at the door dispersed in an instant. After receiving the notice, Ban Yang closed the door with a serious expression. After thinking for a while, he took out his communication device and clicked on Rong and's avatar. Boss, Long Biao escaped and is in City A. Got it. Roland paused for a moment, then added, We might be too late. Keep a close eye on us. The higher-ups want us alive. Ban Yang responded and then disconnected the call. Outside the door, Long Biao and his men surrounded the resort's entrance. The resort's large iron gate was locked. They tried, but the lock on the door was too strange. They smashed it for a long time, but it didn't move at all. They were afraid of attracting zombies, so they didn't dare to shoot. Listen up, everyone inside. Hand over the supplies, and I'll spare your lives. If you don't come out, we'll force our way in. You also know that this is the end of the world, and no one will care about burning, killing, and looting. Those people lying in the tent, I saw you. Come and open the door. The people in the resort seemed not to hear anything and continued doing their own things. Long Biao looked vicious and took out the pistol from his waist. If you don't come over here, I'll shoot. Still no one paid any attention to him. Long Biao was furious and fired a shot at the occupied tent closest to the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as the bullet hit the iron gate, it was blocked by an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Long Biao was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. If he had such an iron wall, he would be able to walk around freely in the end times. After thinking for a while, Long Biao changed his tone. Is the boss here? We want to stay in a hotel. We have crystal cores, lots of them, and we will definitely not default on rent. Still no one paid any attention to him. Long Biao was furious. Sui had been woken up by him a long time ago, so she lay in the room watching the system monitor her. Host, this person will mutate soon. I suggest you get rid of him. Mutation? The system adjusted the surveillance clarity and then enlarged the image of Long Biao. Sui clearly saw a flash of black line on his exposed neck. Why is this happening? Sui was puzzled. If he was bitten or scratched by a zombie, he would not have lived this long. It was detected that he had the power of a zombie. He must have absorbed the energy in the crystal core in an improper way. He understood. No wonder this man could be so domineering in the end times. It turned out that he used improper methods to enhance his supernatural powers. She suddenly thought of Nji and the others. They were also using crystal cores to enhance their superpowers. Would something go wrong? Host, rest assured. The crystal cores they use have all been tempered by fire energy. They'll be fine. It's just that the improvement is relatively slow. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Nji was a major source of income for her. Host, I suggest you clear him. His ability level is not low. If he mutates, he will not be an ordinary zombie, which will affect the mission. Okay, then I'll go meet this person. Sui got up, changed his clothes, and walked out of the hotel. Ban Yang had been observing the situation. When he saw Sui coming out, he had a vague bad thought in his mind, so he quickly opened the door and followed him out. Chapter 15. The Dragon Family in Beijing. Brother Biao, the person has come out. Long Biao's eyes widened as he looked at the person who was slowly walking out in front of him. During the apocalypse, all the women he caught were dirty. This was the first time he saw such a clean and neat girl. There was no makeup on her fair face. The few people following Sui were also residents of the resort, and they were all dressed neatly. Long Biao looked behind her and saw a few people he had seen before, including Wu Jia, who was taking care of the child. He didn't expect that she was quite pretty after getting dressed up. Wu Jia immediately saw Li Lei following behind Long Biao, the man she hated to the core, the disgusting man who even wanted to trade her own daughter for food. Boss Su, it's Li Lei, Wu Jia said in Su Yi's ear with gritted teeth. Li Lei also saw Wu Jia. He didn't expect that the woman looked fatter after not seeing her for a while. It seemed that life in the resort was really great. Hello, boss. We want to stay at the hotel. Long Biao suppressed his inner impulse and said in a gentle voice, Stay in the hotel? Sui looked at him and said sarcastically, Our hotel does not accept dying people. Bah, how can you talk like that? That's right. How can you curse our brother Biao? It's no use hiding in a turtle shell. Come out if you have the guts. Long Biao's face darkened. Boss, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, there's no need for me to talk to you nicely. Since you don't dare to come out, you'd better stay in there for the rest of your life. Long Biao glanced at the people inside sinisterly. He knew that these people had to rely on crystal cores to renew their room fees. Otherwise, they would be kicked out by the boss. Let's go. Long Biao led everyone to leave. Have I given you leave to go? Sui smiled. She raised her hand, and the chain on the door fell off as if by magic, and then slowly opened. I think what Brother Biao said makes sense. In that case, you can move in. Long Biao was stunned. So simple? They tried to break the chain for a long time, but couldn't do anything. But this woman opened it? The residents following Sui were also stunned. Did they really want him to move in? Seeing that no one moved, Sui laughed mockingly. Why? The door is open, but you don't dare to come in. Bullshit. I'm afraid of you a bitch. Long Biao waved his hand and walked in with everyone. Li Lei was a little hesitant at first, but seeing that everyone had come in and there was nothing to do, he followed in as well. Sui looked at everyone coming in and laughed even more wildly, as if he saw his prey entering his encirclement. Now that you are here, don't leave. Sui muttered to himself. Brother Tongzi, let's do it. The system received the order, and the people who came in suddenly stood still and couldn't move, as if their bodies were restrained by something. Sui let them in just to make it easier to take action. There are too many variables outside. She doesn't understand the abilities of the superpowers in this world. After learning from the system that Long Biao is a 4th-level superpower and has swallowed the crystal core of a zombie, she is afraid of something unexpected happening. So she decided to do it in her own territory to feel more at ease. What did you do? Why can't I move? Help, boss, please save us. Sui glanced and saw Lu Tsong and others hiding in the hotel and watching this side. Seeing this situation, Ban Yang had nothing to understand. Boss Su wanted to kill someone. Boss Su. I have something to say. He hurried forward. Brotherin had said that he wanted to save him alive, and Long Biao was that man's nephew. The news that he had sent that Long Biao was alive must have already reached the capital. If something happened here, how would he explain it? What did you say? That Long Biao can't be killed. Sui turned his head and stared at him. His dark eyes seemed to have seen through everything. What do you know? Ban Yang stuttered. Why did he feel like he had no secrets at all? Could it be that Boss Su already knew everything? What do you think I know? Su Yi's tone was full of disgust. She had gone through so much time and space, so many eras, and this was the only time she felt disgusted. One of her missions was in ancient times. She had to support a wise ruler to ascend the throne. The dying old emperor was a wise ruler, but his son was incompetent. He wanted to assassinate him, poison him, and kill him. Anyway, he wanted him to die early so that he could inherit the throne. At the same time, he was accumulating wealth from the people and oppressing the people by taking advantage of his position. After all this was exposed by people supported by Su Yi, the emperor decided to take drastic measures and dealt with them decisively. The emperor was subject to the same punishment as the common people for breaking the law. Why can't we kill him? Brother Ban, you are confused. Yes, he is a wicked man. You don't know how many people he has killed. Ban Yang was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to explain. He looked at Su Yi. Su Yi's eyes were firm and resolute, and also revealed a hint of ruthlessness. In her previous life, she was submissive, but after going through so many missions, she is no longer the original Su Yi. When she was doing the mission for the first time, she was too virtuous, but in the end she was betrayed and almost captured by American scientists for research. The system saved her life at the critical moment, and she understood this truth at that time. Ban Yang hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and whispered, "Boss Su, this man is the nephew of the head of the Long family. The Long family now has great prestige in the military base in the capital. You, none of my business? Why are you so rude?" Ban Yang seemed to be frightened by Su Yi's rudeness, and then waved his hand. Forget it. If you want to kill me, just kill me. When my boss comes to pick me up, remember to explain to me." After saying that, Ban Yang stopped looking at them and turned back to the hotel. Who doesn't know that Long Biao is a bad guy? What can he do? He is just a worker. After the interlude, Su Yi turned his head and continued to look at Long Biao, who was trapped in the same place and unable to move. "Tell me how you want to die." Su Yi took out a small stool from his personal space and sat in the middle. "Everyone. Sister, you're a little crazy." Long Biao's eyes widened with anger. He heard the conversation just now. Ban Yang should be from the capital and know his identity. But this woman was obviously not afraid and even wanted to kill him. Long Biao panicked and wanted to open his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't make any sound. "Do you know why I said you were going to die?" Su Yi didn't intend to let him speak. "Thank you," and didn't want to listen. "You have been absorbing the energy from the zombie crystal cores to improve your abilities, but you have been using the wrong method." Long Biao seemed surprised that she knew this. It's true that crystal cores can improve people's abilities, but if you don't use the right method, you will be assimilated and turned into a monster later on. The people who heard this were stunned. Su Yi said this in public just to prevent someone from taking the crystal core to absorb it privately. She stood up and walked forward, and a small dagger appeared in her hand. Long Biao watched the dagger approaching him, and his eyes widened in horror. However, the dagger only cut open his collar. Su Yi pulled hard, and the clothes on his upper body were torn open, revealing a large area of skin. Everyone saw that it was different from ordinary people's skin. The blood vessels under the skin were black and seemed to be beating continuously as if they had life. For the first time, Long Biao felt scared. He was not afraid of Su Yi, but of the person who told him these things. After he discovered the strangeness in himself, he went to ask the person who told him to improve his superpowers. That person said that this was normal and it would be fine after the upgrade. Long Biao didn't think much about it. "I didn't expect the reason to be like this, but what is that person's purpose?" "Host, if you want to kill him, aim for his heart. His heart has already started to mutate." Su Yi understood that the virus had not yet spread to the brainstem. She held the dagger high. Long Biao suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his mouth kept moving, as if he wanted to say something anxiously. Su Yi looked at his lip shape, had some guesses in his mind, and then he released his restraints. "Boss, I have something to say." Long Biao suddenly found that he could speak. "Just as I was about to curse, I thought about my current situation, and a sense of relief inexplicably flashed through my heart. Boss, I know I'm going to die. The day before the incident, someone came to the detention center to see me and told me that the situation would change tomorrow and told me to act accordingly." Chapter 16, Death of Long Biao. Sure enough, something happened the next day. I took advantage of the chaos to escape. That person found me again when I awakened my superpowers. He said, when he said this, Long Biao suddenly widened his eyes because he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't say the next words. Su Yi looked at him and realized that someone was not letting him speak. Good. Very good. The trouble has reached her territory. The black blood vessels in Long Biao's body suddenly began to beat wildly, as if they were about to break through the skin at any time. The black lines on his neck suddenly grew wildly and soon spread to his cheeks. Host, he's going to mutate. Sui got the hint, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and stabbed the dagger fiercely into his chest. The restless black blood vessels stopped rioting and instantly dissipated from Long Biao's body. Without the system's restraint, Long Biao fell backwards lifelessly. The people brought by Long Biao were stunned by this scene. They had never expected such an outcome. Boss, spare me, boss. Boss, we were forced to do this. Please let us go. Yes, boss. We are also forced to do this. I have elderly and children at home waiting for food. With the appearance of a voice, more and more cries for mercy made Sui uneasy. She felt that this mission seemed not as simple as just rebuilding her home. You followed Long Biao and did a lot of bad things. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale. Throw it into the city center to feed the zombies. As soon as the voice fell, in the horrified looks of several people, the scenery of the resort disappeared and was replaced by the #1 primary school in the city center of A. Several people were teleported to the playground. The scattered construction equipment in the playground had rusted, and the unattended runway was overgrown with weeds. The sudden smell of flesh and blood attracted the surrounding zombies. Several people screamed immediately. Ah! Help! Run, run! As the crowd's voices grew louder, countless zombies swarmed out of the teaching building. Several people ran quickly towards the gate of the playground. Just when they were about to reach it, the retractable gate suddenly closed slowly. The gate was not high, and if several people worked together, they could escape. The problem was that these people were used to being selfish. Don't push me. I'll go first. I'll come first. I'll come and pick you up. Bullshit. I don't believe you. Ah, they are chasing us. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Li Lei was not teleported there. This was specially left by Sui for Wu Jia. I'll leave this person to you. Sui turned around and instructed Wu Jia. Wu Jia looked at him, hatred gushing from her eyes. Jia, you can't. Shut up and don't call me. You don't want your daughter to be without a father, right? Let's start over, okay? My mother is dead. No one will. Wife. Wu Jia's stomach churned. This man really made her sick. Boss, can you lend me your dagger? Sui nodded and handed the dagger to her. Wu Jia took the dagger and imitated Sui. When she was about to stab him in the chest, Wu Jia changed direction. Li Lei was delighted. He said that this woman would definitely be soft-hearted. Every time he just coaxed her a few words. Before he could rejoice, the dagger slashed the artery in Li Lei's neck. You, if I remember correctly, you're also a person with superpowers. Wu Jia said viciously. Boss Su, throw him into the zombie pile and let him become a zombie. We will take his crystal core. He suddenly felt a cold wind blowing from behind her. It was true that one should not mess with women. No problem. He ordered Tongzi to throw Li Lei to a place with fewer zombies to prevent him from being eaten completely. Just consider it as your last contribution to Xiaoxi. No! Li Lei screamed heartbreakingly. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and he screamed very weakly. The loss of blood left him with no strength. Sui glanced again and saw that the sneaky figures of Lu Tsong and his companions were no longer in the hotel. When Lu Tsong saw Sui killing people without mercy, he had already taken a few people back to the room. Brother Tsong, it's a good thing we listened to you. That woman was too cruel. Yes, she also has that unknown ability. It's so scary. Lu Tsong was silent, feeling fortunate for his wise choice. At this moment in the capital, the security zone of the military base was built in a villa area on the outskirts of Beijing. It was surrounded by high walls and electric fences. It seemed that the developers of the villas had taken this into consideration when building it. In the largest three-story building in the middle of the villa area, Long Qiyuan was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. Suddenly, there was a wave from underground, and the ground was shaking visibly. Long Qiyuan suddenly opened his eyes. You stay here. Long Qiyuan told the bodyguard to stay here, and he went to the utility room on the first floor. After groping around on the wall of the utility room, Long Qiyuan felt a round metal protrusion. He took 3 steps forward, then stomped on the spot twice and pressed down the protrusion on the wall. This was a dark basement. The damp and complex air in the basement made Long Qiyuan frown. He endured the discomfort and continued to walk down. This floor only had some weapons and daily necessities. He came to one of the boxes, moved two large boxes, and a metal door appeared in front of him. He took out the key and opened the door. The environment behind the door suddenly became bright, which was completely different from the dark basement. Long Chi-Yun thought about it and took out the communication equipment. Old Liu, bring down 2 test subjects. Ban Yang also saw what happened from the window on the second floor. I have to say, he really admires Boss Su. He also saw the scene of Long Biao's transformation. Since no one upstairs could hear it, he didn't know what happened. Thinking of this, he had a bitter face again. Old Man Long's nephew died in City A. They would probably be punished when they returned. However, Long Biao's scene was no longer human, because no one's blood vessels were black. After thinking about it, he decided to report the matter to his boss. Rongin and his group have arrived at the toll station in City A. At this time, he received a summons. Boss, Long Biao is dead. Rong-An's expression tightened. What's going on? Ban Yang explained the whole story to him, and after he finished, there was silence on the other end of the communicator for a while. Brother, and there's a message from Beijing radio station. Rong-An's face looked very gloomy. Explain. They said they received news that a descendant of the Long family was left in City A, and they wanted us to escort him back. Ban Yang heard it clearly on the other end of the communicator. He cursed in his heart. What the hell? Why don't your family members answer it themselves? What should I do, boss? Your grandfather is still seriously ill. If you offend them at this time, they will definitely target you. Roland was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. Boss, are you stupid? How can you still laugh? Ban Yang was almost dying of anxiety. The situation at the military base in the capital was much more complicated than they had imagined. Several major families wanted the management authority of the center, but no one dared to overstep their authority as long as Grandpa Rong was still alive. It was said that Grandpa Rong had a super weapon in his hands, so they could only do some small moves in private. Why can't you laugh? Long Biao died at the hands of a high-level zombie. What does it have to do with me, Rongin? Chapter 17, The Boss is Here. Hopefully the crisis at the resort has been resolved for now. The guests went out early and came back late as usual to collect crystal cores. This was the scene Sui saw when he woke up. 3 women and 1 man were sitting in the yard. A piece of rag that they found from somewhere was spread on the table. The 4 people's hands were touching the table. Sue, he was silent. 5 barrels. Bump. Touch yourself. Touching up and down, and touching myself. Huh? Yes, they're playing mahjong. Sue, he walked over curiously. These people got the mahjong from somewhere. They moved the table out of the room and started playing mahjong in the yard. Boss Sue, do you want to play a few rounds? Wu Jia turned around and saw Sue E behind him. Sue E waved her hands quickly and said she couldn't do that. Chu Miling smiled and said, the last time Song Jiang went out to kill zombies, he found this set of mahjong in a residential building and brought it back. Sui thought that they really had too little entertainment now. Usually, a group of men went to find crystal cores. Chu Miling wanted to follow, but Song Jiang wouldn't let her. Xiao Hao can kill zombies by himself now. Xiaoxi also accidentally awakened an offensive ability after she got sick and had a fever last time. As long as she and Xiao Hao didn't encounter high-level zombies, there would be no problem. Should she add some entertainment to Hope Resort? You guys play, I'll just watch. Sui took out a chair from the system space, sat beside them, and watched them play mahjong, while silently calling the system. Brother Tongzi, when can the entertainment facilities be unlocked? Host, the entertainment facilities are not in the system service, but in the system store. What this means is that you have to buy the toys yourself. Okay, let me see what we have. The system quickly called up the store. Sui glanced over. I hope the internet cafe has 10,000 points. 15,000 points in the chess and card room. Swimming pool, 20,000 points. I hope to get 20,000 points from karaoke. Where will this be built? Will they have to open a separate building? These are all considered branches of the hotel, and they will open up space in the hotel just like a restaurant. Then let's build a chess and card room and an internet cafe. Successfully consumed 35,000 points. Current balance is 77,195 points. Sui went back to the hotel first to check. Sure enough, the first floor of the hotel seemed to have been expanded, with 2 glass doors added on both sides of the first floor. Sui opened the door and looked at the chess and card room first. There were several automatic mahjong machines, playing cards, board games, etc. All of them were counted as chess and card games. Sui suddenly felt a little conflicted. Tongzi, how do you charge for this entertainment facility? After all, other people can play with just a chair or a table, but if she charges points, it seems a bit. Host, you can enter the entertainment facilities by swiping your card. No points are charged. Each person can only stay in there for 6 hours a day. If you exceed the time, you will be forced to be quarantined. People under the age of 16 can only enter on Saturdays and Sundays, and can only stay for 1 hour each time. Sui suddenly thought, why is this so much like a game system? As long as it's free, Sui informed the 4 people playing mahjong at the door of the news chess room. Upon hearing this, several people rushed back to the hotel. The main reason is that playing mahjong by hand is too tiring. Automatic mahjong machines are much better. They can automatically code the cards, saving time and effort. Boss Su, you are so thoughtful. Wu Jia excitedly gave Su a bear hug. This was the scene Rongan saw when he arrived at Hope Resort. Several people were surrounding a woman and laughing happily. The woman was standing in the middle of the crowd, also with a satisfied smile on her face. He was a little dazed for a moment. It had been so long since he saw such a smile, whether it was the ugly zombies or the humans struggling to survive in the apocalypse, the terrified, the desperate, the dull. Boss Su, there are a few strange people standing at the door. Chu Miling had sharp eyes and saw Rong and at the door. These people are dressed in camouflage uniforms and look like they are not easy to mess with. Sui stopped smiling and looked at the man standing in the front. The man was wearing a hat, so his facial expression could not be seen clearly. He was very tall, and his leather boots were stained with some black and red substance, which was a mixture of mud and blood. He gave off an aura that said, keep away from strangers. Sui suddenly thought of the boss that Ban Yang mentioned. She walked forward, stood at the door, and looked straight at Rongan. Hello, do you want to stay in a hotel? Live. Sui opened the door and welcomed the person in. Ban Yang had seen his boss a long time ago. He changed his clothes and washed up before running downstairs. Brethren, I miss you so much, Will. Ban Yang rushed towards Rongan, ready to complain with tears and snot. An expression of disgust flashed across Rongan's face, and he dodged Ban Yang sideways, and Ban Yang threw himself into the arms of the person behind him. He himself did not notice and continued to cry. You don't know how I lived without you. And how could you be so cruel to leave me here alone? I am having such a hard time. Ahem, Ban Yang, it's me. The man finally couldn't help but speak out, and from his expression, it was obvious that he was trying not to laugh. The people behind Rong and were obviously used to Ban Yang's behavior. Ban Yang shuddered. Xiaotsen. Sui ignored the noisy people. Instead, he felt a little envious. It seemed that the relationship in their team was pretty good. Brethren, you have such a cruel heart. Let's get down to business. Ahem, boss. Let me introduce you. This is Boss who I told you about. It's really nice here. We have food, drinks, and even showers. Inside. Hello, Mr. Su. Please help us check in. Rongan was very polite, with a hint of distance in his tone. Sui brought a few people into the hotel. After Rongan came in, he kept looking around. 80,000. 5. Haha, I messed up again. The sound coming from the chess and card room startled everyone. What the hell? Are they playing mahjong? They're playing mahjong in the end times? Rongan's stern expression also broke a little. He had always heard Ban Yang say that this place was good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Boss Su, let me introduce you to the boss. Good. Sui is happy to have some free time. Brethren, you can use this machine to recharge your card with crystal cores. The housing prices are very cheap there. Rongan quickly took out the crystal core and issued cards to several people. I'll take you to the restaurant. The food here is delicious. There's even meat. A few people didn't take it seriously at first, but when they entered the restaurant, they realized that they were narrow-minded. Today's menu is stir-fried yellow beef, lion's head, and spicy chicken. Everyone is drooling at the sight of the hot and red spicy chicken. No wonder you seem to have gained a lot of weight. Life is so good. Xiaotsen joked with a smile. This is just the beginning. You may not know that there is a food court here with all kinds of delicious food. Last time, Boss Su took them to eat hot pot. And hot pot? Then why didn't you go? Xiaotsen grasped the key point and hit the target in one stroke. Don't eat it. Ban Yang angrily snatched Xiaotsen's plate. After a little farce, Ban Yang finally returned to the main topic. Boss, why are there only so few of you? I asked others to send the survivors back to the base. Rongan took a bite of the food on the plate and continued. Last time you mentioned the matter of high-level zombies, we went to the supermarket you mentioned before we came here, but we didn't find anything. At this point, Rongan frowned. Didn't notice? Ban Yang's usual laughing expression also subsided. The greatest discovery is not discovering anything, not to mention any traces. Even the bodies of the survivors were not found. Impossible, Banyang exclaimed. He clearly remembered that only a few people escaped at that time, and some people had been bitten by zombies. Even if there were no traces of zombies, it would be impossible that there were no corpses at all. At least there would be a broken arm or leg. Nothing was found in the entire supermarket except for the remaining bloodstains. Chapter 18 Weird Things. Rong An's expression was also very solemn. He vaguely felt that this matter was a little tricky. You guys take a rest first, have a good meal, and take a shower. We'll go check it out tomorrow. Okay, Brother Eucalyptus. Seeing such an environment, several people couldn't wait to go to the room to take a look. There were 7 of them in total. Except for Rong, and who lived in a single room, everyone else lived in a double room. When Cui Yingying came to the restaurant to eat, she happened to meet Rong and others. These days, Zhang Su went out to kill zombies, and she stayed in the hotel. Every time Zhang Su came back, he would add 100 points to her card. Cui Yingying was a little dissatisfied. 100 points were too few. What could she do with them? A few days ago, she saw Su Yi taking a few people to eat hot pot and have a massage in a hot spring. She secretly took a look and found it was too expensive. The points on her card were only enough for her to stay and eat. When she saw Rongin, her eyes lit up. This man had an extraordinary temperament at first glance. She looked at the group of people calmly. Everyone sat upright, and after eating, they stacked their plates neatly in front of them. Cui Yingying's mind moved. Rongin, who was standing aside, seemed to sense someone's unfriendly gaze. He suddenly looked up and glanced at Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying was startled and quickly lowered her head to eat the food on her plate. So scary. But then I thought, the end of the world has lasted for so long. Which man would not want to have a woman by his side? Thinking about it, Cui Yingying smiled again and ate faster. After dinner, Rongin just returned to the room when the special communication device on his body rang. Rongin frowned and pressed the answer button. Major Rong, how is the investigation of the high-level zombies in City A going? This was a sound he hated extremely. Reporting to the commander, high-level zombies have appeared in City A. We are investigating. Rongin paused and added. Many survivors have died at his hands. Long Chiyuan suddenly didn't know what to say. Rongin didn't say anything, but he had already guessed that this kid would definitely say that Long Biao died at the hands of zombies. Where's Long Biao? Report to the commander. No one has been seen yet. It's not his fault. He was telling the truth. He really didn't see Long Biao. However, Long Chiyuan's reaction confirmed some of his guesses. Long Chiyuan didn't dare to ask too much. This special communicator was specially developed by the Defense Department, and every conversation was monitored by the exclusive department. I heard that there is a survivor resort in City A that has abundant supplies and is not attacked by zombies. Yes, we are resting here. It's so confusing. How can such a thing be in private hands? Roman cursed in his heart. Bah, this old guy thinks I don't know what he's thinking. I'm afraid you don't have enough manpower, so I sent you a few reinforcements. After saying that, Long Chiyuan also added a sentence. I hope that with their assistance, you can successfully complete the mission and come back alive. After hanging up the phone, Rong An's face turned pale. Reinforcements? I'm afraid they're fatal reinforcements. As soon as they arrived at the resort, Long Chiyuan received the message. As soon as he entered the house, Long Chiyuan called him. What a coincidence. Rongan narrowed his eyes. Very good, he wanted to see who was so bold. Boss Su. Sui was curled up on the sofa watching a TV series, a popular ancient costume fantasy drama before the end of the world. The heroine and the hero were tied together for 3 lifetimes, and each lifetime was a bad fate. A knock on the door interrupted her tears that had just been brewing. She opened the door, and Rongan was standing outside. Is there something wrong? Sui didn't plan to let Rongan in. First, this was her private room, and it was inconvenient. Second, she was not familiar with this person. I have something to ask you. Sui looked around and saw that the doors of several rooms were ajar, and there were several people in the restaurant who came with Rong, and Sui understood. Let's talk about it somewhere else. The two came to the food court and found a seat to sit down in the lobby on the first floor. Where did you get your supplies from? As far as I know, if you hadn't prepared in advance, these food, water, and daily necessities would have been sold out months ago. Sui was stunned. She hasn't thought about this question carefully yet. Although she had guessed that Rongan would ask this question, she didn't expect it to be so direct. But she didn't plan to answer. She looked at Rongan and said with a smile, Why should I tell you that you eat my food, live in my house, and yet you come to question me? Roland was a little embarrassed and said quickly, "That's not what I meant. It's just we haven't investigated the origin of the zombies yet, so." Sui nodded and replied, "My supplies are from regular channels, and there is no such thing as predictive ability. You just need to know this." The two were silent for a while, and Roland reminded them, Long Chiyuan already knows that his nephew is dead, and it is related to Hope Resort. If you can't handle it, you can ask us for help. I appreciate your kindness. Oyi similit indiferente. Anyway, she will leave after completing the task. If you have the ability, catch her across time and space. Let's defeat the system first. Roland looked at her expression and could not see any fear in her. He was unsure for a moment. Was this person so confident? I feel very peaceful here, and I hope it can stay that way forever. Forget it, you don't have to rush to refuse. Sui shook his head and looked at Roland. You need supplies, I can provide them. But no one can touch the resort, and no one can harm the residents here. Otherwise, no matter who he is, I will not let him go. Sui said word by word. Sooner or later, she will go to the capital. The name of this mission is to save the blue planet. Those inexplicable things, such as Long Biao's mutation and the intelligent zombies that appeared in the supermarket, will threaten the safety of the people here. What if he asks you to hand over the resort? What if he is curious about everything that happens here? Roland tapped the table and looked at everything around him thoughtfully. He had done some research before he came here and found out that this Kuiyu Villa was an abandoned, unfinished building before, and these buildings that appeared out of nowhere were definitely not projects that could be completed in a few days or even months. Sui looked at him. She could feel that this person had no ill intentions and might even be the opposite of that Long Chiyuan. There are so many curious people. Sui spread his hands indifferently. This disaster came unexpectedly. Roland and his friends received the notice earlier than most people. Some powerful old leaders had already bought their belongings and stayed at home, and some even built basements. The first time he saw zombies was a week after the apocalypse, when he received the task of cleaning up the capital. He led a team of people to fight. Fortunately, all of them were people with superpowers. At that time, the zombies had just appeared and their levels were not high, so there was no pressure in fighting. At that time, there were still more than 20 people in their team. Roland closed his eyes, as if he remembered something bad. System, what is my last mission? Sui silently called the system in her heart, and rarely did she call her brother Tongzi. Host, in fact, most of the things you need to explore by yourself, but since this is the last mission, I can give you some hints. Save the blue planet, save China, save the people. Sui was silent for a long time. Roland looked at her ever-changing expression and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 19, Chosen Fate. The conversation with Roland and the system prompts made Sui feel more stressed. This is probably the most difficult task in her working career. She originally thought that she could just stay in the resort and level up, but it seems she still needs to go out and look around, hoping to find some clues. To save the people, she must find the cause of the disaster. Thinking of this, Sui lost his mood to eat and went straight back to the hotel. She locked herself in her room, thinking all afternoon. The system has become accustomed to her like this, and just accompanies her silently without saying a word. So where should we go to investigate the cause of the disaster? The mysterious man who was looking for Long Biao must have left, since he knew at the beginning of the apocalypse that zombie crystal cores could enhance people's superpowers. Why did he go to the detention center to tell Long Biao about this? Sui suddenly remembered that when he met Wu Jia, Long Biao wanted Wu Jia to exchange xiaoxi for survival supplies. A light bulb went off in Suyi's head, and she figured it out. She immediately found Wu Jia and Chu Meiling, who were still playing mahjong in the chess and card room. Both of them mentioned Long Biao after checking into the hotel. You mean Long Biao? His previous base was in Qishan Villa. I heard that the entire villa area was built by his family. Qishan Villa? Not far from here. He was fine before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, he became a complete pervert, arresting both men and women in the villa. Sui got the information he wanted and immediately set off for Qishan Villa. She looked at the location on the map and found it wasn't too far away, so she could drive quickly. When he went out, he met Roland, who had just come back from outside. Roland saw Sui. He was in a hurry to go out and couldn't help but dissuade him. Boss Sui, it's very dangerous outside at night. Sui acted as if he didn't hear it, ignored Roland, got into the car, and left. Everyone wasted time in the chess and card room and were kicked out. Cui Ying saw Roland go out in the afternoon and had been looking out the window to see when Roland would come back. When she heard the noise, She immediately ran out and happened to hear what Rongan said. Little brother, don't worry about her. Sister Sue is very powerful. Even zombies won't attack her. When Rongan heard this, he was stunned for a moment and immediately said, Shut up. Chui Yingying was startled. She stood there in a daze. She didn't say anything wrong. Rongan glanced behind him, but he didn't catch anything of the fleeting, strange feeling. He only felt more annoyed and quickly left and returned to his room. Wu Jiao looked at Chui Yingying with disdain. People are always full and talkative, and they have a lot of things to do. Chui Yingying gritted her teeth in grievance and went into the house without saying a word. What's wrong with Chui Yingying? Chu Miling asked puzzledly. Wu Jiao rolled her eyes. What else can I do? I just want to cling to someone powerful. Everyone was stunned, and then they understood that the target had changed. Su Yi drove all the way to Chishan Villa. There were a few wandering zombies in the villa area. Su Yi went up to take a look. The wounds and bloodstains had dried up recently, and the color was still very light. It seemed that these zombies had not mutated for long. There was only one villa in the community with its door locked and its windows pitch black. Something inside was blocking the light, so nothing could be seen from the outside. Su Yi directly asked the system to open the door and strode in. The villa was pitch black. Su Yi was afraid of stepping on something disgusting, so he quickly took out a flashlight. Host on the second floor. The system's perception has always been sharp, and Su Yi also noticed it. There were many corpses lying on the ground. All of them had hideous faces and a crack on their heads. They were all zombies. Su Yi went upstairs with a flashlight. Unlike the first floor, the second floor is clean. Su Yi opened a room and found that the furniture was neatly arranged. There was no dust on the table, and the bed sheets were still warm. It seemed that someone lived here. Su Yi walked to the end and could see through the crack in the door that the light was on in the room. Host is inside. Su Yi frowned and opened the door. There was a man in black with his back to her. Su Yi couldn't tell whether he was a zombie or a human. The man turned around slowly, holding a photo frame in his hand. There were some traces of tears on his face, but his skin color was normal, and he seemed to be a normal person. Damn the system. Why not just tell her directly whether it was a zombie or a human? It made her nervous for nothing, fearing that this person would turn around and see something with a green face and fangs. Su Yi narrowed his eyes and asked directly, Did you tell Long Biao about the crystal core improving superpowers? The man wiped his face, nodded and said, Yes. Host, this person gives me a strange feeling. I can't remember him. You can't be infected by me, Brother Tongzi. Think carefully. Su Yi looked at the man, and the man suddenly looked up and smiled at Su Yi. For some reason, Su Yi suddenly felt a little scared. Hello, my name is Pei Yi. The man stretched out his hand to him. Su Yi saw that there was a photo of two people on the photo frame, a man and a woman. The man was Pei Yi, and the girl was very small and had a cute smile. Although the two of them were acting intimately, they did not look like a couple. Is this your sister? Yes, this is my sister, Pei Yuan. When the man mentioned Pei Yuan's name, his expression softened significantly. He raised his hand and gently stroked the girl's face in the photo. Seeing him like this, Su Yi wondered if Pei Yuan was killed by Long Biao. So Pei Yi deliberately told Long Biao the information about the crystal core to enhance his superpowers in order to take revenge? My condolences. Pi dissipated. My sister is not dead. If you're not dead, why are you doing this? My sister is abroad and is safe. Pei Yi looked very happy, as if he had already seen his sister. Su Yi didn't know what to say anymore. So why did you deliberately harm Long Biao? Pei Yi suddenly became very excited when he heard this. I hurt him on purpose? He deserves to die. He has hurt so many people, and he should have died long ago. He killed someone? Did you know that he killed someone? As a result, he was locked up in a detention center for 15 days. If it weren't for the end of the world, he would have been released. But it's okay now, my sister is safe. When the man mentioned his sister, his tone became gentle again. How do you know? Wait, something seems wrong. Did he kill Long Biao to protect his sister? Did he know that the crystal core would enhance his abilities? Did he also know that his sister would be killed by Long Biao? Did he know all this in advance? Su Yi stared at the man, and a guess emerged in her mind. Host, I remember now. The system's tone was very excited. Host, he is the chosen one. He is the one who is reborn. Chapter 20, will it end? Rebirth? Su Yi looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. It's really outrageous. Forget it, she already has the system. So what's wrong with her being reborn? Brother Tongzi, why do others get reborn, but I have to do the hard work of completing tasks just to get reborn. System. Pei Yi raised his head and looked at Su Yi, and his eyes regained their calmness. You may not believe it, but I had a dream. No, I believe it. International practice. Rebirth is a dream. In the dream, many people turned into monsters. The world lost its order. Without the constraints of the law, Long Biao became unscrupulous. My family bought this house for my sister. Long Biao is from the developer and knows the owners of every house. After the end of the world, he came here. Sui understood what happened next without him having to explain. When Long Biao came here and saw that there was only one woman in this family, he became malicious. Pei Yuan could not bear it and died at that time. In my dream, I always wanted to take revenge, but Long Biao was taken to the capital, and I haven't heard from him since. So, that's why you sent your sister abroad? Yes, my parents have an old castle in Country Y. It is heavily guarded. They have stored a lot of supplies and weapons in the basement. It is very safe. Wow, he's a rich second generation. Sui couldn't help but think that no matter what time, being poor is the only sin. Even if the end of the world comes and you know it in advance, you still can't survive without money to buy supplies and without ways to buy weapons. You told me this. Aren't you afraid that I will tell your secret? Pei Yi smiled with relief. My wish has been fulfilled. If my relatives are not around, what's the point of me holding on until the end of the world alone? However, He heard a different meaning from his words, which meant that he lived to the end of the world in his previous life. In your last? No. In your dream, will the apocalypse end? Yes. Pei Yi said affirmatively. In my dream, they developed drugs that can control zombies. With the help of psychics, these zombies no longer pose a threat to humans. Unfortunately, I didn't see this great scene. Not an antidote. Is it something that controls zombies? Also, what do you mean by not seeing this scene? Looking at Pei Yi's relieved expression, Yi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Do you remember the name of the man who developed the drug? Remember, he was called the savior by the world in the end, and the survivors even built a monument for him in the city. Build a monument? He's dead? Can you tell me all in one breath? He was a little irritable. Why did this guy only say half of what he was saying? His name is Qiao Siming, and he is said to be a scientific researcher. It was the first time she heard this name. So, what are you going to do next? Hearing her ask this, Pei Yi was a little stunned. He had never thought about it. After his rebirth, he always wanted to take revenge and save his loved ones. Now that his relatives are safe and sound, he doesn't know what to do next. In this situation, he can't go abroad to find his family, and the situation abroad is not much better. Do you want to go to my base? Sui still wanted to recruit such a person by his side. A reborn person, isn't this a ready-made prophet? There are many things that the system can't warn her about in advance, but Pei Yi can. The timeline of the previous life is not much different from this life, so she can prepare for many situations in advance. I know your Hope Resort. I've been there. Pei Yi stared at her and said slowly, it's amazing. Her sharp eyes seemed to see through him. Why does this person always speak in such a sinister way? Sui smiled and imitated his tone. You are also amazing. Capital City. There is another space inside the basement door. Unlike the dim and humid environment, it is exceptionally bright here. Long Qiyuan opened the door and walked in. The decoration here was all white. People of all kinds nodded and greeted him when they passed by. They all wore white sterile suits and masks. Outside was an office area, and they were busy in front of their computers. Going further inside, there is another door. Long Qiyuan walked to the door, changed into the same white sterile suit, opened the door, and walked in. If someone were here, they would be shocked by the scene inside. The space here is even bigger, with many large jars filled with formalin and a bed in the middle, on which lies a person with tubes inserted all over his body. The black blood vessels under the person's skin are faintly visible. There are 2 separate rooms with tempered glass inside, where several people are locked up. There are 3 computers in this room, placed together. Sitting in front of the computers is a person wearing white clothes and a mask. He frowns and looks at the densely packed words on the computer screen. How about it? Long Qiyuan stood behind him and patted his shoulder. The man shook his head. No, these 2 psychics are too weak to resist. Long Qiyuan's face also looked ugly. The disappearance of a high-level psychic would cause panic and alert the higher-ups. No way. The man shook his head. What if it's some special physique? Don't be attacked by zombies. The man suddenly turned around and looked at him, and his exposed eyes suddenly brightened. Where is he? Bring him here quickly. He can definitely do it. He grabbed Long Chi-Yuan's clothes. He had stayed in this place long enough and wanted to go out very much. But Long Chi-Yuan said that he could only go out if he developed something to control the zombies. When the end of the world came, they reached an agreement. Long Chi-Yuan found him in the research institute and sent someone to bring him here. At first, he was glad that this place was safe with food and drink. But after a while, he realized something was wrong. This was not protecting him, but imprisoning him. If he was not a psychic, he would have collapsed after staying in such an environment for so long. Calm down, Xiao Siming. Xiao Siming's eyes gradually calmed down. That drug hasn't been studied enough. Long Chi-Yuan frowned. Is it consumed so quickly? I will send you the people and the medicine, so you can focus on your research. After saying this, he took one last look at the person lying on the bed, then turned and left the room. Wait until he leaves completely. Xiao Siming opened the drawer, as if he was looking for documents, and took out a small rectangular box from under the pile of documents. He slightly tilted his body, as if he was half lying on the table, and opened the box. The inside of the box was surrounded by shockproof foam, and a medicine was placed in the middle. He kept one of the drugs sent for research. Long Chi-Yuan came out of the basement and took off the sterile suit. Tell the monitoring personnel to keep a close eye on the situation and handle any abnormalities promptly. Yes. Tell Longhua to take people to the resort in City A to arrest someone and say that Sui committed a crime in broad daylight that day and bring him back to the Beijing base for interrogation. Chapter 21, it's time to take action. Pei Yi followed her back to the base. He froze when he saw the building in front of him. Why did he remember that there weren't so many buildings the last time he came here? Before, he pretended to be Long Biao's little brother and mixed in their team. When chatting, he accidentally heard those little minions talking about Hope Resort, and they were talking about it in an exaggerated way. He thought about it for a long time. There was no such place in his previous life, so he secretly came to see it once. At that time, the resort only had 2 buildings and was very depressed. Now, the clean and tidy yard is bustling with people, and everyone has a happy smile on their face. He took a quick look. Someone is eating stinky tofu. There are also lollipops in the hands of children. He also heard the sound of someone playing mahjong. Pei Yi was in a trance, as if he had returned to the time before the end of the world. He is also a psychic, clearing out zombies along the way, and has a lot of crystal cores on him. He was not originally in this city. It was Pei Yuan who went to school in this city. After his rebirth, he immediately submitted an application for his sister to study abroad. He originally thought that his parents would not believe him, but he did not expect that they would listen to his advice about stockpiling supplies without even asking. Only then did he realize that similar cases had already occurred in Country Y. People thought it was rabies, and because of strict control, it was not widely reported, and somehow it spread to the country. After listening to his story, Su Yi's face became tense. So, this is a disease that came from Country Y? But how did they get through customs when the distance was so long? Su Yi booked a single room for him so that he could have a good rest. She could see that he had thick dark circles under his eyes and looked very listless. But he was forcing himself to cheer up. The moment Pei Yi entered the room, he suddenly felt very at ease. He had not had a good night's sleep in the several months since his rebirth, and spent every day in a state of tense nerves. Until this moment, revenge has been achieved and relatives are still alive. He lay on the bed, his hands spread out, looking at the ceiling, and gradually fell asleep. Pei didn't know that the trajectory of his previous life was destined to change because this time there was an extra plug-in Sui. Late at night, the air was silent. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. Ban Yang's communication device suddenly rang, and there were 3 crisp knocking sounds from the other end. He sat up suddenly, which was the signal that always existed between him and the boss. During the day, when no one was around, Rongan suddenly whispered to him and asked him to come over to his place in the evening. Ban Yang smiled frivolously. You can do it in my room, my bed. Rongan punched him decisively. Ban Yang picked up his clothes with a sad look, muttering to himself. Really? You're disturbing my sweet dreams so late at night. I shouldn't have let you come. It would be great if I could enjoy my life by myself. I am so fed up with it. Although he said so, Ban Yang was still a little gentle when he opened the door. There was a floor between his room and Rongan's. After Ban Yang tiptoed down the stairs, he found that the door was not locked. He pushed the door open and went in. Roland was sitting at the table looking at something. Brother Eucalyptus. He leaned forward and saw that on the table were photos of the people who came with him to City A. He suddenly thought of something, and his face became solemn. Ayang, tell me, if you must betray me, what conditions do you think you can accept? Banyang looked strange. Rowan had told him long ago that there was a traitor in their team. We were almost wiped out by zombies several times before. But these people were his brothers who had gone through life and death with him before the end of the world. They trained together, fought on the battlefield together, and knew each other since the recruit camp. Rowan originally wanted to deal with these issues after returning to the capital. So why did he suddenly ask about them now? Today, that guy said that he hopes the leader of the resort will commit crimes in the end times and asked us to take her back for interrogation. Bullshit interrogation. Doesn't he know what kind of person Long Biao is? He deserves to die. Van Yang couldn't help but swear. I'm afraid he has other ideas. When I first came here, the way those people lived in the resort was enough to show that this is really a land of hope, a place that can bring hope to people. Rowan said word by word that they got the news earlier than most people and had already prepared for the end of the world. But what about these people? Their wives and children were separated, their families were broken up, and only a few people were left to survive in the end of the world. They finally found a little light in this dark place, but someone wanted to hinder them. We must find this person as soon as possible. Rowan's hand slid across the photo on the table intentionally or unintentionally. Van Yang said decisively, Boss, I support you no matter what you do. After saying that, he also sat down next to Rowan and looked at the photo on the table. If it were me, the most tempting condition for me at this time would probably be to ensure the safety of my family. Xiaotsun definitely won't do that. His mother is your aunt. As for the others, his grandmother passed away when Lu Qing joined the army. She is his only relative in the world. Suning's only sister is in the base. You have seen her. She is very fierce. Rowan suddenly recalled the scene of Su ran covered in blood, holding a machete and standing among a group of zombies. Then, John has an uncle. I heard that he is with Long Qiyuan, but they shouldn't do something so obvious, and John is not that kind of person. Now it's just by Li and Jiang Su left. Ban Yang's hand touched the last two people. We know the least about these two people so far. Just because someone doesn't meet the conditions doesn't mean there's no possibility. Rowan looked at these photos, which showed several young people in high spirits. They were all wearing camouflage military uniforms and looked childish, like children who had just grown up, full of curiosity about everything in the world. Boss, have you really made up your mind? Van Yang felt a little reluctant. Ayang, this is no longer our original world. It is normal for people to be changed in such an environment. You've lived in the supermarket for a long time. You've seen those people. There are still many people in the world who are suffering because of this disaster. What we should do should be more responsible and meaningful, rather than letting these people mess up the situation and ignore the overall safety for the sake of immediate petty gains. If we really reach the point of destruction, what is the point of having rights? This is what Grandpa Rome had said to him before. He was sent out to clear out the zombies because he had been in that kind of environment long enough. Banyang thought about it and agreed. In other words, he couldn't see the group of people above him. Otherwise, he would have to curse them. Brother, it's the end of the world, and everyone is going to die. What are you guys fighting about? Boss, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. Rowan looked at him and spoke slowly. I have an idea. Chapter 22 Temperature Drop. The next day, Rowan gathered the team members at the hotel entrance and briefly explained the arrangements for today. They must hurry up and start clearing out the zombies in City A. Rowan led one team, and Xiaotsun led another team. Xiaotsun has the highest level of supernatural power among them except for him, and he has dual supernatural powers. He took out a map and pointed in several directions. Our main purpose this time is exploration. We don't want to be discovered by zombies unless it is absolutely necessary. He had great concerns. He was afraid that there really was a high-level zombie hidden in City A. Rowan led Ban Yang, Jiang Su, and Xiao into a team of 4, and the others followed Xiaotsun's arrangements. Starting from the department store, the troops were divided into 2 groups. However, they had barely stepped outside the safety of the resort. I was blown in the face by a gust of cold air and couldn't move my legs. Damn it, boss. Why is it so cold outside? Rowan suddenly thought of the warning hanging at the front desk of Su E Hotel. Is it true that the weather has changed? We'll leave later. Let's prepare some supplies. We might be outside for a few days, so everyone should remember to bring more food. When everyone heard this, they took out their crystal cores and went to the front desk to recharge their cards. Sue was awakened by the system's prompt sound. The system keeps prompting income points. She wondered who it was. I thought Chin-san and the others had returned. Ever since Chin-san apologized to her that day, he left with his team early. When she opened the door and came out to check, she found out that it was Rong-in and the others. What are you doing? Sui looked at the thick coats they all changed into with some surprise and moved his body out of the safe area of the resort. Wow, the temperature has dropped. She took out the thermometer and checked the system. She didn't know when the temperature outside had dropped to 6 degrees Celsius. Although it wasn't that cold, she would catch a cold if she stayed outside for a few days without anything warm to keep her warm. Moreover, medicines were the most scarce thing right now. You guys want to go out? After watching Rong and pack up a folding tent, Sui asked. Well, there is a mission that I must go on. Rongin responded expressionlessly. The department store opened by Sue, he not only had warm clothes, but also many survival tools for the wild. They bought several tents, thermos bottles, compressed biscuits, and also brought a few bags of chocolate for emergencies. It was such a pleasant surprise. Ban Yang saw Sue and greeted her while stuffing his thermal underwear into her clothes. Boss Sue, I want to go out with my boss. Please keep my room for me. No problem. It doesn't matter how long the card is left as long as there are points in it. She basically heard all the conversation between Rong and Ban Yang because she had a super invincible surveillance camera. If there was a traitor in their team, the strange events that happened to me should have reached their ears. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. After sending Rong and the others away, Sui called everyone together and informed them of the temperature drop so that they could be mentally prepared in advance. After living here for so long, I almost forgot what the temperature outside is like. After hearing this, everyone started collecting supplies. It seemed as if the system had anticipated this. All the supplies in the department store today were warm, including clothes and daily necessities. Everything is available, including hot packs, thick cotton socks, thick cups, and sheets. Everyone has saved a lot of money in the past few days, and Wu Jia has saved a large amount of points into his card and started shopping. It can be seen that they have been frustrated in order to save points during this period. Dawn Base. Chin-san and his team brought back a batch of supplies first, and he told Nji about the resort. Njichi's face turned pale, and he scolded Zhang Zikong. But in the end, he didn't say anything for the sake of his family. He no longer had superpowers, so naturally he couldn't go out with the team. He could only find a job in the base. The crowd had no time to distribute the supplies. I was woken up by the cold the next day, and Nji woke up in a daze. Although the doors and windows were closed, he still felt cold. He asked someone to get out a thermometer and tried it, only to find that the temperature outside was almost below zero. And Ji suddenly felt that time was running out. So he quickly called Chin-san and Lu Hui to distribute this batch of supplies to everyone first. In addition to food, each person also received a cotton coat. Unfortunately, the quantity of this batch of supplies was not enough, with a shortage of nearly 500. If it weren't for Zhang Zikong, it would have been just enough. And Ji got angry when he thought about it and only gave their family one cotton coat. Why don't you send it to us? That's right, the weather is so cold. Why aren't there any for us? What's going on outside? Chin-san took a look and looked very embarrassed. We didn't have enough supplies, especially clothes, so we gave priority to the elderly and children. But later on, there were only a few dozen pieces left, so many people didn't get any. So that's why they're making trouble again, right? Chin-san was also speechless. He had no clothes either. Look at Anji's clothes. They had several holes in them. Anji took a deep breath. Get up and walk outside. It's so cold now. How come we were so little? That's right. There's no medicine for a cold. Are you just waiting to die in the base? Seeing Nji coming out, the people outside became even more excited. How can you be the person in charge of the base? You can't even guarantee the safety of the base residents. If you can't do it, you might as well find someone else to do it. Nji recognized the leader at a glance as the man who was almost killed by Sue last time because he didn't have enough food to eat. It's no use distributing the clothes to those old people and children. Why don't you give them to us? We can go out and help you find supplies. Seeing that Nji didn't say anything, the man became even more arrogant. After his instigation, many people who had not received clothes also gathered together, and the number of onlookers increased. Have you found it? Nji asked with a sneer. The man didn't react for a moment. What? Have you gone out to look for supplies? I didn't see you move when the weather was hot. And now that it's cold, you want to go out and run around? You all have the same idea as him, right? Nji looked at the people around him with cold eyes. Chin-san looked at his expression and knew that he was really angry. He then looked at the man viciously. If he had known earlier, he should have let Boss Sue kill him last time. Go out and have a look at the patrolman, who was wearing a piece of clothing. Don't think I don't know what you think. You want to change the person in charge, but you actually want to take charge yourself, right? And then keep all the good things for yourself? Anne's words touched the heart of their concerns, and they all fell silent. The onlookers below savored the meal carefully and finally came to their senses. Throw those troublemakers out of the base. Chin-san received the order and winked at the people below. Several members of the patrol team stepped forward, grabbed the man and his accomplices, and threw them in front of the gate of the base. Pa, we don't even want to stay in this crappy base. What should we do now, Brother Chien? It's so cold. Why panic? We'll just stay here and wait for someone to come out. Then we'll... The man called Brother Chien smiled sinisterly. He couldn't beat that weird woman, but could he not beat these old, weak, and sick people? Chapter 23. Someone is making trouble. Rong-An's destination this time was a residential building near a supermarket. When they got nearby, he winked at Xiaotsen, who understood that Banyang had already told him their plan, and the trader would definitely want to take action during this operation. The two of them led a team each and set out from two directions. Roman first came to building number 5, which was closest to the supermarket. The security door downstairs was open, and because of the drop in temperature, the unpleasant smell in the air was no longer so obvious. A few people walked in. The walls of the corridor were covered with dried blood stains. It was not difficult to imagine what had happened here before. The doors of every household were half open, and many of the locks on the doors showed signs of human damage, probably done by the survivors who had lived here before in search of supplies. Several people walked upstairs and found a female body in a room on the 3rd floor. When they saw this scene, they became even more silent. The woman's body had begun to rot. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were half-dressed, and there were purple marks on her neck. She is not a zombie and has not mutated. What a bunch of beasts! Banyang was shaking with anger. He didn't dare to look at the woman again, and his eyes turned red. In the end times, order has collapsed. Perhaps there is even more serious bullying in places we can't see. John shook his head, turned around, and left the room first. Roman took a deep breath, found a brand new quilt in the closet in the room, spread it out, and covered the woman with it. Come on, let's continue. 2 people in a team. It will be faster this way. Sue decided to sell the fruits in her room. She picked out a few common ones, bought a cooking table from the system store, and placed it in the restaurant, which was a bit like the condiment area in a hot pot restaurant. After thinking for a while, she put up a sign in front of the cooking table and wrote the price on it. Fruit buffet, 10 points per person. Of course, the system will help her deal with the card's swiping restrictions. The sudden drop in temperature brought another wave of points to Su Yi's account. Now that no one was living in the tent, Su Yi simply put the tent away and sold it secondhand in a department store. Now the points in her account were just enough to upgrade the hotel. Brother Tongzi, upgrade the hotel to level 8. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to level 8 hotel, unlocking 4 single rooms, 8 double rooms, 2 suites, unlocking the 8th and 9th floors, and unlocking 2 elevators. Su Yi sighed. Finally, there was an elevator. She had heard more than once that people living on the upper floors said they were exhausted every time they climbed the stairs. She was about to check the elevator when a sound came from the radio. Hello, is this Hope Resort? I'm by Sue from the Star Base. Su Yi was stunned when he heard the voice. Then he came to his senses and realized it was a girl. Hello, I'm Su Yi from Hope Resort. It's like this. I heard that you were going to sell supplies, and I wanted to ask you. The girl's voice on the other end of the radio was a little awkward, as if she was a little embarrassed. Well, if you need anything, you can exchange it for crystal cores. Us. The girl seemed to be interrupted before she could finish her words. There was silence on the other end of the radio for a moment, and then a male voice came again. It's so cold now, and everyone is in trouble. Where can we find crystal cores? Can you lend us some food first? It would be even better if we have something to keep warm. We should all help each other. Before the man could finish his words, Su Yi directly cut off the radio connection. She could borrow it, but certainly not in such a matter-of-fact tone. On this end, the man was still talking nonstop. Bai Su looked at the red light on the radio, sighed, and said, "She's dead." Fuck, sis, what should I do? Bai Su rolled his eyes. It's all your fault. I told you to speak properly. Hey, why are you blaming your brother? Isn't he anxious too? Not far away, Bai's mother came over with a plate of sliced apples. Come on, Yin Yin, Eat the fruit that your mom cut for you. Thank you, Mom. You're so nice. You should go to that Hope Resort right now. Aren't you very capable? If they don't give you supplies, just rob them. Otherwise, how can your brother manage such a large base? Baisu had an incredible expression. Mom, it's getting colder outside. You're in such good shape. Just wear a few more layers. Baisu looked at the happy scene of his mother and brother and suddenly felt like an outsider. Of the three major bases in City A, the situation at Dawn Base is slightly better, except for the Dawn Base, which is not optimistic either. Because of the drop in temperature, many people have caught colds and fevers, but medicines are too scarce. If the sick are strong, they will only get a quarter of the medicine, and if they are old or children, they will only get an extra bowl of hot water. There is no other way. The labor force must be prioritized. No news yet from Huizi and the others? Yes, there has been no news since they moved in. Why does it sound a bit weird? Did something unexpected happen to them when they went in? He just wanted to try to contact them using the radio, but he couldn't find the Hope Resort channel. Take some crystal cores with you and see if you can exchange them for supplies at Hope Resort. Also, check if Lu Hui and the others are there. Although this man was reluctant, since Ji Lin said so, he had no choice but to do it. As he spoke, Ji Lin sneezed. There was nothing he could do. They had no cotton clothes. He could only wear several layers of long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts together, wrapping himself in a strange way. He also dismantled some furniture to use as firewood. Compared to the cold outside, the resort is a different scene. The residents of the resort have been busy these days, going out early and returning late every day to collect crystal cores, because Boss Su reminded them that the zombies have been moving more slowly these days and are easier to kill. At this moment, Sui turned down the central air conditioning in the protective cover and then placed a big bonfire in the center of the yard and placed a few chairs around it. She was sitting in a chair chatting with some residents. There were Wu Jia, Chu Miling, Xiao Hao and his mother, and Lu Hui and a few others who moved in first. Sui cracked melon seeds and asked leisurely, "So it was Ji Lin who asked you to come here to inquire about the situation?" "Yes, but we ignored him after we came here. It's kind of funny what's going on," Sui thought. Fortunately, when she hung up the communication with the Starbase, her channel number was blocked at the same time, so that others could not find her. If she wanted to buy supplies, she could only come here to talk. The temperature will only get colder and colder. The extreme cold will last for a while. You should be prepared before going out. You can go to the hospital and buy some frostbite ointment to prevent. Su, he reminded kindly. "Don't worry, Boss Su." Wu Jia patted her shoulder. The longer they spent with Su Yi, the more they could feel that she was a person who spoke hard but was soft-hearted. But she was only soft-hearted, not soft-handed. Boss Su, you are all here? Have you seen Ying? Chui Ying? Su, he raised his eyebrows. What happened? Is she missing? Chu Miling asked in confusion. How could a living person just disappear? Although Zhang Su's tone sounded anxious, his expression was a little subtle and a little awkward. To outsiders, they were a couple, but in fact, he didn't care much about this woman. I just came back this morning. I have stored a lot of crystal cores in the past few days. When I came back, I found that she was not in the room. I thought she went out, but she has not been seen until now. No way. I've seen her before? Sui suddenly thought of something and blurted out. When was the last time you saw her? It seems like a few days ago, when the temperature dropped, she came out to buy cotton clothes. It seems like I haven't seen her in the past 2 days. Suyi's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but want to curse. I know where she went. Chapter 24. Rushing to save people. Several people looked at Suyi's unpredictable expression, vaguely, thinking of something. What else happened on the day of the temperature drop? Of course, Rongan and his team went to clear out the zombies. Zhang Su's face also looked unhappy. Anyone would feel bad if they thought about their girlfriend chasing after another man. Is she crazy about men? Does she know what they do? Wu Jia's face was full of contempt. Since she's gone, Boss Su, please change it to a single room for me. Sure, no problem. Oh, you finally figured it out, brother. It's so good to be alone. I can earn points by myself and spend them by myself. Zhang Su is a nice person, very well behaved, and seems honest. Host, something is wrong. What's wrong? The zombies in City A are a bit strange. They seem to be migrating to one place in large numbers. As he was speaking, the system called up something similar to a map and displayed it in front of Sui. On the map, densely packed red dots were moving in various parts. Sui felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the map. Her hotel has its own surveillance system, and Tongzi would inform her from time to time. Of course, not everything is monitored. For example, a man and a woman staying in a double room. She had heard the conversation between Banyang and Rong and knew that there might be potential high-level zombies in City A. The movement trajectories of these zombies on the map. It's as if they were summoned by something and gathered in large numbers in one place. You went out to collect crystal cores recently. How was the harvest? Sui came back to his senses and asked everyone. Wu Jia thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. They're all level 1, very few. I haven't seen level 2 in the past few days." Me too. Sometimes I don't even run into any zombies when I go out. Sui looked at the map and his expression became increasingly heavy. Tongzi, where is this? Sui pointed to a central point surrounded by those red dots and asked, Host, this is the first primary school, the place where Long Biao's men teleported last time. First primary school? If she remembered correctly, this place should be within the clearing route of Rong, Un, and his men. Oh, these careless humans. Sui picked up the car keys in the room, put on a cotton coat, stuffed a few more pieces into the system space, and stuffed some medicine in to prepare to leave. As soon as she reached the door, she ran into Bai Su, who came to exchange supplies. Boss Su, you need to get out. Yeah, Su nodded. Bai Su heard everyone's address and immediately said politely, Hello, Boss Su. I'm Bai Su. Is it convenient now? I'm in a hurry to save people. Let's talk when I come back. After saying that, Sui walked past Bai Su and went straight to the gate. Bai Su stood there in confusion. Wu Jia said, You are from the Starbase, right? I've seen you before. If you want something, go to the machine in front and exchange the crystal core for points. Then go to the store and buy it yourself. Shop. Bai Su looked in the direction of Wu Jia's finger. She hadn't noticed it when she first came in. There was no sign of zombies infesting this place. The people who live here were very clean and had rosy faces. She looked at the signboard of Hope Department Store and walked forward to look at Hope Hospital, Hope Food City, Hope. This. Wu Jia took her all the way around the place and wanted to laugh when he saw her stuttering and unable to speak. It was the same when we first came here. These are all fully automatic. Although Boss Su looks cold, he is a very nice person. As long as you don't owe any points, you can get everything. Fully automatic? This was completely beyond Bai Su's understanding. Sister, although we are curious, please don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, okay? Bai Su looked at Wu Jia blinking at her and nodded blankly. She had just gotten familiar with the place for a while when another group of people came to the door. Bai Su took a quick look and saw that the leader was Ji Lin's subordinate from the Dawn base. They had met at the meeting. At this time, she was the only one left in the yard. Wu Jia took Xiaoxi out to experience the dangers of the world. Xiaohao's family also went out to kill zombies. Everyone else was in the room. The leader stood at the door and asked tremblingly, Is Boss Su here? Bai Su thought of what Wu Jia had just said. She's not here. She's busy saving people. If you want to buy something, go to the front desk and apply for a card to top up your points. The mall has everything. Mall? The man was confused and looked in the direction Bai Su's finger was pointing. As long as you don't owe points, there's everything here. Bai Su took over Wu Jia's shift very naturally and took the man for a walk. Is this real? The man was also obviously frightened by the fully automated device. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, understand? Su drove all the way to the school. The system had no way of providing her with the location of Rong and his group. Based on rough estimates and the distribution of zombies, they should have arrived at the school by now. As for Rongin, he stared at the woman in front of him with an unpleasant expression. Cui Yingying looked embarrassed. In fact, she is also a supernatural being, and it's a special power, the power of invisibility. As long as you don't encounter higher-level zombies, you will be able to protect yourself. She had followed them all the way here and had just deliberately lured a few zombies over here. They were so focused on the battle in front of them that they didn't look behind them for a moment. Cui Yingying pounced on the zombies in stealth mode and then pushed them towards Rongin. Then she reappeared and shouted, Be careful. Then he chopped off the zombie's head neatly. If Sui saw this scene, he would definitely say it was awesome, that such an awesome power was used in such a vulgar way by her. I came out to collect crystal cores and happened to see you guys. Under Rongyan's gaze, Cui Yingying stammered out the excuse she had prepared in advance. Why are you walking this way? Banyang asked in confusion. Logically speaking, we have wiped out all the zombies on this road. How did you collect the crystal cores? Cui Yingying was speechless for a moment, and then continued. I am not familiar with the road, I just happened to see you and followed you. My special ability is invisibility, so I was hoping to get some benefits. Invisible? Banyang stared at the woman in surprise. There is also a psychic in the military base whose superpower is invisibility, but he is already level 4 and can become invisible and teleport. Gather some crystal cores and return the same way. We are clearing out zombies. It's very dangerous and we don't have the energy to protect you. No, no, no. I can protect myself and won't drag you down. Chui Yingying quickly shook her head. Banyang was speechless. What this elder sister meant by self-protection, could it be that she could just turn invisible and run away if she couldn't win? Seeing Chui Yingying looking at Rongin from time to time, Banyang understood. He quietly touched Rongin and said, "What should I do, boss? Your peach blossom dead." Rongin didn't even look at him. "You can follow me if you want to. No matter if you get killed or injured, if you get scratched by a zombie, you'd better hide somewhere deserted and commit suicide, otherwise I will do it myself." Chui Yingying trembled for a moment, then returned to normal and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Brother Rong, I will be fine." Rongin ignored her and couldn't drive her away, nor could he send someone to send her back. "Take a break. The first primary school is just ahead." When they heard this, they immediately perked up. The number 1 primary school can be described as a purgatory on Earth. On the day when the end of the world came, the school was about to end. The teachers and students in the school, the parents outside the school, and the vendors setting up stalls, no one was spared. This place could not be careless. No one noticed that one person was stunned for a moment when he heard the word first primary school, and a conflicted expression flashed across his face. Chapter 25, The Zombie Tide is Coming. In the number 1 elementary school, the empty campus was quiet and the school gate was still closed, just like the last time the system sent people here, except that there was no trace of zombies on campus. He felt something was strange, so he parked the car aside and was about to climb in, but he vaguely sensed something was wrong. "Tongzi, show me the map." The system opens the map. He was surprised. There wasn't even a single zombie in the first primary school? That couldn't be right. The last time she teleported Long Biao and the others over, the system showed her a live broadcast. It was full of human heads. What was going on? The system seemed to know what she was thinking. It zoomed out the map, and the projections of the surrounding buildings became clearer. The number 1 primary school is basically located in the city center of City A. The main gate is close to the road. Across the road is the Hongxing residential area, which is the so-called school district housing. On the right is the office building, and behind is the park. These are all crowded places and can be said to be the hardest hit area. But on this map, the zombies' direction of movement changed again. They seem to have taken a detour, going from the direction of the park to the back of the Red Star community, and their movement was very slow. Suki walked around the school and looked at the surrounding buildings. There were only a few scattered zombies standing there motionless. After checking everything and finding nothing strange, Sui decided to wait for them at the school gate. At this time, on the rooftop of the office building, a figure was standing on the rooftop looking through a telescope. Behind this man, more than a dozen zombies stood there motionless, their attitudes very respectful. If you look closely, you will find that the man holding the telescope has blue eyes. His clothes are tattered and stuck to his body. His sparse hair looks like it has been trimmed, and the corners of the man's mouth are cracked all the way to the roots of his ears, with dark red blood stains still on them. Yes, he is a zombie. He is the high-level zombie that Rongin is worried about. The man looked at Rongin and his group, getting closer and closer through the telescope. His mouth widened and revealed a creepy smile. His favorite food is the brain of the superpowers, which is a great tonic for him. Then he looked in Su Yi's direction with a little confusion. He was a little confused, as he could feel there was someone in that direction. Seeing that they had entered the park, the man smiled even more happily. He waved to the zombies behind him and mumbled something inaudible. Rongin and his group had already entered the park and quickly took care of several level 1 zombies. Then, there was no trace of zombies in the huge park. The few of them searched carefully again, but did not see any. "Boss, why do I feel this is a bit strange?" Rongin opened the map of City A and fell into deep thought. Logically, there shouldn't be only a few of them. Could they have all gathered in the school? There are several square pavilions in the park. For safety reasons, Rongin led everyone to rest in the pavilions. Several people worked together to climb to the top of the pavilions. The roof here is square in design, just enough for people to lie down. "Let's take a rest for the night and continue tomorrow." They were not in a hurry to leave, but some people couldn't wait. The blue-eyed zombie became a little anxious when he saw them stop. This was a trap he had specially prepared for them. Once they entered the school gate, it became difficult to get out. Seeing that it was getting dark, Sui stretched and got into the car. Late at night, Rong and strong intuition told him that something was wrong. He opened his eyes suddenly and saw that everything around him was very quiet. For safety reasons, everyone had climbed to the top of the pavilion, and several people took turns to keep watch. Roman stood up and looked around. Nothing seemed unusual. He was just about to take a rest when Ban Yang, who was in charge of the night watch, stumbled over to him. "Boss, it's bad. There seems to be a zombie tide." Roman got up and followed Ban Yang to a small hill in the park. He looked over with a telescope and saw a dense mass of heads in the distance. They were all zombies. They were slowly walking towards his side. "What should we do, boss? We can't kill all of them. Let's wake them up and run." Roman felt strange at the moment, but Ban Yang kept making noise in his ear. "Wake them up. We're going to the first primary school. Contact Xiaotsin and the others and ask them to come over and gather." The first primary school is the only place nearby that is blocked by a fence, and they can harvest the zombies outside from inside. Several people moved forward quickly and climbed through the gate of the first primary school. They explored the school from inside to outside. There was not a single zombie in the school, as if it was specially prepared for them. John's ability was Earth-related. Roman gave him a box of potions to restore his ability and asked him to reinforce the fence and gate, set up quicksand traps on the playground, etc. The abilities with attributes basically have some trap-like skills. Roman simply took out all the recovery potions, and everyone got busy. There was only one person who had nothing to do at this time. When Shui Yingying heard about the tide of zombies, she was so scared that she wanted to hide behind Rongan, and she felt a little regretful. If she had known, she really would not have followed. If just a few people encountered a tide of zombies, wouldn't it be the end? Moreover, Rongan had people reinforce the door, so she couldn't get out at all. Ban Yang noticed her little move and separated the two of them without leaving any trace. Chui Yingying looked at Ban Yang with a bit of resentment and then looked at Rongan. "Brother Rong, is there anything I can help you with?" Rongan didn't even raise his head. "Yes, don't make trouble," Ban Yang said with a smile. "Big sister, while you can still run, why don't you go back first? You won't be able to leave in a while." Hearing this, Chui Yingying seemed a little hesitant. "Shall we go? Then I'll go back and get you some reinforcements." "No, please go away and don't come back." Ban Yang was really fed up with this woman. She was not able to help at all and was still dawdling. He really didn't know what she was doing here. "Ban Yang, why do you always target me? I just want to help." Chui Yingying looked at her with a pitiful expression. Ban Yang took a step back in fright. "Big sister, why don't you go and pretend to be pitiful in front of the zombies and see if they can let you go?" Chui Yingying choked. Sue was on the rooftop of the school at this time. She almost died of laughter when she saw this scene. The system could not only hear their conversation, but also demonstrated it to her in the same tone as the two of them. When they searched the teaching building before, the door leading to the rooftop was locked, and Sui did not go up there using normal methods, so they naturally did not encounter him. "You want to help, right?" Roman suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Chui Yingying. Chui Yingying suddenly didn't want to leave. "Brother Rome, I know I'm useless and my abilities are useless, but I still want to help you." "No, your powers are very useful." Chui Yingying was stunned and was about to be happy. Roman continued, "Just go out and help me investigate the zombies. You can hide and run away when it's critical." Ban Yang touched his nose. Actually, he could ask her to lead the zombies away. Chapter 26, Zombie Conspiracy. Aye. Chui Yingying never expected it to be so busy and was speechless for a moment. Ban Yang looked at her like this and became a little impatient. "Sister, are you going or not?" Then he pointed at John and said, "He can't get out after the reinforcement." I'll go. Chui Yingying gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran towards the exit. She had already planned to run all the way back to the resort after she got out of the door. Sue shook his head at this scene and sighed in his heart. How could she go back? She was very timid when it came to serious matters, but she was very quick-witted when it came to messy things. The temperature in city has gradually dropped to 0 degrees. Today's weather is gloomy and windy. Gray clouds in the sky are gathering together, which is a sign of heavy rain. Speed up. Roman glanced at the weather and felt increasingly uneasy. They felt like they were trapped in the school and couldn't get out. Trapped? Roman suddenly thought of something, asked Ban Yang to take the telescope and look towards the park where they came from, but there was no trace of zombies. Not good. They had always speculated that there might be high-level zombies roaming City A, and now it seems that their suspicions have been confirmed. It is obvious that they were sent to school and locked up, but I don't know what to do with these things next. Banyang found a bundle of wire from somewhere, and Rongan tied it to the wire mesh. He has lightning abilities, so it might be useful later. In the distance, roars were getting closer and closer, but the strange thing was that the sound came from all directions. Go back upstairs, Rongan shouted. There were too few of them, only 4 of them. Jiangsu has dual abilities. His primary ability is ice, and his secondary ability is water, which just happens to complement Rongan's ability. The only thing is that he doesn't know when the rain will fall. They went up to the second floor together, and when everyone was in place, they finally saw the roaring monster clearly. Those were not zombies at all, but 3 mutated monkeys. 3 monkeys pounced from 3 directions. The monkey was actually 2 meters tall, its eyes were blood red, its hair had turned black and hard, and it had long nails on its hands. Damn, what is this? Banyang cursed angrily, raised his hand, pulled the bow, and a special steel arrow pointed directly at the arrow outside the railing in front of him. The arrow hit the monkey's hard hair and then fell to the ground. Looking closely, the arrow was even slightly bent. Rongan quickly electrified the fence, then turned to look at Jiangsu. For the sake of our more than 10 years of friendship, please don't let our brothers die here. Jiangsu was stunned. The hands hidden in the sleeves trembled slightly. It turns out that he knew everything. Boss, I'm sorry. Jiangsu gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. Rongan patted his shoulder and said, I understand your difficulties. If it were my family, I would probably make the same choice as you. But my understanding doesn't mean I forgive you. The news that came from his mouth, the ordinary people who were killed, and the comrades who fought alongside them. He would never forgive Jiangsu. Jiangsu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and started attacking. His water system combined with the thunder system could greatly increase the power. The order Long Qiyuan gave him was to prevent Rongan from returning to the capital safely. He could have taken action several times on the way, but he didn't. He was also very conflicted. Until this moment, with the enemy at hand, if he wanted to fight among himself at this time, he would be extremely stupid. When the mutant monkey touched the electrified railing, it trembled all over and fell backwards. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, it stood up again. This damn thing, boss. What should we do? Rongan was also in a dilemma. This thing was absolutely invulnerable to swords and guns, and even electric shock could only delay its speed. Jiangsu looked at the monster. It attacked in the most primitive ways, digging and scratching. It was even a little shorter than the railing. If it had just flipped over, it could have gotten in, but they didn't, which showed that they had no intelligence. Jiangsu thought about it for a moment, tentatively took out a banana from his backpack, and threw it over the railing. When the monkey saw the banana, he suddenly stopped what he was doing. The 3 monsters all surrounded the banana. One of them sniffed it, and just as he was about to pick it up, it was knocked away by another monkey. This cycle repeated several times, and they actually started fighting outside the railing for a banana. Rongan looked at the scene in surprise, then looked at Jiangsu. No, Xiao Jiang, why did you bring bananas? Everyone. This doesn't seem to be the issue we should be concerned about now. Jiangsu. I had some points left after buying a coat last time, so I bought the cheapest fruit to take with me. I didn't expect. They are simple-minded and have little intelligence. Rongan took over the conversation and glanced at Jiangsu indifferently. Jiangsu inexplicably felt that he had no intelligence and was simple-minded. What should we do now, boss? Banyang stared at the monkeys. Wait! Before Banyang could figure out what it meant, the next second, a dark mass appeared behind the monkey's body. Banyang rubbed his eyes before he could see clearly that it was a group of zombies, and they were coming from 3 different directions at the same time. They moved slowly, but they were lined up in several rows and advanced together in an orderly manner. This. He stuttered for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. It seems that your previous guess was correct. There is a high-level zombie commanding these things. Boom! A huge thunder sounded from the sky, followed by a flash of lightning. Rongan's frown relaxed a little. He looked at his watch. It was still about an hour before dawn. Sunlight could have some effect on these ordinary zombies. They had to delay time. It was thundering now, and the communicator could not be used. He believed that Xiaotun would make the right judgment when he saw this scene. He was drinking water leisurely on the rooftop. When he saw this scene, he almost spit out a mouthful of water. No, has this zombie become a spirit? Xiaotun and his companions saw groups of zombies from a long distance away. They did not risk going forward, but found a residential building nearby to observe. That's not right. They seem to be going to school, Suning said in shock. It's over. The boss and the others are at school. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he wanted to rush out, but Xiaotsun grabbed him. Don't be impulsive. Brother In and the others are in danger. Let's go rescue them. Lu Qing was very excited and struggled to run outside. You'll die if you go now. How can you save him? You are just afraid of death. Xiaotsun, are you the traitor in the team? Are you the one who sold the information to the Long family? You just want to kill Brother In. Lu Qing stared at him with red eyes. He and Xiaotsun had never gotten along. He didn't understand why the boss entrusted everything to Xiaotsun, even though he was the one who had known the boss the longest. Bang! Xiaotsun waved his hand and slapped him hard. After Lu Qing was beaten, his eyes were a little dull and there were red marks on his cheeks. Are you calm now? Xiaotsun looked unhappy. Lu Qing's personality was very similar to Ban Yang's, but Ban Yang never acted on his emotions when it came to serious matters. Open your eyes and look. How many zombies are there down there? How many of us are there? Lu Qing was silent, but his eyes were still full of resentment when he looked at Xiaotsun. Ban Yang said before that he suspected there was a high-level zombie in City A. Look at this wave of zombies. Although the zombies move slowly, their formation has not changed. It's as if someone is directing them. Moreover, according to statistics, there are at least 500,000 zombies in City A. The number doesn't match up. If we risk our lives to save others, we will only die. I think what we can do is to find this zombie and capture the leader first. The anger in Lu Qing's eyes gradually dissipated. Bai Li, give me the map. Bai Li handed over a map of City A. This map was from the base headquarters, and it recorded the details of every building. Xiaotsun looked at it, thought for a while, and said, I prefer this place. Xiaotsun pointed to the office building near the school. This building is the tallest nearby. If the zombies intend to ambush them, then this is the best observation point. Seeing that no one had any objection, Xiaotsun packed up his things and prepared to leave. Without further delay, let's start the investigation from here and kill any zombies we encounter along the way. We can only pray that they hold on a little longer. Lu Qing walked at the back with a weapon in his hand. After they all went out, he glanced at Xiaotsun, who was walking in front of him. Brotherson, I'm sorry, I was a little excited just now. Xiaotsun smiled and said, It's okay. I'm worried about them too. After Xiaotsun finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and added in a low voice. Don't speculate about the traitor. No matter who it is, they don't want to go down this path. Lu Qing nodded. I understand. Chapter 27, Fighting Together. Seeing the horde of corpses getting closer, Rongin took a deep breath. Prepare for battle. Yes. In addition to his combat ability, John also has a spatial skill, which is a secret unknown to anyone except Rongin. At this moment, he took out all the equipment and weapons in the space. His space was not big because it was affiliated with a military base. Every time the mission was completed, the weapons and equipment on his body had to be handed in and wait for the next mission to be issued. Since Rongin knew that he had a small space, he always secretly left some behind. These were the things they left for the team after going through life and death since the end of the world. Xiao, you have been led astray by the boss. Damn, we had grenades. Why didn't we use them when we saved me last time? Ban Yang looked at the equipment on the ground, his heart broken. Rongin? In fact, he forgot. He really couldn't remember so much equipment. There were 3 rifles, 2 pistols, 2 boxes of bullets, 1 box of grenades, 2 boxes of gunpowder, 5 machetes, and some protective gear. Everyone dressed up. Each grabbed a machete, and the grenades were divided equally. Ban Yang, spread these 2 boxes of gunpowder on the playground. Others take cover. Be careful to conserve your ammunition. There are at least 8,000 zombies visible to the naked eye here, not to mention the dark mass behind them. The amount of bullets they have is definitely not enough. The zombies were gradually approaching the fence, and Ban Yang walked quickly, not daring to delay at all. To everyone's surprise, the things walked to the railing and stopped. Roman looked a little puzzled, and the next second he suddenly understood something. Everyone attack now. These things must be waiting for the instructions from the senior zombie. Without instructions, they don't know what to do next. It happened in the blink of an eye. The next second, these things immediately started moving again. The zombies walking in the front suddenly fell down in rows, and the zombies behind followed closely and stepped on each other's bodies like a pyramid. Layer after layer, they soon broke through the height of the fence. The zombies on the top layer fell crookedly on the playground, and then stood up with their bodies twisted. Shoot! Aim for the head! Roland raised the muzzle of the gun, aimed it at the head of the zombie that had just fallen to the ground, and shot it. The zombie fell to the ground, completely unable to move. In order to save ammunition, they all aimed at the head. The three people who were covering cooperated tacitly, each looking in one direction. Ban Yang moved quickly, setting up gunpowder while repelling the zombies that climbed over the fence. On the rooftop, he was leisurely eating melon seeds. System. Host, are you really not going to help? He rolled her eyes. How can I help? What can a weak woman like me do? System. It was drizzling from the sky, and he took out an umbrella like a magician to block the rain. When Rongan saw the rain, he was delighted and began to use his special powers to electrify the fence. The zombies near the fence were soaked with water and were unable to move due to the high voltage. The Earth-type mutant also released swamps on the ground to delay the zombies' actions. Ban Yang took a breath and said, "Boss, we can't kill all of these things." Outside the fence, the zombies in front were restricted in their movements, and then another row of them came up from behind, endlessly. It lasted for about half an hour, and as dawn approached, the zombies outside the fence gradually retreated. Ronan and his companions did not waste any bullets. After this wave, their ammunition was almost exhausted. After manually clearing out the last few zombies surrounding outside, they prepared to rest and prepare. Brethren, why do I feel something is wrong? John looked at the mess inside and outside and felt something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It's a bit strange. Ronan made a rough count and found that the number of zombies was not right, and they were all level 1 unconscious zombies. This is inconsistent with the intelligence they obtained. Before anyone could think, another roar was heard from afar. Quick, go back upstairs. The roar came from far away and got closer. Roland looked back and saw that the front row had already rushed to the fence at an incredibly fast speed. Roland noticed the unusual look in their eyes from the corner of his eye and was shocked. They were actually a group of evolved second-level zombies. Evolved zombies are different from ordinary zombies. Their viruses are stronger, and they will be assimilated within 3 hours after being bitten. At the same time, their speed and strength have been increased. At this time, the first batch of level 2 zombies that came to the fence had already started to climb up along the railing. Roland's heart was filled with anger. "You go first, I'll cover you." He stayed at the back. Ban Yang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing the determination in his eyes, he finally said nothing and started running towards the building with his men. Roland took out another pistol from his waist, held the gun with both hands, changed the magazine quickly, aimed at the zombie's head, and started shooting, fighting, and retreating. His superpowers are limited, and he has already used up a lot of them to maintain the current on the railings. Roland took out a grenade and threw it directly at the place where gunpowder was on the playground, which immediately caused several waves of small-scale explosions, and the zombies in the center were blown to pieces. After several explosions, more than half of the zombies on the playground were gone. The temporarily relaxed situation did not reassure him. There were simply too many of these things. As soon as he blew a gap, an endless stream of zombies came to fill it. He began to think about how to break through the predicament. Xiaotsen had already led a few people to the office building, and the journey was surprisingly quiet. At this moment, the continuous explosions coming from the campus also interrupted their thoughts. How could it be, boss? Could it be that they are... Don't talk nonsense. Xiaotsen appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was trying his best to restrain the urge to save people. Go! He had a feeling that he was about to find it. There are more and more zombies around, and Ronan is gradually becoming exhausted. However, there were still countless monsters running towards them from behind. This won't work. Brethren, be careful behind you. Ban Yang just got upstairs and turned around to see this shocking scene. A zombie had appeared behind him without him noticing. Ronan lowered his head to avoid the zombie's attack. Then he raised his hand and shot the zombie again. There were more and more monsters around him until they surrounded him. Boss! There is no exit around Ronan. He seemed to realize this as well. He just turned around and smiled at Ban Yang and lip-synced. Run! The zombies kept approaching, and Ronan seemed to be prepared. Take out the last few remaining grenades. But at this moment, the zombies that had pounced on him and eaten him to pieces suddenly stood still and did not move. There was no expected pain. Ronan opened his eyes and looked at the scene in a strange way. Before he could think about it, the zombies in front of him automatically retreated to both sides, leaving a path in the middle. In front of him, a zombie with blue eyes was slowly walking towards him. Chapter 28, Rescue. Rowan narrowed his eyes. This zombie should be the high-level zombie they're looking for. The blue-eyed man was wearing a sports suit that was a bit old but very clean. He was obviously different from the other zombies. He stared at Rowan with full of interest in his eyes, and it was obvious that he regarded him as delicious food. Hello. Rowan was surprised. Can you speak? Of course, I am superior to everyone else. Rowan felt a little disgusted by the man's words. You're still working for those people. The man looked at the badge sticking out from his cotton coat. Tisk tisk. I'm very optimistic about your potential. How about you come with me? Together we can rule the world with our invincible zombie army. Rowan laughed out loud. Are you dreaming? Apart from other things, the military base has too many heavy weapons in its hands, and there are also special missile-type weapons, one of which is enough to destroy a city. Invincible? I'm afraid there will be nothing left. Rowan looked at him sarcastically, but the man laughed instead of getting angry. Do you know where this virus came from? Then the man tore off a sleeve, revealing a badge similar to the one on Rowan's cotton coat. You must be curious about why I am still sane. Those crazy people used the virus to experiment on humans. They wanted to have a controllable team that was not afraid of death. They wanted to rule the world with this. Unfortunately, they underestimated the invasiveness of the virus. The laboratory rioted, and the virus spread. I am a psychic. Rowan was surprised. The willpower of psychics is stronger than that of other people. When I woke up in the lab, there was no one alive. I saw the information and data. They even wanted to send people to get the data back, but I killed them all. The crystal cores of the psychics can enhance my abilities. The man raised his hand, and the level 2 zombies surrounding him moved forward. Look, they listened to me. Have you ever looked in the mirror? Rowan asked with a sneer. You look really ugly now. Rowan's gaze moved to his face. His skin was covered with black and purple blood vessels. His eyeballs were slightly bulging, and there were wounds of varying sizes on his face. The man's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he stared at Rowan. Rowan touched upon what he cared about most. After coexisting with the virus, what he cared about most was his face. He once tried to put on thick foundation like girls, but it still couldn't cover it up. Damn you, your crystal core can help me level up. The man licked his lips and continued, and your stupid teammates, they actually came to the office building to look for me. Ha. I don't know if they can withstand my zombie army. Rowan clenched his fists. Xiaotsin and the others. At this time, Xiaotsin and his team were clearing out the zombies on the 3rd floor of the office building. It's very strange. They have already dealt with a lot of them, but zombies still keep rushing down from the upstairs. Xiaotsin vaguely felt that something was wrong. Fight and retreat at the same time. Brotherson, aren't we going to look for that high-level zombie? With all this noise, it's probably no longer here. Let's retreat towards the school, and don't mess up your formation. Having said so much, it's time to end it. The man smiled and walked towards Rowan. Rowan felt as if he was suddenly frozen, unable to move. This person's supernatural power is so strong. The man looked at Rowan and with greedy eyes. Rowan tried several times, but he couldn't even activate his supernatural powers. Not only his body, but also his supernatural powers were restrained by this person's mental power. Watching the man walking towards him step by step, he suddenly thought of his grandfather who was still unconscious in bed, his teammates behind him, and the survivors who were living in the resort or in various bases. If they let this high-level zombie out, they would have no chance of survival. The look roamed and gave the man gradually became resolute. You want my crystal core? Let's see if you have the ability to do that. Suddenly, the energy around him began to stir wildly, forming an invisible vortex and pouring into Rowan's brows. The man saw this and shouted, You want to detonate the crystal core? Are you going to die? The 3 people in the teaching building also had tears in their eyes when they saw this scene. They all felt this restless energy, and at the same time they understood what it meant. Boss! Jiangsu gritted his teeth, shook his head, and muttered to himself that this shouldn't be the case. Even if he had to die, it shouldn't be Rowan and who was sacrificed. He glanced at the man standing alone among the zombies with a determined expression. Jiangsu turned around and saluted the 2 of them. I'm sorry, guys. After saying that, he jumped down the stairs and ran towards Rowan. Jiangsu, what are you doing? Sui, who watched the whole thing from beginning to end, finally clapped his hands and stood up. If we don't get out now, when these 2 people blow themselves up, all the buildings in this area will probably collapse. What if there are still unsuspecting survivors buried underneath? Damn it. Banyang, is that Mr. Su from the resort? Am I dazzled? Banyang also looked at the woman walking towards the group of zombies in shock. Yes, Jiang Su was also stunned when he saw Su Yi suddenly appear in front of him. When did Boss Su come, and where did he come from? Seeing Su Yi, he suddenly felt that they might be saved. Su Yi was speechless. The system directly sent her down. Take it in, take it in, take it in. Su Yi walked through the crowd of zombies, walked up to Rong and patted him on the shoulder. The manic energy suddenly dissipated. You. He had been skeptical about Shui Yingying's words before. How could anyone avoid being attacked by zombies? Now he finally believed it. Not only did he believe it, but this woman could actually prevent others from self-destructing. Could it be that she also has a psychic ability? She can control others. The man looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him with some surprise. Then, after being glanced at by Su Yi, his body suddenly became unable to move. He tried his best to move his feet, but he just couldn't move. The man was suddenly frightened, especially the woman in front of him. The option of attacking did not even appear in his mind. His subconscious told him that he could not hurt this woman. Boss, well, you can't die. If you die, I will be a widow. Van Yang's untimely rush and broke the weird atmosphere here. He didn't know why he felt safe following Su Yi. He turned to Jiang Su again. Why did you jump down? I'm telling you, don't even think about dying to atone for your sins. I won't forgive you even if you die. Finally, he looked at Su Yi again. Boss Su, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, we would have been eaten. Everyone. Who are you? For the first time, the man looked confused. What do you think? Su Yi was not afraid at all, and even walked up and patted the man on the shoulder. The man was angry and annoyed, but he couldn't move. Su Yi turned to Rongan and said, I can use this zombie. Rongan coughed a few times until he swallowed the scarlet taste in his mouth. Then he came to his senses and nodded. Okay, you guys go back, Xiaotsin, and the others should be here soon. Hey, get those things of yours out of the way, or I'll do it. Su Yi's tone was very arrogant. The man glared at her and then did as he was told. Rongan's energy was greatly depleted, and he slowly walked out of the zombie group with the help of everyone. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something, and turned to look at Su Yi. Thanks. Su Yi didn't expect him to thank her suddenly. She chuckled. You're welcome. Among a group of hideous zombies, her smile stood out, and there were 2 faint dimples on her cheeks. Rongan was stunned for a moment. If Su Yi knew that Rongan compared her with zombies, she would probably regret saving him just now. The man looked at Rongan leaving somewhat unwillingly, then looked at the woman with fear. Girl, I did what you said. Can you let me go now? Of course. Su Yi ordered Tongzi to untie the restraints. The man did not expect that she would agree so readily. He was unable to react for a moment and sat down on the ground. What do you need me to do, girl? The man heard what she just said. I can use this zombie. Su Yi looked at him and said, Tell me everything you know about the virus. Chapter 29 Procurement of Supplies. It was several days later that Shui Yingying returned to the camp. The temperature has dropped to -10 degrees Celsius in the past few days. Only a few people in the resort still insist on going out to collect crystal cores every day. Others who have more crystal cores have already left them in their rooms to rot. The heads of Star Base, Dawn Base, and Light Base all came to Hope Resort one after another. Wu Jia volunteered to be their tour guide. This is our recharge system. You can put the crystal core on it, and it will be recognized and used for card application. This is our restaurant serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. This is a department store. You can buy seasonal supplies and daily necessities. The hospital is over there. There are some basic medicines available for purchase. This series of buildings simply shocked the heads of each base, especially the fully automated medical equipment, which was simply unheard of. Several people speculated about who the owner of this resort was and how he could do this. Wu Jiao looked at their surprised and envious expressions and felt vaguely proud in her heart. After this trip, Su Yi's small treasury was upgraded again. In order to look good before going out, Shui Yingying bought an autumn coat at the department store, a very thin layer. Now the temperature has dropped below 0, and she has been delayed on the road for a few days and has become frozen silly. She went straight to the room as soon as she returned to the base. Several residents passing by saw her covering her mouth and laughing. Was she still wondering what had happened? When she was about to open the door with the points card Jiang Su gave her. Ding, unrecognized. Shui Yingying was a little confused, but she continued to swipe without believing it, but it still wasn't recognized. Chu Miling passed by and glanced at her, then said, Everyone knows that you are not at the base. Zhang Su has moved to a single room. Cui Yingying felt a chill in her feet. Didn't he go out to collect crystal cores? Why did he come back early? Normally, when they were together, Zhang Su would be away for a week. This time, because the temperature dropped sharply, he didn't bring warm clothes, so he came back early. Chu Miling kindly told her the room number. Cui Yingying hurried towards the room. I knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. She asked around and found out that Zhang Su seemed to have gone out. Cui Yingying stomped her feet in anger. She only had a few dozen points left in her card, which was not enough for housing. Zhang Su would definitely not live with her anymore. This time, she followed Rong and the others out, thinking that if Rong fell in love with her on the way, she would take her back to Jing City. It would definitely be safer and better than here. However, she didn't expect to encounter a tide of zombies. But it wasn't like she had no gains at all. She followed them and got a few first-level crystal cores. Cui Yingying made up her mind and charged a few more first-level crystal cores and booked a single room. Now that Zhang Su's meal ticket is gone, she has to make plans for the future. Most people came to the several bases for the food. It is best to have some hot meals when the weather is cold, but I didn't expect that Hope Resort actually has cotton clothes and quilts. Now some people don't have enough crystal cores. Well, don't you have a radio here? Can we contact our boss? The person sent by Ji Lin pulled Wu Jia and said, the crystal cores they brought were only enough to buy food. If they were to buy cotton clothes, many people would probably not have enough to eat. But the radio station is in our boss's room, and we can't enter the boss's room. The younger brother who was speaking was in a dilemma. Actually, Ji Lin had told them before that it would be best if they could buy on credit. They didn't have many crystal cores, so they could just default on the payment when the time came. But now that he had seen the Hope Resort, the younger brother felt a little worried. Wu Jia was watching them. He was standing by their side when they were recharging their cards. He had less than half the points as the others. After all, this was a large base with thousands of people. How could they only bring so few crystal cores when purchasing supplies? Moreover, they were the only ones who didn't bring enough crystal cores. Well, can you please owe me a loan first? My lips were trembling when I said this. I can't make the decision. Why don't you wait for the boss to come back? After Wu Jia finished speaking, she ignored him and turned around to do something else. I stayed where I was, feeling troubled, watching others take things from the department store one by one. Brand new clothes, quilts, instant noodles. Hearing words like, oh, Lu Hui walked up and pulled him aside. Song Yuan, no matter what Ji Lin says to you, don't listen to him. Don't offend Boss Su. Song Yuan looked at the person in front of him and didn't recognize him at first. When he realized what was happening, he was shocked. Lu Hui. You are Lu Hui. Damn, how did you gain so much weight? Lu Hui touched his face embarrassedly. He had indeed gained a lot of weight recently. They had a lot of crystal cores in their hands, so he simply stayed in the room and did not go out. Song Yuan suddenly thought of something and whispered, you're staying here? Yeah, you don't know how scary Boss Su is. You remember Long Biao and his gang, right? Boss Su directly. Lu Hui made a click gesture. Besides, this place is really good. I advise you not to go back and work for him. As he spoke, Lu Hui took out an apple from his pocket and took a bite. Song Yuan swallowed. Lu Hui's face was rosy now. His clothes were brand new. He was wearing new sneakers from before the end of the world, and his hair was carefully groomed. But he was still very conflicted. Besides Ji Lin, there were many survivors in the base. If he didn't go back, they would starve. After thinking for a while, Song Yuan bought 2 cotton coats for others to wear. Thank you for the trouble. Please inform the boss that there are not enough crystal cores to buy cotton clothes. Both of them had a good relationship with Song Yuan, so they agreed without thinking. Lu Hui even took them to his room to wash up. Seeing the room, Song Yuan was even more amazed. I didn't expect the conditions here to be so good, but I still have to bring the supplies back to Ji Lin. Otherwise, without these things, those survivors and the brothers who fought with him before will be starved to death by him. Lu Hui thought about it, and it was true. He went to the base late, and Song Yuan was already there when he arrived. He could go out without any worries, but Song Yuan couldn't. After such a long time, he had some feelings for him. Then you can live with me first. I'll accompany you to kill zombies. Once you have the crystal core, you can get a room for yourself. Song Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. He was different from Lu Hui. Lu Hui came late and did not have to hand in the crystal cores, but every time they did a mission, the crystal cores were basically handed over to Ji Lin, and he did not have many in his hands. The people from other bases prepared their supplies and decided to stay here for a few days to rest. Bai Su smiled bitterly as he looked at the large and small packages. She came out alone and couldn't carry so much. Chin-san saw her expression and stepped forward to ask. Chin-san, you are from the Shinchan base, right? Why are you alone? Chapter 30 Zombie Bodyguard. There are too few space ability users in our base. We brought a lot of people here this time. Why don't we go together? Chin-san learned from the last lesson, and this time brought nearly 20 space ability users, loaded with supplies and some space. This is too much trouble for you. It's okay. I remember your star base is just on the way. Let's go together. Bai-Su thought about it and decided that it was too much trouble to go through so much trouble. So she gave Chin-san a few level 2 crystal cores as a thank you. Chin-san was afraid that the girl would feel embarrassed, so he accepted them. Rongin and Xiaotsun's men met on the road. Fortunately, no one was injured in this operation. Xiaotsun winked, and Rongin understood and glanced at Jiangsu, who was sitting quietly on the side. It is true that Jiangsu felt guilty, but if there had not been any accidents during this operation, he might have already taken action on the road. Jiangsu has a younger sister named Jiang Lian, who is responsible for counting and distributing supplies at the military base. Long Qiyuan promised that if Jiangsu helps him, he can give Jiang Lian the green light at the base. The military base was very complicated. Their survivors came from all the major cities. As long as they came, they would be taken in. In addition to the survivors, there were infighting among the top leaders. Fights were common in the base, and children and women often disappeared. With so many people, the guards did not have time to look for them one by one, and Long Qiyuan's guarantee was equivalent to giving his sister a talisman. Jiangsu had no choice. His sister was his only relative. He risked his life outside just for his sister. If something happened to him one day, his sister's life in the base would be even more difficult. Actually, you can bring your sister here. I think Boss Su's place is pretty good. Ban Yang put his arm around Jiangsu's neck and said with a smile, Yes, your ability can fully guarantee your sister's life here. Jiangsu looked up and saw that it was John who spoke. I also think Boss Su's place is good. If my family weren't still in Beijing, I wouldn't want to go back. Jiangsu looked at everyone's expressions. Everyone had a smile on their face while talking, as if they had forgotten that he had betrayed their boss. He was very surprised. He thought that if they knew about this, he would be scolded and despised. Oh, if I were you, I would definitely choose the one that is beneficial to me in this situation. Ban Yang patted his shoulder with an indifferent expression. But you definitely can't follow Brotherin anymore. We understand your difficulties, but we can't forgive you for doing this. Jiangsu nodded. Yeah, I understand. I will go find my sister when I get back. Jiangsu thought about it and hoped that the resort seemed to be a good choice. The people here were very nice, and as long as he could kill the zombies and have the crystal core, he could survive here. He has been here for a few days, and he also witnessed the scene just now. Su-Yi is an invincible existence. Even high-level zombies can't do anything to her. He feels more at ease with his sister here. Su-Yi did not go with them. She stayed in school to listen to the stories told by this advanced zombie. This is what happened. I overheard their conversation and then lost consciousness. When I woke up, the world had become like this. After saying that, he looked at Su-Yi expectantly. Su-Yi was startled by his expression. It's really that blue eyes plus his weird skin are too scary. I know everything I want to know. As for you, Su-Yi stared at him meaningfully. How many zombies are there in Cydia now? The blue-eyed man thought for a moment and said, There are now more than 600,000 level 1 zombies, about 100,000 level 2 zombies, and level 3. Su-Yi frowned. City, it could only be considered a third-tier city, yet there were so many of them? There are only a portion of them here. The other zombies are too far away. Most of them have moved to villages and towns in the past few months since the apocalypse. Su-Yi understood that it was probably because there were no living people left in the city. Her resort still needs crystal cores to operate for the time being. In fact, some metal jade artifacts can also be exchanged for points, but there are too few people who have these things on them now. You take these zombies with you and follow me. Su-Yi thought that these zombies were all level 2. If they were driven to the edge of the resort, it would be nice to let the residents there come out occasionally to earn some crystal cores. The blue-eyed man was a little confused when he heard her say this, but he didn't ask any more questions. He followed Su-Yi out of the campus with the remaining small group of zombies. If there were living people nearby, they would probably see this horrifying scene. A girl was followed by a large group of zombies. The girl walked slowly in front, and the zombies followed behind her like bodyguards. Among them, there was a zombie who looked smarter, with a conflicted expression on his face. It's just outrageous. He was still thinking about why he couldn't attack Su-Yi. As a high-level zombie with psychic powers, he could also use his powers, but these powers were ineffective against Sui. Sui came by car. She ordered the men to drive all the zombies to the vicinity of Quiyu Villa and disperse them to preserve their combat effectiveness. These zombies are equivalent to a stable source of income for the resort. After Sue, he made all the arrangements. He drove away. Her points balance is already over 400,000, so she needs to go back and think carefully about how to upgrade next. Brother Tongzi, how many points do I need to go to the next level? Host, upgrading the hotel to level 9 requires 320,000 points, and upgrading the resort to level 6 requires 160,000 points. The current account balance is 470,896 points. She suddenly felt how poor she was. At present, the facilities of the resorts are similar, so it is better to upgrade to a hotel first. Let's upgrade the hotel. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to level 9 hotel, unlocking 5 single rooms, 10 double rooms, 2 suites, 1 presidential suite, unlocking the 10th floor, 11th floor, unlocking 2 elevators. Friendly reminder, the maximum level of the hotel is level 10, and the host is only 1 step away from the maximum level. Maximum level? It's maxed out so quickly. What am I going to do next? Host, there will be new ways to play later. I will tell you when you reach the maximum level. You might as well not say it. It was almost noon when she returned to the hotel. Rongin and his team did not drive in order to avoid attracting the attention of zombies. They also spent a lot of energy dealing with the tide of zombies, so it would probably take some time to walk back. More and more people came to the hotel, and the weather was getting colder, and no one wanted to go out. When Wu Jia saw Su Yi coming back, she told her about the people from the base coming to purchase supplies. Dawn Base. The base in Jilin? Ever since she learned about the situation of their base from Lu Hui, she has become more and more disgusted with this person. This time he even wanted to come to her for free. As the two were talking, Cui Yingying came down from the stairs. She heard some noise and wanted to come down to see who had returned. Now that it was cold, she couldn't go out and she didn't have any extra points to buy a coat, and the balance on her card was about to run out. After all, she had known Zhang Su for a few months, and she didn't think Zhang Su would be so ruthless. After looking around and not seeing anyone, Cui Yingying was just about to turn around and go upstairs when the hotel door opened. Chapter 31 God of War Su ran. Zhang Su walked in from the door, holding a bloodstained bag. He immediately saw Cui Yingying at the stairs, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Then take the bag to the checker at the front desk to charge the card. Sui was also surprised when he saw what was in the bag. The bag was full of crystal cores. There is a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3. She has observed that Zhang Su's ability level is not high, so it is already amazing that he can kill a level 3 zombie. Boss Su, this is my income these days. Sui estimated that he had at least 5,000 points. Zhang Su's plan for this trip was to save enough money for the room at one time, and he didn't plan to go out for the next few days. The weather is getting weirder and weirder. Sometimes it's 0 degrees in the morning and suddenly turns to minus 20 degrees Celsius at night. After the hotel upgrade, the follow-up system has become more and more intelligent. As long as you book a room at the front desk, points will be automatically deducted no matter how many days you stay. Cui Yingying felt very uncomfortable looking at the bag of crystal cores. She should have had a share of them. Zhang Su flushed the card, turned around, and walked upstairs. He didn't even look at Cui Yingying when he passed by her. It took Cui Yingying a while to come back to her senses, and she hurriedly chased after him. Oh, this guy now is really... Wu Jia sighed to himself. Rongin and his group did not return to the hotel until late at night. While on the road, Jiang Su's special communicator rang. Long Qiyuan came to ask about his progress. Jiang Su told the truth directly. Something unexpected happened. They encountered an intelligent zombie in City A, and they were almost wiped out. Long Qiyuan was a little confused. Rongin gave Jiang Su a wink. Jiang Su then began to explain that this zombie was a psychic before, and after being infected with the zombie virus, it had the abilities of a zombie while retaining a human mind and could also control zombies. After saying that, he added that he hoped the female owner of the resort would save them. When Long Qiyuan heard this, he was overjoyed and hung up the phone in a hurry. Jiang Su scratched his head in confusion. Brethren, why do you want me to say this? Rongin sneered. He always remembered what the zombie said. If he guessed correctly, all this must be related to Long Qiyuan. Long Qiyuan hung up the phone and immediately sent someone to call Su Ran. Uncle Long, you're looking for me. Sue Ran was wearing a neat camouflage uniform with a code on the outside. She was wearing a pair of leather boots like Ronin. The woman had a beautiful and cool appearance, of course, if you ignore the scar on the edge of her jaw and her shiny head. This is the female warrior of the base. On the day the mutation began, everyone else awakened their attributes and talents, but she didn't. When everyone thought she was going to die at the hands of zombies, she managed to fight her way out of the zombie circle with her brute force. Then she awakened her power and became extremely powerful. No one would have thought that a woman would have such courage. Ran, sit down. You are a girl. Why do you want to learn how to shave your head like those grown men? Sue Ran smiled embarrassedly. She just felt it was troublesome. No matter whether her hair was long or short, it would be a burden at this time. Uncle Long, what do you want to talk to me about? Hearing this, Long Chiyuan sighed in a pretentious manner. It's because these survivors are not reassuring. Now the order has collapsed. Without the constraints of the law, there are always some people who have lost their morals. Didn't the boy from the Rome family go to City A to wipe out the zombies? They sent me news that a Hope Resort has been built in City A. The manager there is a woman. They only accept young men to work there. The poor old, weak women and children are left outside to die. I really can't bear it. Sue Ran frowned. Is there such a thing? Seeing her frown, Long Chiyuan laughed secretly in his heart, and then said weakly, Yes, I heard that they killed innocent people indiscriminately. My poor nephew went there to seek asylum, but he didn't expect to be killed by them. Halfway through his words, Long Chiyuan actually covered his face and sobbed quietly. Bang! Sue Ran slammed the table and stood up suddenly. This is outrageous. Do they think they can do whatever they want in this last days? She hated this kind of people the most. They were already in great trouble, but still wanted to bully others. Moreover, the manager was a woman. The environment was so difficult, women should help each other, but she actually turned away women and children? The more he thought about it, the angrier Sue Ran became, as if he couldn't wait to run to City A and kill him. I heard that the boy from the Rome family was ambushed by a high-level zombie in City A. The zombie was conscious and knew the people from the Hope Resort. Uncle really has no other choice. Don't worry, Uncle Long. I'll go to City A right away. I was delayed because of the base. I will definitely bring those evil people back and bring them to justice. Then you must be careful, Ran. Sue Ran bowed politely, then turned and left. Long Chiyuan looked at her walking away, a barely perceptible smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. According to Sue Ran's personality, she would definitely bring that woman and the zombie back together. He would just need to find an excuse to lock them up. There was a cold wind blowing outside, and Sue Ran wrapped herself in her coat unconsciously. A bald woman dressed the same as her followed her. Sister Ran, do you really want to go? Go, why not? Sue Ran smiled sarcastically, and her expression was not as well-behaved as she had just been in the villa. Long Chiyuan thought she was stupid. She had heard a little about the feud between him and the Rong family. This matter also involved Rongin. She didn't believe a word the old man said, but she was very curious about the Hope Resort and didn't mind going to take a look. If this place was really like what he said, there would be nothing wrong in killing one more villain. She had been in the base for so long, and most people had the impression that she was irritable and stubborn. She played dumb, so that others would think she was easy to manipulate and easy to follow her emotions, so that she would not pose a threat. This was also the reason why she, a woman, could survive in this place. Thinking of Rongin, another vivid figure emerged in Sue Ran's mind. I heard that he didn't catch up with the main force and was left behind in City A. I don't know how he is doing now and whether he is injured. Xiaoru, go get ready. We'll leave now. Thinking of this, Sue Ran became a little impatient. Is it so urgent? Xiaoru was a little confused. The weather was getting colder, and setting off would definitely delay the trip. Sister Ran was not such a rash person. Don't ask so many questions. Just go and prepare. Sue Ran smiled. Of course, the more anxious the better. Only by being anxious can she show that she is eager to make a contribution and cannot keep her composure. Xiaoru nodded. She thought that Sister Ran must have her own reasons for doing this, so she just did as she was told. Chapter 32 Sales Center. Originally, Roman planned to take a few people to rest in the hotel for one night and then rush back to the capital. But I didn't expect that when I woke up early the next morning, it was snowing heavily outside. There was a thick layer of snow on the ground. It seemed like it had been snowing all night. Because of the constant temperature system in the resort, the snow melted as soon as it fell within the area, and the ground in the yard was wet. The people in the hotel woke up very early and looked worried when they saw the weather outside. Oh my god. Why is it snowing all of a sudden? I haven't accumulated many points yet. Who told you not to go out a few days ago? It's hard to kill zombies now. Luckily, I've been desperately killing zombies these past few days. Now, I can just lie down at home. It feels great. Some are happy, and some are sad. Song Yuan looked at the situation outside and was a little worried about the two brothers who were returning to the base. Many survivors who came here, because of its reputation, gathered at the gate of the yard. Some of them had heard about this Hope Resort a long time ago, and came here because the weather had turned cold recently, and they could no longer survive there. Some of them came here from various villages and towns, and some even came out of the base. Sui went out to try it. It was already minus 32 degrees Celsius outside. If they didn't take these people in, they would definitely not be able to survive. She still remembered her mission, but didn't know what the reward would be if she completed it. You must be the boss. It's too cold. Please let us in. Boss, we heard that you have hot meals and hot water here, so we came all the way from Nansham Township. Sui looked at the man who was speaking. His face and body were covered in dust. He was wrapped in a cotton jacket and holding an axe in his hand. She looked up at everyone again. Everyone has crystal cores, right? We need crystal cores to exchange for points for accommodation here. Metal jades without crystal cores are also fine. Many people nodded quickly after hearing this. Yes, boss. We are ready. Yes, I've saved up a lot and am waiting to come over. There were also many people who had their own agenda and were a little dissatisfied after hearing this. It's so cold. Can you bear to watch us freeze to death? Yeah, you have so many empty seats here. Can't you let us in? Sui just smiled and continued. The weather will also affect the zombies' movements. Now is also a good time to collect crystal cores. If you don't have any crystal cores, you can look for them around. Everyone is always welcome to come here. She estimated the time and believed that the spiritual zombie should have driven the zombie troops here, and these zombies were left here as food reserves. Is there any hotel owner in the world who is more considerate than her, the kind who helps guests find jobs? The people at the door had heard of Suyi's name, so they didn't dare to say anything except complaining in a low voice. They could only go and look for the zombies. People with crystal cores swarmed in to apply for cards and check in. Sui counted that there were at least 20 people here. The hotel, which was a bit deserted before, is now a bit lively. Now that there are more and more people, Sui thought about it and asked the system for a big sign and wrote the precautions on it with a red pen. Note: 1. Residents should unite with each other and not fight. 2. Anyone who causes trouble in the resort will be blacklisted and will never be allowed to enter again. 3. The hotel implements a one-person, one-card real name system, over 16 years old. 4. Damage to hotel items will be compensated at 10 times the points. 5. The final right of interpretation belongs to our store. Sue even added the last sentence politely. The main reason was that there were too many people, and she couldn't screen the guests as she did before. Who knew the character of these new people? After upgrading the hotel, I was almost ready to upgrade to a resort, and now it is finally possible. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. The sales center, residential area, and storefront center have been unlocked. Please go and check them out. Sui remembered that Tongzi had mentioned before that the rooms in the hotel behind could be rented out to everyone for a long time. But what was this storefront center? Following Tongzi's instructions, she came to Building 6 and Building 7. After the resort was upgraded to level 6, the locations of various facilities had been divided. The distance between them was quite large, and a large open space was opened outside the fence on the left side of the hotel. Sue vaguely felt that another house was going to be built outside. Building number 6 has only one floor, and there is a plaque at the door with the words Hope Sales Office written in large letters. Sui walked in and saw a huge model in the middle. This model was just like other sales centers, showing the height of the floors and the scenes in the community right in front of him. The model shows that there will be residential areas on both sides of the future resort, and there will be a villa area in the back. In the center of the model is a building that looks different from the others. Undoubtedly, this building has the highest price and is the top building in the Hope community. Sui paid special attention to it. A one-bedroom and one living room in the top building costs 10,000 points per square meter, not to mention the rooms above. A room with a good location only costs 8,000 points, and the cheapest only costs 3,000 to 5,000 points. Sui walked around the sales center and spotted something he had never seen before. It seemed a little bigger than the tester, but also seemed a little different. Tongzi, what is this for? The system was silent for a moment. This is a loaner. Oh, ye. Can't escape mortgage loan in the end times? This machine is the most advanced machine in our galaxy. It can lock the credit card of the borrower. When the borrower swipes the card on it, it will automatically determine how much money the borrower can borrow based on his credit. If the borrower fails to repay on time, it will impose a random penalty. Currently, this machine is only equipped in our buying and selling tasks. So advanced? It's a good thing. If those people come to cheat her of her supplies again, after visiting the sales office, Sui came to the center of the store. There is also a large model in the middle of here, which includes the shops that the resort will build in the next few years, as well as popular geographical locations such as near schools, downstairs of shopping malls, at the entrance of residential communities, etc. Host, the shops here are rented out. You can rent them out to guests in the resort to do business and earn points. Because there are not many buildings at present, advanced reservations are required. Sui took a look and found that 800 points a month was very cheap. A slightly larger one would cost 1,500 points, which most people would have after killing zombies for a few days. Although she had food courts here, they were made by machines after all, and could not compare to those made by humans. After reading this, Sui ran to see the buildings in the residential area. Unfortunately, the newly opened land was still empty, and there was nothing there. Host, the residential area is currently level 0, so there is no house for the time being. Once you accumulate enough points to upgrade, you will have one. How many points do I need to level up? From level 0 to level 1 is 20,000 points. From level 1 to level 2 is 40,000. Sui took a deep breath. It was so expensive from the beginning this time. Unlock one building at a time. It doesn't seem to be that expensive. However, you must first upgrade the hotel to level 10 before you can upgrade the residential area. Will you die if you finish speaking all at once? Chapter 33, Residential Buildings. On the day when Sui's notice was posted, the residents were the most excited. They lived in fear for several months during the last days. Now, they will have a home of their own? Chu Meiling and Song Jiang were the first to find Sui, and they wanted to reserve a storefront. We were already teaching in school, and now we can open our own tutoring class. Sui took them to the center of the store, and the couple chose a place close to the school and paid a deposit of 2,000 points. Those who come to book storefronts or houses are old residents of the hotel who have accumulated a lot of points during this period. Wu Jia and Xiaohao's family also booked a storefront that is close to the school. Even if they don't go out to kill zombies in the future, they can still make money by opening a store in the resort. When Banyang heard that there were houses for sale in the resort, he directly brought Rong into the sales center. Boss, let's book one too. Roland looked at the model in front of him and was shocked. The military base could be said to be one of the first groups of people to know about the end of the world, and they were the first to build a defense system, but it would take a very long time to resume production and restore order. The current weather has delayed the progress even more, but Sui's resort could be said to have accomplished this with ease. The only building in Area A in the residential area that is currently accepting reservations is a 24-story building with 4 households on each floor. It has an elevator, and most of the rooms are 1 bedroom and 1 living room or 2 bedroom and 1 living room, which is more suitable for a family of 3 or families without children. The lobby of the sales center was already crowded at this moment, and almost everyone staying in the hotel was attracted by the news. Boss Su, this house costs hundreds of thousands of points. How long will it take us to save up the crystal cores? Yeah, what if we kill all the zombies? Who still has jade and gold on them now? They'll all be thrown away like garbage in the end times. Everyone, we have already considered this, so now the rules for exchanging crystal cores for points have changed. Not only crystal cores, gold, and jade, as long as everyone can collect steel, metal, and other building materials, they can also exchange them for points. Building a house consumes a lot of building materials, so this exchange rule is also reasonable. The deposit for a storefront is 2,000 points, while the deposit for a 1-bedroom apartment requires 20,000 points. Most people don't have that many points, except for some individuals. Banyang smiled and pulled Rongan over. Boss Su, please book a 2-bedroom apartment for me and put my name on it. Rongan rolled his eyes at him. Your parents are gone, and you don't have a partner, so why do you need 2 rooms? Can I sleep in the master bedroom during the day and the 2nd bedroom at night? Banyang muttered and followed Sui to the counter. Only those who lived on the battlefield all the time had enough points. In that wave of corpses alone, Banyang dug up hundreds of crystal cores. Sui followed the system's instructions, charged the card, and signed the contract. Building 1, Area A, 2003. Banyang. Sui swiped the card and Banyang signed. I'll let you know when the follow-up is completed. No problem. Banyang looked at the contract with a smile, then suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Sui. Boss Su, is this a fully furnished house or a rough one? Puffed. Sue, he almost laughed out loud. She actually forgot to explain it to everyone. Of course, it's a fully furnished house. After saying that, he turned and faced the bustling crowd. By the way, let me explain to you that the houses we sell are all renovated, and the facilities are the same as those in the hotel. The water and electricity charges will be automatically deducted from the points card every month, so you can move in without worry. Of course, if you don't like something, you can come here and spend the corresponding points to change it. So good. When everyone heard this, they stopped watching and quickly dispersed to look for materials to exchange for points. Ban Yang holds a contract. He is the first person to have a house to live in after the end of the world. Although he hasn't moved in yet, Roman curled his lips, thinking of his grandfather who was alone in Beijing and still in a coma. Book me a 2-bedroom apartment too. Grandpa likes to raise small animals, so he chose a house on the first floor with a balcony. When the Long family's affairs are settled, he will go and pick up Grandpa. The other members of their team also wanted to book a room, but when they thought of their relatives at the military base, they gave up the idea. Apart from them, only one other person had booked a residence. He hasn't left the hotel since he came back. Most of the time, he was sleeping. There's no other way. A comfortable environment can easily make people lazy. He slept for a whole day and night, then got up to eat 3 meals and went back to sleep. If he hadn't come out today, Sue would have thought he was gone. Sue was surprised to see Pei walking towards him with the points card. Aren't you going abroad to look for your sister? Pei shook his head. We are all dragon people. We will have to come back when the time comes. We can't be without a place to live when we come back. There was no Hope Resort in the previous life, but there were many bases. In the base, crystal cores must be exchanged for supplies and accommodation. Ever since his sister got into trouble, he heard that Long Biao was taken to City A. He hid all the way, traveling by water and sleeping on telephone poles. After arriving in City A, he found that he could not enter the military base at all and was discovered by Long Biao. He had been well prepared in this life. He went wherever there were more zombies. He was either fighting or on his way to a fight. However, he did not expect the variable of Hope Resort. Long Biao did not go to City A, and he did not know how to use the crystal cores he had accumulated along the way. This is a good time to book a room. Sui helped him complete the registration and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Pei shook his head. He didn't know either. Once Long Biao died, he lost his target. "Would you like to come with me to the military base?" When Pei heard this, he frowned with a bit of disgust. He really didn't have a good impression of this place. According to my memory from my previous life, to enter the military base, one had to pay 10 first-level crystal cores as the entry fee. After entering, one had to pay 2 first-level crystal cores every day to receive the meal allowance. There wasn't even a bed to sleep in, and a group of people slept on the floor with their worn-out clothes. When he went there were people being kicked out at the door because they couldn't afford to pay. The base was divided into many jurisdictions, and there were people collecting protection fees in each jurisdiction. If you didn't pay, someone would cause trouble for you. As he was thinking, he glanced at Rongan. Only people who have been there know whether it is good or not. People who have not been there think that since it is official, the treatment must be good. Rongan unconsciously explained, military bases don't accept people who can't protect themselves. There's no other way. If a base is full of the elderly, the weak, women and children, and there are zombies or people causing trouble, we can't guarantee the safety of the survivors. The army is limited, and there are too many survivors. Sui still agrees with this point. Okay, I'll go with you. He couldn't get in his previous life, so he wanted to go in and take a look in this life. Sui had his own plans in mind. The blue-eyed zombie told her a lot of things, but she didn't want to care about them at first. She just wanted to finish the mission quickly and end her journey in this world. But the dog system suddenly prompted her that a hidden mission had been triggered, requiring her to investigate the truth behind the zombies. She thought to herself that if it happened again, she would never meddle in other people's business. Chapter 34, Helping with Delivery. The temperature has dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Sue Ran and his group had no choice but to stop in a nearby building and wait for the extreme cold to pass. The 2 people who went to the Dawn base to deliver the message also returned, bringing with them a large number of crystal cores. When they came in, their faces were blue and purple, and even their eyelashes were covered with a thick layer of frost. Fortunately, Song Yuan gave them the cotton clothes he bought before leaving. Otherwise, they would have frozen to death on the road. I hope no one has been going out of the resort these days. Everyone has tacitly stayed in the hotel to have fun, but they often took in some survivors who came to seek refuge. Sui changed into a thick cotton coat and asked the system to add a layer of constant temperature before going out. She agreed to help Song Yuan deliver the supplies to the Shuguang base. Without the supplies, the Shuguang base would probably become an empty shell. Roman saw that she was about to go out and followed her. "I'll go with you." She paused and said, "I'm not afraid of the cold, so you'd better not go out." Upon hearing this, Roman quickly unbuttoned his coat and lifted up the sweater he was wearing underneath. Under the sweater was a thermal underwear. "This is the last invention my grandfather made before he fell into a coma. It's a constant temperature suit that can offset some of the outside temperature. I also have a mission, so let's join in." The two got in a car together. Sui's car was specially modified by an Earth-type mutant in Rong An's team. In return, Sui waived 2 days of rent for him. Sui drove silently, and neither of them spoke. "What did that senior zombie say to you?" After a while, Rong suddenly spoke. "Nothing much, just asked him about the virus." Rong paused, thinking about what the high-level zombie said. His heart felt like a ball of cotton. If what he said was true, what did he say? He said the virus was man-made. Someone in the upper echelons was experimenting with the virus. He wanted to reshuffle the cards, rule the army, and start a war. But he didn't expect the virus to leak out and everyone died. Sui didn't want to hide it. She suspected that the person might be in Jing City. After a moment, Ronan said, "The virus is indeed man-made, and we have been investigating it. Do you have any clues?" "I know about that experiment." The military base received the news relatively early. The experimental center was in a chemical plant in Jing City. It was illegal to conduct human experiments at the time, so they carried it out secretly. They said it would benefit mankind, and that if it was successfully developed, it could cure many terminal illnesses. But later I found out that they were not researching any special medicine, but a virus smuggled in from abroad. This virus parasitizes humans, and those infected by it become bloodthirsty, violent, and irrational. They want to turn the army into a killing machine without any sense of pain. At first, people infected with it would not actively attack others. Later, during an experiment, the virus mutated and the mutant rioted, taking the entire laboratory's experimental subjects with it and running away. Although we finally eliminated it, the virus still began to spread, each time more fiercely than the last. First, the medical staff were infected, then the researchers were also infected, until it could no longer be contained. The last infected body would actively attack the living. Anyone who was scratched or bitten by it would become like it. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Oyi senire disdainful. She really felt that these people were just too idle. In the past, she liked watching science fiction movies about mutant crocodiles and mutant snakes. She always complained to her friends about whether these people had nothing better to do than study such things and bring trouble upon themselves. And then, Roman continued, "I wanted to stop it after I received the news, but my parents had passed away at the time. Our family had no real power. All the power was divided up. Grandpa got angry and fell ill. Because Grandpa had a super weapon in his hand, they didn't know what it was or where it was, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, would we still be alive today? Who did that experiment? I don't know. Those people were later infected with the virus, and the laboratory data was destroyed. There is no way to check." After the conversation, Sui calmed down and continued driving. Some clues were too inconsistent, and he couldn't figure them out for the time being. According to the information provided by Pei Yi, someone had been experimenting with the zombie virus and had finally successfully developed a drug to control zombies. Unfortunately, he had only heard about it and hadn't even entered the gate of the military base. According to Song Yuan's map, the car slowly drove to the gate of Dawn Base. From a distance, Sui saw several men surrounding a woman at the gate of the base, with a fire burning around them. "Your man is frozen to death. Why are you still struggling?" "That's right, if I follow you guys, I don't have to wear clothes every day. Ha ha ha. Hurry up, brothers, it's too cold. The fire is going out again." The woman was wrapped in the only quilt and looked at the men in horror. "Please let me go, please." The man ignored her request for help and started to pull the blanket off her body. Although the woman was wearing a thick cotton coat under the blanket, her hands were already red from the cold. Sui was so angry that he got out of the car and walked towards them. "Stop!" When they heard it was a woman's voice, they didn't take it seriously and continued to pull the quilt. "I said stop." One of the men turned around impatiently and said, "Sister, why do you want to come too?" When the man saw Sui, his impatient expression changed instantly. "Brother, forget about that withered flower. Here's a fresh one." Several people turned around and looked at Sue-E with eyes like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Little sister, why are you in such a hurry? It will be your turn soon. Before he could finish his words, Sue-E kicked the man in the crotch. Ah, you stinky bitch. How dare you hit me? Although Sue-E has the help of a system, she also insists on exercising regularly. If she kicks him with this kick, the man will probably be crippled. Brothers, beat her up, strip her naked, and hang her at the gate of the base. Sue-E looked at the people rushing towards her and sneered. Don't move. Chapter 35 Dawn Base. The leading man was stunned for a moment, then laughed sarcastically. Are you scared, silly? You told me not to move, so I won't move? I will. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that he could not move any part of his body except his head. He tried to move his feet, but he felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing on him. You. The man looked at Sue-E, stammering and unable to speak. What kind of weird supernatural power is this? Brother, why can't we move? What's going on? Why is this happening? Not only him, but the others all remained motionless in the last action. The man then realized that he was in trouble. He had offended someone he could not afford to offend. Swear, why don't you curse anymore? Oh, you seen it. Sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Brother Zhang asked us to do this. It has nothing to do with us. Seeing this, the other people began to blame, pointing their spearheads at the one in the front called Brother Zhang. Sue-E ignored them and walked up to the woman covered in the quilt. She took out a dagger from the system space. Will it work? The woman stared at her in horror, with wide eyes. The only one who can save you is yourself. It is impossible for others to help you at the right time, every time. There was some dissatisfaction in Sue-Yi's tone. In her opinion, being strong is the best weapon in this chaotic world. Even if the system gives her order, she will exercise her physical fitness every day because being strong is the foundation. If this woman is not ruthless this time, there is no need for her to help her. After all, there are no rules in this world now. After Sue-E finished speaking, he threw the dagger in front of her and pulled Rong into the base. She did not remove the restriction, so it was easy for the woman to take action. The woman picked up the dagger, slightly distracted. The man wanted to move after seeing Sue-E leave, but found that he still couldn't move. Seeing the woman picking up the dagger, he panicked. Beautiful lady, I was wrong. We shouldn't bully you. You don't seem to be hurt. I'll leave this quilt for you, so we won't snatch it away. You! The man was trying to pretend to be pitiful, but he didn't expect the woman to ruthlessly stab the dagger into his heart. The hand holding the dagger was trembling slightly. Her body was still shaking, and her face was a mixture of fear and joy, making her look somewhat hideous. She followed the same method and killed these men herself. Then she came back to her senses and stared at the photo of her late husband. Sue-Yi's face looked a little bad. He didn't expect to see such a thing as soon as he arrived at the Dawn Base. There wasn't even a guard at the door, and the only one was sleeping by the fire. Jilin was leaning on the sofa, covered with a thick blanket, holding a stove, with two women massaging him next to him. He was living a very comfortable life. When he saw Sue-E, his eyes lit up. This legendary boss Sue is much better looking than those people describe. Sue-E was wearing a snow-white mink coat today, long boots on her feet, and had a high ponytail. Her fair little face was rosy, which made her look both domineering and cute, giving people the urge to protect her. The temperature is low now, and she would still feel a little cold wearing this even with a constant temperature system. But for the sake of beauty, what's wrong with not wearing thermal underwear? These are the supplies your base needs. Sue-E threw the box directly to the ground, and then took out large and small packages of things from the space. Jilin looked at the supplies scattered on the ground, and his face looked a little bad. Boss Sue is so casual, so I have to check it carefully. Jilin signaled the people behind him to come forward and check the supplies. These things cost him a large amount of crystal cores, and he didn't know when this terrible weather would pass. When the time comes, he would give some of them symbolically to the people below, and he would have to keep the rest for himself. The two women beside Jilin stood up and poured 2 cups of hot water from a rusty kettle nearby. Boss Sue, please take a seat. My people are so disappointing. It's a shame for you to come all the way here. Sue sat on the sofa without any hesitation, but she didn't even touch the water on the coffee table. You're welcome. After all, the Dawn Base is a major customer of our resort. We can't let those people freeze to death on the road. Ronan didn't sit down, but stood silently behind Sue-E. Sue-E noticed his action and felt a little uncomfortable. Jilin had noticed this man when they came in. As a superpower user, he could sense that this man had a high level of superpower, so he assumed that he was the man behind Sui. He looked at her with a bit of contempt. Isn't it just relying on men? What's so great about that? If she had been smart enough to lend them the supplies, she wouldn't have to make this trip. Alas, there is nothing we can do. There are too many survivors in our base, most of whom are the elderly, the weak, women and children. There are too few people who can be used. You saw it when you came here. Things like the one at the door happen every day. We can't handle it at all. Sui sneered in his heart. He couldn't control it. It was obvious that he didn't want to control it and was not doing anything. It would be great if we could have as many supplies as the Hope Resort and as strong a force as Boss Su. After Ji Lin said this, he sighed in a pretentious manner. We can't help it. We hope the resort doesn't collect waste. Otherwise, we can let you go. There are still many empty spaces there anyway. Sui also smiled helplessly. Ji Lin's face darkened visibly. This woman was clearly saying that he was a loser, as he couldn't even manage a base, and yet he dared to covet her Hope Resort. At this moment, the two people who were checking the supplies finished their inspection, came back to Ji Lin, and said something. I would like to thank Boss Su for this time. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. No problem. If you have enough crystal cores, I will provide you with enough supplies. After Sui finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. Ji Lin ordered the two men to see Sui off, but they were stopped by Rongan after taking just 2 steps. You're welcome. Ji Lin shuddered suddenly. The man looked at him as if he was a dead person. Rongan glanced at him indifferently, then turned around and followed Sui. Ji Lin waved his hand, picked up the small bag of hot water that Sui had sent him, and threw it hard on the ground. Bah, why are you pretending? Boss, do you want us to go? The man who had just been stopped made a gesture of wiping his neck. Ji Lin became even angrier and kicked him again. Why are you going? Can you beat him? The man who was kicked didn't dare to speak anymore. He stood up and stood silently at the back. You're from Beijing, right? I don't believe you won't go back. As soon as you leave. Humph. Ji Lin snorted coldly, turned around, and gave orders. Distribute these things. Each family can get 1 piece of clothing. Why are you wasting such good supplies on a bunch of dying people? The two people had some complaints in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything because they had superpowers and could fight, so Ji Lin took extra care of them. If they said one more word, their family members might die in the base. Chapter 36. Gradually heating up. When Sui came out, the woman at the door had disappeared, and there were several pools of bright red blood on the ground. The two sat in the car in silence. No one spoke. Because the temperature was too low and it had snowed a few days ago, Sui drove particularly slowly. After walking a few hundred meters, I heard a bang, and the car stopped on the road and stalled. What's going on? Roland got out of the car and wanted to open it to check, but the weather was too cold and it was completely frozen. It's probably anchored. It can't be repaired. It's frozen solid. It takes several hours to drive from Shuguang Base to the resort. Now the car can't be driven. Do we have to walk back? Can we walk back in the temperature of minus 50 degrees? Roland looked at Su Yi's conflicted expression and took out his communicator to contact Banyang. Let him pick us up and find a place nearby to rest. He could see that Su Yi didn't like dealing with people from the Shuguang base, otherwise they could go back and borrow a car. Roland and his friend's car was from the base, and it was modified inside and out when the end of the world came. Not only was the safety factor high, but the car also had warm materials added. Banyang drove this car here, and there was a high probability that there would be no problems. Okay, Sui had no choice, but the two of them found a small shopping mall nearby. After Sui checked several times and found no zombies, he found a place in the lobby on the first floor to sit down and take a nap. Roland wanted to make sure there was no danger before finding something to make a fire, but suddenly he remembered that Sui would not be attacked by zombies. He ran to the second floor, took a look around, and then came out holding a pile of newspapers and some branches. He took out a lighter, lit these things, and put them on the ground. Sui was awakened by his bustling movements. She opened her eyes drowsily, and the firelight shone on her rosy cheeks. My grandfather developed this constant temperature clothing just for the sake of novelty, because the thermal insulation effect of such clothing on the market was not good. I didn't expect it to be actually used. The constant temperature clothing on the market can only maintain a person's body temperature at 28 degrees Celsius at most, but this constant temperature clothing has been improved and has added warming chips inside, which can keep the body's heat loss very slow and maintain temperature balance if there is a large temperature difference between inside and outside. Your grandpa is awesome. When Roland mentioned his grandfather, his facial expression softened a lot. What about you and your family? Ronan suddenly remembered that since coming to Hope Resort, the only time he saw Sue, he was alone. Not anymore, Sui said calmly, with no expression on his face. She actually has no affection for her family in her previous life. Her parents arranged her life in the name of doing good for her, but they never actually asked her if she wanted it. Even when she was looking for a boyfriend, the most common thing her mother said was, "You have to find someone like that, not someone like me." Her parents placed their unfulfilled life wishes on her. But what was the result? She does a job that satisfies her parents, marries someone her parents are pleased with, and stays at home to take care of her husband and children as her parents tell her to. In the end, the scumbag was caught cheating by her. During this period, she thought about divorce many times. Every time her mother came to persuade her, she would say, "You have to think about your child. Look, your father and I have been together for so long. Haven't we not divorced? Isn't it all for you?" Thinking of this, Sue smiled helplessly. She would accept the bug-like setting of the system just to start a new life. This time she wanted to make her own choices. The only thing she missed was her well-behaved and sensible son. At the last moment of her life, she also watched her son get married, start a family, and live the life he wanted. Seeing her strange expression, Ronan thought that all her family members had died in the disaster, so he did not mention it again. "You take a rest here, I'll go take a look around." The fundamental reason they came to City A this time was to carry out the mission of clearing out the zombies and searching for survivors, but they had no choice but to encounter such weather. "Then be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden board above Suyi's head suddenly loosened, and Ronan was quick to pull Sui away. The wooden board fell off, smashing to the ground along with the chandelier. Sui came back to his senses, looked up, and was about to say thank you, but suddenly realized that his posture was extremely strange. Ronan pulled him with one hand, and the two of them got very close to each other. The air became quiet, and she seemed to be able to hear the man's pounding heartbeat. Ronan was also a little embarrassed and quickly let go of his hand. Sui moved his seat and said, "Thank you." She looked up at Ronan. He was not wearing a hat at the moment. It was rare to see a man who looked handsome with a shaved head. There is a saying that goes, to see whether a man is handsome or not, let him shave his head. Ronan was not wearing camouflage clothes today. Instead, he was wearing casual clothes from the Hope Mall and a dark down jacket on the outside, which looked quite handsome. No, although she looks about the same age as Ronan, she is resurrected from the dead. Her mental age is already in her 50s or 60s. Ronan can be her son. Sui shook her head. This thought made her feel like she was committing a crime. Ronan looked at her changing expressions, wondering what was in her mind that caused such a variety of expressions. Sui moved a little further away from him and found a comfortable place to sit. "You go ahead." Ronan nodded. The mall is surrounded by high-rise residential buildings and a small hospital. Ronan first came into the building, but the elevator was no longer working, so he could only go upstairs on foot. Probably because of the previous high-level zombie, there were no traces of zombies in the building. Many residents' doors were open, and the furniture inside was covered in dust. The only good thing was probably that there were no human corpses like they saw last time. This building has 12 floors. He searched each floor. Fortunately, it was not a password door. He kicked it open. He picked up some useful things, such as some cold weapons, as well as jade and jewelry left behind by others at home, and put them all in his pocket. These things could be exchanged for points at the resort. He searched the 5th floor. The door of room 5003 was half open, and the roar of zombies could be faintly heard from inside. Ronan walked closer in confusion and listened carefully. It was indeed the sound of zombies. Logically speaking, the door is open, and if there are zombies, they will run out on their own. He opened the door and walked in. The living room was in a mess, and there was a little blood stain at the entrance. Ronan still had the same expression, without any sign of nervousness. He had seen many zombies. The roar came from the master bedroom. Ronan turned the doorknob of the front door, but it was locked from the inside. He hesitated for a moment, but finally took a few steps back and kicked the door open. Inside the room, a man who had turned into a zombie was tied to a chair. When he saw a living person coming in, he became even more agitated. His roars became louder and louder, and he struggled to get free. There were 2 zombie corpses around the chair, both of whose heads were broken by hard objects. There was a note on the bed. Ronan picked it up and took a look. The note read, "Dear stranger, if you come here and see me turned into a monster, please don't show mercy. I don't want to become that kind of thing, and I don't want to hurt others. Please give me a quick death." The handwriting was very sloppy, and there was even blood stains on the paper. The strokes of the last word were a little messy. Roland looked at the man sitting on the chair. He didn't know what kind of mood this man was in when he wrote this. The process of zombie mutation was undoubtedly telling you that you're going to die. You're going to die soon. This feeling of waiting to die. Roland was filled with awe and saluted the person on the chair. Then he walked closer, took out the dagger from his body, and killed the zombie. After doing all this, he stood there for a long time until he heard a voice from the communicator and came back to his senses. Ban Yang had already arrived. He sat in the car and watched two people walking out of the department store. You guys finally came out. I was freezing to death. Ban Yang cried, but Roman ignored him and said coldly, "Go to the back." Ban Yang was very tall and hit his forehead when he was sitting in the back seat. He looked up at Roman with an angry face. Not long after they left, several men who were peeking around the mall looked at each other. "Brother G, they're gone." "Oh, didn't I ask you to do something?" The man had a communication device on him, and he contacted someone to pick them up. The car he drove was very strange, a bit like the one above. Ji Lin frowned. "That's a military car. Are the people behind Hope Resort from the military? If so, then it makes sense that they have so many supplies." Ji Lin glanced at the people who were shivering from the cold. "Don't follow me. Go and warm yourself up." When they heard this, their faces lit up with joy. "Okay, boss." After the few people left, Ji Lin sneered. A few useless people staring at one person and freezing him like this. Really useless. Chapter 37, Hot Spring Paradise. After Sue-yi returned to the hotel, he took the car out of the system space and went back to the room. Banyan came forward and said, "Boss, what's the situation?" Ronan shook his head. Except for the bases spontaneously established by the people in City A, there should be no survivors. Suddenly, Ronan remembered something. "Go check out that car." He didn't say just now that the car might have been vandalized. The people who vandalized the car originally wanted to start with the tires, but they didn't expect that their car had been modified and the psychics had strong defense, so they had no choice but to start from other places. Van Yang approached the car suspiciously, turned around, and checked the engine again. "Boss, there are indeed traces of human intervention." Roman sneered. These people were really bold. They were willing to resort to such tricks at this time. After Sue-yi returned to her room, she thought more and more that something was wrong. She had checked before going out, so there couldn't be any problems on the way. Just as she was thinking, there was a knock on her door. "Boss Sue, is Boss Sue here?" Sue-yi opened the door, and it was Song Yuan who knocked on the door. "Boss Sue, you've worked hard. I heard you're back. These are to thank you for making this trip. You must accept them." Song Yuan was holding a canvas bag in his hand. Sue-yi took the bag curiously and could feel what he felt. It should be a crystal core. Song Yuan also thought about it carefully. Sui seemed to have everything he needed. The only thing he lacked was these crystal cores. Sui didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. This was one step closer to her industrial building. Many people went out one after another during the day because someone found a small group of zombies nearby. They were all low-level zombies and were easy to kill. As soon as the news came out, everyone went out decisively. While the temperature was not so low, they could wear more clothes and move around. They still had to stock up on crystal cores. Some people harvested a wave in the morning, and when they went again in the afternoon, they found that the number had not changed much. Sui suddenly felt that this intelligent zombie was quite useful. "I guess in a few days this weather won't allow us to go out. With so many people in the resort by then, shouldn't she build more entertainment facilities?" The system seemed to understand her thoughts and took the initiative to speak. "Host, the only entertainment project that can be developed at the current level of the resort is the Hot Spring Park." Sue-yi, if you dislike my low points, just say so. But doesn't the bathing center have hot springs? Sue-yi asked doubtfully. The Hot Spring Park is a large open-air entertainment facility that includes multiple water entertainment projects. It is divided into children's and adult areas and has a swimsuit sales point. Sue-yi understood, isn't this a water park? The host points are currently only enough to build a first-level park. Adult tickets cost 80 points and children's tickets cost 40 points. Okay, let's build one. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Hot Spring Paradise. Please go to Area 2 to check it out. Zone 2? It is the residential area they have newly unlocked. Sui stood up and walked towards District 2. This was currently still a vacant lot. Except for a fenced-off area, the rest of the place was empty. This was the property that was currently being pre-sold to the public. Behind her, a place similar to an amusement park appeared in her sight. There is a small arch at the entrance with a card reader next to it. Anyone who wants to enter can swipe their points card, and the system will automatically deduct the fee. There are very few facilities in the first-level hot spring park. In the center is a large pool with only 2 slides. Sui reached out and tried it. The water was warm, which was very comfortable in winter. There is also a small bungee jumping machine and a small Ferris wheel outside. The innermost area is the dining area, which has some simple snacks but are very expensive. A bowl of beef noodles costs 30 points. Residents can bring in their own food. Sui prepared a sign and put it at the door. The deposits she collected in the past few days, plus the crystal cores she just received, she could exchange them for points in the system, and she would almost be able to upgrade the residential building. It is better to build these infrastructures in the resort as early as possible. As for the hotel, it is currently the largest source of income for the resort, so a new rental policy can be added. Sui thought about it, went back to the hotel, and added short-term rental and long-term rental to the original sign. Long-term rental is the most cost-effective, with about 20% off per day. As soon as she added the sign, someone came to her to renew the rent. "Boss Sue, please convert my current room into a long-term lease. I don't know when the bad weather here will end, and long-term leases are cheaper." When he went out today, he felt the weather was getting colder and colder. There was still a little snow on the ground. If it snowed a few more times, it would only be colder when the snow melted. Also, there are some things he needs to stay here to investigate. No problem. Sue, you would definitely not refuse. Although she knew when the extreme cold would end, it would be a waste not to earn the points for free. Roman set a good example. In addition, Boss Sue was usually serious and disciplined. Everyone was afraid that the points they had would be spent one day without paying attention, so they all came to Sue to rent a house. Sue Irin was so confused that he simply handed the task of renewing the room to the system and let it solve it. "Boss Sue, when are we going to Beijing?" After Pei finished his work, he came to find Sui. He couldn't remember many things from his previous life. These days, he was either lying around in his room or eating in the restaurant. He ate and slept, and the sudden ease made him remember many things. He was now very eager to go to the capital. "Why do you ask this suddenly?" Sui seemed to have noticed the urgency in his tone and asked. "I remembered some very bad things again, but I can't explain it clearly. I just have a bad feeling. We'll set off after this horrible weather passes." Sui agreed. She calculated that in about half a month, the weather would suddenly return to its previous state. She just didn't know if there would be any emergencies afterwards. Tongzi sighed silently in his heart. He knew it, but he couldn't say it. After the extreme cold comes the extreme heat, which causes the glaciers to melt and the water level to rise, and some areas will also experience floods and tsunamis. The rise in temperature has caused many organisms to start moving, but they have also been infected with the virus, which will mutate in the animals' bodies. There are also tornadoes, earthquakes, and rainstorms that come from time to time. It is a world full of disasters and a year full of disasters. This situation will happen all over the world. By then, the population of Blue Planet will drop by half. This is why the host's first task is to ensure the survival rate of mankind. Of course, the host cannot reveal any information until he completes the prerequisite task. Chapter 38 wanted to disband. It is already the middle of the extreme cold, and the weather and road conditions outside are no longer suitable for human movement. The people in the resort gradually reduced their activities. Anyway, they went out to kill zombies every day in the past few days, and they had accumulated a lot of crystal cores. Many guests also came to Sue to rent long-term houses. Xiaohao never missed a class. Sometimes he and his mother would go out together, leaving his sister at home. After working hard for several months, the mother and son finally saved enough for the down payment on the apartment. When they wanted to find Sue to book a house of their own, Sue refused. She initially chose to set up such a place in the resort in order to make everyone feel a sense of belonging here. In modern society, how many people are busy just for that certificate? The end of the world has not yet passed, and there are still many places where they can use the crystal cores. It would be too extravagant to take them all out. Xiaohao's family thought about it and decided that it would be better to use some of it to improve their ability level so that they could survive better. More and more people started to come to Suyi's hot spring park, especially the many children who live here. They hadn't felt such a relaxing place in a long time. Due to weather reasons, Rong and his group stayed in the hotel to rest temporarily. After a few days of rest, everyone resumed their usual schedule, getting up early to exercise and eat breakfast, practicing fighting in the yard at noon, and running before going to bed at night. After finishing the night run that day, Roman gathered the team members and found a seat to sit in the food court nearby. "It's my treat today. You guys can order whatever you want." Van Yang suddenly felt that the sun was rising from the west. When they followed Rongan before, he was very stingy. Not to mention going out to eat. He never ordered takeout, even when he was too busy to eat. He also rarely bought clothes. Although his family was well off, he was terribly frugal. Brotherin, do you have anything to say? Xiaotan also felt something was wrong and asked. Rongan didn't say anything. In the end, everyone voted for hot pot. It seems that after the end of the world, many people still miss hot pot. Ban Yang's eyes lit up as he looked at the red, oily bottom of the pot in front of him. I do have something to say. Rongan waited until everyone was seated before speaking. I have decided to disband our team. What? Everyone exclaimed. Some of them have followed Rong and since before the end of the world. Rongan's grandfather was engaged in scientific research, his mother was engaged in medical research, and his father was the head of the army. Although his family background was better than most people, when he was in the army, he rolled in the mud just like them, and even carried more weight than them. He never asked for special treatment. They have come this far and have experienced so much together. Disband? What does that mean? Xiaotsun frowned. This shouldn't be what they thought. We've been through so much. Why are we suddenly disbanding? Yes, boss. We can't bear to part with you. Roman laughed. Disbanding is not what everyone thinks. We can still fight side by side, but if I go back to the capital this time, things may not be peaceful. Some of your families are not there. And even after the end of the world, he didn't have the heart to say the rest of the words. You don't have to go back. You can stay here. Everyone has some crystal cores. You can live well here. It's safe. Everyone was silent. What Roman said was true. They didn't have to go out to fight here. The crystal cores accumulated in the past few months might not be enough to buy an apartment, but they would definitely have no problem living a self-sufficient life. They all knew about the struggle between the Rong family and the military base. Now the Long family is the dominant one, and the Han family has never been interested in these things and does not get involved in these matters. Because Grandpa Rong was seriously ill and in a coma, Long Chiyuan's actions against Rong and became more and more excessive, and the open and secret struggles in the base were endless. However, because the Rong family held a heavy weapon, they did not dare to go too far. Except for the unconscious Grandpa Rong, no one knew where this thing was. In the last days, power is the most deceptive thing. In addition, this doomsday seems to be inextricably linked to Long Chiyuan, so if they get involved, they will definitely be targeted. I'm not leaving. My family is in Beijing, so why should I stay here? Van Yang said indifferently. Yeah, I won't leave either. Let's go back together. If he dares to play dirty tricks, we'll kill that old guy. Xiaotsun also responded with a smile. I'll go back with you, brotherin. Me too. I'm going back too. Jiang Su said in a tangled tone. Brotherin, is it because of me? Roman shook his head. You are no longer a member of our team. Jiang Lian is still in the base. It is not surprising that you made this choice. I told you before that I can understand, but I cannot forgive you. Do you understand? Jiang Su nodded. I understand. Roman looked at Jiang Su's face. If it wasn't for the apocalypse, they wouldn't have come to this point. They were obviously young men of good age, but because of the apocalypse and the struggle for power, they all had dark faces. Xiaotsun still had a black scar on his back. It was when he was scratched by zombies to protect his family when the apocalypse came. He awakened his superpowers after burning for a whole day and night. He had seen too many such things. Most of the endings were to abandon the people or lock them up, but Xiaotsun's family didn't abandon him and took care of him for a whole night. Ban Yang's legs now have old injuries. In order to save a little girl, he lifted a steel pipe from the hands of the thugs and then used extreme counterattack to rescue the little girl. But not many people in the base know about their affairs. They only know that these people are capable and can ensure their safety. They only know that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In that case, let's indulge ourselves today. Roman smiled and went to the counter to buy 2 boxes of beer. They haven't drunk alcohol for many years because they're always on missions and have to stay sober even on vacation. Let's just indulge ourselves today. Tomorrow we have to work on our physical fitness as usual, and we can't slack off. When Ban Yang heard this, he complained bitterly. That means we still have to get up early. Roman ignored him. Everyone was used to Ban Yang's temper. No matter what they said, he would definitely be the first one to get up tomorrow morning. Roman distributed beer to everyone and opened his own first. Let's have a good drink today. I haven't felt so relaxed in a while. No need to go on missions, no need to kill zombies, no need to engage in thrilling battles. This is what he wants most. But if he doesn't go, those people in the military base will think he is useless. The Rong family is useless, and the prestige of the Rong family in the base will dissipate over time. Human nature in troubled times will only be more realistic. In an instant, the entire lobby was filled with laughter and joy, and everyone's tone was filled with yearning for a better life in the future. Chapter 39, Recruiting Employees. Sui took advantage of the fact that there were no people on the streets recently and went out for a walk. The system cleared several roads near the resort, otherwise the snow would have been knee-deep and people would have been unable to walk. According to the information provided by the system, the extreme cold will last for about a month, and only 1/3 of it is left. In a few days, the temperature will gradually warm up and then reach its peak. She found the conscious psycho zombie and returned to the hotel after collecting a batch of crystal cores. Sui planned to set up some positions in the hotel and pay them salaries every month. Sooner or later, the small society of the resort will have to be handed over to someone else to manage. Naturally, it is impossible to let the system do it all the time. She will leave after completing her task. Sui posted a recruitment poster at the entrance of the hotel. Recruitment. Guard patrol. 10 people. Requirements. People with special abilities divided into morning and evening shifts responsible for patrolling and security. Salary. 5,000 points per month. Hotel front desk. 2 people. Requirements. Female, divided into morning and evening shifts, responsible for welcoming new customers. Salary. 3,500 points per month. Health supervisors. 6 people. To put it bluntly, they're cleaning staff. Requirements. Both men and women are welcome, and the environment in the resort must be kept clean. Salary. 4,500 points per month. Outstanding employees will be evaluated every month and will be rewarded with an additional 500 points. He will officially take up the post next week. Sui assigned positions according to how hard the work was, and more new positions would be added later when the residential buildings were completed. As soon as this recruitment poster was posted, it attracted a lot of attention. Now the weather is so cold that no one can go out. It is always a bit insecure to live off the land. In addition, the number of zombies will decrease as they are killed. Having a stable job is like having a stable job before the end of the world. So the applicants lined up at the gate in an instant. Except for a few people with high levels of supernatural powers or large inventories, all other residents of the hotel came to apply. With the help of the system, Sui screened out some people with bad intentions. For example, Chui Yingying. This woman wants to apply for the receptionist position. When it was her turn, the system took a quick glance and immediately said, "Host, this person is after your crystal core." Sui directly passed her up. "Why didn't you choose me?" "Boss Sui, do you have any problem with me?" Chui Yingying finally couldn't help asking. She had seen Sui chatting with other residents several times, and then everyone stopped talking when they saw her. "No, next one." Sui frowned, obviously not wanting to communicate more with this person. "Boss Sui, I really need this job. Please think about it." She only had a few days' rent left. If she didn't earn any points, she would be kicked out. "Don't you understand? I told you that you are not suitable." Sui was already a little impatient. She hadn't even kicked this guy out, so why did he have to cause trouble for her in the hotel? Chui Yingying looked at the way Sui looked at her, and suddenly thought of Long Biao, who had died at her hands before. She couldn't help but shudder, and walked away with a resentful look on her face. "Host, this person might want to cause trouble for you. Let her be." Next, on the other side, Chui Yingying went upstairs, still thinking about how to get some points. A couple who lived on the same floor as her started arguing, and the girl suddenly came in and slammed the door. The boy stayed outside the door, sighing. Chui Yingying narrowed her eyes. She had some impression of this couple. They came to check in after those people, just in time for the temperature to get lower. Chui Yingying wore a pair of high-waisted jeans, white sneakers, and a denim jacket today, with a white low-cut camisole underneath. All of these clothes were bought at the resort before. She thought for a moment, raised her foot and adjusted her shoelaces, walked past the man standing at the door, and went to the next room to open the door. When I opened the door, I happened to notice that my shoelaces were untied, so I squatted down and bent over to tie them. When Genie turned around, he saw this scene. A woman was bending over to tie her shoelaces, and the straps inside were pulled lower by her action. Genie was stunned for a moment. Chui Yingying seemed to notice Jean Yezgaze only after she stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Jean." Then he used the points card to open the door. Chui Yingying was born pretty, with a pair of fox eyes that made her smile very charmingly and a curvy figure. Genie didn't react for a moment and watched her enter the house. The woman who had slammed the door and entered the room early opened the door immediately after hearing the sound. "Genie, who are you talking to?" The woman was so angry that she couldn't help herself when she heard Shui Yingying's voice. She heard from people in the hotel that this person was restless, and who would have thought that he lived next door to them? No, you, the guy next door just said hello. You should stop dealing with those questionable women. As she said that, Song Yu pulled him into the room. Jin Yi touched his nose with a helpless expression. Actually, he didn't have any idea. Men all like to look at beautiful women. He had been dating Yu for 3 years. If they hadn't been married in the end times, he wouldn't have had any other ideas. But that girl named Shui Yingying had a really good figure. Next door, Shui Yingying was standing at the door of the room. She heard their conversation and smiled knowingly. In the evening, most people in the hotel went to rest. Shui Yingying went downstairs at the right time. She had also lived with the couple next door for a while, and she had figured out a pattern. Song Yu didn't allow Jin Yi to smoke in the room, so every night at this time, Jin Yi would go out and smoke outside the hotel. As Jin Yagong went out with a cigarette, he saw a person lying on the stone bench outside. He walked over curiously and found that it was Shui Yingying who lived next door. There were also a few empty beer bottles on the stone table. Jin Yi took another step forward, and Shui Yingying slowly raised her head. In the dim light, she could see that her face was red. Ah, Brother Jin, you haven't slept yet. I came out to smoke a cigarette. As he spoke, Jin Yi lit the cigarette in his hand, but his eyes unconsciously slid down from Shui Yingying's face. Shui Yingying smiled sarcastically in her heart, thinking that he was just another brainless man. Brother Jin, do I look good? Shui Yingying smiled and looked at Jin Yi with half-closed eyes. Jin Yi was stunned and said subconsciously, "It looks good. But why don't they like me?" Shui Yingying said this, biting her lips and looking pitiful. Vignese turotiktenet. Song Yu was usually fierce to her, but Shui Yingying looked weak, which was just the opposite. Shui Yingying stood up while speaking, but without standing firmly, she fell forward. Jin Yi quickly dropped the cigarette in his hand and stepped forward to help. He wore a short-sleeved shirt when he went out, and the soft touch of the shirt just fit his arms. The two of them were face to face, and Shui Yingying slowly moved towards him. Jin Yi reacted and wanted to hide, but Shui Yingying reached out and turned his face and kissed him directly on the mouth. "Girl, don't do this, you." Brother Jin. Shui Yingying looked pitiful, with watery eyes as if she was about to cry. As she spoke, she slowly put her arms around his neck. Chapter 40, please. The second day. When Shui Yingying came with the crystal core to renew the room fee, Su Yi frowned. Naturally, everything that happens at night cannot escape the system's eyes. Su Yi was planning to go to bed, but in the middle of the night, the system woke her up with a shout. Su Yi was still wondering how it could be possible, and then the system began its broadcasting journey and asked her if she wanted a holographic projection. The two of them had been through many planes together and had seen everything, but watching someone live broadcast was something they had never seen before. Su Yi decisively refused and gave Tongzi a lecture. She looked at Shui Yingying's flushed face and wondered what time these two had fought until yesterday. Su Yi took the crystal core and wondered in his heart whether he should kick her out. Once this kind of thing gets known, it will definitely be a mess, and the two of them will definitely fight. It was finally quiet here. It was snowing heavily outside, and there were no outsiders causing trouble. She wanted to live a peaceful life for a few days. But her mission is to save the blue planet. System, will it affect the mission if I throw her out? Every time Su Yi completes a task, the system will give her a score. This score was related to her reward. This was the last copy, and it was related to her luck value in returning to that world. The higher the score, the higher the luck value, and it will be easier for her to succeed when she wants to do something. The system was silent for a moment. "Host, I suggest not to do that." "Oh, okay." She placed the crystal core on the machine for identification, but heard the system say, "She gave you so many crystal cores." Su Yi. Actually, you just won the crystal core, right? Su Yi looked at the points displayed on the machine. This man was quite generous. After thinking for a while, Su Yi gave a warning when returning the points card. "You'd better not cause trouble, or I will kick you out of the resort." Shui Yingying was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Su Yi to suddenly say such a thing. She thought about what happened last night, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly and nodded in agreement, then hurried back to her room. She walked very fast, and she had something on her mind. She tripped and almost fell when she went up the stairs. Su Yi looked at her stumbling back as she went up the stairs and sighed helplessly. I hope she can be more obedient. Rongan and his group finished their morning run and returned to the hotel. Ban Yang saw Su Yi standing at the front desk and greeted him. Good morning, Boss Sue. You guys get up really early every day. Ever since she was linked to the system, she would definitely try her best to do badly in any task she could, but now the hotel staff haven't started work yet, so she has to stay here. Ban Yang scratched his head. I can't help it. The boss is very strict. I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. Thank you for saving us. Sui smiled and said, It's okay. You are residents of my hotel, and the hotel has the responsibility to protect you. The people present felt a little embarrassed when they heard Sui say this. Have a group of grown men fallen to the point where they need a woman to protect them? Jiang Su stepped forward embarrassedly. Boss Sue, I want to apologize to you. I was the one who passed the news about the Hope Resort back to Beijing. I was confused for a moment. I'm sorry. As he spoke, Jiang Su bowed deeply to Sui. Sui glanced at him. Jiang Su lowered his head very low, with his waist and legs at a right angle, a standard 90-degree bow. She said, with a long tone at the end. Since you were sincere in admitting your mistakes, I'll let it go this time. Jiang Su was surprised. Thank you, Boss Su. Roman specifically told them not to offend anyone here, and that Sui was not an ordinary person, as she was able to get so many supplies in the apocalypse, as well as these buildings that appeared out of thin air, so they had to have a good relationship with her. Ban Yang said politely, Boss Sui, have you had breakfast? I'll bring you breakfast. No, I'm not hungry. As soon as he said this, the others seemed to have found a way to build a good relationship with Sui. Boss Sui, aren't you tired of sitting here? Let me help you watch for a while. You go back and have a rest. Boss Sui, you've been sitting for so long. Aren't you thirsty? I'll get you some water. Boss Sui. Rongin and Xiaotsun looked at the group of noisy people surrounding Sui. They looked at each other and went upstairs first. Neither of them is good at this kind of thing. Ban Yang is the best at it. The floor they lived on was not low, so they had to take the elevator. When the elevator door opened, Jin Yi, his girlfriend, and Cui Yingying walked out of the elevator. After someone came out, Ban Yang and the others calmed down a bit and spoke in a much quieter voice. Jin Yi seemed to be preparing to go out for dinner. The two were talking and laughing, and the girl was holding the boy's arm, looking very intimate. Cui Yingying was not with them. She just followed behind silently. As they were about to enter the restaurant, Sui noticed that Jin Yi had dropped a ball of paper on the ground. Cui Yingying quickly picked up the ball of paper and put it in her pocket. Sui thought about what happened last night and couldn't help but look at this Shura moment a few more times. Jin Yi is not tall and looks a little shorter than Rongin. He is wearing a tight black top and his figure looks average. He is not handsome, but just a normal person. Speaking of figure, Sui couldn't help but look at the young men surrounding her. Ban Yang and his friends were all relatively young, and like Rongin, they all had shaved heads. Although they were wearing clothes, they usually exercise, so their bodies should be... Damn, what is she thinking? But in terms of appearance, after looking at them one by one, she found that Rongin was still better, and was comparable to the general from the ancient dimension before her. It's the end of the world. Cui Yingying is really not picky about food. Sui's thoughts were still drifting, but Ban Yang noticed her strange expression. No way, Boss Su's expression. Could it be that he's attracted to him? Oh my god, what if Boss Su really likes him? He already has someone he likes. But what if the boss finds out and asks him to please Boss Su? What about his Ran? Thinking of this possibility, Ban Yang was petrified. Aang, what's wrong with you? John looked at Ban Yang, who seemed extremely nervous in confusion. No. Well, let's go back first and stop bothering Boss Su. Boss Su, we'll go back first. If you need anything from us, just let us know. Sui nodded and said, Ban Yang and his group left the front desk, but his steps were a little messy when he left. Cui Yingying sat in the restaurant and silently opened the note in her hand. She has seen many men like Jin Yi. They are very serious at the beginning, but after having sex once and tasting the sweetness, they will start to indulge in the excitement. After seeing the contents of the note, she sneered, crumpled it into a ball again, and threw it into the restaurant's trash can. Chapter 41 Encounter. Late at night. In the yard, next to the stone table in the garden on one side of the hotel, Cui Yingying arrived early in the morning. She was wearing a white dress today and a coat casually put on. Jin Yi waited until his girlfriend fell asleep and then tiptoed out the door. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, he saw Cui Yingying sitting there. Jin Yi was delighted and walked up to her quickly. People are like this. Once they have tasted sweetness, freshness, and excitement, they will be attracted by this feeling. Cui Yingying noticed someone coming behind her and felt a little disgusted. If she wasn't forced by circumstances, She would never commit herself to such a person. But she still turned back with a smile. Brother Jean, what's the matter with you calling me out? Jean Yi grabbed her and said, I missed you so much, Ying. Brother Jean, please don't be like this. Last night, I drank too much last night. Today I thought about it, and I think this is not right. Don't worry, Ying. I won't treat you unfairly. Jean Yi said this and took out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket. Fortunately, he had saved some money, and he had to hand over all the money he earned from killing zombies to the tigress at home. Cui Ying looked at the crystal core and was secretly happy, but on the surface she was still hesitant and refused to accept it. Just keep it, Ying. Jean Yi liked Cui Ying even more when he saw her gentle and weak appearance. This is what a woman is. His desire to protect her suddenly exploded. Don't worry, Ying. I won't let you go hungry when I'm here. Come to me if you need anything. Jean Yi spoke with great confidence, but he did not mention at all that he had a wife. Cui Ying accepted the crystal core shyly, hugged Jean Yi shyly, and whispered, Brother Jean, you are so nice. As she spoke, her voice even sounded a little tearful. Last night, she exaggerated and adapted her story, turning her from a fickle and vain woman into a poor, hungry girl abandoned by her boyfriend. Jean Yi suddenly felt distressed and stuffed a handful of crystal cores into her hands. At this moment, Jean Yi felt the girl's full dependence, and his heart was filled with emotions. Su Yi received a series of telephone complaints tonight. The noise from the food court was so loud that they couldn't sleep. She woke up, put on some clothes, and went out to listen. The noisy music and people shouting were indeed a bit noisy, and the sound was sometimes loud and sometimes soft. There is a department store behind the hotel and a food court next door. What on earth were these people doing to make such a big noise? Her room is different from others and has better soundproofing, so she can't hear any noise outside. She asked the system again, and the system said that the building materials of the room would be upgraded when it was upgraded, but they had not reached that level yet. Sui went out and walked towards the food street. When he was about to pass the garden, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Sui walked closer and headed towards the garden. The postures of the two people on the stone table seemed a bit strange. She looked around for a long time and suddenly froze for a moment before she reacted. Damn it. System? Are you there? I have a sty. Host, they've already started. This is the second round. I have never seen this posture before. You can record it and upload it to the system knowledge base. Sui. No. Then why didn't you remind me? Also, is it necessary to write this down? Didn't you say yesterday that I shouldn't tell you about this kind of thing? I'm so meow. Okay. Sui quietly stepped back. Before leaving, she listened a little. The two of them didn't make much noise, otherwise the residents on this side might have heard it. She took a detour and left from the other side of the hotel. In the food court, Ban Yang, Jiangsu, Xiaotsin, and Xiaoan were sitting on the dining chairs on the first floor and singing loudly. I will love you till I die. I will not be happy until I give it my all. The universe will be destroyed, but my heart will remain. Ban Yang held a microphone bought from a department store in one hand and a speaker playing accompaniment in the other. These cost him a lot of points, but unfortunately there were only a few songs he bought. Xiaotsin, if you yell at the boss later, you'll be dead. Ban Yang put down his phone and shouted at Xiaotsin. What did you say? I can't hear you. Xiaotsin pointed at his cell phone, and Ban Yang reacted and turned down the volume. I say if you yell at the boss, you'll be dead. Ban Yang waved his hand, his young face red as a ripe apple. No, the boss has a self-disciplined schedule. He has already gone to bed at this time. After saying that, Ban Yang picked up the beer cup on the table and held it in front of Xiaotsin and the others. Hurry up, we finally have a day off tomorrow. How can we justify not having to get up early tomorrow if we don't stay up late today? Xiaotsin and the others looked at each other and raised their glasses helplessly. This is the last bottle. Go back to bed when you're done. Ban Yang rolled his eyes at him and said, What do you mean the last bottle? There's still a box. As he spoke, he kicked the box at his feet. We finally had a few days of comfort, but when you return to the base, there won't be any more time for this. As Ban Yang spoke, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Really, the more I think about it, the more disgusted I feel. The management of the military base is chaotic. There is not even any decent food, let alone beer. John was closest to him, looking at the box of beer, and asked incredulously, When did you buy it again? There's not only wine, but also this. As he spoke, Ban Yang took out 4 sieves from somewhere like a magic trick. Back then, I was known as the Dice King, and I drank at countless drinking tables. Unfortunately, zombies fell from the sky, and I, the Dice King, Had to retire? Bah, shut up, or I'll tell Su Ran. You, if Su Ran knew you were drinking. Xiaotsun imitated Su Ran's tone and changed his tone. Only the weak drink to relieve their sorrows. When mentioning Su Ran, Ban Yang's momentum suddenly diminished. Su Ran is the female warrior of the Jing City base. After Ban Yang accidentally saved her during an operation, he fell in love with her at first sight. So he specially chose a good day, changed his clothes, and went to confess his love to Su Ran. As a result, Su Ran looked at him with disdain and said, "I will agree to you if you beat me." As a result, the two fought for a week in a row, and Ban Yang was defeated every time. Su Ran never gave in when fighting, and his ferocity seemed to treat him as a zombie, leaving him no flaws at all, which led to him not winning a single round. As Ban Yang was thinking about it, he picked up the beer cup on the table and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, he looked up at Xiaotsun again, with a vengeful look on his face. "Why are you bringing up something else?" Xiaotsun laughed out loud. "Do I need to mention it? Everyone in the base knows about you and Su Ran." Ban Yang looked at Xiaotsun with resentment, then picked up a sieve and placed it in front of Xiaotsun. "I'm gonna drink you down." Chapter 42 Complaint. "For once, fuck, Ban Yang. You wanna die?" The bastard came up and shouted so loudly. There were only 3 people involved, including the 2 of them and Jiangsu, and he started calling out as soon as he came up. Every time they went out drinking, they would leave one person sober just in case. "Can you open it or not? Do you dare to open it?" Xiaotsun looked at Ban Yang's expression carefully. Under normal circumstances, 1 is a jackpot. If no one has called out 1, then the following points will include 1. If someone has called out 1, then the following points will not include 1. "Open." "Ha, there are 4 of us. You drink it, Brotherson." They changed from draft beer cups to ordinary wine glasses. Xiaotsun glared at him, picked up the glass, and drank it all. It must be said that Ban Yang was really good at shaking the dice. He could tell the number of points just by listening without looking. Moreover, he had good acting skills and was very good at lying. Continue. After a few rounds, Xiaotsun's face was covered with a layer of blush, and he felt a little dizzy. "I just don't believe it. For 6s. Ban Yang snorted disdainfully. "Get out of the way." Before Jiangsu could shout, he directly took away Xiaotsun's sieve, and after seeing the 3 2s and 2 4s inside, he burst into laughter. "I knew you didn't have it. You'd better stop lying about your skills." Xiaotsun gritted his teeth and picked up the wine glass again. "Double. Come again." This was the scene Sui saw when he walked in. The faces of the 3 people were red. Only Jiangsu was sitting there, looking relatively normal. Ban Yang sang while holding the microphone in one hand. This time the music was quieter, but his tone deafness was fully exposed. The 2 men were rolling the dice, while Xiaotsun was drinking continuously. Jiangsu looked up and was about to pick up some food when he suddenly saw Su Yi standing at the door. He paused, then quietly pulled Xiaotsun opposite him under the table. Xiaotsun was already so angry that he was unmoved. He had no choice but to kick Ban Yang, who was next to Xiaotsun. Ban Yang glared at him impatiently. "What? Why did you kick me? Do you want a drink too?" Jiangsu waved his hands quickly. "Ahem, no ahem." John noticed his reaction and followed his gaze. Su Yi was standing at the door in his coat, staring at them with interest. It just so happened that these 2 people changed their drinking positions, and now they had their backs to the door. If they didn't turn around, they wouldn't notice that there was an extra person at the door. Cough, cough, cough. The 2 people started coughing one after another and motioned the 2 people opposite to look at the door. Ban Yang looked at the 2 of them in confusion. "What's wrong with you? Is your throat uncomfortable? Have some beer to moisten it." Both of them. "Moisturize the wool." "Hey, the boss is really a fool. He insists that we go, and please, Boss Su. You 2 must have talked too much during the day. But let me tell you something. I felt that the way Boss Su looked at me today was not right. Do you think she was interested in me?" Su Yi standing at the door. Qiao In and Jiangsu's eyes looked even more strange. They wished they could find a crack to crawl into right now. "What if she is interested in me? What should I do with Ran Ran?" Su Yi suddenly felt that he could not let him continue talking nonsense. "What are you doing?" The sudden sound at the door startled the 2 of them. The 4 people immediately stood up from their chairs. Ban Yang seemed to have drunk too much. He knocked over the wine bottle on the table while shaking, and the remaining beer in the bottle spilled out with a clanging sound. He turned around slowly, and the moment he saw Su Yi, he sobered up. Ban Yang suddenly realized what he had just said. Su Yi held his forehead with his hand. "You are not sleeping at night and disturbing the people here?" Should I kick you out? Ban Yang stood there in a daze, unable to move. Also, what are you talking about? Sue-yi glanced at him. If this man hadn't been rescued by her not long ago, she would have thrown him out right now. When Ban Yang heard the words kick out, he was dumbfounded. The boss had just told them not to offend Boss Sue. And right after that, they were going to be kicked out? Where would they go if we drove them out? Wouldn't they freeze to death outside in such a cold day? Where else could we find a place as nice as Hope Resort? He quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Boss Sue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Sue-yi glanced at the speaker, and Ban Yang immediately understood and immediately took the speaker and turned off the music. This is the first and last time. If any resident complains about you disturbing others again, you will not be allowed to live in Hope Resort. Everyone nodded obediently, and the four of them stood in 2 rows, not saying a word. By the way, what did you mean by pleasing me or something? Sue-yi narrowed her eyes and asked if these people dared to take her supplies. Ban Yang quickly explained. It's not our fault that there is no Boss Sue. It's the boss who said that we shouldn't cause trouble in other people's territory. He said you are very powerful and asked us to build a good relationship with you. That's all. Ban Yang thought Sue-yi didn't believe him and continued. Really? He said you're very powerful and don't want to offend you. It was the boss who told us to do that. We don't know anything. Ban Yang was choked before he could finish his words. Behind Sue-yi, a tall figure slowly appeared at the door. He stood behind Sue-yi, emitting a faint chill. Xiaotsun was originally groggy, but he sobered up the moment he saw this man. Xiaoyin and Jiang Su looked at each other and spoke first. Boss. It was Ban Yang who insisted on coming out. Sue-yi also noticed that the light above her head was suddenly blocked. She turned around and saw that Rongin was standing behind her without her knowing. Rongin took a few steps forward and looked at everyone expressionlessly, his look somewhat cold. What are you doing? Seeing him like this, Xiaotsun knew that he was on the verge of losing his temper. You came at the right time. Some residents complained to me about nuisance. I came to take a look and happened to see them. Ban Yang moved cautiously, trying to stand behind Xiaotsun. Stop! Suddenly, Ban Yang's legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he dared not move. Boss, why are you here? Roland glanced at the few people and said calmly, I went to your room to look for you, but found that you were not there. I happened to run into Lu Qing, who said that you might come out for a drink tonight, so I came back. Ban Yang smiled awkwardly, silently remembering Lu Qing in his heart. Chapter 43 Awkward. Roland turned his gaze to Xiaotsun again and said in a cold voice, He is fooling around. Are you fooling around too? Xiaotsun was a little embarrassed. At first he wanted to persuade people to go back, but who knew that as they played and drank, they got drunk. I'm sorry, brother. It's my fault. And you guys, are you just going to let these two go crazy? Both Xiaoyin and Jiang Su lowered their heads and dared not speak. It was a habit they had developed before the end of the world. And whenever Rongin got angry, they dared not even breathe. Rongin looked at the scattered wine bottles on the ground and the beer spilled all over the table and felt a headache. A few days ago, they had a drink together at a dinner party. He was afraid that they would slack off and cause trouble at the resort, so he specifically told them not to offend anyone. He didn't expect these people to disturb others in the middle of the night. Not only did they disturb others, but they also talked nonsense after drinking. Boss, I was wrong. Don't scold them. I wanted to drag them out. Ban Yang lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Rongin. Rongin glanced at him and said, I did tell you that you don't have to get up early tomorrow, but don't you have to be careful when playing in the middle of the night? You made such a big noise that others came to complain. The faces of the people Rong and mentioned turned red and white. After speaking, he turned to look at Sue-yi and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, Boss Sue. I didn't think highly of them. Next time you do this, don't stay in the hotel. Sue-yi stretched lazily. Her good time was ruined by this group of people. Each person should hand over a fine of 300 points to Boss Sue. The previous rule in their team was to hand in crystal cores, but now that they had moved into the hotel, they naturally changed it to handing in points. Ban Yang silently took out 3 first-level crystal cores and handed them to Sue-yi. And then, why don't you apologize now? Ban Yang lowered his head and said to Sue-yi, I'm sorry, Boss Sue. We will pay attention next time. We will help you clean up here. This crystal core is an apology. I just bought some wine, and I have no points left. He secretly groaned in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would not have come out. He bought wine and audio equipment, and now he had to pay 300 points back. Now he really became a pauper. John also took out the crystal core and handed it to Sue-yi. then bowed his head and apologized politely. Jiangsu and Xiaotun didn't have crystal cores on them, but they took out their points cards and allocated 300 points to Sui. Sui was also very satisfied with their attitude of admitting their mistakes. She accepted the crystal core. This is the first time and the last time. After Sui finished saying this, the people standing there did not move for a long time. Why are you still standing here? Roman asked suspiciously. Ban Yang looked hesitantly at the several large bottles of beer on the table. Things in the food court cannot be returned. If they take them back now, he will suffer a big loss today. Ban Yang spoke tentatively. Boss, this wine hasn't been drunk yet. It's a waste to leave it here. How about we? Look, there's still so many left. Ban Yang cautiously glanced at Rongan, but didn't dare to speak when he saw that he looked unhappy. Ban Yang mentioned this. Xiaotun also remembered that they had paid points for these wines, and it would be a waste if they didn't drink them. He was about to take a sip, but he saw Rongan lowering his head and saying something to Ban Yang. Ban Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he went back happily. Before leaving, she smiled and waved at him. See you tomorrow, Brother Sin. He looked like a different person with a smiling face. Xiaotun stepped forward curiously. Boss, what did you say to him? I had something to ask him. Do you know what it was? Xiaotun shook his head. How could he know? Su Ran is coming to City A and is already on his way. Xiaotun smacked his lips. He knew it. This bastard. As soon as he heard the name of Su Ran, Ban Yang's expression definitely changed. He might have already started planning his short-term weight loss crash course. Xiaotun guessed correctly. Ban Yang was currently planning tomorrow's menu. He has become a lot rounder since coming to the resort. He is not tall to begin with, and if he becomes fat, Su Ran will dislike him even more. Ban Yang muttered to himself, I'll just eat an egg tomorrow morning and run 2 more laps in the morning. For lunch, I won't eat rice yet. I'll eat something high in protein. Also, Xiaotun groaned secretly and suddenly thought of something. Wait, what did Ban Yang mean when he just said, see you tomorrow morning? There will be extra practice tomorrow morning. Anyone who dares not come will have their fine doubled. Rongan's next sentence resolved his doubts. Xiaotun glanced at Xiaoen and Jiangsu quietly. The 2 young men had no doubts about this. Only he. Xiaotun is considered to be one of the older members of the team and has known Rongan for a long time. In private, Rongan has always called him brother, but their team has its own rules, and Rongan is the most rule-abiding person. Alas, a world has been created in which he is the only one hurt. Xiaotun took Xiaoen and Jiangsu back to the dormitory, leaving only Rongan and Sui there. Seeing the mess on the table, he looked up and said, let me help you clean it up. Sui smiled and said, no, just leave it there for now and collect it tomorrow. The system is responsible for cleaning the restaurants and food courts every time. I'm really sorry today. He had already said sorry several times, which made Sui feel a little embarrassed. I've compensated for the points and apologized, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's really okay. Rongan looked at the time, and it was already late at night. Boss Su, let me take you back first. He planned to send the person back first and then clean up the place. There seemed to be no cleaning service in the hotel. Although he didn't know how the tables, chairs, and leftover tableware and dishes were usually dealt with, that was Boss Su's own business, so he didn't ask too much. Sui did not refuse, and the 2 of them walked towards the hotel. The food street is not far from the hotel, only a few hundred meters in total. The street lights in the resort are still on, and you can occasionally hear the sound of insects at night. Neither of them spoke along the way. Sui actually had some social barriers. She still remembered that when she first bound the system, she was too embarrassed to ask Tongzi for help. She dragged her feet on things she couldn't do, and the system was also wondering why she kept going around in circles in one place. Although she doesn't do that anymore, she still gets nervous when facing people she has no connection with. Fortunately, the distance is only a few hundred meters. Sui breathed a sigh of relief and held on a little longer. After passing the garden and turning a corner, he would reach the hotel entrance. Garden? Damn it. Chapter 44 Discovery. Sui suddenly remembered that there were 2 people arguing on the stone table in the garden. I don't know if Rongan noticed those 2 people when he came. No, we have to change the route. The 2 of them paused at the same time and suddenly spoke at the same time. Then, the air was quiet for a second, and suddenly a woman's moaning sounds were heard from the garden. The sound was exceptionally loud, very different from what Sui encountered when he came here, and it seemed to be in the middle of a tense and exciting session. When Sui heard the voice, her first reaction was, it has been more than an hour since she came out. These 2 people are still doing it? If she were alone now, she would definitely take out a bag of potato chips and sit here to listen for a while. She glanced at Rong-an's reaction and saw that the man also looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, I. Rong-an turned his face away, his ears a little red. He was embarrassed for a moment and didn't know what to say. Should he say he forgot? But wouldn't boss, Sue, misunderstand? Although he is a man, but he hadn't experienced anything like this yet. When he was in the army, he only met people of the same sex and rarely came into contact with the opposite sex. When he returned home and his grandfather was ready to introduce him to a girl from a wealthy family, the end of the world came and the marriage did not take place. Roman really forgot that he had run into these two people when he first came here. At first, he didn't hear clearly what they were doing. Later, when I met Banyang and others at the food street, I was so angry after hearing what Sue, E, and Banyang said that I completely forgot about the matter. Seeing his reaction, Sue knew that he didn't mean it. He was probably just too angry and forgot about it. With the help of the street lamp, Sue E could just see the man's facial features. Rong-an's bald head had grown a little longer, and his ears were a little red. Let's change the route. Sue E turned around and said softly, raising her hand and pointing to the other side. Rong-an nodded, and the two of them stepped back and changed another way. The and ah sounds in the distance continued, and Sue E felt a little annoyed listening to them. System, lower the temperature for me. Sue E shouted silently in his heart, but the system did not respond. System. Tong. A host, it's coming, okay, I'll lower it now. Sue E. Tongzi, you must not be watching secretly. You must not be. The system promised, and the temperature in the resort suddenly dropped a lot. Sue E unconsciously wrapped his coat tightly and quickened his pace. After Rong-an dropped the person off, he left. He took the same route he had just taken and returned to the food street. On both sides of the road are the buildings that the resort has developed to the present day, and the lights of these buildings are on. The backyard of the hotel has been renovated many times by Sue E, and each time it is different. This resort has so many secrets, including inexhaustible water, electricity, fresh food, and vending machines that automatically refill. He had also visited the hospital, and the fully intelligent medical equipment and surgical procedures there were beyond his knowledge. This was no longer a technological level that could be achieved in their time. Roman looked around as he walked. After arriving at the food court, he cleaned up the beer and dishes that Banyang spilled, wiped the table, and put the chairs in order. After doing all this, he returned to his room to rest. Jin Yi and Shui Ying suddenly felt that the temperature in the resort seemed to have dropped a lot, and the two hurriedly ended the battle. He looked at the time, hurriedly dropped a bag of crystal cores and left. Shui Ying gritted her teeth, stood up from the stone table, put on her clothes, and looked at the crystal core that the man casually threw on the table. A trace of humiliation flashed through her heart. Genie went upstairs cautiously, took out his points card, and swiped the door to open it. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the room was pitch black. He was just about to change his shoes and go into the house when the lights in the house suddenly came on. Song Yu looked at the man who came in with a cold face. What did you do so late at night? Genie began to doze off mentally. He knew Song Yu. If she asked this question, there were two possibilities. One was that she didn't know the truth yet, but had a guess in her mind. And the other was that she knew the truth and was testing him. I went to smoke. Honey, why are you awake? Did you have a nightmare? Jin Yichang walked up calmly, sat next to her, stroked her back gently, and had a worried look on his face. Song Yu stared at his face, trying to see some clues from his face, but unfortunately, there was nothing. The man did smell like cigarettes. They had been together for many years and knew each other too well. Genie was just an honest person on the surface. Genie was sweating so much that he actually smoked a cigarette downstairs before coming up. When did you go down? Song Yu stared at him sharply. It's not long since I went downstairs. Boss Su seems to have lowered the temperature a bit. It's cool outside now. Sui did lower the temperature. He was telling the truth. And even if Song Yu asked about it tomorrow on a whim, the truth would not be exposed. Song Yu still felt uncomfortable. She felt that there was something wrong, but couldn't point it out. She leaned closer and smelled it many times, but there was only the smell of smoke. Song Yu looked at him with a little suspicion. After a long while, she finally said, "Go to sleep. Give me some crystal cores tomorrow. I have no more points in my card." Good. The two turned off the lights and lay down. Genie felt relieved, but at the same time, he was in a dilemma. He had given Shui Ying a lot of crystal cores in the past few days, and he didn't have many on him, and there were not many points left in the card. What should he do when he gave them to Song Yu? How should he explain it to her? As he was thinking, perhaps because he was too tired, Genie fell asleep in a daze. Song Yu tossed, and turned and couldn't sleep. When she went downstairs to eat during the day, she met Wu Jia. Later, Genie was tired and wanted to go back first, so he left her and Wu Jia to go shopping in the mall. Wu Jia was hinting that she was cheated on. I gave her a green bracelet, a green scarf, and a green hat. She was not a fool, so she could not see such obvious hints. Later, she asked Wu Jia what was going on, and Wu Jia just told her not to sleep too deeply at night. She was so scared that she thought Jin Yu was going to assassinate her, so she was careful tonight and pretended to be asleep. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Jin Yu went out and was out for a long time. Song Yu is not the type of person who is love-brained and would not pester her boyfriend if she found out that he was cheating on her. On the contrary, she is very smart. The most important thing in the apocalypse right now is the crystal core. Whether in a resort or at the base, crystal cores are the circulating currency. While thinking, Song Yu came up with an idea. Chapter 45, Old Acquaintance. The next day, host, today is the last day of extreme cold, and the temperature will gradually rise starting tomorrow. Sue, he suddenly thought of something. Where's my mission? Host, the current number of survivors in City A is still 1026 short of the target. There is still so much left. There's no penalty for mission failure, right? System. Otherwise, it's better not to save him. It's better not to have this reward. Sui was just about to take another nap when he heard a loud noise at the door, followed by someone banging on it. Boss Sue, please come out and take a look. He wrapped himself in a coat and ran out without stopping. I saw two people lying at the entrance of the resort. There was thick frost on both of their faces, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of their chests, she would have thought they were dead. She asked the system to open the restrictions, and several people came forward and carried the two people in. Sui came forward to take a closer look, and one of them looked a little familiar. It was Su Hang who came to buy things on the first day her hotel opened. At that time, there were no vacancies in the hotel, so the two of them came to recharge their points, bought some food, and left. Please help and take him to the hospital. Ban Yang got up early and originally wanted to go back and rest after extra practice, but he was forced to do the hard labor under Rong An's dangerous gaze. Su Hang and another person were carried to the hospital. The beds in the hospital all have built-in diagnostic and treatment equipment, just like the cabin in a spaceship. When a person is placed inside, the symptoms will be automatically diagnosed and treatment will be given. If the condition is too serious, the patient will be prompted to be sent to the operating room. Sui asked the system to open the permissions. Under normal circumstances, one needs to swipe a card to enter the hospital. She decided to wait until they wake up before talking about the points issue. Boss Su, this is amazing. Wu Jiao looked at the person in the bed in surprise. There were several blisters on Su Hang's body. After the system scanned it, the blister fluid was extracted from him. Some of the infected areas were disinfected and wet compressed. Su Hang's complexion gradually returned to normal. Fortunately, the injuries on several people were not very serious. Sui guessed that it was because they all had superpowers, their bodies had been transformed, and their functions in all aspects had been strengthened. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to go out in such a high temperature outside. Boss Su, this treatment is so expensive, isn't it? Chu Miling was a little scared when she saw such advanced equipment, and she kept saying to herself, don't get sick, don't get sick, don't get sick. Is it expensive? She had never asked Tongzi, but it should be similar to ordinary hospitals with different treatment methods for urgent and serious cases. Ban Yang followed the large group and carried the patient here and never left. Seeing the patient being treated on the bed himself, his mouth open wide. This touched upon his blind spot of knowledge. The frostbite of the two people has been basically treated, and they were given glucose on a 4 drip. Now they're just waiting for the person to wake up. Boss Su, do you know them? It's not that we know each other, but we've met before. As they were talking about this, Su Hang woke up in the hospital bed. Seeing that he couldn't move his hands, Sui helped him press the switch of the hatch. When Su Hang saw Sui, his eyes lit up. Ahem, Su. How did you get yourself into this state? Su Hang sighed helplessly and slowly began to recount his experiences during this period. Coincidentally, they were from the Dawn base. Ever since they bought something from Sui last time, they hadn't returned to the base, because going back would be just doing hard labor for nothing, and the labor they put in was not proportional to what they gained. Since he had no relatives in the base anyway, he simply took a few brothers with him to collect crystal cores outside, thinking of coming to Hope Resort next time. They collected a lot of supplies, and together with the things they brought out last time, they survived outside for a while. Unexpectedly, the weather cooled down so quickly. When Su Hang realized something was wrong, he took his brothers to look for a shelter. They found an own shelter, and he discussed with the leader there about borrowing it temporarily without using their supplies. Unexpectedly, the man agreed on the surface, but was actually secretly eyeing what they had. Someone in Su Hang's team was bribed, and a sneak attack was launched while they were sleeping. Although they were all strong, they could not withstand the large number of people on the opposite side. There were more than 30 people. After several rounds, they were no match for them, and their brothers were either killed or injured. In a rage, he took out all the supplies and burned them in front of them. Since you don't want me to live a good life, then forget it. His action completely angered those people, and they sent several people with high levels of superpowers to hunt them down. Unexpectedly, the temperature dropped too quickly and was no longer suitable for human activities. The people who were chasing them could not bear it and gave up halfway. Among the brothers who escaped alive, there are only 2 of them left who have made it all the way here. Thanks to his brother who has fire-related abilities, they were able to make a fire to keep warm on the road and boil snow water to quench their thirst. Otherwise, they would have really frozen to death on the road. He looked around and saw that there were many more buildings than the last time they came. It seemed that Boss Su had expanded his place again. He wondered if there would be any vacancies this time and whether they could move in. He still had some crystal cores left, but would they be enough for medical expenses? Thinking of those brothers who died at the hands of their compatriots, Su Hang felt uncomfortable. In the end times, they did not die at the mouths of zombies or in natural disasters, but died at the hands of their compatriots and at the hands of greedy people. It was really ridiculous. After listening to his experiences during this period, Sui was silent for a moment and said, "Don't think too much about it. Take good care of your injuries first. I will come back to settle your hospital bills when you are discharged." Su Hang. Damn it, sister. You really have no sympathy. He is in this state, and Su is still thinking about asking for hospital fees. Boss Su, you really can't stop talking about crystal cores. Sui said as a matter of course. Of course. How can I operate without the crystal core? You can't think of delaying the points. Ah, yes. Su Hang responded, closed his eyes, and went to rest. His companion's condition was slightly better than his, with only a few scratches on his body. Perhaps because he was a fire-type mutant, the bed cabin worked quickly, and the wounds on his body had been mostly healed. Although she didn't plan to complete the mission, this man couldn't die in front of a resort. If Su Hang knew what she was thinking, he would probably faint from anger again. Typical stay away from her. Host, you really have no heart. The system started to act weird again. Host, do I still remember the 521st mission? When that pitiful prince said that he wanted beauty over the kingdom, your reaction was... The system cleared its throat, imitating Su Yi's tone at that time. Your Highness, if you don't want me, I will. Su Yi. Thank you for remembering it so clearly. Don't praise me. I'm not that good. You must have watched too much Crayon Shinchan. Chapter 46. Warming up. Su Hang and the other person recovered quickly from their injuries and were able to walk in the afternoon. The ulcers on their bodies had scabbed over. They were both supernatural beings, and their physiques were much better than those of ordinary people. Su Hang, along with his companions, found Su Yi with the points card. Boss Su, we are almost recovered now. Please calculate the medical expenses. They all found it magical. Even when Su Hang submitted his application for discharge, the hospital notified him to go to the pharmacy to pick up his medicine, because Su Yi had instructed the system that the normal procedure should be that the pharmacy would only give him the medicine after they settled the bill at the window. The total is 560 points. Go to the front desk to recharge the crystal core. After Su Yi asked the system said that because it was the first time to use it, the patient was given a discount. Thank you, Boss Su. These are the crystal cores from us. Su Hang and his companion still had some remaining crystal cores, and the 2 of them put them together, but it was not enough. It's okay. You can work in the hotel to pay off your debts first. The 2 had just recovered from a serious illness and were not suitable for eating overly spicy food, so they went to the restaurant and ordered 2 servings of millet porridge. Anyway, the system is there, so they can't owe money even if they want to. Sui doesn't care, but some people are obviously unhappy when they hear the news. As soon as Chui Yingying went downstairs, she heard Sui say that she could work in the hotel to pay off her debts. She felt even more resentful. Why did Sui give these 2 people a backdoor? She couldn't even work in the hotel. Sui glanced at Chui Yingying, but his mind was filled with the scene of the 2 of them on the stone table last night. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. This person is really not picky about food. He will do anything for the crystal core. Chui Yingying came down to top up her points card. She planned to put all the crystal cores she got from Jin Yi yesterday into the card. She knew very well that she could never know when she would be discovered and asked to return the crystal core, and by then she would have used up all her resources. Chui Yingying walked to the front desk, took out a handful of crystal cores from her pocket, and placed them on the machine. Not only did she top up her points, she also renewed her room for another month. Sui checked her points and found that she had more than 1,000 points after paying the room fee. Tongzi, can the points on the card be transferred? Sui suddenly asked, not knowing what he was thinking about. Yes, as long as the host wants, it can be transferred in any way. Even the room fee that has been booked can be recovered. The system added very considerately. That's good. If there's a fight, I'll just make this woman return the points. Wu Jia found her quietly today, and it turned out that someone saw what happened that night. The shopping mall here is open 24 hours a day. Wu Jia went out to buy a midnight snack and happened to run into Jin Yi and Chui Yingying. So the next day, she reminded them indirectly, but she didn't know if Song Yuyu could understand. As a woman, Sui was also disgusted by this kind of thing, but she had no connection with Song Yuyu and the others, and didn't know what kind of person she was. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business, because people might think you were slandering her husband. The two of them complained for a long time, and men would only behave themselves if they were hung on the wall. After hearing this, Ban Yang knocked on Rong En's door in the afternoon. Boss, what happened when you came back with Boss Su yesterday? What's wrong? I heard Boss Su complaining that a man is only honest when he is hung on the wall. Roland thought about what happened last night and smiled awkwardly. Nothing happened. She was talking about someone else. Ban Yang had a look on his face that said, I missed something. Roland didn't want to pay attention to him. He looked out the window and saw that the snow had begun to melt. Today's temperature is a little higher than yesterday's. You should prepare in advance. Ah, so soon. Ban Yang was a little disappointed. He hadn't stayed long enough. This kind of life of eating and sleeping was too comfortable. The temperature outside has gradually risen. When we can move around normally, we will go back. Okay, boss. I'll tell them to get ready. The main thing is supplies. Don't save the crystal cores. Prepare all the food, water, and medicine you can exchange for. Yes, we can bring more things back. Ban Yang became excited after hearing this and was eager to make a big purchase. Roland looked at Ban Yang and suddenly changed his tone. Do you want to go back? Ban Yang was stunned for a moment. If I don't go back, where should I go? He just wants to give up. Soran. Roland only said 2 words and Ban Yang understood. Boss, who do you think I am? Brothers are like brothers. I will definitely follow you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ban Yang's tone changed. Let's discuss whether we can leave later. Ah, he hasn't seen Su Ran for a long time. Although it's possible that Su Ran doesn't want to see him. I received news that Long Chiyuan sent someone to come to City A with Su Ran and the others. Ban Yang's face darkened. So we must solve the problem before we leave. After all, this trouble is caused by us. They should have noticed the change in temperature too. It's probably going to happen soon. Roland glanced out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, on a farm on the outskirts of Beijing, Su Ran brought only his own people with him on this trip, and because of the weather, they could only hide in this farm for a while. Fortunately, the farmers here had added a warm layer to the warehouse for the newborn cubs, and there was also a fire-type mutant in their team, so they were able to stay here and get through the coldest time. She had just received news that as the temperature gradually rose, Long Chiyuan would send someone to go with her, and in addition, there would be military vehicles at the base to take them there. Su Ran felt very annoyed, but she couldn't refuse openly. Her team is made up of girls, most of whom she rescued from zombies or villains. Their relatives are still in the base. She has to consider these people and can't make things too awkward with Long Chiyuan. Sister Ran, this old fox is too much. To put it nicely, she is here to help you, but to put it bluntly, she is here to monitor you. That's right. It was the same last time. Sister Ran went to rescue people, and Long Chi Yuanfei sent a team of reinforcements. Several of our people died in the effort to rescue them. The little girl's eyes turned red when she said this. Her friend died in the last operation. Hush, just say these things to my face. Don't say them when someone comes. Several girls nodded obediently. Anyway, it was Sister Ran who saved our lives, so I only listened to Sister Ran. Me too. Several girls were talking at the same time, and there was a hint of anger in their tone. Well, you guys, if he's willing to send someone, then come. Su Ran looked at the burning fire in front of him and chuckled. After all, Beijing is so far away from City A. If anything unexpected happens, it's not our fault. Chapter 47. The truth is revealed. After a few more days, everyone was preparing to go out. Now the temperature has risen to around minus 50 degrees Celsius, and it is still impossible to go out, but everyone is already looking forward to it. When it reaches minus 20 degrees Celsius, it will be a suitable temperature for ordinary people to move around. But Sue couldn't expect it. Others don't know, but she knows that many people froze to death outside this month. In addition, it snowed for a long time, and the road was covered with ice. When the ice and snow that had been frozen for a month melted, the bodies of those people began to stink and decay in the high temperature. He held his forehead with his hand. This is difficult. Everyone has consumed a lot of crystal cores during this period, and some people have already started training in the yard, ready to go out and kill zombies at any time. Sui sat in the chess and card room and watched them play mahjong. I don't know who came up with the idea of winning crystal cores by playing mahjong. So the gambling game started, and more people joined in. Everyone wanted to win as much as they could. When the entertainment venue was being built before, Sui saw a casino. However, she was not planning to set up such a non-positive place in the resort. It might be okay for everyone to have some fun, but if she really built a casino, she was afraid that many people would lose all their crystal cores. When Song Yu came back from the mall, she saw the chess and card room was crowded with people. She was wondering where everyone had gone today, but it turned out they were all here. Out of curiosity, Song Yu took a closer look and found that there were several tables of people playing mahjong, and the wins and losses were determined by crystal cores. 5 barrels. Bump. 60,000. 7. Hey, don't move. I'm confused. All for the shot. Bring the cards. In order to prevent them from playing too big, Sui specially prepared a lot of playing cards. One playing card represents 2 points. Those who want to play first take out the crystal core to buy 50 cards. At the end of the settlement, the crystal core is returned after counting the cards. It is the same principle as chips. This person gets 8 points in one hand, and if the winning card is bigger, the score will be doubled. There are limited tables in the chess and card room, so some people wait in front of the table for the next dealer to take over. When Song Yu was in college, she liked to play mahjong with her roommates. Now, seeing others playing, her addiction to the game is aroused again. Sui noticed that Song Yu had been hanging around here for a long time and couldn't help but ask, Yu, do you want to play mahjong? Ah, Boss Su, you are here too. Song Yu scratched her head embarrassedly. She was so engrossed in watching that she didn't notice it. It's fun to watch everyone play. Is the winning or losing big? No, the maximum points per game are 64. 100 points is a first-level crystal core, which does not seem to be much. Song Yu nodded. That was indeed a very cheap deal. Besides, one person could only play a few games, and the dealer had to change players, so he wouldn't keep losing. Sui briefly explained the rules to her again. If you want to play, you can buy cards from me. Song Yu was about to nod, but suddenly thought of something else. Today, she asked Jin Yi for crystal cores, and Jin Yi gave her 2 two-level ones, for a total of 1,000 points. She went to the mall and bought underwear, shampoo, shower gel, soap, and toilet paper for 2 people. Jin Yi also wanted cigarettes, and he bought them in whole packs after they moved in. She didn't have many points left, so she thought about it and decided to go back and ask him for more. Song Yu returned to the room and found that Jin Yi was not there. The double room had a small wardrobe, and Jin Yi usually put the bag of crystal cores in the drawer of the wardrobe. She found a small bag in the drawer based on her memory. Looking at the shape of the bag, she felt something was wrong. When he opened the bag, sure enough, there were only a few level 1 crystal cores left inside. Song Yu felt very strange. They always went together to kill zombies before, so she had a rough idea of how much they had gotten. It didn't make sense that there were only so few left. Just as I was wondering, Jin Yi came back after smoking a cigarette. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Song Yu standing in front of the wardrobe, holding the small bag containing the crystal cores in her hand. When Song Yu saw him coming back, she didn't think much about it and asked, Hubby, did you buy anything? How come there is only so little left? Jin Yi was speechless for a moment. Song Yu didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but when she saw Jin Ye's attitude, she became suspicious and her tone became a little colder. Where's the crystal core? I don't know. When I gave it to you today, there was still a lot in it. How come there is only this little left? As he spoke, Jin Yi walked forward and looked at the pitifully few items in the bag with a surprised expression. Is there a thief? When she heard the word thief, Song Yu immediately showed an incredible expression. Jin Yi sighed pretentiously. Forget it, wife, just throw it away. I don't know who is so uncultured to steal other people's things. Let's just treat it as... Why should we just let it go? Jin Yi was interrupted by Song Yu before he could finish his words. We paid to live here, and Boss Sue wouldn't ignore it if he knew there was a thief. Besides, if someone else could get into this room, it wouldn't be safe for us to live here. As she said that, she picked up the bag and prepared to go out, looking like she was going to find someone to reason with. Jin Yi panicked and grabbed Song Yu. Don't bother Boss Sue with such a small matter. Now no one has any income. Maybe someone just couldn't stand it anymore and did this. Let's just pretend to be good people. You should be a good person yourself. Why can't we tell anyone that the crystal core we worked so hard to obtain was stolen? As soon as Song Yu finished speaking, she turned around and rushed out. It's over. This was the only thought that flashed through Jin Ye's mind. He also ran after him. On the first floor, He had no idea what was going on until Song Yu rushed in front of him. Boss Sue, there's a thief in the hotel, and all the crystal cores we worked so hard to save are gone. When the other people who were playing cards heard this, they stopped playing and sat aside to watch the fun. Thief! He was puzzled. Genie hid behind and dared not make a sound. He thought it would be good if he could put the blame on the thief, since they couldn't find out anyway, and there were no surveillance cameras. Maybe Boss Sue would compensate him in the end. My husband and I went out to kill zombies without a break all day. This morning, the crystal core was still there, but we were out all morning, and when we came back, there were only a few level 1 zombies left. Song Yu roughly recounted the situation, and she sounded a little tearful at the end. Well, who wouldn't be anxious if their hard-earned money was stolen? Wu Jia coughed. She knew something about the situation. Yu, are you sure it was stolen? Yes, there were some left when my husband brought it to me in the morning, and in the afternoon, Song Yu said this, suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at Jin Yi. Jin Yi said quickly, yes, they were still there when I checked in the morning, but they were gone in the afternoon. If it's not stealing, then what is it? Sister Wu, you didn't take it, did you? We all know that you have children to raise, and you can't. Bullshit you. Wu Jia cursed, and was about to say something when he was stopped by Su Yi. Su Yi patted Wu Jia on the shoulder, signaling her to rest assured. Then he turned to look at Jin Yi and said, I'll ask you one last time, are you sure someone else stole your things? Chapter 48. Bad Reputation. Su Yi looked unhappy. Doesn't this bring disrepute upon our hotel? When Jin Yi was asked this question by her, he felt a little scared and inexplicably had a guilty feeling. But then I thought that there were no cameras in the hotel anyway. Boss Sue, how come my crystal core was safely stored in the cabinet and disappeared? If not, someone stole it. What could it be? Jin Yi spoke righteously, and many of the audience were frightened by his tone. So, there really is a thief in the hotel? Oh my God, aren't we in danger? A thief can just enter someone else's room at will? Didn't Boss Sue say that only card swipes are allowed? How could this happen? People are like this. When their own interests are not harmed, they turn a blind eye to things that do not concern them. If their own interests are threatened, if I don't make a statement today, who will speak out tomorrow? It's outrageous. Su Yi suddenly had the urge to throw all these people out. Everyone should trust Boss Sue. Boss Sue has helped us solve so many problems. Wu Jia continued. Yes, you have been living here for so long. Don't you know what a hotel is like? There are no thieves. Maybe someone did something wrong and can't find an excuse. What do you mean, Wu Jia? Jin Yi quickly retorted. Hey, why are you so anxious? I didn't say you. Everyone was interrupted by her and felt something was wrong. Even Song Yu noticed something was wrong. She immediately turned to Jin Yi. What do you mean you took this crystal core? Where did you take it? There is no wife. It's not me. It's really not me. Cold sweat broke out on Jin Ye's forehead. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if Song Yu knew about this. Song Yu not only has a bad temper, she's also really good at fighting. Otherwise, why would he be so afraid of her? The two met because Jin Ye was deeply victimized by school violence. Song Yu transferred to the school and beat up 4 boys. She was smart. She tied them up and beat them in the face, which would not cause any serious injuries and could severely insult the group of people. So the two of them got together, and if it weren't for the end of the world, they would probably have been married now. Let me remind you that the hotel surveillance is a 360-degree pinhole camera with no blind spots. Moreover, it's not only inside the hotel, but also outside. Su Yi looked at Jin Ye's instantly pale face with a smile. To deal with a scumbag, there is nothing more satisfying than giving him hope first and then stepping on him to death. Jin Yi, what did you do behind my back? When Song Yu heard Su Yi's words, she understood what her man had done that was captured by the surveillance camera, and Boss Su had known about it for a long time. Jin Yi hesitated and didn't know what to say. If you are embarrassed to say it, let the surveillance camera say it for you. Sui was not interested in watching Jean Ye's awkward behavior like a grown-up girl. She dared to do it, but not to admit it. She despised such people the most. She took out a tablet from the system space, asked the system to synchronize the footage of Jean Yi and Chui Yingying's flirting, as well as the little movements in the elevator, to the tablet, and handed it to Song Yuyu. Song Yuyu was still wondering what could have made him so difficult to talk about, but when she saw the picture on the tablet, she understood everything. The video was played out loud, and everyone gathered in the chess and card room could hear the sound clearly. Jean Yi moved very quickly and immediately knelt in front of Song Yuyu. "Honey, I'm sorry. It was that woman who seduced me. I really didn't mean it, honey. Please forgive me." The air was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the video and Jean Ye's kowtow and apology. After a moment, "The tablet is for you, Boss Su," Song Yuyu said in a calm tone, without any emotion. Sui knew that Song Yuyu was a person with superpowers, and her level of superpowers was not low. On the contrary, Jean Ye's superpowers were not worth mentioning. Every time the two of them went out to kill zombies, Song Yuyu did more of the work. "What is this called?" "This is called using your wife's money to support others." Song Yuyu took a deep breath and grabbed Jean Yi. "Let's talk about it when we get back." That's right, they grabbed him. Jean Yi was not tall and was very thin. Song Yuyu grabbed his collar and dragged him away. After a while, Song Yuyu came down alone. "Boss Su, please give me a single room." As she spoke, Song Yuyu took off the bracelet on her hand. "This is something my mother bought for me a while ago. It was made of gold when I bought it. Let's see how many points I can get for it." Song Yuyu's tone sounded a little lost. Sui could guess that it was probably because her mother was no longer around that the bracelet had never been used. Sui took her to redeem points. The bracelet was exchanged for a total of 1,000 points. Sui thought for a moment and said, "You can leave this with me first. You can redeem it when you get the crystal core in the future." After hearing this, Song Yuyu, who had been holding back for a long time, had tears in her eyes. "Thank you, Boss Su. Sorry to have caused you trouble. It's okay. You can actually take back the crystal cores. We have them here." Song Yu shook her head. "No, just think of it as buying a coffin for those dogs and bitches. Chui Yingying's single room has been renewed for a month and cannot be changed. Jean Ye's double room only has a few days left, and he needs to pay a few days' rent before he can change to a single room. However, his points balance is only enough for rent. Fortunately, the temperature is rising now, and I can go out in a few days." After saying that, Song Yuyu sighed. The single room Sui booked for her was 3 floors away from her original room. Song Yuyu thanked him and went back with the points card. "What about it, Boss Su? Didn't she beat up that couple?" Wu Jia had followed up at some point, looking like a spectator. Maybe it was because of her dead scumbag husband that she hated such people so much. "If it were you, I would have just killed him. Anyway, it's the end of the world, and it's not against the law to kill someone. Hey, Yu is still a little girl after all. Don't worry, this matter will not end. But you don't want to make a profit?" Sui looked at her chattering, afraid that she would drag him to talk for half a day again. "Oh, yes, I lost a lot today." After saying that, Wu Jia hurried back to the chess and card room to queue up for the next game. It would be so boring to kill him. It would be more interesting to let him suffer while alive. It would be better to castrate him. Anyway, the hospital in her resort has advanced medical facilities, and physical castration won't kill anyone. Chui Yingying's reputation in the resort is completely ruined. Even when eating, the people at the table next to her would immediately change seats when they saw her sitting next to them. The men and women in the resort all stayed several meters away from her. Chui Yingying didn't know that Jean Ye's affairs had been exposed in public by Su Yi on a tablet, and she was very surprised by everyone's reactions. What's wrong with her? Why are these people avoiding her like the plague? Chapter 49. Heaven will take the reward. That's her, the one in the video. Oh, I took a look at that time, and there were so many people in the chess and card room listening. Whenever Chui Yingying walked around the resort, she could hear the discussions of people around her. After she got the crystal core, she seldom went out and stayed in her room every day. Just as she was wondering, Zhang Su walked towards her. The man looked up and saw her, and his first reaction was to turn around and leave. "Hey, Zhang Su." Chui Yingying trotted forward to catch up with him. In fact, she was still thinking about reconciling with Zhang Su. Jeannie hadn't contacted her for the past few days. After a few days of contact, she knew that this person had no ability and his ability level was not high. She would definitely not give him many crystal cores in the future. Is there something wrong? Zhang Su had a cold face. Now the news that she had destroyed other people's relationship and acted like a slut in the hotel had spread everywhere. How dare this woman look for him? Well, we can go out in a few days. Can we form a team together? We are all friends. Team up. Zhang Su looked at Cui Yingying and sneered. Why are you looking for me if you don't want to team up with Jin Yi? What? What Jin Yi? I don't even know him. Cui Yingying's face changed, and she tried to explain in a hurry. Zhang Su didn't say anything. Cui Yingying stepped forward and grabbed his arm, making a pitiful expression. I don't know him. Why did you suddenly mention him? You don't know her? How can two strangers go out in the middle of the night and do that kind of thing? Zhang Su's face turned pale. Although the two of them were together for their own needs at the beginning, at least they had been together for such a long time, there must be some feelings in their hearts. Hearing her say this, Zhang Su's impression of this woman became extremely bad. Could it be that the tragic experiences she had told me before were also lies? How many other things had she lied to me about? Cui Yingying was speechless. It turned out that those people were talking about this matter. She just stayed in the room for a few days, so why did everyone know about it? He lied to me. He said he would give me the crystal core. You also know my special ability. How can I kill the zombies? He gave you a crystal core, and you slept with him? You. Who do you think you are? Zhang Su didn't say anything too harsh. After he finished speaking, he looked at Cui Yingying's dead face and waved his hand impatiently. Don't come to me again in the future. Cui Yingying looked at Zhang Su's back, gritted her teeth, and prepared to go to Jin Yi to find out the truth. They lived next door to each other. After this incident, Song Yu broke up with her and took her things and moved out of the room. Cui Yingying ran to the door of the room and knocked on it desperately. Who? She knocked for a long time before a hoarse voice came from inside. Cui Yingying was stunned for a moment, looked around the room, and found that she had not knocked on the wrong number. Open the door for me. The person inside was silent for a moment. After a while, the door of the room opened. Jin Yi was wearing a white vest with oil stains on it. The exposed parts were bruised to some extent, and his beard looked like he hadn't shaved for several days. What are you doing? She was stunned for a moment when she saw Jin Yi in this state and forgot why she came here. She stayed in the room for a few days, and then the situation changed. When Jin Yi saw her, his eyes were full of resentment. It was her. It was she who seduced him by drinking outside late at night, which led to his mistake. He pulled the person in with force and closed the door. What are you doing? You still have the nerve to come here, Cui Yingying. If you hadn't deliberately seduced me in the beginning, I would never have made the mistake and I wouldn't have been caught. Give those crystal cores back to me. Jin Yi drank some wine. His resentment and hatred towards Song Yu over the past few days found an outlet at this moment. It's just that he found a woman outside. Why did Song Yu beat him like this? They have been together for so many years. How stingy. Cui Yingying looked incredulous. Yes, I did it on purpose. What about you? If you were an upright person, you wouldn't have taken the bait. Now you're asking me for crystal cores? I'm telling you, I've spent all my money and there's nothing left. Jin Ye's eyes were red and a nameless anger rushed to his head. Now he only has enough points in his car to pay for rent, and eating has become a problem these days. Song Yu took half of the remaining first-level crystal cores. Cui Yingying felt something was wrong when she saw his eyes and subconsciously stepped back and tried to open the door to go out. Jin Yi is a wood-related ability. Although it is only level 1, it is more than enough to deal with Cui Yingying in a fixed space. He first stretched out 2 vines and entangled Cui Yingying's feet and hands. Cui Yingying was shocked. What are you doing? Help you. He tore off a piece of cloth from somewhere, covered her mouth with it, and said viciously, if you don't take out the crystal core, then stay here. You won't survive even if I die. Every evildoer will receive his due punishment. Logically speaking, the resort has an obligation to ensure the safety of every guest. However, Su Yi didn't want to care. Even if a popular vote were held now, she believed that most people would not want her to be in charge. Tongzi, as long as it doesn't affect other residents, throw these 2 pieces of rat shit out when you are about to die. Okay, host. In fact, the system wanted to say that their mission was to save the apocalypse, and it was obviously not allowed for such a thing to happen in the resort, but it was just a system, and the host didn't say anything, so what could it do? A group of employees recruited before can officially start work today. Su Yi suddenly felt fortunate. Xiao Hao has special abilities. Although he is not very old, Su Yi considered it and gave him a position in the patrol team when he came to apply. It is better than going out to kill zombies every day. Fortunately, they did not start work last week. Otherwise, if they encountered such a thing late at night, the child's psychological shadow would be very big. In order to look more formal, Sui also customized clothes for each person according to their position. The receptionist was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a blue skirt, with a sun and the word hope printed on it in an artistic way. She thought that the receptionist didn't need to do any work, just walk around. And since they were all young girls, they could dress nicely. The cleaning staff wears waterproof and dustproof work clothes with the word hope printed on the cuffs. Applicants for this position are all women over 30 in the hotel. The patrol team wore dark police uniforms, with the armband replaced with the Hope Resort logo, and a hat that looked exactly like the modern ones. Each person has 2 sets of clothes for replacement. She made Xiaohao's clothes a little bigger because the child still needs to grow. Those who received the clothes were very happy. Thinking about the treatment and working environment, and now there were free clothes, everyone was even happier. At the front desk were Wu Jia and another little girl about 13 or 14 named Shui Lin, who escaped with her brother. She took the skirt from Su Yi and carefully stroked the fabric of the skirt with both hands. She used to be a little girl spoiled by her parents at home and had countless beautiful little dresses. After the end of the world, she never wore a skirt again, and she never went to the mall to buy one even when she came to the hotel. Because her brother said that if she wore a skirt at this time, she would be targeted by bad guys. Her parents were not around, and her brother couldn't stay by her side every day to protect her. Chapter 50: Collecting Survivors. A little girl of 13 or 14. Her worldview has not yet been formed. Shui Lin nodded obediently, because she clearly remembered that her mother was wearing a skirt when she disappeared, and her father went to look for her and never came back. At this moment, Shui Lin held the clothes that were distributed to her like a treasure and said to Su Yi solemnly, "Boss, rest assured, I will do my best. Oyi lafit. You don't need to consider other people's opinions when you work in my resort. We are all equal here, and there is no such thing as one industry. If someone makes trouble, just deal with it boldly. I will help you." Everyone nodded quickly. Sui looked at everyone whispering to each other and showing each other the clothes they had been given, and felt very emotional. None of her lives had a good ending, and she had never seen the results of the causes she had created. This scene before her made her sincerely hope that these people could live a good life. The temperature outside has reached minus 30 degrees Celsius, so you can go out if you wear something thicker. Some people have already organized themselves to kill zombies. I stayed in the hotel for half a month, and it was really boring. A group of 10 people led by Zhang Su were ready to set off, including 2 women, Chu Meiling and Wu Jia. None of them had special powers. They were dressed in thick clothes and held machetes in their hands. Relying on their previous experience, the few of them came to the place where they hunted zombies last time. Since the extreme cold came, the blue-eyed high-level zombie has been hibernating with his younger brothers. Now that the temperature has warmed up, many first-level zombies have gone out to move around. Zhang Su saw from a distance that a small group of zombies were standing there motionless. Before he could say anything, Wu Jia and Chu Meiling rushed forward with machetes in hand. They remembered that Boss Su had said that low temperature would slow down the zombies' ability to move. The corner of Zhang Su's mouth twitched. He said, "Be careful," and led everyone to search the surrounding area. Sui gave everyone instructions on their work and was about to go back to watch TV series when a few uninvited guests arrived at the door. Due to the extremely cold weather in the past half-month, the Dawn base suffered heavy casualties. First, when Ji Lin was distributing supplies, each household only received a quilt, a piece of clothing, a few raw potatoes, and a few bottles of water. There was not even a fire. Apart from Ji Lin, only a few families lived together and barely survived. Fortunately, Lu Tsong doesn't have many relatives, but I don't know whether the other brothers who came out with him have any relatives in the Dawn base. At this moment, Ji Lin brought the remaining survivors to the entrance of Hope Resort. Sui raised his eyebrows when he saw the person coming. "Hey, isn't this Commander Ji? Why are you standing at my door?" When they met before, Ji Lin was surrounded by beauties and had people serving him, and he didn't care about the lives of the people in his base at all. Boss Su, we're coming to stay at your hotel." Ji Lin's voice was shivering. He was wearing 2 layers of cotton-padded jacket, but still felt cold. Seeing him like this, Sui thought he was probably having a fever. "How long did it take you to get here?" "For more than 4 days. Ji Lin was afraid that the weather would get worse, so he took the people in the base and moved while the temperature was around 50 degrees. A group of people died on the way during the 4 days, and the rest all had a cold, but they finally got here alive. You can stay in the hotel, but I have to make it clear first, you are not allowed to cause trouble or bully men or women in the resort. I know everything you do, so if you want to stay here, just live a peaceful life. If anyone causes trouble, I will throw you into the zombie swarm." Su Yi's tone was stern. Another reason why she didn't care about Shui Yingying's matter before was that it was a voluntary agreement between both parties, which led to Jin Ye's revenge, and she deserved it. When everyone heard this, they nodded quickly. Ji Lin brought about 20 people with him, including a woman and a man who had been helping him. There were originally 3 people, but 2 died on the way. The oldest of the others was a 60-year-old grandmother whose hair was already turning gray, but she was still strong enough to make it this far. 2 people supported the grandmother as she walked inside step by step, and 3 people walked at the end of the team. The youngest was a baby still in the arms of a woman. The woman's lips had turned purple, but the baby was wrapped in layers of cotton clothes, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Su Yi felt emotional and asked the system to adjust the temperature, fearing that they would not be able to adapt. The woman following Ji Lin became impatient. "Hey, don't you even have a cart? Can't you see that our brother Lin can't walk? I've heard that everything about you is good, but it's just like this." Sui glanced at him and said coldly, "Get lost." Ji Lin quickly pinched the woman, and she shut up. When everyone entered the hotel, they found something different. The hotel has undergone several upgrades. There are now 4 vending machines on the first floor, 2 of which sell various water and beverages, and the other 2 sell bread, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and other products. The entire first floor is narrow in front and wide in the back, with a tall counter in the middle. There are 2 signs in front of the counter, one for recruitment and the other for exchange rules. Further back, there are 2 elevators in the middle and 2 glass doors on the left. One is the chess and card room, and the other is the restaurant. There is a pink door on the right, which is Su Yi's room, which has been specially decorated for her by the system. There are 2 sets of sofas on both sides of the first floor as rest areas. Chui Lin looked at the person in front of him, adjusted his breathing, and smiled. "Hello, welcome to Hope Resort. This is Hope Hotel. Please apply for a points card at the front desk before you can enjoy all the facilities in the resort." Everyone took a look at the points redemption rules and understood them. Ji Lin pushed the woman. "Double room." The woman stepped forward and took out a bag filled with first-level crystal cores. There was no other way, as I had traded with Su Yi to buy things and used up all the other crystal cores. The people who came with Ji Lin didn't expect this man to care about them, and they began to search for supplies on their bodies. Ji Lin still had some conscience, so he took out 1/3 of the money and gave it to his younger brother. "The total is 3,000 points. Please keep it." Chui Lin handed the card to the woman. The woman took back the card and helped Ji Lin leave. As he passed by, he inadvertently glanced at the girl at the front desk. The younger brother who was with him finally breathed a sigh of relief after he left. "Hello, little sister. I want to ask, do you know which room Song Yuan is in?" "Okay, wait a minute. What's your name?" "I need to ask, and we can only reveal the information after getting the consent of the homeowner." The man said, "Song Chi." Chui Lin wrote it down and looked at the person behind him with a smile. "For those who haven't applied for a card yet, there is an automatic recharge card machine here. Just put the things you want to redeem on it. You can apply for a card first and go eat. Those who are sick can go to our Hope Hospital for a checkup." Chui Lin's words caused a huge uproar. Chapter 51, Living in Harmony. "Oh my God, there's a hospital here? If we had known this, we would have come earlier." That damn Ji Lin kept all the good stuff for himself? "And have you noticed that the temperature inside seems to be different from that outside?" "I see. I can feel the heat." Seeing the things in the vending machines, everyone was even more eager to apply for a card. In their minds, instant noodles were already a very good thing. Although everyone was in a hurry, a line formed in front of the automatic recharge machine. No one cut in line, and there was no crowding. This was beyond Su Yi's expectations. Not only that, they also became humble. The only older person in the team was pushed to the front. "Mr. Liu, hurry up and get a card, and take your grandma for a checkup." "Hey, what are you talking about? I'm in good health. I don't need a checkup. You guys must have been hungry all the way. Go eat something." When we lived in the Dawn base, we didn't have much interaction with each other, and we always scrambled for supplies every time they were distributed. It was not until the extreme cold that supplies were insufficient, and several families lived together to barely get through the difficulties. Perhaps it was this more than half a century of living together that changed many people. "I'll do it for Grandma Lu first, and then you young people will do it. My sister, and I will do it last," a little girl who was supporting Grandma Lu said while holding the crystal core. "Okay, Susu, go first." Everyone consciously gave up their seats and then lined up behind Lu Susu. In fact, there is another reason why everyone is so humble. That is, this little girl named Lu Susu and her sister Lu Qianqian have healing abilities, and they have helped everyone a lot along the way. They only had a small amount of crystal cores, and most of them were gold ornaments. Earrings, bracelets, and necklaces are all things that I wear from the beginning. Lu Susu took off the earrings and prepared to exchange them for points. Grandma Lu stepped forward and said, Susu, change this for Grandma. Grandma is too old to use it. The earrings look good on you. No need, Grandma. What's the use of looking good? It's more important to exchange for food. As she said that, Lu Susu took the crystal core and the earrings and placed them on the machine. A total of 1,500 points were exchanged. The little girl asked Chui Lin how to get to the hospital and then helped Grandma Lu go for a checkup. Before leaving, Grandma Lu secretly took off the bracelet and put it in Lu Qianqian's hand. On the other side, after Chui Lin called Song Yuan immediately went downstairs. Song Qi is his brother, and his brother was still at the base when he left. Brother! When Song Yuan came down, he saw Song Qi standing in front of the bar in a disheveled state, and his eyes became red. Coming down with him were Lu Tsong and several brothers who had come to the base together. After two of them came down, they saw Song Qi, then looked around with obvious disappointment in their eyes. Brother Qi, where's my mom? Is she here? Where's my sister? The two people ran towards Song Qi. Even though they had already guessed something in their hearts, they still stubbornly wanted an answer. I'm sorry. Song Qi pursed his lips. He really couldn't do anything. When the extreme cold came, he fell seriously ill. When he recovered a little and went to look for his teammates' families, he found that they had frozen to death. Jilin didn't care about the lives of ordinary people in his base. The two grown men's eyes were red. It's okay, Brother Qi, we don't blame you, we blame ourselves. Yes, if I had known, I would have brought them with me. It's okay, my sister always beats me anyway. Now no one will beat me anymore. The two of them forced a smile, lowered their heads, and said nothing. But everyone saw that before they lowered their heads, their pair of red eyes were full of water stains, and they were probably trying hard to hold back the urge to cry. Lu Tsong understood and said to the two of them, You go up first. The two nodded silently and turned to leave. Song Qi gnashed his teeth and said, If I hadn't suggested coming to Hope Resort, that bastard Jilin would have just lived there without caring about other people's lives. I should have informed you earlier, alas. Lu Tsong also felt regretful at this moment. He should have gone back to inform them when he arrived first. If that beautiful lady hadn't just said something about not allowing trouble, I really wanted to kill Jilin for revenge. He originally wanted to take action on the way, but there were too many people on the road, and the special ability of the woman next to him was a bit strange, so he did not dare to act rashly. It's okay. Do you think that kind of person will be able to behave himself after he recovers? Lu Tsong raised his eyebrows. It's okay, brother. As long as you're alive, it's good. Do you still have the crystal core? Yes. Which room do you want to live in? Can we arrange for you to live on the same floor? Song Qi said the last half of the sentence to Chui Lin. Yes, as long as there are vacancies on the floor. Song Qi nodded and took out 2 level 4 crystal cores. Brother, you! Lu Tsong was also stunned, and after a few seconds he suddenly realized that this crystal core looked a little familiar. That's right, I stole them from Jilin. He thought I didn't know where he hid the crystal cores. These high-level crystal cores have special properties, so they are no different from the first-level crystal cores in color and size. Song Qi said in a low voice. Several people laughed, and Jilin knew that they were probably so angry that they would die. Chui Lin helped him get a points card, and they hooked their shoulders and went to the restaurant to reminisce about the past. Lu Tsong was also going to tell Song Qi not to cause trouble here, and to tell him about Boss Su's deeds. This guy was also a tough guy, with a high level of supernatural power. The people queuing next to them also got their points cards one after another. Chui Lin arranged rooms for them according to the number of people. Among these people, the one with the most points is Lu Qianqian, who applied for the card last. She took 2 level 2 crystal cores and exchanged them for her gold necklace for 3,000 points. She planned to leave the bracelet to her sister. Before the end of the world, they were children of a large family, and they all had some jewelry on them. In order to protect them, their parents lured the zombies away with themselves, and they hid in the tunnel and managed to survive. Lu Qianqian took a look and finally booked a suite. Chui Lin was shocked. This was the first time someone booked a suite. After completing the procedures, Lu Qianqian stood in the hall waiting for her sister and others to come back. Su Yi had been observing them from a distance. If there was anyone who looked dishonest, she would let the system mark them. But looking at it this way, except for Ji Lin and his wife, everyone else is pretty nice, united, and respectful to each other. Host, something is happening. What's wrong, Tongzi? The old man surnamed Lu, who went to see the doctor. Suyi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was killed by the treatment? Chapter 52 Peak Season begins. No, it's... Before the system finished speaking, the old man came back with Lu Susu. As soon as they entered the room, everyone felt something was different. Grandma Lu's eyes were bright, and her back was straightened. She strode towards Lu Qianqian with a step that shocked everyone. Oye. Her treatment cost is 1,260 points, which includes the examination fee and the cost of medicine. I just said that if the host wants to earn points, her medicine can be exchanged for a course of treatment, 800 points a week. Do I need to earn points this way? Listen, Tongzi, when I go to the hospital for treatment in the future, just prescribe normal medicine for me. Why should I bother the old man for several months when it can be cured in one go? I didn't expect you to be such a Tongzi. I only remembered to ask you after I got the medicine. He is innocent? Okay. Grandmother? Grandma Lu, you look much better now. How many points did it cost to be so energetic? Grandma Lu laughed and said, it's more than 1,200 points. My granddaughter said she didn't understand what was written on the machine. I originally said it was too expensive, and I didn't want to get treated. I didn't expect that after this injection, I felt like my old bones became younger. Grandma Lu was very happy. She clearly remembered that when she was at the base, there was a family next door who was reluctant to buy her a sleeping bag with 2 crystal cores. Look at her eldest granddaughter. How nice. Sister, have you booked it? How about we sleep separately? I'll sleep in a single room, and you take care of Grandma. No, I've opened it. Give me your card. Lu Qianqian took the gold bracelet, exchanged it for points, and transferred them to Lu Susu's card. Sister, this is Grandma's bracelet. Don't worry, I've asked the front desk. We can redeem it for Grandma when we earn points later. Good. Lu Qianqian took the 2 people upstairs. The room they booked was on the top floor. Sister, what kind of room did you book? It's so high. Cece smiled mysteriously. You will know when you get there. The layout of the top floor is very simple. Because the suite is different from other rooms, the distance between doors is larger, and even the door decoration is different from that downstairs. Lu Qianqian opened the innermost room and was shocked by the layout of the room. The door leads to the living room, which has modern sofas and coffee tables, as well as a small bar. On the other side of the bar, there is a partition, which is the dining room and a wine cabinet. There are 2 doors on the right side of the living room, both of which are master bedrooms, and each room has a separate bathroom. On the left side of the living room is a semi-open kitchen and second bedroom, and the kitchen is fully equipped with various tools. In general, this is a 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment. There is a balcony for drying clothes. Even Lu Qianqian was shocked. She couldn't believe that a room like this only cost 100 points. Each room is also equipped with facilities such as washing machine and dryer. Grandma Lu said in surprise, This CC, how many points does this get? It's not expensive, Grandma. It's only 100 points. I renewed it for a month and it's still discounted. She originally didn't want to renew for another month, but since her grandmother's bracelet could be exchanged for 5,000 points, she suddenly felt confident. I just renewed Susu's card. She transferred 500 points to her own card and then gave it to Grandma Lu. Grandma, take this card and go downstairs to eat when you're hungry. Susu and I still have some use for our special abilities. We can follow the main force to kill zombies. They had just arrived, and the old lady was kind-hearted and didn't know what the situation was like in this hotel. If they were cheated, the points would be a small matter, and the old lady should blame herself. Grandma knows you are capable, so you must be careful when you go out. Yeah, don't worry, Grandma. Let's go take a shower, clean up, and have a good rest. Chui Lin worked for a long time before finally stopping to catch her breath. The job of the front desk is not only to top up and apply for cards, but also to introduce the facilities of the resort to new guests, and guests can ask them if they don't understand something. She took her work meal, sat on the sofa in the lobby, and started eating. The more I eat, the happier I feel. Where can I find such a good job? 8 hours a day, breakfast provided, and free water from the vending machine. Before the end of the world, she went to work during the summer vacation. The boss paid her $5 an hour and even deducted her wages. It was her brother who found out and helped her vent her anger. Speaking of her brother, she didn't know how he was doing. When she came, Chui Yin brought her here. He left right after he arrived, and before leaving he stuffed a handful of crystal cores into her hands. Although there were only a few first-level ones, it was enough for her to live in a single room. She knew that her brother didn't come because he didn't have enough crystal cores, but she could make money now. Chui Yang asked around for a long time and only felt relieved and sent his sister over after he found out that the boss here was a female and a very powerful woman. Chui Lin was eating absent-mindedly and didn't notice the person walking behind him. When Ji Lin first came in, he noticed the receptionist, who looked like a minor. He went back and took a shower. His head still hurt a little, so he prepared to go to the hospital. "Hello, little girl." Chui Lin was startled. "I want to go to the hospital. How can I get there?" Chui Lin didn't have a good impression of this person, but she still smiled and said, "Turn left when you go out. The first building behind the hotel is the hospital." Ji Lin thanked him like a gentleman and walked towards the door. Chui Lin sighed. Fortunately, this person didn't let her lead the way. Otherwise, she really didn't want to go. Sui leaned on the sofa and ate an apple, watching the lobby surveillance video that the system showed her on the screen. This damn Ji Lin dared to set his sights on their front desk staff. Tongzi, isn't he going to see a doctor? Raise his price and give me a little more for every purchase he makes from now on. Okay, host. Ji Lin doesn't know yet that he has been blacklisted. He came to the hospital and lay down on the bed according to the instructions above. Then the cabin door slowly closed and the road to deduction of fees officially began. First, he checked. An invisible blue light scanned the soles of his feet from above his head. Then, the diagnosis and treatment results appeared on the display screen in the cabin. High fever of 39.5 degrees. Slight swelling of the tonsils and slight white spots in the lungs were detected, indicating mild pneumonia. The examination fee is 420, and now we will enter the treatment stage. Ji Lin. 420 points? So expensive? He suddenly had a bad feeling. He only had 1,200 points left on his card. Although he still has several high-level crystal cores on him, he doesn't want to use them for the time being. High-level crystal cores have many uses. Another invisible blue light swept by. 2 iron rings popped out on the right side, trapping his hands. A small syringe, about the size of one used for infusion, was extended from the cabin, and the needle slowly inserted into the blood vessel on the back of his hand. Ji Lin thought to himself that the things here were truly magical. Even things like 4 drips could be injected automatically. Then 2 small tubes extended from his head, spraying out unknown gases in an orderly manner. Then the display screen in front of him changed again. First, I told him the name of the medicine I was giving him. At last, the total cost of infusion and inhalation drugs is 860 points. It is detected that the patient has insufficient balance and cannot be prescribed medicine. Please recharge in time after the treatment is completed. Ji Lin was confused. Chapter 53, Starbase. The old lady's treatment, just now, only cost more than 1,200 points, so why is his treatment half as expensive? Is his health worse than that of an old lady? Ji Lin couldn't believe it. The treatment course was very quick, and the drip bottle only contained 300 milliliters. Ji Lin was still dazed when he got up from the bed. Every building is equipped with a detector. He checked the points balance on his card, 0. It's like seeing a doctor based on the points on his card. After a while, a medical record and recommended medication list were printed out on the right side of the cabin door. Ji Lin can just take his points card to the pharmacy to swipe and get his medicine, if he has enough points. He can also swipe his card to go out. Ji Lin gritted his teeth. He came here wearing 3 layers of clothes, but now he had changed into a single layer of clothes. He took out 2 second-level crystal cores from the inside pocket of his trousers, thought for a while, and then took out a 3rd-level crystal core from the inside pocket of his clothes. That should be enough now. He topped up another 2,000 points and came to the pharmacy, swiping his card on the machine. The system automatically recognizes it, deducts the corresponding points, and gives him the medicine he needs. There are 3 types of medicine in total. One comes in 3 boxes. One is an inhaled medicine, and the other 2 are oral medicines. Ji Lin pulled the bag from the side, put the medicine in it, and the machine printed out a receipt. A box of inhaled medicine costs 280 points, and a box of oral medicine costs 180 points. He also takes 3 boxes. Finally, Ji Lin came out of the hospital with a dark face. Who could have thought that he would spend half of his family's savings on medical treatment? And he hasn't even bought daily necessities or clothes yet. He will have to live a tight life in the future. Sue, he was very happy. She is the biggest winner in this wave, earning nearly 100,000 points. She decided to save up some points first. Upgrading to level 10 hotel requires 640,000 points, and the journey to earn points is long. Sui had previously looked at the residential area model given to her by the system. The facilities in the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments may not be much different from those in the hotel, except for the area. Except for the suites, the other room types in the hotel do not have balconies and living rooms. The residential area cannot be rented, and the only choice is to buy or take out a loan. The hotel rooms are only for those who cannot afford to buy a residential area for the time being. Selling is actually a disguised long-term lease. The longer the property rights are purchased, the more points are required. When Sui was thinking about how to get some points, as the saying goes, when you are sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. Another family has moved to the base, and the one who moved is a wealthy woman. When Baisu came to the resort to get supplies, he was thinking of moving here after the extreme cold was over. As soon as the temperature warmed up, she set off. Only more than 100 people survived the extreme cold at the star base, which was not much better than the people at the dawn base. Sui was a little surprised when he saw Baisu appear at the door. She remembered that they had enough supplies. Chinsen also helped Baisu deliver the supplies back, so how come only so few people survived? Baisu sighed. I'm sorry, boss Sui. He shook his head. It's okay, come in and talk. Next to them, Bai's mother was holding Bai Yan's hand. When she heard this, she immediately rushed in with Bai Yan in her hand. She was also holding a large package. Look, I told you to just come in, but the door was not closed. Why are you standing at the door for so long asking questions? Come on, Yin, mommy will take you to choose a room. The people coming over from the star base looked at the two of them with obvious disdain on their faces. Are there only so few people left in your base? Sui asked curiously. Su's face turned red. They could have held on until the extreme cold ended. It's all her mother and her brother's fault. She came to buy supplies and clearly bought a lot of medicine. When the extreme cold first came, people in the base got a kind of flu, which spread very quickly. But instead of distributing the medicine, her mother reduced the supplies for the sick people by half. The reason is that we will die sooner or later, so there is no need to waste these things. But her brother had never been sick, but he drank Isida's root and other immunity-enhancing medicines every day. It was this incident that made her completely sober up. In the past, her younger brother could go to college, but her mother made her drop out of school to work and earn money for her younger brother. Before the apocalypse, Bai Yan's food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all paid for by her. After the apocalypse, he, a grown man, did not go out to kill zombies, but only knew to hide in a safe place and wait for others to come back with supplies. Baisu became more and more excited as he spoke. He was also speechless after hearing this. She felt that she had met all kinds of people in this time and space. Let's go in first, but let me tell you first, the resort has its own rules. If your family members break the bottom line, I will throw them into the zombie swarm. Baisu nodded. Boss Su, don't worry. I told you before I came here that sending them here is the last thing I can do. From now on, we will live our own lives. Sui nodded and said, I hope so. Wu Jia and her group just came back from going out, and Sui asked her to help Chui Lin at the front desk. There were still many people coming from the Xingqian base today. As soon as Sui brought Baisu in, he heard Bai's mother arguing with the front desk clerk. Why is it so expensive here? How can we survive? Hello, our prices here are very fair. If you don't want to stay here, you can choose to go out. My necklace is also made of gold, so why can't I exchange it for points? Is there something wrong with your instrument? Hello, your necklace is fake, so you can't exchange it for points on the instrument. I suggest you try another item. What did you say, you little bitch? This is the necklace my son gave me. How could it be fake? Chui Lin was really fed up with being annoyed. She didn't know what to say anymore. Wu Jia became furious when he heard this. You can stay here or not. If not, get out and don't delay others from checking in. Wu Jia stepped forward and motioned Chui Lin to go to the other side. The little girl probably couldn't handle this kind of unruly old lady. Yeah, if you don't want to stay, just go away. I'm afraid they don't have the money to live there. Without their daughter to support them, they are nothing. The people in the line behind them, from the star base, were already extremely resentful towards them and couldn't help but start a conversation. Sui frowned when she heard what Bai's mother said. It seemed that she would have to let the system arrange her to that level. Is this the attitude of your hotel? We are staying here to give you face you. Before Bai's mother could finish her words, Wu Jia pushed the person aside and said, Next. Mom, what are you doing? Bai Yin grabbed the woman and said politely, Let's take a double room. As he said that, he took off the ring on his hand and handed it to the front desk. When Bai's mother saw him taking the ring, she subconsciously tried to stop him. Son, this is what Mom bought for you. You have to... Mom, stop talking. Bai Yin pulled his mother. He had seen the announcement at the front desk and didn't want to cause trouble here. After all, they still had to live here, and the environment here was indeed much better. Wu Jia operated it for a while, looked at the room number on the computer screen, and smiled meaningfully. This is your room number, next one. Choi Rin noticed. That room number seems to be on the same floor as Jean Yi, Ji Lin, and the others. Chapter 54 by Sue Buys a House. The floor that Sui was referring to was the same floor as Ji Lin, Jean Yi, and others. She later deliberately marked these out, putting those who love to stir up trouble and those who are not smart on the same level, and let them fight each other. Bai Su saw that gold could also be exchanged for points, thought about it, and called Sui aside. What's wrong? Sui felt very strange when he saw her cautious look. I want you to help me see how many points these gold can be exchanged for. Bai Su scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Then she pulled out a rectangular box the size of a tablet from her backpack. Sui opened it doubtfully. The next second, she was dumbfounded. She thought the white gold might be used for necklaces, bracelets, earrings, etc. She really didn't expect it to be gold bars. The box looked custom-made, with 8 gold bars neatly placed inside. My mother would transfer money from my salary every month, so I started buying gold to save money. The company also took good care of me, giving me half of my salary in cash every time. Later, my mother wanted me to buy a house for my brother, so I simply discussed with the company to stop paying my salary card and exchange it for cash. Gold can be exchanged for a little more points than crystal cores. Gold will never depreciate at any time. The saying that gold is more valuable in troubled times makes sense. Sui took out the tester and tested it, and found that it could be exchanged for 500,000 points. She suddenly became interested. Come with me. Sui put away the box and brought Bai Su to the sales center. It is not suitable to recharge so many points at the front desk. Too many points will attract attention, and if that weird mother and son find out, they may come to trouble her. Besides, it is most cost-effective to buy a house directly. She also has points to upgrade the hotel and unlock the residential area. Along the way, Bai Su was sighing at the development of the resort. She still hadn't figured out where these buildings and supplies came from. But she wouldn't ask. Nowadays, there's food and drink, and it's safe, so why bother where it comes from? This is the resort sales center. Next to it is a residential area to be developed. Currently, only one building in Area A is for sale. You can take a look at the model. If you still want to stay in a hotel, you can move there. Bai Su was particularly shocked when he looked at the 3-dimensional picture in front of him. This area is right next to it and is surrounded by a separate fence. Currently, only one building has a model, and behind it are models of the room layouts. No, just by one set. Before the end of the world, Bai Su's dream was to own a house of her own. Bai's mother used her monthly salary to buy a house in her hometown, but it turned out that there was not even a room for her. Bai Su likes to live in high-rise buildings. After some selection, he finally chose number 2203, Building A. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. If you pay in full, you will get a discount, and after the discount, you will get 350,000 points. Bai Su followed Sui to apply for a card at the sales office, and then spent 350,000 points to buy the house. When can I see the finished product, Boss Su? Bai Su's eyes clearly showed that he was looking forward to this house. Later, here are your purchase contract and keys. You can go have a meal first. The house completion card will remind you. Good. Sui looked at his points balance and listened happily to the report of the system's income. All he had to do next was wait for the people at the star base to complete the points recharge. On the other side, Bai's mother brought Bai Yin into the room. What kind of room is this? It costs so many points and it's not that great. Their room was changed into 2 beds through system matching, one in the living room, near the entrance, and the other in the room inside. Bai's mother put down her backpack and poured out everything in it. Don't waste these things. Mom will clean them up for you. Eat them when you are hungry. Mom, who still wants to eat instant noodles? There's a restaurant with hot meals here, Bai Yin said impatiently. Right. I almost forgot. Then Mom will eat whatever you want to eat tonight. Mom will go to the restaurant downstairs to buy it for you. As Bai's mother spoke, she put the things in the bag on the table. Buy whatever you have. I'm tired, and I'm going to take a shower and have a nap. Bai's mother smiled dotingly and said, Okay, then just throw the clothes you took off aside, and I'll wash them for you when I come back. Bai Yin ignored her and just closed the door and went into the house. Bai's mother packed up, took the points card and went out, still muttering as she went out. It's all that money-losing bastard's fault. He got angry over such a small amount of supplies. Now my mother and I have to live frugally. He's really useless. As she passed the door of a room, she vaguely heard some sound. Help! Bai's mother was startled and went to the door and listened carefully. Help, Donna! Wow, what bad luck! These young people are really so rude, behaving so unbecomingly in broad daylight. Bai's mother turned her head and took another look. Fortunately, this room was separated from theirs. Otherwise, what would happen if her son was led astray? There are only 2 elevators in the hotel, and it was a busy time. The 2 little girls from the Liu family took their grandmother to buy daily necessities and happened to meet Bai's mother, who was coming down the stairs. Bai's mother glanced at a few people and got on the elevator. Behind them, Lu Qianqian and Lu Susu were still discussing with Grandma what to buy. Grandma, we can buy some vegetables and cook at home. Grandma's cooking is the best. We also need to buy towels. Grandma is not used to the pure cotton ones. She needs to buy fiber ones. Yes, and the 2 sisters said, writing down the things they needed to buy in a notebook. You guys, whatever Grandma uses is fine. You should buy some for yourselves, buy some nice ones. When Bai's mother heard this, she felt very disdainful and muttered in a low voice. Why buy these 2 money-losing goods? I'd rather use that money to buy my son some nice clothes. She rolled her eyes as she spoke. The sound was not loud, but the space in the elevator was small, so several people heard it. Grandma Lu was very angry when she heard this. How can you be so bad at talking? What do you mean by a money loser? It's obvious that you have to rely on your daughter to make money because your family is too poor to support her. Girls are just money-losing goods. Don't you have a son? Men are the head of the family. What's the point of raising 2 daughters? You. Grandma Lu was furious. What Bai's mother said touched the sore spot of their family. All the men in their family sacrificed themselves to protect their families. Seeing that her grandmother was angry, Lu Qianqian also became unhappy. Are you going to die? You are counting on your son to see you off to the grave. What does our family's purchases have to do with you? We spent your money. Now it was Bai's mother's turn to be angry. She pointed at Lu Qianqian and said, You little girl, do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. Is it respecting the elderly and loving the young if I kick you? Chapter 55, Upgrading the Residence. Lu Susu burst out laughing. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. Let's go, Grandma. Let's go shopping. The 2 sisters supported Grandma Lu and left without looking back, leaving Bai's mother stamping her feet in anger. What kind of people are in this hotel? Bai's mother was still muttering as she walked. Most of the people in the restaurant at this moment are people from the star base who have applied for cards and are here to eat. Mother Bai rolled her eyes at these people again. They should have died a long time ago. What a waste of food. After saying that, she took the card and went to buy food. The people at the star base didn't want to pay any attention to her. She stayed in the base for so long because they felt sorry for Bai Su, a little girl carrying the burden of the entire base. Bai's mother originally wanted to buy a meal to take back for her son, but seeing how happily everyone was eating, she couldn't help but order one too. She picked a seat and sat down. The people around her looked at her and started discussing in front of her, as if on purpose. Have you heard that Sister Sue bought a house? Oh, I just saw Sister Sue coming back from the sales center. I heard that 2 bedrooms and 1 living room cost more than 300,000 points. Hey, it has to be my Sister Sue. Every move she makes is like a gold bar. Now that I am away from my weird family, I am living a better life than before. Who says it's not? After hearing this, Bai's mother became even more angry. The damn girl bought a house without their knowledge. She used the points she had to honor her brother and her mother, but only knew how to enjoy herself. What's the point for a woman to live in such a good place? The more Bai's mother thought about it, the angrier she became, and the harder she ate, the harder her hands worked. I heard that they invited Boss Sue to the food court to eat hot pot. Didn't Sister Sue say she would invite us together some other day? Huh? We just have to wait. Sister Sue is so nice. Bai's mother couldn't eat the meal because of her anger. She had the points to treat outsiders to a meal, but she didn't treat her brother to a good meal? How could she have given birth to an ungrateful person? Bai's mother put down her chopsticks, took the packed lunchbox, and prepared to settle the bill with Bai Su. Warm reminder, please do not waste food, otherwise double points will be deducted as compensation. Warm reminder, please don't waste food. Just as she was leaving her seat, the system announcement sounded at the right moment. Bai's mother had no choice but to sit down and finish the food in the lunchbox stiffly. There was no other way. After all, they had few points. Thinking of this, she hated Bai Su even more. If she had points, would she be so frustrated? After finally finishing the meal, Bai's mother left angrily with the lunchbox. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Bai Su just had a drink with Sui. Perhaps because they were girls of similar age, the 2 of them got along better and better as they talked. When I first got here, the first thing you said to me was that you were rushing to save people. Ah, is that so? When she said that, Sui seemed to remember that she was rushing to the school to save Rong, Un, and the others. Yes, I was confused for a moment and almost thought you were unwilling to sell the supplies to us. I don't have any. I wish more people would come so I can earn points. Why do we need points? Bai Su asked curiously. Sui thought about it and said, because the more points I have, the more things I can do. Bai's mother swiped her card before coming in. She was first surprised by the decoration and variety of food in the food city, and then she realized that she was here to find Bai Su. She walked around the building 3 times before she found the hot pot restaurant where Sui and his friends were having dinner, because it was the only one with smoke coming out. White fluff. When Bai Su heard this voice, he was subconsciously startled. Why are you here? Bai Su frowned. She felt something bad was going to happen when she saw this mother. You have points to buy a house and gold bars. Why don't you buy some for your brother? We only have so few points, and we can't even eat enough. Bai Su asked mockingly. Why should I buy it for him? He is your younger brother, the only son of our Bai family. If you don't buy it for him, who will you buy it for? Bai Su was a little impatient. She had invited Sui to dinner today, but ended up making a fool of herself. I'll say it again, I've done my best by sending you here. The points I used to buy the house are my own points and my own gold bars. If you have the guts, let your son earn the money himself. You unfilial daughter. That's your brother. So, my brother has no arms or legs, and he sucks my blood every day. When the zombies come, the men and other families go out to fight to the death, but he just hides at home and screams. What a piece of shit. How could your brother possibly defeat the zombies? Aren't you just asking him to die? As she said this, Bai's mother wiped away 2 tears. He can beat me if he can't? What were you thinking when you pushed me out to kill zombies? Bai's mother knew she was in the wrong, but there was nothing she could do. Bai Yin still had to carry on the family line. So how could this go wrong? Bai Su, it's my fault, but you can't ignore your brother. If you continue like this, your brother won't be able to survive. Bai Su, listen to your mother. If you give the house to your brother, you will belong to someone else even if you get married. Sui slammed the table and said, Shut up. She really couldn't bear to listen anymore. No, Annie, you didn't even read the notice at the front desk of the hotel. Can't you read? She bought the house herself. What does it have to do with you? If you break the rules again, I will throw you and your son into the zombie horde and let your son have children with the zombies. You are such a vicious woman. It was you who led Bai Su astray, right? You instigated her not to give us points. Our hotel has always been fair and just. If you want points, go out and kill zombies yourself and figure it out yourself. If you want to sit back and reap the rewards, you might as well die. Yes, if you want it, go earn it yourself. Why do you keep sucking my blood? You guys? Bai's mother was so angry that she left angrily with her lunchbox. Thank you for speaking for me, Boss Su. Sui waved his hand. You're welcome. Boss Su, do you think I'm unfilial? Sui said nonchalantly. What's the big deal? Parents like them are not worthy of your filial piety. It's good enough that you didn't kill them with a knife. Bai Su smiled foolishly when he heard this. The two of them finished their hot pot quickly. Sui estimated that it was almost time to upgrade, so he asked the system to check the balance. By now, the residents of the Star Resort should have completed registration. Host's current points balance, 686,987 points, can be upgraded to Resort Level 10, unlocking a building in Residential Area A. Upgrade. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to the 10th level of the resort, consuming 640,000 points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the residential area. Do you want to unlock it? Yes. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking a residential building, consuming 20,000 points. Sui especially went to visit a room in a building in Area A. The difference between looking at the model and looking at half of the real thing is huge. This is too good. Chapter 56 Origin of the System. The one-bedroom residential area is much larger than the hotel. The entrance is the living room and dining room. There is a small corridor on the left with the bathroom and kitchen on both sides, the bedroom further inside, and a small balcony behind the kitchen. The whole apartment is about 50 square meters and is fully decorated. Sui simply took Bai Su upstairs. She was also looking forward to what the 2 rooms would look like. A 24-story building is not actually considered particularly tall in modern times, but in this apocalyptic era when monsters are rampant, it is rare to find a well-preserved high-rise building. Come in and take a look. Sui motioned for her to open the door. The master bedroom and the second bedroom of the 2-bedroom one living room apartment are next to each other. The master bedroom has a 2.2-meter bed, and the second bedroom has a 1.8-meter bed. There is an independent open-air balcony, and the bathroom is equipped with a 2-meter bathtub, which is comparable to a suite. The whole apartment is about 80 square meters. When the room was being decorated, it seemed like the designer knew the owner was a girl, so the entire room was decorated in a youthful tone. Sue was very satisfied. All the houses in Su Yi's residential area are larger than those in normal residential areas. In fact, 60 square meters is enough for a normal 2-bedroom and 1-living-room apartment. I touched the white fluff here and there and couldn't let it go. Su Yi smiled and said, "Take your time to look at it. I'll go back first." Because the hotel was upgraded to level 10 this time, the level 10 hotel did not add any rooms but unlocked the 11th floor. She thought again of the system's report just now. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the hotel to level 10, unlocking the 11th floor, and unlocking the special elevator, which is exclusive to the owner. Please check it yourself. In other words, the entire 11th floor belongs to her alone. Su Yi returned to the hotel and took a look. Sure enough, her room on the first floor was gone, replaced by a dedicated elevator. Su Yi entered the elevator, which required facial recognition to open the door, and only she could ride it. When we reached the 11th floor, the elevator door opened and turned into a security door. This is a large flat with one elevator per household, covering a total area of 400 square meters. Originally, large flats had multiple rooms, but the system took into consideration that she was alone and changed it into a 2-bedroom apartment. There is a super large master bedroom, a separate dressing room, and a south-facing balcony. The second bedroom has a bay window with a wide view, and one can see the entire resort and the landscape of the community by opening the window. Although there is nothing nice to see now, the system says that the greening of the resort and residential areas will be gradually improved according to the buildings and levels. The house also has a dedicated bathroom equipped with a jacuzzi and shower. In addition, it is also equipped with entertainment facilities such as a gym, swimming pool, cinema, etc. There is also a dedicated open-air garden, which is very suitable for growing flowers or raising pets. The kitchen is divided into 2 areas, with a dedicated Western food area, and each area has an independent display screen for ordering. Su Yi was stunned. Isn't this the house of her dreams? There is no need to cook or clean. The dishes are automatically cleaned and recycled in the recycling machine. The floor has an automatic cleaning function, and there's also a smart robot that sweeps and mops the floor to clean. You can live here until you die. Su Yi swore that this was definitely the pinnacle of her living conditions. Tongzi, what if I can't bear to leave? This is too comfortable. Host, you still have to work hard to earn points. When you return to your original world, this room will be open to the public as a top-level suite, and we will also erase all memories of you that people in this world have. What? Why wasn't this item included in the previous tasks? Because this is the host's last mission, our system's mission will also end here. Except for the host, no one else will remember what happened. Su Yi suddenly felt a little lost. Doesn't that mean that she has no sense of existence at all? And Tongzi, why did you choose me in the first place? And you said your system. Is there another system besides yours? The system suddenly fell silent for a long time, as if it was thinking about whether it could speak. Host, actually, I am system number 1890. We come from another planet far away from the blue planet. There is only the doctor on that planet. The doctor was too lonely, so he invented us. At the beginning, the system was like the robots on the blue planet, without emotions and only cold conversations. Later, the doctor couldn't stand it anymore, so he sent system number 2000 to the blue planet with the most colors to collect emotions. When I came to Blue Star, I visited many countries and met many people, but none of them had the same tenacity and unique qualities as the Dragon Country people, especially the Dragon Country women. At first, I didn't choose you, but a 10-year-old girl. Her father died, and her mother remarried and took her brother away, leaving her in the amusement park. When I entered her mind and asked her if she regretted it, if she wanted to go back to a certain time and start over, or choose to reincarnate again, she refused me. Su Yi was surprised. Is there anyone who would refuse the golden finger? She said that she always heard her mother say that she regretted marrying her father and regretted giving birth to her. If she could do it again, it would be fine. But why can't people face up to their own karma? Regret is just a synonym for cowardice. A person does not have the courage to face up to the results of their own choices, so she regrets it. She does not want to start over, because she does not regret coming into this world, and she does not want to be a cowardly person like her mother. It was also from her that I gathered my first emotion, although she did not become my host. Later I met you, the host. Sui felt mixed emotions after hearing these words. She couldn't imagine what this 10-year-old girl had gone through to say such a thing. She thought of herself again. Was there no way for her to resist her fate? Yes, but she didn't. She finally chose to compromise with her parents. Sui sat in the open-air garden, looking at the sky, and did not speak for a long time. The resort is thriving after the extreme cold. Not only people from the Dawn and Star bases, but NG also brought people from the base to join them. Compared to the miserable conditions in other bases, their base was much better. Maybe because Sui had been there. When everyone heard that the supplies were from Hope Resort, they didn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. They distributed the supplies smoothly. Although life was very difficult when the temperature was extremely low, many people generously contributed their unused supplies. NG was very satisfied with the current situation of their base. Except for some people with poor physical fitness, they did not make it. NG only brought 100 people this time. His main purpose was to find Sui to exchange some supplies and send these people to the resort. Most of these 100 people are from families with many elderly people and children. It is difficult for them to live in the base, and it may be easier for them to survive if they move to the resort. Now the resort is a bit crowded. Chapter 57, Hope Hotel. There were already many people staying here during this period, and there were only a few rooms left. The only empty room that could accommodate so many people was the suite. Sui felt troubled when he saw so many new people coming. Although a building in Area A has been built, the rooms in the residential area cannot be rented out. Even if they can, the system's pricing is estimated to be extremely high. Is it time to build a branch of Hotel Hope? Tongzi, can the hotel build a branch? It is not possible in theory, but the host can build a Hope Hotel. Hope Hotel. A hotel costs less points to build, can accommodate more people, and costs less points to stay in, but the conditions are definitely not as good as a hotel. As it spoke, the system called up the model of Hope Hotel in the mall. It is a 3-story building located next to the food court. There are more than a dozen rooms on the first floor, including double rooms, standard rooms, triple rooms, basic toilets, showers, laundry, and other infrastructure. The toilet is a squat toilet, and it is combined with a shower. The environment is indeed not as good as that of a hotel. How many points does this cost? Hope Hotel only needs 10,000 points for one building. No need to upgrade. Double room and standard room are 30 points. Triple room is 50 points. Sui took a look and thought it was good. Then build this. Brethren, our hotel doesn't have many vacancies. We only have a few double rooms and suites. They're a bit expensive. There's a new hotel in the back. Would you like to take your people to take a look? And G nodded, then thought of something and continued. Some of them have a lot of crystal cores. I'll ask those who want to stay here, and they can stay in the hotel. Can. After Anji's communication, only 3 families chose to live here. 2 of them were mother and daughter, and they chose this place. The other 2 families were large families with 5 people. In addition to the elderly and children, there were also many people who could contribute, so they all chose suites. Sui brought the rest of the people to the Hope Hotel. Except for the smaller rooms, everything else looked clean. There was a plaque at the door which was still flashing, with 4 big words Hope Hotel written on it. And G directed them to enter in an orderly manner. Sui noticed that the remaining people were basically in groups of 2 or 3. There were many elderly people and children, and it was impossible for an entire family to go out to kill zombies and look for crystal cores. Just as he was thinking about it, Sui discovered that NG was standing at the door, giving each of the people entering 2 level 1 crystal cores. He is a really good manager. It's just like before the end of the world, when a natural disaster occurs, the people above charge for the shelters they build, and knowing that you don't have money, they pay for it out of their own pockets. The most eye-catching among them is a pair of grandparents and grandchildren. The child is only 7 years old. Sui sighed. There was nothing she could do. There were too many people like them now, and she couldn't help them all even if she wanted to. Not only are the rooms here cheap, but the first floor also has a simple dining area and vending machines. The food in the dining area is half the price of that in the hotel, but the dishes are different. A completely vegetarian lunchbox costs only 6 points, while one with a meat dish costs 9 points. The meat dish may be eggs, ham, or chicken. The vending machines outside sell small portions of instant noodles, the kind that come in bags with only 1 packet of seasoning, and cost 1 to 2 points per bag. There are also noodles. There are no cooking facilities in each room here, but each room is equipped with a multifunction electric cooker so that you can cook your own food. The setting is quite user-friendly. If there were no apocalypse, such a hotel would be quite a sensation in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and would benefit so many people who are wandering outside. After settling them, Sui thought about it and put up a sign at the hotel front desk, recruiting 2 receptionists. On the other side, the hotel staff were also settled. The people who came from the Dawn base were indeed different. No one caused trouble, and no one said anything strange. Host, the current points balance is 57,820 points. Do you want to unlock the land? Sue, he had just finished putting up the sign and was stunned when he heard the system's words. Land? Yes, the land can be contracted to everyone living in the resort. 1 acre of land needs to pay 600 points per year. Any crops harvested from the land each year can be taken to the department store to exchange for corresponding points. 600 points for 1 acre of land? That's about 1 point per square meter. Why didn't you tell me before? Host, normally, the land prompt will only be given after the inn is unlocked because it would go farming if they live in a hotel. Okay, then unlock it. Put a sign at the entrance of the department store, and those who want to contract it can swipe their card to claim it. The land is located 3 kilometers away from the resort. Because this area was left unfinished along with the Quiyu Villa, no one has come here for a long time. After Sue unlocked the land, this large area was automatically designated as a safe zone. The weeds were removed and the soil was turned over visibly, and only people were left to start sowing. Sui calculated that living in the resort basically has a constant temperature all year round. If he farms well, the points he earns each year will not be less than killing zombies. There is a notice board at the entrance of the department store, and a card swiping machine is placed next to it, as well as farm tools, seeds, etc. The resort has a special irrigation system for the land. Due to limited land, each guest room is limited to contracting 1 acre of land. It is new now. Some people have gone out to kill zombies and have not returned yet. The new residents probably haven't adapted to the environment yet, and no one has seen this announcement yet. But someone noticed. Roman stood on the upper floor of the hotel. Because the hotel was located in the center of the resort, the panoramic view of the resort could be seen from the higher floors. When they came back from their morning exercise, they heard Dawn Base bringing people over. Boss, that. Banyang was very surprised. He saw the process of the 3-story building being built from scratch. There was originally an empty space, but suddenly the part in front of me flashed like a mosaic, and then a 3-story building rose from the ground. I saw that too. Is this a superpower, boss? That's not right. Can superpowers do that? Banyang was puzzled. He had seen so many superpowers in the military base, but he had never seen anything like this. If people knew about such a magical ability, they would definitely be caught and studied. Whatever it is, the place we live in now is probably from that place. Why don't you go sleep outside? He's not going. Brethren, everything is packed. Xiaotan knocked on the door and stood at the door. Roman informed them a few days ago that they could prepare to set off. They had purchased a lot of supplies in the past few days, mainly glucose, a medicine that can quickly replenish the body's functions. Wait a little longer. There's no rush. Roman was still standing at the window, looking at the buildings below, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 58, Contracting Land. By Qingxiti. Military Base. Compared with the joyful atmosphere at Hope Resort, the atmosphere at the military base is much more depressing. There were only a handful of patrol teams in the entire base, and no one was registering at the gate. Everyone inside sat there in a daze, looking at the people around them with wary eyes. There were rumors that the military base was no longer safe, that many people with special abilities had mysteriously disappeared, and that even the surrounding walls were covered with handwritten missing person notices. Inside the villa, Long Chiyuan angrily smashed a teacup. How many times has this happened? Why haven't we figured it out yet? We. A man in white work clothes standing in front of him stammered and was unable to speak. I brought so many people here, and you only give me something like this? Long Chiyuan held the research report in his hand. The report contained several pages of biographical information about certain individuals, and each page had a big cross drawn on it in red pen. You're all trash. You're all trash. I gave you money, food, and clothes, but you ended up raising a bunch of trash. At this time, another person in white work clothes walked up from the basement, taking off his uniform as he walked. Why are you getting mad at a small employee? Long Biao was intercepted on the way. Otherwise, with his special ability, we would definitely be able to research this medicine. Qiao Siming. What are you doing out here? Qiao Siming spread his hands indifferently. There are no more experimental subjects. If we can't proceed any further, why should I stay down here? Originally, the experimental subject they chose at the beginning was Long Biao. Long Biao was a man with a strong will and a high level of supernatural powers, so his physical fitness must have been good as well. However, the experimental subjects they captured later could not withstand even 2 injections and died. They were really useless. Su Ran has already set off with his men, and my men are following as well. We will definitely catch that man this time. In fact, we don't have to choose them. Everyone in Rong'an's team is a psychic, and their levels are not low. Just any one of them. No. Xiao Siming was interrupted before he could finish his words. The old man of the Rong family has some weapons in his hands that we don't know about. If that kid finds out that we have touched his people, he will fight to the death. All our efforts for so long will be in vain. Then what do you think we should do? Xiao Siming sat on the sofa and leisurely lit a cigarette. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Wait a few more days. Su Ran will definitely bring that person back. Even if she is not capable of doing it, the person he sent will not let him down. At this time, it is the only way to City A. Su Ran was leading the team forward, with Long Chiyuan's men following not far behind. They set off when the weather turned warmer, thinking that these guys would be slower to arrive, but they didn't expect to catch up so quickly. Sister Ran, hush, take it one step at a time. At the current speed, they will reach the Hope Resort in 2 days at most. Thinking of this, she became a little excited. The people sent by Long Chiyuan were led by a middle-aged man named Xiao Feng. He is Xiao Siming's cousin and also comes from the Orthodox Qiao family. Xiao Siming was originally a descendant of the Qiao family who had been lost outside. When the world came to an end, people heard that Xiao Siming was proficient in scientific research, so they brought him back. Master Qiao, are we just going to follow them like this? Xiao Feng rolled his eyes and said, otherwise, if you go and offend Su Ran, you'll see if she will skin you alive. When the person who was speaking heard Su Ran's name, his whole body trembled. It was fear from the depths of his soul. Rong'an took Ban Yang to stay in Hope Resort for another day. Estimating the time, they thought that the people who were supposed to come should be arriving in the next few days. After Su, he moved quietly. When they needed to find her for something, they suddenly discovered that the door of her original room had become an elevator. Several people who came out of the inn and hotel looked confused. Finally, Wu Jiao reminded them that they could contact the front desk or call Boss Su directly in the room. Then everyone realized that they came to ask about the land. They were out eating when they noticed a notice on the entrance of the department store. Some of the people living in the hotel had originally fled from marginal towns. Instead of going out to kill zombies, they decided to do what they are best at, farming. After the front desk understood the situation, Cui Lin took several people who wanted to contract the land to the department store. According to the instructions, several people swiped their cards to divide the land and received tools and seeds. The seeds were packed in bags used for feed, 2 bags per person, which were very heavy. After receiving the seeds, several people happily went to work. After they had distributed the land, a machine appeared next to each piece of land, with the owner's name and contract time written on it. Here, 1 piece of land is 1 acre, and the square-sized land is about 25 meters long and wide, which can be completed by 1 person quickly. The first crop they wanted to plant was potatoes, and the 2 heavy bags of seeds were all potato sprouts. Potatoes are one of the most popular plants in the end times. They are rich in starch, can be stored for a long time, and are resistant to hunger. They are also the simplest crops to grow. What they were given were chopped sprouts that were even coated with wood ash. Some novices don't understand why they need to apply wood ash when planting potatoes. An old farmer who was familiar with planting explained to them that freshly cut potatoes still have a lot of moisture at the cut, and if they are dipped in wood ash, they will shrink quickly, so the potatoes will not show signs of rotting when planted. The distance between potatoes should not be too close. The buds should face upwards, and the soil must be covered thickly about 5 centimeters. The old farmer explained to everyone while planting, saying that 1 acre of land can produce about 300 kilograms of sprouts, which is a very considerable yield. A few young people were bending down and sowing seeds just like the old farmers, and they were very happy. According to the announcement, food can be exchanged for points according to the corresponding amount. 1 kilogram of potatoes can be exchanged for 2 points. The yield of 1 mu of land is about 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms. In this way, at least 6,000 points can be exchanged in 4 months. For those who live in ordinary hotels, this is already a considerable income. Department stores will gradually open seeds for sale later on, and they can then choose what they want to grow. The points earned by exchanging fruits are the highest, but they are also the most skill-intensive. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, A total of 20 acres of land had been contracted out. At this time, people were still queuing up in front of the department store to go through the contracting procedures. Most of the people staying in Hope Hotel are older, with only a few staying in the hotel. There are basically no young people in the group. Sui also saw Grandma Lu, who lived in the suite here. Many people passing by also started a conversation with Grandma Lu when they saw her still queuing. Lu Qianqian and Lu Susu have healing abilities, and they have followed the main force out to kill zombies these past few days. Because their abilities are not very aggressive, they rely on pure physical attacks to obtain crystal cores most of the time. Zhang Su also takes good care of them. Sometimes when the two sisters don't gain much, Zhang Su will take out some of his crystal cores and share them with them. Oh, Mrs. Lu lives in a suite and still comes out of farm. The person who spoke was an old man named Li who lived in the hotel with his son and daughter-in-law. Chapter 59, Secret Observation. We're staying here anyway. Why not get out and move around? Grandma Lu smiled kindly. Her ancestors were also peasants, so farming was no problem for them, and it would also reduce some of the burden on her two granddaughters. When people around heard this, they were full of envy. Look how lucky he is. He can even live in a suite. Yes, I have seen that suite. There are only a few of them, and they cost 100 points per night. It's so expensive. We feel bad for spending 30 points a night at the hotel. Sigh. Old Mrs. Lee smiled and said, "Who said it wasn't true?" Old Lou spent 1,200 points just to see a doctor. What? A medical consultation costs over 1,000? Oh, it's a good thing I didn't go. I had a cold, so I just bought some medicine at the department store and took it. At this point, Mrs. Lee proudly said, "Oh, not like me. I went back and discussed it with my son, but he refused to let me go out to farm. Look, he gave me a crystal core and asked me to buy some clothes to take back. Your son is so good to you. Isn't it true? You are really filial." Grandma Lu didn't say anything and just waited in line quietly. This old lady surnamed Lee is like this to everyone she meets. No matter what they do, she always makes sarcastic remarks, which is very annoying. Grandma Lu contracted an acre of land. When she was preparing to carry the seeds, she tried to lift 2 sacks of potato sprouts. They were a bit heavy, and she couldn't carry them. She pulled out her cell phone and sent a text message to her granddaughter. Today, Lu Cece followed the large group to kill zombies, and Susu was in the room. "Grandma Lu, what's wrong with you? Can't you carry it? Let me help you carry it back." A middle-aged man queuing behind her saw her like that and guessed that she probably couldn't carry it, so he offered to help the old lady take it back. Grandma Lu waved her hands quickly. No, my granddaughter will be here soon." When the old lady surnamed Lee heard this, she laughed sarcastically and started to speak in a sarcastic tone. "This girl is useless. She has to work on the land by herself. She's not like my son." When the people in the queue heard her words, no one responded immediately. The people who were flattering her in front also stopped talking. These people all have a female family member, and it is a different era now. How could this person still favor boys over girls? Isn't she a woman herself? A slightly older Annie was holding a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. When the little girl heard this, she asked her mother in confusion, "Mom, am I useless?" The aunt touched the little girl's head and said, "No, our baby is the most powerful." She was the only daughter she had when she was old, and her father was bitten by zombies while trying to protect her and her daughter. But why does this grandma say that girls are useless? Isn't grandma a girl? The little girl looked at Mrs. Lee with curiosity. She didn't have the idea of favoring boys over girls in her mind. She just simply felt it was strange that a girl would say that girls were useless. Lu Susu was also quick. Just a few minutes after Grandma Lu sent the message, she ran downstairs looking anxious. "Grandma, why didn't you tell me you were coming downstairs? How can you carry so many things?" Lu Susu said as she picked up the sack. "I told you to just rest at home. Why are you going to farm?" Grandma Lu followed behind her, holding the bag, and said with a smile, "Grandma, it's not that I can't sit still. It's not a problem. Let me help you. I'm fine since my sister is gone today." "Okay." Grandma Lu led the way and followed Lu Susu towards the direction of the land. Someone behind him couldn't help but sigh. This little girl is so strong. You probably don't know this, but both of Old Lady Lu's granddaughters are supernatural beings, and their physiques are much better than others. In the hotel, after Bai's mother got angry last time, she came back and lay in the room. These days, Bai Yin went downstairs to get food by himself. "Mom, I heard that the resort has opened up land and you can farm it yourself in exchange for points. How about?" Bai's mother sat up from the bed and asked, "What? You want your mother to farm?" Bai Yin was speechless for a moment. Then we don't have any crystal cores. Forget it, if you don't go, I will. When she heard that her son was going to work, Bai's mother quickly agreed. No, 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 I'll go, son, you just stay at home. Bai's mother got out of bed quickly, still cursing. It's all that damn money-losing bastard's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to farm the land. Bai Yin felt annoyed and said, I'll go with you. I heard that the first crop is potatoes, and the seeds are very heavy. I'll help you carry them. Mother Bai did not refuse again. She knew potatoes. 20 sprouts weighed nearly 1 pound. Planting them would weigh several hundred pounds. She certainly could not carry them. Outside, Su Ran had already arrived, but she had no intention of going in. Instead, she set up a tent not far away. Xiao Feng was a little confused, and finally mustered up the courage to step forward and ask, Sister Ran, why don't we go in and arrest them? Su Ran was puzzled. Arrest someone? Arrest who? Xiao Feng was very anxious. That's Su Yi, the manager. She is evil and does all kinds of evil things, bullying women and men. We? Who said she was evil? Xiao Feng was a little confused. That's not right. This is what Long Qiyuan said. Captain Xiao, we need to understand the situation first. You can't just believe everything you hear. Look, there's so many residents here. What if we catch the wrong person and cause a riot? Should we take action against these residents? Xiao Feng was still a little confused. Why don't we go in and find out more? The conditions here seem so good. Su Ran shook her head. No, no, no. If you go in, others will know what you are here for. What if she puts on a show? So we have to observe secretly to see if Su Yi is like the rumors say, and see how the people here live before we make a conclusion. Xiao Feng thought about what she said. That seems to make some sense, but the members of their team didn't bring anything this time, let alone tents. Even the food and drinks were only enough for the journey, because Long Qiyuan said that the resort has a lot of supplies, and there will be a lot of food once they get there, so there is no need to bring so many supplies. Then let's go buy something. This time we're out. Captain Xiao. Su Ran said righteously. Xiao Feng was startled by her shout. As people from a military base, can't we overcome this little difficulty? What if you go now and alert the enemy? What if others know our intentions and they are on guard? The more Su Ran spoke, the more Xiao Feng felt that it made sense. But why does it feel like something is wrong? Chapter 60. Go in quietly. After convincing Xiao Feng, Su Ran returned to his camp and finally couldn't hold back his laughter. How did this guy become the captain with his IQ? Su Ran happily led his female team members to set up a tent and a barbecue grill. They brought meat from the base and placed it in the space. The beef was frozen in foam boxes and ice. Because of the weather outside before, they specially moved the things out and placed them outdoors. Although it is not that cold now, it is enough. Xiao Feng, who was standing by, was dumbfounded. He was just about to comfort his team members and encourage them. If women can endure hardships, why can't we? When I turned around, I saw that their tents had been set up. Xiao Feng looked at his men, who were sitting on the ground, chewing on bread without even a spit of saliva. How about borrowing some from them? He took 2 steps toward that direction and then stopped. If this gets out, how will he survive in the base? Xiao Feng was helpless, he sighed, and sat down facing the team members. There is no other way. Everyone just be patient for a few days. Su Ran's people had been paying attention to their movements. Sister Ran, do we really have to wait a few days before going in? Who said that? Su Ran raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying anything. By evening, it was dark. Now it is different from before. There are no entertainment facilities, no entertainment activities, and no mobile phones at night. Everyone can only go to bed early when it gets dark. Su Ran looked over and saw that Xiao Feng's group had stopped moving, probably because they were asleep. There was a distance of about 500 meters between them. Su Ran said that this was a difference between men and women, and it was to ensure the safety of the girls in her team. She quietly changed her clothes, put a pillow under her sleeping bag, then got up and left from the other side. The resort was still brightly lit at this time, and the bright lights inside could be seen from a long distance away. Today's patrol is Xiao Hao and a boy about 20 years old. Su Ran was discovered as soon as he walked to the door. Stop, who is it? The light at the door was too dim, and Xiao Hao couldn't see clearly for a moment. Su Ran cleared his throat and turned around. Hello, are you from the resort? I'm here to stay. She looked timid, and only when she came closer did Xiao Hao and the others see her clearly. Su Ran wore a ragged shirt inside and a military coat with holes on the outside. The coat was torn everywhere. His pants were one long and one short, and he wore a pair of sandals on his feet. Su Ran felt very satisfied when she saw their surprised expressions. These were the most tattered clothes she could get at the base, especially these sandals, which were the epitome of beggars in this season. Wearing them made people feel as if they could not afford to live. The man who was slightly older than Hao couldn't bear to see her like this. Come in. I'll take you there. The man was about to pull Su Ran in. Wait. Hao looked at her carefully again. Su Ran was shocked. This young boy was quite cautious. We need crystal cores to stay here. Do you have any? Su Ran pretended to be very scared and looked around, then carefully took out a cloth-wrapped ball from his pocket. She peeled off one layer and found another layer inside. After peeling off 5 layers, the crystal core inside was finally revealed. This is the crystal core my husband left for me. Is it enough? Hao took a look and became more suspicious. This was a level 4 crystal core. However, he did not say it clearly, but nodded. The two of them took the woman to the front desk to check in. The person on duty at the front desk is Wu Jia. Sister Jia, this person is new. Wu Jia was stunned for a second before she reacted. Normally, Hao would not suddenly give her instructions, nor would he bring someone over like this. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Jia took over, processed a points card for her, and arranged a room for her on a higher floor. Hao did not go on patrol, but went to the duty room to call Sui. The duty room is right at the entrance of the resort. It was built by Sui specifically for those who work the night shift. It has everything you need, including resting and cooking noodles. As soon as the phone was connected, Hao couldn't wait to speak. Sister Sui, a very suspicious person, just arrived. Oh, what suspicious person? Sui became interested when he heard it. She was wearing very tattered clothes. Sui was numb. The kid had used 3 of them, and they were very torn. How torn were the clothes? But her exposed skin was very white and clean, and her hair was messy but not the kind that had not been washed for several days. She wore a pair of very old sandals in this season, and her feet were covered with a lot of mud and dirt, but her nails were very bright and shiny. After hearing this, Sui just wanted to go with a single 6. Hao was right, he observed very carefully. Well done, don't worry, I get it. Okay, Sister Sui, you have to be careful. Okay, go get busy. If you're tired, take turns to sleep. After giving a few instructions, Sui hung up the phone. It was the right decision to choose how to patrol. But who will come? Okay, she forgot to ask whether it was a boy or a girl, but from his description it should be a girl. Girl, who could it be? Sui suddenly thought of someone. Rongin and the others seemed to have mentioned that she was coming. She went out and took the elevator downstairs. This special elevator can go to any floor, but only Sui can ride it by scanning his face. She came to the door of Rong-in's room and knocked. Soon, Rong-in opened the door. He seemed to be exercising. He was wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt that was soaked with sweat. What's wrong? What's the matter? I want to ask, is it that Su Ran you mentioned before? Miss Sue, do you have a photo of her? Ban Yang has it. I'll call him. Immediately afterwards, Rong-in made a phone call, and Sui watched him make the call 3 times. Wait a moment. Sui nodded obediently. She thought it might be Ban Yang. From what they said before, Ban Yang seemed to like Su Ran very much. Rong-in picked up the dumbbells on the ground again. You're still exercising late at night. Well, I sleep better after exercising. Sui watched him lift dumbbells, the veins on his arms bulging, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this thing very heavy? I'll try. Host, don't. Before the system could speak, Sui had already taken the dumbbell. Rong-in seemed to know that she couldn't hold it, so he didn't let go completely. Sui bent down, and the inertia of the falling dumbbells caused her whole body to lean forward. His forehead hit Rong-in's abdominal muscles. Rong-in groaned and took the dumbbell. Sui was just about to breathe a sigh of relief and stand up, but his foot stepped on something and he fell forward. When Ban Yang came up and stood at the door, this was the scene he saw. Rong-in was lying on the ground, holding a dumbbell in his hand, and Sui was lying on Rong-in's chest. Boss! What are you doing? Why did you call me when you did this? Chapter 61, Eating and Drinking. When Sui heard Ban Yang's voice, he quickly stood up. Host, I was just about to call you. That dumbbell is sold in department stores and has been specially modified. It has a gravity adjustment chip inside. Sui gritted his teeth and cursed the system 10,000 times. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I didn't stand firmly. Rong-in smiled and said, it's okay. Boss! Ban Yang wanted to say something, but Rong-in glanced at him, and he immediately shut up. Ahem, boss. Why did you ask me to come up here? Roman then remembered and pointed at Ban Yang and said, he has a photo of Su Ran, the kind he carries with him. Ban Yang blushed immediately. Sui looked at Ban Yang's reaction and felt suspicious. Carry it with you? Blushing? Is he doing something weird with someone else's photo? When Ban Yang saw Su Yi's expression, he knew that she was thinking the wrong thing. No, Boss Su is not what you think. Here's a photo. Sui looked at him with disdain, then took the photo. Tongzi, is the new female resident like this? Sui asked silently in his heart. Ding, scanning, host, facial features similarity 99%. Sui understood. It was just one person. But why did she have to disguise herself before coming in? Roland looked at Su Yi's expression and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Sui pointed at the person in the photo and said, she came to the hotel at night wearing very tattered clothes. Ban Yang was shocked. Are you serious? How did you know? Roland also frowned. Xiaohao answered it and said that he felt this woman was strange. Then Su Yi imitated Xiaohao's tone and repeated his words. Ha 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 ha. Renren was seen through by a child. I'm going to tell her. Roman grabbed him and said, wait. What's wrong, boss? You won't stop me from seeing Ranran, right? We are so close. Roman rolled his eyes. You don't know why she's here. Why are you in such a hurry? She could just come in openly. Why does she have to disguise herself? Ban Yang scratched his head. Maybe it's inconvenient for her. Don't go downstairs these days. Stay in your room. You. Sui smiled and said, I don't think she has any bad intentions, but I tell you, she has a plan. Several people became interested. What's the plan? Su Yi hooked his fingers, and the few of them gathered together and said something. Then Ban Yang looked embarrassed. Is this okay? She will beat me to death afterwards. I will beat you to death now. Roman glared at him. Xiaotsin and the others have met Su Ran. I'll go and tell him. Su Yi nodded. Okay. The most important thing is you. Su Yi pointed to Ban Yang. Don't show your true colors or I'll kick you out of the hotel. Ban Yang nodded quickly, hoping that Ran would not blame him alone afterwards. When Xiao Feng woke up, he found that there was one person missing from the women's team. He counted for a long time before realizing that Su Ran was missing. He asked several female team members, and they all answered in unison. Sister Ran discovered a group of zombies nearby and went to fight them. Does Xiao Feng believe it? He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. He asked why Su Ran had been stopping him yesterday. It turned out that she wanted to investigate on her own. What did she mean? Did she think he was holding her back? Although he was angry, he couldn't do anything about these people. Everyone in Su Ran's team is crazier than the other. When they really fight, they're more desperate than the other. He doesn't want to provoke a group of crazy people. Brother Feng, are we just going to wait here? A younger brother came over and asked cautiously. Otherwise, go talk to them. Xiao Feng waved his hands impatiently. I shrank my neck and said, let's just wait. There are more than 20 women in Su Ran's team, the youngest of whom is 16 years old. These people were all rescued by her along the way. They have all experienced life and death and witnessed the evil of human nature. Here, Su Ran didn't sleep all night, because it really is so luxurious here. Food and hot water are available 24 hours a day. As the hotel had no single rooms left, the front desk switched her to a double room and gave her a discount. This is exactly the same as the original life. The room is equipped with an electric cooker, an electric frying pan, and a small rice cooker, so you can cook your own meals. After she came in, she didn't go out and stayed in the room the whole time, and she forgot about the idea of exploring the situation in the hotel. Come on, there is such a place in the apocalypse. Is there anything wrong with the boss being a little crazy? At first, she also heard about the magic of Hope Resort. She thought that at most there would be more supplies and no worries about food and drink, and everything else was just a trick used by the boss to deceive people. Wow, I didn't expect that. Su Ran stayed in the room admiring the view for the entire night, and as soon as breakfast was served, she rushed out to eat it. She was the first one to arrive in the restaurant, still wearing that tattered coat. She bought a soy milk and fried dough sticks meal and 2 meat buns. The soy milk is just the right amount of sweetness, and the meat buns burst with juice when you bite into them. This is what the hotel staff saw when they came to the restaurant in the morning. A beggar-like man was sitting at a table, eating heartily, holding a steamed bun in his left hand and a fried dough stick in his right hand. And there were several more on the table. Sui got up early today, which was rare. Seeing Su Ran's appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched. It has been a long time since this child had a meal. Su Ran deliberately slowed down her pace as she saw some people buying food to take away. She suddenly thought of her sisters who were still suffering in the wild. If it could be packed, could she bring some for them too? Sue Ran finished her meal in a hurry and prepared to go back to take a shower and clean up. She was so busy admiring the scenery yesterday that she was still wearing this tattered dress. She went to the department store first, and after spending a long time choosing, she finally chose a pair of black and white sneakers and a black sportswear. A total of 380 points were spent. She went to the first floor of the food court to pack some snacks and ran to the hospital to buy a few boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, all of which were for the sisters in the wild. Sue Ran went back to his room, washed up, and finally remembered the important matter. But when she came downstairs, "Sorry, boss, Sue just went out." "Oh, I see. Then help me find which room Rong, Un, and Banyang live in." "Sorry, beautiful. We can't reveal the guest's room number." "All right." Chui Lin glanced at her, remembered her boss' instructions, and continued. "Beauty, you can go and experience our hot springs and amusement park." Sue Ran's eyes lit up. "There are hot springs? There's also an amusement park?" She remembered that she did seem to see a very tall slide and Ferris, well, not far away. "Okay, thank you." Chapter 62. Dare to prank her. So a whole day, Sue Ran went to the hot spring park and had a crazy day. After the fun, she ran to the top floor of the bathing center to soak in the hot springs. I soaked in all the hot spring pools with various functions. When she came out of the bath center, it was already dark. Sue Ran thought silently in her heart, "Forget it, it's already so late. I'll go find Sui tomorrow and contact her. Today I'll just deliver a meal to her teammates first." It was just time for dinner, and Sue Ran came to the restaurant. She had heard during the day that the restaurant would serve hot rice and dishes in the evening. Today the restaurant serves a set meal consisting of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. Even the soup is packaged in a biodegradable plastic box. The 3 sets of meals are braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, and spicy chicken. Her team is full of girls, and most girls don't like to eat fatty meat. Thinking of this, Sue Ran packed a few servings of sweet and sour pork ribs and spicy chicken, and went to the food street to buy a few cups of milk tea. Sue Ran first stood not far away and observed for a while. After confirming that Xiao Feng's team had rested, she went around to the girls' team's tent from the other side. The night watchman saw her expression of surprise and said, "Sister Ran." Sue Ran made a hushing gesture. "Call them to eat." The female team member nodded obediently. Opening the lunch boxes, the delicious food aroused everyone's appetite. They had some barbecued meat in the evening, which had no salty taste except oil. "Sister Ran, is this the resort's food? This is too luxurious. Is this really the kind of food we can have nowadays?" Several girls looked at the things in the lunchbox and hesitated to eat with their chopsticks. Sue Ran laughed. "Eat quickly. I'll take you in a few days and starve them for a few more days." As he spoke, Sue Ran glanced at Xiao Feng's side. There was not even anyone on guard at night. "Sister Ran, you don't know how miserable they are all day. The dry biscuits they eat are not as good as ours." The girls were laughing together, and a few grown men shared a few pancakes, looking quite pitiful. "Sister Ran, where did you get this dress?" One of the female team members looked at her clothes in confusion. She remembered that Sister Ran didn't bring any clothes when she went out. Sue Ran smiled mysteriously. "I bought it inside." "Really? There are clothes for sale inside." Sue Ran nodded. "Yes, there are still many things to buy. It's no different from before the end of the world. You will be able to experience it in a few days." The little girls ate their food and began to look forward to it. Sue Ran watched everyone finish their meal, collected the lunch boxes, gave a few more instructions, then stood up and left. On the other side, Xiao Feng faintly smelled the aroma of cooking in his sleep and began to dream. In his dream, he was eating a table full of delicious food, hugged by women on both sides, and felt very comfortable. Sue Ran adjusted the wig on her head and then returned to the resort. She came to the front desk again. "The person on duty tonight is Wu Jia." "Ah, go find Boss Sue. Her room is on the 11th floor, but only she can go up there." Sue Ran was in a dilemma. Just as he was about to ask Rongan again, he saw a familiar figure entering the elevator out of the corner of his eye. "Brotherson, Xiaotsen." When Xiaotsen heard the voice, he was stunned for a second and turned around to look at the person who came. Sue ran towards him. She was about to speak, but saw Xiaotsen with a confused expression. "Hello? Are you calling me? Soran? You don't know me?" Sue Ran looked at him in shock, with an expression of disbelief. Xiaotsen almost broke down when he saw her expression, but he still resisted the urge to laugh and said, "You must have made a mistake. I don't know you, girl." Sue Ran was completely stunned and didn't even react when the elevator door closed. On the other side, Xiaotsun was talking about what had just happened in Rongyan's room. You didn't see it. Ranran's expression was so pitiful. Ban Yang sighed. Oh, my poor Ran. He's going to be tricked by the boss. Rongyan rolled his eyes. I didn't. Who told her to be sneaky and change clothes to stay in the hotel? That wig. Speaking of wigs, everyone looked at each other. Ha ha ha. Ranran's wig is so funny. Xiaotsun laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. When I turned around and saw her, I almost broke down. Ban Yang finished laughing, then frowned again. It's over. I can already see Ran beating me up. Xiaotsun shook his head. That's not what you said when you laughed just now. Besides, Ran won't hit you. She will just ignore you. Ban Yang, you are so cruel. The main reason is that the boss's idea is really inhumane. Boss Su originally asked us not to show up. What if she came here to do something for that guy Long Chiyuan? It would be difficult at that time. Who knew that the boss would just pretend not to know her? There was laughter and discussion in the room. Outside the house, Su Ran, wearing a wig, could vaguely hear what was said. Xiaotsun forgot one thing. The elevator would display which floor it was parked on. He was the only one in the elevator just now. He entered and pressed the floor button, and the elevator sent him to this floor. Su Ran saw everything clearly from outside the elevator, so she followed him up. There were not many rooms on this floor. She wandered between several rooms for a while, and then she heard Ban Yang's ha-ha-ha laughter coming from this room. What a bastard. You dare to play her, right? Boss Su asked them not to show up, but he just pretended not to know her. Very good. After listening to the general situation, Su Ran took the elevator back to the room and put the blame on Ban Yang. So, the next day, she knew that everyone in Rongyan's team was very self-disciplined, and so was her team, who would exercise at any time, morning or evening. She got up early, took off her wig, changed into the base's camouflage uniform, and sat in the lobby on the first floor waiting for someone. Rongyan and the others saw her when they came out of the hotel, but they pretended not to see her, especially Ban Yang, who even pretended to trip and scream for the boss to help him. Su Ran sneered, very good. So, when they jogged 10 kilometers and returned to the hotel entrance, Su Ran was already waiting at the gate with a bottle of water in his hand. Rongyan was the first to arrive. Looking at her expression as she held the water, he had a vague premonition of something and stood aside silently to watch the show. Next came Ban Yang and Xiaotsun, both of whom had similar physical strength. After seeing Xiaotsun, Su Ran suddenly smiled and came forward with water. Brother Xia, you are finally back. Here is some water for you. Everyone. Ban Yang. After a while, Xiaotsun spoke stutteringly. You, what are you doing? I don't know you. Su Ran smiled again and said, It's okay. I know that brother has forgotten me. You just need to know that I have liked you for a long time. As soon as Su Ran said this, Xiaotsun clearly felt a chill beside him. Chapter 63, First Meeting. No, Ban Yang, it's not like that. What's not to like? It just so happens that you all don't remember me, so I'll pursue Brother Xiaotsun and leave a good impression on him again. Su Ran spoke them out word by word, and the last few good impressions were clearly spoken with some gnashing of teeth. Well, this this is not my idea. Xiaotsun explained dryly, his eyes constantly glancing at the person next to him. Ban Yang's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, and he smiled and hooked Xiaotsun's shoulder. Brother Xiaotsun, I think the intensity of our exercise today is a little low. Let's run another 10 kilometers. Before Xiaotsun could say anything, Ban Yang directly pulled Xiaotsun and started running, with the momentum of competing with each other. Su Ran snorted coldly. You little bastard. She can't deal with Rongyan, and she can't control you little bastards either. She had wanted to tell Rongyan yesterday, but after thinking about it, she felt that Ban Yang would probably hold his boss's hand and cry. The thought of that scene gave her a headache, so she decided to tell Xiaotsun. This was my idea, don't blame them. After watching this farce, Rongyan finally spoke. It's okay. I know. Long Chiyuan said that he hopes the resort manager will kill innocent people and asked me to investigate. I guess he just wants me to capture the person. He hasn't given up on that idea yet. Su Ran shook his head. A lot of people with special abilities have disappeared in the base recently, and it's all related to him. The old guy must be desperate. Rongyan sneered. He thought he had done it perfectly, but there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Su Ran turned around and looked at him steadily. I also wanted to protect the people around me. Those girls all have special abilities. If it weren't for me, they would have been captured by Long Chiyuan for experiments. Rongyan nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The two reached an agreement, and Su Ran continued to ask, Where is Boss Sue? I've been here for so long and have not seen her yet. Rowan saw her tentative look and said, Don't worry, she's not that kind of person. Sue Ran looked relieved. I told you. How bad can someone be who can kill Long Biao? Rowan looked at her seriously and said, Even if she is that kind of person, you can't beat her. Soran. On the other side, Xiaotsen complained bitterly. Why did you provoke her? Why does she torture me like this? Ban Yongkai refused to listen and was still determined to finish the 10 kilometers. He knew Su Ran was joking, but he still took it seriously. Although he followed Rong and his ability level was the lowest in their team, not even as good as the girls in Su Ran's team. He also couldn't fight, and his physical fitness was not good. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. It seemed like he was not worthy of Su Ran in any way. Xiaotsen saw through Ban Yang's thoughts, pulled him to a stop, and said, Su Ran was just joking. Don't take it seriously. You don't know her personality yet. Ban Yang said aggrievedly. I know, but I've been chasing her for so long, and she's still. Those who arrived at the base first all knew that Ban Yang was pursuing Su Ran, and he would be wherever Su Ran was. Xiaotsen said helplessly, Did she reject you? Ban Yang shook his head. But she didn't accept me either. Xiaotsen, is she nice to you? Ban Yang thought about it. Every time they came back from a mission, Su Ran would wait for them at the door and would leave only after seeing him. Although she didn't say it, he knew that Su Ran came to see him. Another time, he was bullied by the patrol team of the base, and Su Ran came to stand up for him. Ban Yang. Okay. Xiaotsen. Did she ever say she didn't like you? Ban Yang thought about it again, although Su Ran didn't agree to be with him. Every time he confessed his love, Su Ran didn't refuse, nor did she say that she didn't like him. She just said that it wasn't the right time yet. It's not the right time yet. Ban Yang. I never said that. Xiaotsen. That's it. She likes you. Ban Yang was puzzled again. Then why didn't she agree to be with me? Xiaotsen explained helplessly. Brother, what era is it now? The whole world is full of zombies. You two are both fighters on the front line. If one of you dies unexpectedly, will you feel bad? Ban Yang thought for a long time and said nothing. Xiaotsen thought he finally got it and turned around to go back, but unexpectedly Ban Yang grabbed him. I understand. I need to become stronger and protect her so that we won't die. Xiaotsen? Is that what he meant? Is that not what he meant? Ban Yang was like a chicken with blood suddenly injected. I think 10 kilometers is not enough, Brotherson. Let's run 20. Xiaotsen looked at his sparkling eyes. It was rare for him to see a child so motivated, and he didn't have the heart to refuse. In fact, it's not that we can't run. It's just that everyone has become a little lazy after living a comfortable life for so long. When they were in the army, these were no big deal. The longest training session was 50 kilometers with weights. The boss is afraid that they will slack off, so he makes them exercise every day to ensure that their physical fitness does not decline. Okay, let's go. I'll accompany you. Su Yi's system is a bug because it has built-in monitoring. She was laughing like crazy when Su Ran was lying in the corner last night, so she got up early today to watch the show. I just happened to run into Rongin and Su Ran, who were returning to the house. Su Ran recognized at a glance that the girl in front of her was the legendary Boss Su. Why? Her eyes and her temperament are different from those of people who have survived the apocalypse. Clean and clear. It was as if she was defenseless towards everyone. But Su Ran knew that she gave people this feeling because she was confident that she was strong enough. Su Ran smiled and said, Hello, Boss Su. I'm Su Ran. Su Yi also looked at her. She was really equipped with the equipment of a female warrior. She had a bald head like Rongin, and weapons on her waist, and calves that allowed her to fight at any time. Hello, I know you. Ban Yang's dream lover. Soran. Rongin. Su Ran. I've tried the facilities here. They're all amazing. Su Yi also replied frankly, This is my special ability. System. Why is it not considered a special ability? Anyway, everyone thinks it is her superpower, so it is a superpower. No matter what it is, at least it's useful for people to rebuild their homes. I heard that you also subdued that high-level zombie. Rowan also told her something about Su Yi. What shocked her the most was that even the high-level zombies were no match for Su Yi. She once encountered a mutated Samoyed in Jing City that was powerful enough to defeat high-level zombies. The dog was very smart. The two of them spent a long time waiting until Su Ran came to pick it up before leaving. Even dogs are like this, let alone humans. He scratched his head. It can't be considered as taming him because he can command zombies, and I need crystal cores to operate here, so I left him here. Can you take me to see it when you have time? Su-ran was a little eager to try it. She had never fought with a high-level zombie before. Rongan frowned. That's a psychic type. Su-ran rolled her eyes at Rongan and said, Why? I haven't defeated you before. Rongan was helpless. There are winners and losers, okay? The three of them chatted for a while, and the two people who had been practicing extra finally came back. Banyang walked in front with great energy. Compared with him, Xiaotun behind him looked a little listless. Su-ran was very surprised. You guys? You just want to practice more? What does Banyang look like? He just finished eating. Chapter 64, Returning to the Base. Everyone present could hear the ambiguity in Su-ran's words. Xiaotun had no words to express his pain. Who knew that this guy would ask him to do push-ups again, and after that he wanted to challenge him. He didn't even know how many push-ups he had done. Banyang came over. Ran. Banyang glanced at Rongan. Rongan pouted and stood up. Banyang sat next to Su-ran with a grin on his face. Su-ran rolled her eyes at him and continued talking to Su-yi. Long Qiyuan asked Xiaofeng to come with us, but he didn't even bring supplies. Xiaofeng? Su-yi repeated the name. Also surnamed Xiao? Who is this Xiaofeng? Su-yi asked curiously. Su-ran shook his head. I don't know. It seems that Long Qiyuan knew him before the zombie outbreak, and he also took good care of him at the base. Su-yi nodded, thoughtfully. Seeing that the two had finished chatting, Banyang said like offering a treasure. Ran, I will treat you to a delicious meal tonight. There are many restaurants here, Banyang said, and suddenly thought of something. His face flushed. There are hot springs here, Su-ran interrupted him quickly. Stop, sorry, I've been to the hot spring before. Go soak by yourself. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Su-yi. I'll talk to you about Boss Su next time. I'm going back first. Banyang chased after Su-ran happily. Ran, which floor do you live on? Do you want to move down and live together? We can. At this time, it is not far from the resort. Xiaofeng couldn't sit still any longer. They had been here for a few days, eating dry biscuits and drinking a bottle of water for several people, while Su-ran's team lived in tents every day, eating food, and there were water-based supernaturals in the team to provide drinking water. In comparison, their lives were simply not human, and he had never received such treatment when he was at the base. Xiaofeng is Qiao Siming's nephew, and because of their relationship, Long Qiyuan takes special care of him. He only knew that Long Qiyuan wanted to see Qiao Siming for something, but he had no idea what it was specifically. It is almost noon now, and the female team members are already preparing for lunch. Several girls set up a barbecue grill, took out a few fish, put them on bamboo skewers, and grilled them on the grill. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, called a younger brother over, and whispered, Go find out what's going on. The resort is particularly lively today. Rongan was about to lead a large army back to Beijing. Because Xiaoen and Xiaofeng were related, he did not show up when packing up. Before leaving, they were counting supplies and preparing vehicles. Su-ran also planned to bring her teammates to stay there at night. As for Xiaofeng, as long as he didn't cause trouble, she didn't bother with him. Rongan's team has its own space-related abilities, and many supplies are stored in his space. They topped up 6-digit points at the front desk and almost used up all their crystal cores. First, the supplies. Since their space couldn't keep food fresh, they could only bring some fast food or self-heating lunchboxes. Su-yi provided them with a 20L bucket with a pumping device for drinking water, which he sold to them for 40 points each. Rongan and his team took 40 buckets of self-heating rice, instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, and other fast foods that didn't need to be cooked, each packed 100 bags. They also brought a lot of meat stews, vacuum-packed chicken legs and chicken feet, etc. to replenish their energy. Because the medicines had been almost packed up before, this time the main thing was food, and everyone spent an entire afternoon counting them. Su-yi originally wanted to go with him, but the current troubles at the hotel had not been resolved yet. Instead of waiting for Su-yi, another person came. Pei-yi is already considered a long-term tenant of the hotel. In the past few months, he bought a lot of food in his room. He rarely went out and sometimes cooked in his room. When Su-yi saw him, he seemed to be a lot more normal. When Pei-yi first saw him in the villa, he was in a crazy state of revenge. Now he is still wearing the same black cloak as when we first met, with a hood. It can be seen that he has washed it, and he's a lot fatter than he was then. Can you take me with you when you go to Jing City? Rongan frowned. Su-yi thought for a moment and said, Well, he's a little special. Maybe he can help you if you bring him back. She also didn't know how to explain her identity as a reborn person to Rongan. Rongan smiled and said, I'm just worried that if you go back with us, you might be targeted. Pei shook his head. I'm not afraid. As he said that, he took off his hat, and a shiny bald head appeared in front of everyone. Just say I've joined your team. Sui looked at him, then looked at Rong-un and the others. They really were a good match. Seeing that Rong-un didn't say anything, Pei said, I am a dark-type psychic. I won't hold you back. Except Sui, everyone else was shocked. Dark type. Whether it is the era of psychics or other time and space, the dark system is undoubtedly the strongest among the same level. I didn't expect there were such people hiding in the resort. Sui already knew that he was a dark type, but according to Pei, he did not unlock his superpowers in his previous life. Sui thought that it might be because his desire for revenge was too strong that he unlocked the dark type superpowers. Okay, you can follow us. Pei nodded and smiled. Thank you. It doesn't make any difference if one more person joins, since they already have a lot of supplies with them anyway. The temperature is rising abnormally fast now. It is about to say goodbye to below zero in just a few days. Several people were outside, putting some larger objects in the car, and they felt hot within a few minutes. This also gave Rong-un a hint that they should not only bring food, but they should also bring some spare clothes for easy movement. It would be best to leave this matter to Xiaotsin, as he knows the size of everyone in the team. Ban Yang kept clamoring to treat Su Ran to a meal, and Su Ran had no choice but to agree in the end, but she wanted everyone, including her female teammates, to go together. In the end, they decided to go to the Jiangnan restaurant in the food mall. Although it was different from the dinner for two he had imagined, it was already very good for him to be able to eat together. The two of them had little interaction at the base, and only occasionally got together when there were no missions. Most of the time, she had to go on a mission, and Banyang also had to go on a mission with the boss. Sui heard that Su Ran's team was made up of girls, and was very curious. So he decided to go and take a look in the evening. As they loaded the car, they discussed what to eat in the evening. After hearing the message from his younger brother, Xiao Feng was almost furious. Su Ran stayed in the resort alone, took a hot spring bath, and had a meal. They were going to eat Jiangnan cuisine in the evening? Who would hope that there was such a thing as Jiangnan cuisine in the resort? She had so many good things, but she didn't give them to others. No wonder Uncle Long wanted him to come over. Uncle Long said that when the country is in crisis, those who only care about themselves are selfish. Such people should be punished. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and said, Let's go. No more waiting. Let's go to the resort now. Chapter 65, Want to fight? The crowd hadn't realized that trouble was approaching. In the afternoon, Sui took Su Ran to visit other facilities of the resort. Su Ran pointed at a building and asked in confusion, What is that? Sui looked over and saw the sales center of their residential area. That's the sales office. I'll take you to have a look. Sales office? Is that what she thought? Su Ran walked in, and the decoration in front of him was exactly the same as the sales office in his original world. This is next to it. Yes, this is a model of the residential area next door. Because the residential area is still under construction, there is only one building now, and not many people have bought it. Su Ran looked at this place with surprise, and suddenly she noticed something. This is land? Su Ran looked at the model of a large piece of land not far behind the residential area, which was very different from the lawn next to it. Yes, this is land contracted to residents. There was a notice posted before, but it was removed because it was contracted out. You have actually resumed planting here. Sui asked in surprise. Isn't there any crop planting at the base in Jing City? She had heard Rong-in and others say this before, but even if ordinary people didn't, those senior executives should have grown some crops themselves. Su Ran snorted coldly. Those people, they don't do their research on seeds properly but go to study some messed up things. Forget about them. You're really great here. Su Ran finally understood why Long Chiyuan wanted to get the Hope Resort. Not only was there abundant material resources here, but the land cultivation and home construction had also been restored. It was much better than the base. We not only have a hotel here, we also have an inn, which can provide accommodation for people who don't have many points. Sui said this. Her tone was really proud. Although these things were given to her by the system, she also saved the people here in a substantial way. As for those people with evil intentions, the sooner they die, the sooner they will be reborn. The two of them went to visit the contracted land. Some of the crops that had been planted early had already sprouted. The buds and leaves were green and tender, and looked to be growing well. Su Ran gently stroked the tender green leaf, her hands trembling, and she did not dare to use force. There will be more and more sprouts like this growing out of this land, Just like the people who have managed to survive despite numerous obstacles, just like what people hope. In the evening, Sui was counting the points he had earned today in his room when he suddenly received a call from the front desk. Boss Sue, something bad has happened. When Sui went downstairs, many people gathered in the hotel lobby. It was already very late at this time. Rongin and the others had already gone to the food court to wait. Ban Yang insisted on going with Su Ran to pick people up. The only people in the lobby were those who had just returned from killing zombies outside, and those who had just gone down to the fields. There were also half as many patrol officers as before. Sui went downstairs and found several men he had never seen before in the lobby. Do you know how many people are starting outside? Shouldn't you share the supplies you have? You are such a selfish bunch. Sui looked at their pretense and vaguely guessed something, so he walked up to Wu Jia and asked, "Didn't I say that if anyone causes trouble, we should just chase them away?" Wu Jia was stunned for a moment and hesitantly said, "They said they were from Beijing City and beat Xiao Hao I." Su Yi's expression changed. "Where is Xiao Hao? Is he okay?" Xiao Hao was sent to the hospital by the patrol team. "He should be fine." "But they—" Wu Jia looked at them with embarrassment. When Xiao Feng heard her say this, he said contemptuously, "Yes, we are from a military base, you know. A small base like yours should naturally listen to us." Sui looked at him as if he were a fool. Xiao Feng seemed to be irritated by her eyes. "What's that look in your eyes? From your tone, just now, it seems that you are in charge here. You'd better hand over all the supplies and come back to Jing City with us. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble when the army comes." The onlookers were talking about it. "Are we going to move away?" "No way. The people in Jing City seem very powerful. Can Boss Su handle it?" Chu Miling's temper has changed a lot since she moved in. She has gradually come to understand that this is the end of the world, and being weak is useless. She took a step forward and said, "Why should I give it to you? Have you contributed to anything here? All the supplies were collected by Boss Su alone. Can you just hand it over when I say so?" With someone taking the lead, the others were obviously stimulated, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, especially those who had just worked in the fields, who walked forward with hose in hand. "Let's see who dares to cause trouble here. We have finally planted the land, and will soon be able to return to our normal lives. Why are you here to cause trouble again? You idiots. We are from the military base, and you dare to attack us? Besides, do you know who is in power in the base? It's the Long family. The family of Long Biao hasn't come to settle accounts with you yet." Xiao Feng said in a serious tone. "I killed Long Biao. Why does it have anything to do with others?" After that, Sui said to everyone, "You guys go do what you need to do. I'm here." "Boss Su, go back." When everyone heard her say this, they stepped back a little, but did not go upstairs. They just stood at the elevator door and watched. The men holding the hose also tightly grasped the only weapon in their hands and stared at them fiercely. They were originally staying at the hotel next door. They met the guests at the hotel on the way today and heard that the food there was delicious. They thought that the crops would be harvested soon and wanted to bring some food back for their family to try. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. "Oh, it really was a woman who killed Long Biao. I didn't believe it when Uncle Long told me. Haha. Yes, little girl. Are you an adult?" Xiao Feng looked at Su Yi and said seriously, "It's good that you admit it. Then come back with us and admit your mistake. By the way, take the supplies you have here. It doesn't matter if it's a lot. We have space equipment." "Who said I'm going back with you?" Su Yi sneered, took a chair from the front desk, and sat down slowly. "I want to see what you can do to me if I don't hand it over to you." Su Yi thought, if the system hadn't removed the ban on the resort, you might not even be able to come in. You should not refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit." Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. Long Chiyuan had said that the person had to be alive and intact and could not be injured, otherwise they would have arrested him long ago. "Why are you arresting me for killing a bad guy? Why didn't you send anyone to stop Long Biao when he was bullying men and women? Do you think you are worthy of being in power? You have a communicator with you, right?" Su Yi raised his eyebrows. Xiao Feng suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 66, Workers' Compensation. "We were originally living in peace, but you had to target me. Your relatives are human beings, but ordinary people's relatives are not human beings? You're still using the army to scare people. Is that what you dogs are using to scare civilians?" Xiao Feng held up the communicator, his face flushed. He finally understood what Sui meant. Sui asked him to turn on the communicator, and it turned out that he wanted to scold them all together. Long Chiyuan was stunned when he heard this and shouted angrily, "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Sui, you've gone too far." Xiao Feng quickly put down the communicator. It is only natural that you should face trial for murdering someone. The end times are not a place for you to disregard the law. You didn't care? You didn't care that you didn't stop Long Biao when he was killing people. Do you know how many lives he has killed? Do you know how many girls he has harmed? Xiao Feng was speechless. He only knew that Long Biao had been in the detention center, but he didn't know that he had done so many things. That's not what Long Qiyuan told him. I'll say it again. I'm not leaving. Don't even think about touching any of my people or belongings. Now, get out of here before I get mad. I want. Before Xiao Feng could finish his words, Su Ran and Ban Yang hurriedly brought people back. Xiao Feng, what did we agree on before we set out? Who asked you to come here? Su Ran shouted at him angrily. Soran, I haven't asked you yet. Why do you come here by yourself to eat and live well and leave us outside? Su Ran was speechless. All you care about is food and drink, right? Isn't it? Uncle Long said before we set out that everything here should belong to the base. Our purpose of coming here is to catch this murderer and take back the supplies. Su Ran laughed angrily. Okay, then I don't care about you. Just do it yourself. She felt that Xiao Feng was not a bad person except for his bad brain. So when she heard the team members say that Xiao Feng had left with his men, she hurried back. She came back in a hurry, not because she was worried about Su Yi, but Xiao Feng. She was really afraid that Boss Su would kill him. After that, she waved to Su Yi and said, Su Yi, come and eat after you're done. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Okay, what can a woman do to us? If she doesn't want it, we can just rob her. A man behind Xiao Feng rolled up his sleeves and said eagerly, staring at Su Yi with greedy eyes. If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes. Su Yi looked at the man with a cold look. The man was about to open his mouth to say something, but the next second his vision went dark and he felt a sharp pain. The man screamed loudly. When Xiao Feng heard the sound and turned around, he was startled by two bloody holes. What's wrong with your eyes? The man covered his eyes and knelt on the ground, with two black and white eyeballs on the ground. When Su Yi saw this scene, he showed a look of disgust. Please clean up when you leave. After a moment of shock, Xiao Feng came back to his senses, his tone trembling. How could you hurt others casually? And Xiao Feng really wanted to ask, how did she do it? They were so far away from each other. Was it her special ability? Xiao Feng suddenly remembered what Long Qiyuan had told him. This person is a little weird. Tell him to be careful. He didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking that she was just a woman after all. So, do you still want me to go to Jing City now? Xiao Feng did not speak. He glanced at Su Yi, then at the man still lying on the ground wailing, and said coldly, We are sorry for disturbing you. We will leave now. After saying this, Xiao Feng signaled to the others to carry the man without an eyeball, then turned around and prepared to leave. Etc. Xiao Feng paused. You injured someone from our resort. You should leave something behind before you leave. Xiao Feng was confused. What do you want? Sui thought for a moment and said, Just leave 10,000 crystal cores as compensation. Level 1 ones will do. Xiao Feng's eyes widened. 10,000? The military base won't even give you this little crystal core, right? Sui said with a smile. And then he thought about it and slowly closed the door of the hotel. Xiao Feng looked behind him and then looked at Su Yi, who looked as if he would not let anyone leave unless he took the crystal core. It's not that he didn't have any. His team brought a lot of crystal cores, and there was also a space-based psychic in the team. These were their private collections from all these years of missions. Because in the base, the technology of crystal cores to improve psychic levels was already well known. So there were often official people who bought crystal cores from the residents at high prices. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and signaled his teammates to take out the crystal core. He took out a bag from the space. The bag was very big and contained 500 first-level crystal cores, 200 second-level crystal cores, and 50 fourth-level crystal cores. Xiao Feng threw the bag over. Is this okay, Boss Su? Sui took the bag and squeezed it. With her many years of dealing with crystal cores, the quantity should be no problem. If converted into points, Xiao Feng might even give her too much. Okay, you can go now. As she spoke, the door of the hotel slowly opened again. Xiao Feng and his men hurried out of the door, fearing that Su Yi would change his mind again. He also ran into Rong, and who was coming from the food street. Rongan looked at this man, and his face turned cold. Xiao Feng also noticed Rongan. In the past, when he met Rongan at the base, he would always make some sarcastic remarks, but now he was not in the mood. Xiao Feng and his men left quickly. Sui also ordered the system to clean up the blood on the ground. She carried the crystal core bag and prepared to go to the hospital to see Xiao Hao. Roman strode over and said, "Are you okay?" Sui shook her head. "What can happen to me? You guys eat. I'll go see Xiao Hao." After seeing that scene just now, she had no appetite to eat. "Okay." Roman nodded. In the hospital, Xiao Hao was lying in the hospital bed, with gauze wrapped around his legs, medicine on his face, and a bandage around his abdomen. Next to him were Wang Meiwan and Xiao Hao's sister. Wang Meiwan was sitting on the bed peeling an apple. She turned around and saw Sui coming. "Boss Su, how is Xiao Hao?" Wang Meiwan took the printed medical record and said, "Look, Boss Su, I don't quite understand it either." Sui took the list. She couldn't quite understand the densely packed medical terms on it, but she had a system. The system told her that she was fine, just some minor skin injuries, which would be fine after a rest. The treatment cost 500 points. "It's okay." As he said that, Sui took out 300 first-level crystal cores from the bag, packed them separately, and handed them to Wang Meiwan. "This is compensation from the resort. Xiao Hao's injury occurred while he was on duty, so it can be considered a work-related injury. We should compensate him." Sui was afraid that she would feel embarrassed to accept it, so he emphasized it specially. 300 first-level crystal cores are equal to 30,000 points. Wang Meiwan was still a little dazed when she looked at the bag of crystal cores. Chapter 67 Return to Beijing. "So many?" She looked back at her son, who was still sleeping, and reached out to take the crystal core. "Thank you, Boss Su." Sui smiled and was about to turn around and leave, but out of the corner of his eye he saw the little boy in the hospital bed cabin wake up without knowing when. "Boss Su." Xiao Hao looked a little guilty. "I'm sorry, Boss Su. I didn't stop them." He was very serious about his job, but the level of those people's superpowers was too high, and they were adults and were much stronger than him. "It's okay. Just take a good rest and come back after you've rested." Xiao Hao nodded. "Boss Su, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to improve my abilities." As soon as Xiao Hao said this, something flashed through Suyi's mind. Enhanced superpowers? If she remembered correctly, the system had such a thing. Sui gave a few more hurried instructions, and then quickly returned to his room. "Tongzi, I remember whether the system store has things that can improve the level of supernatural powers." She actually had this idea a long time ago, but it was delayed because of too many things recently. Even if the world returns to normal, it will still be the world of superpowers, and the level of superpowers is undoubtedly very important. "Yes, host, there are supernatural potions and supernatural machines." As the system spoke, it called up holographic images of the two items. The supernatural potion is a blue reagent extracted from crystal cores. It is packed in a reagent bottle and can be drunk directly. The energy of the crystal core has been purified and is harmless to the human body. One tube is worth 100 points. The supernatural machine is a device similar to a self-service machine. There is a glass door outside. People can swipe their points card to enter. There is a massage chair inside where you can lie down. It will automatically inject reagents, 30 points each time. After the end, there will be a holographic image for people to practice supernatural powers. Both have the same effect. The price of the supernatural potion system store is 30 points, and the price of the supernatural machine system store is 100,000 points. After some thought, Sui realized that the second device was more suitable for the resort. The supernatural potion is only a one-time use, but the second one can be used to improve one's level. Host, there's also a potion that can allow people without superpowers to unlock superpowers. As it spoke, the system called up another image. This time it is a tube of red potion, and the price of the potion is 500 points. This medicine is sold at the system store for 200 points. This medicine has no harm to the human body, right? Sui asked. If it had any negative effects, she would not sell it. No, it will allow people without superpowers to unlock their superpowers, and people with superpowers will enhance their physical qualities in all aspects after drinking it. Sui was surprised. Can I drink it? In theory, it is possible, but it is not necessary. Sui thought, it's better to be prepared, just in case she needs to use her superpower someday. She exchanged all the other crystal cores she had obtained from Xiao Feng for points and purchased 5 machines, 200 bottles of superpower mixtures, and 100 bottles of reagents for unlocking superpowers from the system store. She placed all these items at the resort's hospital and posted a new notice outside the hospital. When shopping, she also noticed that the last item in the last column of the system store was still a question mark, and the price was 10 million points. Sui asked curiously, Tongzi, what is this thing? Why is it so expensive? Host, since you have not yet unlocked the relevant information and plot, the item will not be displayed. Okay, she seemed to have guessed what it was. After doing all this, He bought himself a potion to unlock his superpowers. According to Tongzi, he just drank it. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. He waited for a long time, but didn't feel anything special in his body. Tongzi this. Before she finished speaking, He suddenly felt a burning sensation, which moved from her lower abdomen upwards. First it reached her chest, then her left arm, her right arm, and finally the burning sensation spread to her entire body. Until she felt her head getting hot and dizzy. She suddenly felt a sharp pain, and her head felt like it was exploding. He felt a sense of shock. Tong, why don't you say, ah? Host, you didn't ask, and I didn't know it would have such an effect. Just bear with it, bear with it. He lay on the bed, with his eyes tightly closed, his head covered, and the quilt bitten hard in his mouth. I don't know how long it took, but the person on the bed gradually stopped moving. There was a thin layer of sweat on Suyi's head, and he had fallen into a deep sleep on the bed. The system was a little scared and checked her body. I felt relieved that there was no problem. After all, if anything happened to the host, it would be gone too. It was not until the evening that He woke up. He felt sticky and uncomfortable due to sweat. So he got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, then went to the balcony. Host, raise your hand and try. He stretched out her hand, and a small flame danced in her palm. She looked at the tiny flame and was very dissatisfied. I have tortured you for so long. How come it is only this small? Host, you have just unlocked your supernatural power. Your proficiency and level are very low, so the effect is not that great. He tried many times, until the flame was much bigger than before. She was satisfied and stopped. She could feel that she seemed to be in better spirits than usual, and her body was stronger. Was this the benefit of superpowers? Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and added a reminder on the sign at the hospital entrance. After stretching her muscles, He went downstairs. She walked all the way to the hotel entrance and suddenly felt that the hotel was a lot quieter. When they got to the door, they found that Rong-en and his family's car was gone. Strange, didn't they say they would leave tomorrow? Boss Su. Ran just came back from outside and saw He standing at the door. How did you get back from outside? Ran was helpless. Ban Yang insisted that I go and see them off. He chuckled. Didn't they say they would leave tomorrow? Why are they leaving early today? Hearing this, Ran's expression looked a little ugly. Long Chi-Yuan was very well informed. He received the news right after Xiao Feng left. He contacted Xia Tsin's communicator and told them to return to Beijing immediately. He also frowned. She didn't have a good impression of this person at all, and he even wanted to take over her Hope Resort. What are you going to do? Their affairs are the grudges of the previous generation. They have nothing to do with me. I'll just take a vacation outside. After Ran finished speaking, he suddenly took out a piece of paper from his pocket. By the way, this is what the dark psychic asked me to give you. He said you must open it yourself, but I didn't read it. Dark type? He opened it curiously. There were several sheets of letter paper inside, and the first page had only a few lines. After reading it, Yi's face changed. Chapter 68, Approaching the Truth. This was the letter Pei wrote to her before he left. The first page reads, Boss Su, I remember. The zombie virus was brought in from abroad. Please burn the letter after reading it. Yi hurried back to the room, opened the second page, and continued reading. The above describes in detail Pei Yi's experiences in his previous life. In his previous life, Pei Yi's parents both worked in the medical industry abroad. When news broke that someone was biting someone on the street, the government blocked the area. The biter was taken to the police station, and the person who was bitten was sent to the hospital. The hospital was afraid that someone was deliberately spreading the disease, so they isolated the patient. The biter was in a violent mood after entering the police station, and he attacked everyone no matter what they asked him, so the police had no choice but to lock him up. Later, a group of people came into the hospital with a certificate from the police station and wanted to visit the person who was bitten. Pei Yi's mother was on duty that day. She happened to see the group of people draw a tube of blood from the bitten person and leave. She found it very strange, so she told Pei's father about it when she got home. Pei's father realized that there was a problem and immediately began to build a bunker. His family already had a European-style castle in the UK, but if both the manor and the castle were turned into fortresses, it would be too conspicuous, so they began to dig a bunker, opened up the hall on the first floor of the castle, built 2 floors underground, and set up outdoor ventilation holes. This incident happened about 3 months before the end of the world. Pei's father later told Pei about it on the phone. At that time, his attention was on the bunker, and the first thing he thought of after his rebirth was revenge, so he forgot about it. During his time in the hotel, he was relatively relaxed and vaguely recalled many details that he had overlooked in his previous life. A week before the end of the world, his friends in the army suddenly called and said that they were recalled. Not only their team, but also some people stationed in remote areas were recalled, apparently to build some security base. A week later, when Pei called again, the line was no longer connected. There are many other details in life. For example, more than half a month before the end of the world, domestic grain prices suddenly soared, and the prices of many fruits, vegetables, rice, and flour also increased because the government bought a lot of grain directly from many farmers at high prices, resulting in supply exceeding demand. In addition, he remembered one thing. He applied for a foreign university for his sister. On the day of going abroad, he sent her to the airport. He met many medical staff along the way. He vaguely heard that a passenger plane carrying special materials had injured someone. At that time, his focus was on revenge, and he just wanted to send his sister abroad as soon as possible, so he completely ignored these things. Sui read it with a serious expression, then took an iron basin, lit the letter, and placed it in it. If what Pei said is true, then this apocalypse is a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy of those in power. I'm afraid it has something to do with Long Shiyuan, who is currently at the military base. However, she couldn't leave now. The temperature was rising rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before the next natural disaster occurred. Host, I found some items left behind by the occupants of room 8602. 8602? Sue, he was surprised. Isn't that Rong-in's room? She went downstairs and, following the system's instructions, found the leftover papers under the pillow in Rong-in's room. Unlike Pei, there was only a folded piece of paper here. Sui guessed that he had left it there on purpose. She unfolded the paper. Boss Su, there is urgent news, and I need to return to Beijing. Just a few simple words. It's exactly like this person's personality. Rong-in is a smart man. Having been in the hotel for so long, he has long noticed that He has some secrets that are different from ordinary people. He knows all the things that cannot be explained by common sense. Boss. In the car Xiaotsun was driving, Rong-in and the others were sitting in the back car. Ban Yang's voice broke the silence in the rear compartment. Explain. When can we come back after we leave? Rong-in thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Ban Yang murmured pitifully. Hey, he just met my Ran and left in a hurry. Damn the old dragon head. A bad guy and a good thing. I don't know when I will see my Ran again. And I don't know when I will go back to the resort next time. What a great place. Rong-in paused and said, Yes, what a great place. Beijing City. Long Qiyuan was pacing anxiously in the villa. After a while, a man in black clothes came in hurriedly. How's it going? Did you get it? That's all I have. The man in black handed over a box. Long Qiyuan opened it and found tubes of reagents inside. The green liquid inside was fluorescent and looked a bit creepy. Long Qiyuan frowned. That's all? Yes, the Lord said that this is the last one. If there is no result, he will change people. When he heard the word replacement, Long Qiyuan's heart trembled. He understood what it meant. Okay, I understand. You can go back now. The man in black nodded and left the villa. Long Qiyuan carried the box and came to the previous basement. He opened the secret door, and the white light inside flashed dazzlingly. The green light in front of a double door inside just went out, and Xiao Siming walked out, taking off his mask as he walked. Long Qiyuan stepped forward and handed over the box. This is the last one. Xiao Siming took the box and waited, his face looking a little grim. So little? Long Qiyuan sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do. There aren't many high-level zombies we can catch right now. This amount is from the inventory of the adults. After saying that, he looked into the operating room again. How about this one? Xiao Siming showed a disgusted expression. He's dead. He only lasted 20 minutes. Where's the person I want? Long Qiyuan was a little conflicted. I'm afraid it won't work this time. Something unexpected happened. That's Su Ran. Someone from Xiao Feng's side died, and they are on their way back. If it weren't for the fact that women's physical fitness is so much worse than that of male experimental subjects, he wouldn't mind capturing Su Ran. Xiao Siming suddenly got angry. What's wrong with you lately? You can't do anything right. You promised me that after this is done, you would give me a separate privilege to experiment with my new technology. How can I make any progress if you hold me back like this? Long Chiyuan gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, it will be done soon. If it doesn't work, we will catch him and experiment with him." Xiao Siming frowned. "Are you sure? I don't want to get into any trouble then." Long Chiyuan shook his head. "No, the old man is in a coma, and he is the only one left in his family who can make any waves. Don't you like Rong and the most?" At this point, Xiao Siming suddenly became alert. His physical fitness and abilities are both extremely strong. If we can use him, it would be the best. Long Chiyuan looked fiercely. "Don't worry, I have thought of a way." Chapter 69, Old Acquaintance. After Rong En and the others left, Su Yi suddenly felt that there were fewer people in the resort. "Everything seems boring, and I have no interest in it." Su Ran saw Su Yi sitting in the lobby in a daze from a distance and approached him curiously. "What's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze?" "I just suddenly feel like I have nothing to do every day, and I'm bored." When Su Ran saw her like this, he suddenly burst out laughing. Su Yi was puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" Su Ran shook her head. "It's okay. It's just that I rarely see you like this. Should we go out for a walk? I haven't been to Sitia yet." What she said was true. Sitia used to be a well-known tourist city in China. She had always wanted to visit here, but had no time. It would be nice to come and take a look now. Okowa. The temperature in City A has now passed 0, and there are puddles all over the road. There are basically no zombies to be seen along the way. Yes, the people in the resort go out to kill zombies every day, and the surrounding areas are basically cleared out. Occasionally there are a few new ones, and with Su Yi, the big bug, the zombies can't see them. Su Ran looked at the zombies passing by them with curiosity, then ran to the front of the zombies and waved curiously. "Wow, what Roman said is true. You really won't be attacked by zombies." "Why?" Su Ran was puzzled. She had never seen this kind of superpower before. Sui thought about it and gave a reasonable explanation. "Maybe it's because I have more than one superpower, and the properties of my superpowers are quite special." Su Ran nodded. "Indeed, if you put all these abilities together, you can be a savior." The tall buildings that rise from the ground, the buff that protects against zombie attacks, the protective shield outside the base against natural disasters. Any one of them can be the savior of the apocalypse. Sui chuckled and said nothing. The two continued walking forward. In front of them was a fishing ground. After the apocalypse, the fish here had been plundered by the survivors. Now there were a few thin pieces of ice on the river, but most of it had melted. Some trees next to the fishing ground were also knocked over by hailstones that fell from the extreme cold. There was a strange smell beside the melted river, and there was a lot of garbage floating in the river. When the two girls got here, they deliberately took a longer detour. "Su Yi, do you think there will be a flood or a tsunami after all this ice melts?" Sui thought for a moment. Su Ran was just as they said. He looked dull, but was actually very smart. There are many cities near the sea in China. It was extremely cold, and there was heavy snow and hail for several days in a row. If the snow melts, the water level will definitely rise. "Maybe," Sui thought. "It's not time yet. The natural disaster mentioned by the system will take at least half a month to occur. First, a flood broke out in a county along the river in City A, and then the entire county was flooded." The two walked for more than half an hour, and they didn't see even a few zombies along the way, and there was no sign of living people at all. Not far ahead, there were suddenly more zombies on the road. Su Yi suddenly thought of something, looked around, and suddenly said to Su Ran, "Do you want to see that spiritual zombie?" Su Ran's eyes lit up and he shook his wrist. "Okay, I haven't exercised for a long time." On the other side, in an 18-story building. This used to be a relatively large office building in City A, and this room, located on the top floor, was the lounge of the former manager's office. At this moment, the blue-eyed zombie was lying inside and sleeping. It took him a long time to find such a place. The four walls of this lounge were soundproofed and had good thermal insulation. Other zombies couldn't feel the cold, but he could. He was sleeping soundly when a zombie stumbled up to him. This zombie was a third-level psychic zombie and had some intelligence. The zombie ran in and shook him awake, making humming and winning movements for a long time. The blue-eyed man rubbed his eyes and stared at the zombie for a long time. "What on earth are you talking about?" "Well, Blue-eyed man. After gesturing for a long time, the zombie seemed to realize that he didn't understand, so it changed its approach and began pointing at the ground. What's going on down there?" The man finally lost his patience and stood up to tidy himself up. Ever since Su Yi despised him last time, he began to pay attention to his appearance. He would wash his face and hair and comb his hair whenever he had nothing to do. "Forget it. I'll go down and take a look myself. The man stood up, but the zombies suddenly stopped him, as if not going to let him leave. What do you want to do? Get out of the way. It's hard to explain yourself. The man pushed the zombie away and walked downstairs. The zombie stood behind him and felt very wronged. His ferocious face and puzzled expression were very strange. This zombie was a 17-year-old boy in his previous life. He met this man not long after he mutated. He had followed this high-level zombie for a long time. They actually didn't eat people very often. Most of the time, they hunted animals. As for those unconscious zombies, the man didn't care about them at all. As soon as the man came down, he regretted it. He had the urge to turn around and go upstairs. When he has time, he must teach those things that can't speak to speak human language. Sue, he was standing below, looking at him with a smile. Next to her was a bald girl with a weird look. But why did the way that girl looked at her make her look so scary? There were quite a few level 3 zombies standing around them, but they just stood there without any intention of attacking. The man smiled helplessly. Ancestor, how did you find this place? Sue, he was quick-witted and said directly, I have put a curse on you. I can tell where you go. System. Is he a goo? What do you want from me? The man thought to himself. He hadn't eaten anyone recently. On the contrary, he had released several girls. When it was extremely cold before, a few girls came here to take refuge and were targeted by a group of men in the distance. He commanded the zombies to rescue the people and then left because Sue, he had told him not to hurt anyone. It's okay. I have a friend who wants to challenge you to a duel. Man? Is your friend normal? Soran? What do you think is wrong with me? The blue-eyed man looked at her, and then his eyes suddenly emitted a faint blue light. This was his special ability, which allowed him to see through a person's meridians, bones, and special ability level. You are human. I must be human. You are a human being. What are you competing with me for? I'm a human. So why can't I compete with you? You are a human, and I am not. The man couldn't help but roar. Besides, how could he compare with his ancestor, who was here? I know you are not human. I have never seen a sane zombie. Sue Ran licked his lips, looking somewhat excited. Mom? He walked closer, looked at Sue Ran again, and suddenly said, Why do you look familiar to me? Chapter 70, Someone is Coming. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. Do you know me? Sue Ran was also confused. No, it just looks like I've seen her somewhere. The man waved his hands quickly and stared at Sue Ran for a long time. They were silent for a long time. The man seemed to have given up. Forget it. I can't remember it. How can I compare? Sue Ran thought for a moment and said, Show me your ability. I have never seen a zombie with a spiritual power. The man had no choice but to close his eyes. Sue Ran stared at him curiously. When the man opened his eyes again, his pupils had disappeared, leaving only endless white in his eyes, which were also covered with red bloodshot. The man suddenly turned his head and faced Sue Ran. Sue Ran looked at him strangely and suddenly felt as if a needle pricked his brain, and then the feeling disappeared. The man said helplessly, You are with her, my skills are ineffective on you. Sue Ran turned around and looked at Sue E with admiration. Wow, Sue E, you are so amazing. Sue E didn't know what to explain. She could only say that her skills made her immune to zombies. Sue Ran suddenly had an idea. Then can you develop an antidote? Sue Ran thought very simply. Sue Yi's special ability could create a hospital and a food street. If it was upgraded again, maybe he could make an antidote. Sue Yi was stunned and looked at the man. When he heard about the antidote, his eyes were obviously a little expectant. After all, no normal person could tolerate himself becoming such a horrible state. Before Sue Yi finished speaking, the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the distance. The man looked over, and his expression suddenly became serious. He said to Sue E and the others, Find a place to hide. Sue E looked at the fuselage, where there was a familiar logo. She suppressed her excitement and whispered, Why are you hiding? She saw a familiar logo on the helicopter. It was the one Pei he mentioned in the letter. He said he had seen a logo in the base. It was a black hexagon with a flag in the middle. Pei Yi also drew a rough outline for her. She was worried that she had no place to investigate. She pulled Sue Ran over and whispered, Stand behind me. She was the one who brought up the person, so naturally she has to be responsible. The helicopter was not far away. There was a large open space in the shopping mall next to the office building, which was just the right size for it to stop. You guys, are you really not going to hide for a while? The man hesitated for a moment, but still reminded. Do you know what they are here for? Sue, he was very surprised. There was something wrong with the attitude of this high-level zombie. The man had a conflicted expression. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Before they asked me to provide them with serum. In exchange, they provided me with drugs to upgrade my abilities. I." After the apocalypse began, a large number of zombies were rampant. The man was one of the first zombies with enhanced powers. These people found him and asked him to exchange serum for something to enhance the zombie's powers. At that time, he wanted to become stronger so much that he agreed. But later, these people changed from a syringe and a bottle to a person. Because he was the highest level and a psychic, they wanted him to capture other zombies with powers or upgrades, but he refused in the end. He didn't know why he refused. It was obviously a good thing, but he just felt that if he let them go, in the end, the test subject might become himself. They didn't catch him just because they couldn't beat him. While they were talking, the group of people had already walked towards the building. The man quickly ordered all the other zombies to return to the office building, leaving only Sue-E, and Sue ran outside. There were about 20 people in their group, all dressed in black. The leader was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. He looked at the surrounding environment with obvious disgust, and the people next to him even kindly handed him a mask. "Long time no see, don't he?" The blonde man spoke in poor Chinese. Although his pronunciation was not standard, one could still understand what he meant. "Louis, why are you here?" When Sui heard the blonde man calling Dongdi, he remembered that he had never asked his name. "I think there is still room for negotiation on our previous deal." The man behind Louis brought over a chair and sat on it with graceful movements. Song Chendong frowned. He really hated Louis. This man looked so gentle and smiling, but actually he was just a smiling tiger. "I said, I don't want to make this deal with you anymore." "Are you sure?" Louis said, waving to the person behind him. Someone immediately handed him a box. Louis opened the box and found only one tube of reagent in the square box. "Louis, what are you doing?" Song Chendong's face was obviously not good when he saw the tube of reagent. "I think you haven't experienced the benefits of this kind of thing for a long time." "Oh, by the way, this is our newly developed enhanced version. It can not only improve the level of superpowers, but also enhance a person's muscle strength. Do you want to try it?" As Louis spoke, he slowly raised his hand and opened the test tube, and suddenly a strange smell emanated from it. After Song Chendong smelled that smell, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Sue-E, who was standing behind him, could see that his shoulders were shaking constantly, as if he was trying hard to endure something. Sue-E's face looked unhappy. She smelled that strange smell. Then he began to call Tongzi silently in his heart. "Tongzi, is my power of order effective against foreigners?" "Host, rest assured. As long as you are on the territory of Dragon Country, you will be the absolute force of order in the end times." Sue-E suddenly felt confident. She slowly raised her hand and placed it on Song Chendong's shoulder. "Calm down." The blood color in Song Chendong's eyes suddenly disappeared, and his blue eyes looked back at Sue-E in confusion and doubt, then turned back to stare at Louis. "Oh, there are two beautiful ladies." Louis's tone was completely different from just now, and Sui got goosebumps when he heard his adjectives. In fact, it was not that he didn't see it. He saw it when he came. He thought it was some new maid that Song Chendong had hired, but he didn't expect that the reagent they were researching was broken by a girl's words. He had to pay attention to them. Why would two beautiful ladies stay with a disgusting monster? Sue Ran listened for a long time and finally couldn't help it. Song Chendong had just been talking to him in Chinese, and she said that this blonde guy named Louis should be able to understand Chinese. "Brother, is there a slipper stuck in your throat? You can't speak properly. Even if your Chinese is not pleasant to hear, you should still speak properly." Chapter 71, Advanced Zombie. There was an eerie silence. Sue-E broke the silence first. She imitated Louis's tone and said with a smile, "This beautiful lady is really good at talking." Louis's face looked very ugly. He was also a psychic, but he had no idea of the ability level of the two girls in front of him. Could it be some hidden, powerful person? Sue-Yi's attention returned to Louis. "Potion to enhance superpowers, right? What a coincidence. I also have one." Sue-Yi flipped her hand and took out the medicine she had just bought from the system space. She asked Hongzi, and he said this thing is also useful against zombies. Obviously, the colors of the two potions are different, and the difference is huge. Sui couldn't help but wonder whether the blonde man had added something in it that could stimulate some gene in the zombie's body. Louis looked at the thing in her hand, feeling a little confused. Didn't those people say there was no progress? Why did this girl have such a thing? No wonder Dongdi doesn't want to continue cooperating with us. It turns out that he has a new partner. I just don't know where this lady got the things in her hand. Sui was about to say something when she suddenly paused. She thought of the black-clad man who entered the country as mentioned by Pei Yi, and she had a plan in mind. She immediately changed her words and said, "Of course, this was given to me by someone else. They said that they spent a lot of manpower and material resources to research it." These words had a different meaning to Lewis. It took a lot of manpower? Damn it, didn't they say that all the people who participated in the experiment died? Lewis naturally categorized the items in their hands into one category and naturally thought of it in the wrong way. "How about we make a deal?" He suddenly asked when he saw his expression. "You should also need what I have. How about we make a deal? Give me what you have, and I'll give you what I have." After saying this, Lewis fell into deep thought. What they took out was originally a failure. Their main purpose of coming to Long Country this time was to capture this advanced spiritual zombie and extract his flesh and blood for research. They didn't expect Sue to show up halfway. Lewis looked at the potion in her hand again, his eyes showing a hint of desire. If he could really bring this thing back, plus the potion they carefully prepared, then all the zombies on Blue Star would obey his orders. Can. After saying that, Lewis closed the lid and handed the thing to the man in black next to him. The man in black walked forward to the center and stood there motionless. He was not afraid either. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Song Chendong. "I'll go." Sui patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. She walked forward with the reagent and handed it to the man in black. The two exchanged items. Sui was about to walk back when the man in black behind her suddenly attacked. The man in black was an ice-type mutant. He raised his hand, and 3 ice cones suddenly shot out from his palm and attacked Sui. "Be careful." Su ran, and Song Chendong said in unison. Sui's eyes flashed, and he turned around to face the 3 ice cones. Everyone was shocked and wondered for a moment if she was crazy. Suddenly, the 3 ice cones seemed to have touched some barrier, turned around, and shot towards the man in black. 3 ice cones. One penetrated his forehead, and the other 2 shot into his eyes. The man in black didn't even have time to shout before he fell straight down. Sui stood in the middle, staring at Lewis coldly, holding. "Why, Mr. Lewis, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" He was still holding the potion that the man in black had dropped when he died. Now, both potions were in his hand. Lewis's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He saw what happened just now. He didn't even move. The ice cone bounced back automatically when it touched her. "I was negligent. These slaves were disobedient and deserved death." As he spoke, he walked to the front and sprinkled something on the body of the man in black. The body of the man in black immediately melted like a puddle of mud and disappeared on the ground in a few seconds. This new product is an apology to the beautiful lady. He waved his hand and handed over the potion in his hand. "We Longwood people have always been trustworthy. A deal is a deal. This is mine. I give it to you." Lewis took the medicine calmly and handed it to the person behind him. He turned back and looked at Song Chendong. "Dongi, are you really not going to consider it?" Song Chendong said impatiently. "I said no, I don't know it or I don't understand it." He wanted to return to Su Ran with the potion, but when he turned around, he felt a strange breath coming from the man in black behind Lewis. Sui stared at that direction suspiciously. Lewis saw that her eyes were looking behind her and was startled. He quickly asked, "Miss, are you interested in my slave?" Sui looked at him, then looked at a man in the team who was wearing a black cloak and covering his face. He said nothing, shook his head, and went back. Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ran asked softly, "Did you really give it to them?" Su-e smiled slyly. "Guess." Su Ran understood when she saw her smile. It was probably changed. As early as when Su-e took the potion out, the thing was different from what she took out and naturally different from what was sold to everyone in the hotel. She changed a potion in the system store that made zombies violent. I don't know what the expressions of these foreigners will be after they go back to do experiments. But at the moment, these were not her concerns. She was more concerned about the strange smell in their team. She seemed to have smelled it somewhere before. "Then, we'll see you next time." Lewis took off his mask, smiled, turned around, and was about to leave with everyone, but suddenly turned back to look at Song Chendong. "I hope that next time we meet, you can still stay with these 2 beautiful ladies." After they left, Song Chendong was very puzzled by his last words. What do you mean? What do you mean by wishing I could stay with you guys?" As Song Chendong came closer, Su-e suddenly smelled something. "Don't move." Su-e stepped forward and sniffed around. She finally knew what that familiar smell was. It was the strong smell that belonged to high-level zombies when she first met Song Chendong. This smell mainly represents the hierarchy among zombies. After smelling it, low-level zombies will feel submissive to zombies with this smell. Song Chendong asked in confusion, "What are you smelling?" He also sniffed curiously, but there was nothing. Although he had turned into a zombie, he could still take a bath, but he had to be gentler. If I'm not mistaken, that person came here today to capture you and use you as their new test subject. Song Chendong was surprised. They have thought so for a long time, but they can't beat them. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of Su Yi's actions just now. You mean they also found the advanced zombies? Chapter 72, Follow Them. Su Yi sniffed it a few more times and confirmed his idea in his heart. It should be a zombie of a fairly high level, and it has concealed its aura. Humans can't defeat you, but the same zombie may not be able to do that. After listening to this, Song Chendong felt a chill down his spine. If Su Yi had not come today, he might have really been captured by those people. He has always won by relying on numbers, but if the other side also brings a high-level zombie, it is not certain whether his subordinates will obey his orders. It's a pity that Lewis doesn't understand the habits of zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let that high-level zombie cover up its breath. Su Yi looked at the potion in his hand and asked, "Do you know who they are?" Song Chendong shook his head. "I don't know either." He was captured by those people for experiments. When he woke up, the whole laboratory was in chaos. When he came out, the world had changed. Because he had the breath of zombies, passers-by did not attack him. He was still wondering why everyone ignored him, until he passed by the door of a clothing store and saw himself in the mirror. At first, Song Chendong avoided the crowd because he thought he looked scary. Later, he suddenly discovered that he had superpowers and could not only control zombies, but also humans. Only then did he dare to walk on the street. Later, Lewis's people discovered him and found out that he was a self-aware zombie, and then they found him. Su Yi asked curiously, "Have you discovered that there are other self-aware zombies besides you?" Song Chendong thought for a moment and said, "No, the smartest one is the one who just went upstairs to report the news, but he can't speak." Su Yi looked at the medicine in her hand again, put it to her nose, and sniffed it. Strangely, she couldn't smell anything. Song Chendong watched her open the lid, stepped back a little and said, "No, I can't stand this smell." Su Ran also stepped forward to smell it and asked curiously, "Why? You become like that when you smell this, and I don't smell anything." Song Chendong frowned. "I don't know either. There's a strange fragrance in here. When I smell it, I can't help but want to bite people." Su Yi called out to Tongzi silently in his heart. "Brother Tongzi, can you analyze what's in this? Host, please put it in the system space so I can take a look." Su Yi silently put away the medicine, then took out 2 tubes and handed them to Song Chendong. "This is your reward for providing us with the crystal core. This is a reagent that can enhance superpowers that our resort has developed. It can not only enhance humans, but also has an effect on zombies. You can try it." Song Chendong didn't hesitate. He took the test tube and put it directly in his pocket. Su Ran joked, "Why don't you try it? Do you trust our boss Su so much?" Song Chendong smiled embarrassedly. He didn't know why, but he had an inexplicable sense of trust in Su Yi. They will probably come looking for you again, so you better be careful. Song Chendong also thought of this problem. He looked at Su Yi, then at Su Ran, then lowered his head as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Boss Su, I want to say, What do you want to say? Can I go to the hotel with you?" Su Yi looked at him. Song Chendong had an embarrassed expression. He also wanted to experience the life of a normal person. "Then you go to the hotel. What will you do with these zombie minions?" Su Yi struggled for a long time and found a suitable adjective. "It's okay. Xiao Huang will lead them. They stay here most of the time and only go out hunting once every 2 weeks." "It means hunting animals? I haven't done that since last time." Song Chendong seemed to be afraid that they would misunderstand him, so he added a sentence. "Xiao Huang is the 17-year-old zombie who can't talk." Song Chendong called him Xiao Huang because he has yellow hair. "You can come, but what about your points? You can't just dig out the skulls of a few zombies and get some crystal cores." Song Chendong called Xiao Huang out embarrassedly, and Xiao Huang took out a plastic bag. "I picked this up on the road. At the beginning, people didn't know how to pick up the crystal cores. Many zombies on the road were shot in the head, but the crystal cores were not taken. I picked them up along the way." Su Yi leaned over to take a look. "Yo, that's quite a lot." "Okay, then come with us." Song Chendong nodded happily and said something to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang looked anxious at first, then nodded calmly and waved to Song Chindong in a very humane way. Su Ran asked curiously, "What did you say to him?" Song Chindong also waved at Xiao Huang, and then said, "I told him to stay out of the house. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if the people in the resort picked his brain." Soran. In order to come to the resort, Song Chindong changed into black clothes, a cap, and a mask. He kept talking all the way. "Is your place big? Are there any live animals? Can I take a shower? Are there any cosmetics for sale? Why do you have so many questions?" Su Ran was annoyed by his noise and couldn't stand it anymore. "I haven't been in contact with the human world for a long time." When the group returned to the hotel, it was already evening. Su Yi explained the situation to Wu Jia, who looked at him several times with a shocked expression. Considering the special nature of zombies, Su Yi arranged him on the 10th floor, which was the presidential suite where Grandma Lu and her family lived, and Su Ran's two suites. There were fewer people there, and Su Ran had a high force value, so he could restrict Song Chindong. Several people went up to the 10th floor together. When Su Ran's small team heard the sound, they rushed out and surrounded Su Ran, and a lot of voices were heard. "Sister Ran, this place is so nice. Sister Ran, can we stay a little longer? Sister Ran, look at my dress. I bought it today." The girls' voices were full of excitement. Su Ran was also very happy to see them like this. Most of these girls were rescued by her from zombies or humans. Since then, most of them have been extremely sensitive when sleeping and will wake up at the slightest movement. She hasn't seen them so happy and relaxed for a long time. "You guys, we're going to be here for a while, but you can't slack off in your training." "Yes." The girls immediately stood at attention. Song Chindong hadn't entered the house yet. When he saw this scene, he suddenly thought of something and his expression became increasingly exaggerated. "I remember now. Su Ran, you are the violent girl." Chapter 73 Antidote. Soran? What violent girl? Su Ran looked at Song Chindong suspiciously. Song Chindong looked at her with a distorted expression, as if he remembered something horrible. "Do you live in Bishi Garden in Jing City?" Su Ran was shocked. "How did you know?" She first ran away from Bishi Garden. Bishi Garden is a place in Beijing where rent is relatively cheap. So many migrant workers gather there. She had a conflict with her family and happened to move out, so she also rented a house there. The zombie outbreak in the community occurred late at night. She locked the door when she heard the noise, because she had always had the habit of stockpiling goods, and there was always a lot of stock at home, which allowed her to survive for a while. Unexpectedly, a couple living downstairs from Su Ran climbed in through her window and forced her to hand over food. The man also threatened her to do other things. Su Ran got mad, and the long-suppressed dissatisfaction broke out at that moment. She killed the two people and threw them out of the window. Then she armed herself, put on a backpack, and used her mop to clean the entire building. She also rescued two girls who were trapped in a room by zombies. When the girls saw her, she appeared at the door covered in blood. The three girls got together and used everything they could in the building. They wrapped cardboard and tape around their arms, and each of them held a butcher knife. The girls also cut their hair because long hair was sticky with blood and was very uncomfortable. Su Ran led them out of Bishi Garden, and they cleared out all the zombies in the entire area of Bishi Garden. She just remembered that she was almost attacked by a zombie at the door, and it was a man in black who saved her, but that man disappeared afterwards. Su Ran looked at Song Chindong's current outfit again, and after a closer look, he really looked a bit like the man back then. You can't be the one in black. I just remembered when I saw them standing at attention, and I said you look familiar." Su Ran didn't expect that the person who saved her was not a human. "So, is this why you call me a violent girl?" Su Ran looked at him with a smile, a dangerous look in her eyes. "No." Song Chindong ran back to his room as if he was escaping. He didn't want to offend Su Ran. Su Yi laughed. She liked the current atmosphere very much. She thought everyone would be prejudiced against zombies, but after she told Wu Jia about it, Wu Jia didn't show any fear, but more curiosity. Suddenly, she received a call from the system in her mind. She said hello and returned to her room. "Host, the ingredients have been analyzed." "Oh, tell me about it." "Our superpower reagent is made from the purification of zombie crystal cores. This potion contains a mixture of serum from high-level zombies and superpowers, as well as some addictive substances. When these two substances are mixed together, the zombies will be stimulated to be wild when they smell them." Su Yi was thoughtful. What exactly did these people want to do? Suddenly, she thought of what Pei Yi said. In her previous life, someone had developed a drug to control zombies. So could this be their purpose? Just as she was thinking of this, the system's voice came into her mind again. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the key plot and key clues. All system stores are unlocked. Please check. Really? Sui quickly opened the system store and went straight to the last item worth 10 million points. The item picture is a tube of white reagent, and the name is clearly written. Universal Antidote, a drug that can cure all diseases, viruses, etc. and restore people to normal. Just as she thought, the item in the last column of the system store that is sold for 10 million points is the antidote to the zombie virus. 10 million points. How long will she save up? Sui took a look at the balance. She had collected a large amount of points before. After deducting the points needed to configure the supernatural equipment, there were still more than 400,000 points. This was not even 1/10 of 10 million. It would definitely not be enough to rely solely on the base to collect points. She had to find some things to exchange for points herself. Tongzi, what can I exchange for points? Host, you don't have to worry. Have you forgotten that the vegetables you harvest from the farm can also be exchanged for points? You have already built the resort very well, but that will take several months. In addition to vegetable fields, crystal cores, and gold, building materials such as steel, cement, and red bricks can also be exchanged for points. These are all necessary reconstruction materials for the end of the world. Sui fell in a deep thought as he listened to the system's words. Currently, only the residential area looks a bit desolate, but no one would buy it even if she built it. Instead of continuing to expand, she might as well save up points and start buying antidotes. Sui got up early the next day and went out to collect unwanted steel building materials from the street. When she left, she also took Song Chendong with her. Because he is a mutant, he not only has special abilities, but his physical fitness is also better than that of ordinary people, and his strength is beyond words. Those dilapidated, unfinished buildings, some with steel bars exposed outside, as well as those bungalows smashed by hail and houses damaged by zombies are all her targets. She asked Song Chendong to take out the necessary materials, and then she was responsible for putting them in the warehouse. What are you collecting these things for? Song Chendong watched Suyi's actions, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he was a zombie and could not feel tired or pain, Sui could not let him break the steel bars. Sui ignored him. After collecting the things here, the two of them walked to the unfinished building next door. Sui saw signs of fire on the upper floor and thought for a while before deciding to skip it. Since it was a shelter where people lived, it would be better not to destroy it. Just as the two were about to leave, 5 young men with baseball bats came down from upstairs. Brother Song, there's a woman here today. A man behind the leader looked at Sui greedily. His expression didn't seem like he wanted to do anything to her, but rather wanted to eat her. Boy, you should have a lot of good stuff on you. Hand it over obediently, and I can give you a quick death. The leader, named Brother Song, held a baseball bat and pointed at Song Chendong. Song Chendong also wore a mask when he went out today. He bought black contact lenses in the store. If you don't look at other things, he looks no different from an ordinary person. Song Chendong whistled. How can you give us a quick death? Brother Song looks like he is very dissatisfied with you. Yes, just like the couple we captured a few days ago. That guy even slept with his girlfriend with us. What a pity. Suyi's disgust reached its peak, and he was also very surprised that these people could survive such a long period of extreme cold. Apart from looking pale, they didn't seem to be hungry. Song Chendong turned around and looked at Sui. Beauty, can I eat these people? Chapter 74. Meet an acquaintance again. When several people heard this, they burst into laughter. Oh, so you guys have eaten 2-horned sheep too? After all this time, we're the same kind of people, and he actually wants to eat us. Ha ha ha. Brother, there are so many of us. Can you eat all of them? Ha ha ha. After hearing these words, Sui was extremely shocked. 2-horned sheep? Of course she knew what this meant. She said that she felt particularly uncomfortable when she first saw these people. People who have eaten 2-horned sheep will have a special smell. She had a mission to rescue people in famine, and it was in the plain of the last century. At that time, there were many people who ate their own kind. That feeling made her sick. Song Chendong also laughed and whispered to Sui, Boss Sui, what's the difference between people like this and us? There is no difference. This place is not far from your base. If you can't finish eating, just call them to join you. Sui said with disgust. Song Chendong waved his hand. I won't eat it. It's obvious that these people haven't taken a bath in a long time. They stink. When the leading man heard them say this, he immediately became angry. Boy, you are so arrogant, you. The man hadn't finished speaking yet. He just stood there in a daze as he watched Song Chendong slowly take off his mask. You. What's wrong, boss? The people behind him followed the man's gaze and saw that Song Chindong's face, after he took off his mask, was covered with purple blood vessels. He smiled, revealing two sharp teeth in his mouth. He is not a human? Who on earth are you? The man had never seen a zombie that could talk. Aren't zombies mindless and attack indiscriminately? As for me, the corners of Song Chindong's mouth twisted upwards, looking a little scary. Of course I am the same as you. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed. Several men wanted to say something else, but their eyes suddenly lost their luster, and they stood there motionless. Sui stood aside and watched this scene. You really don't want to eat? Song Chindong shook his head. It's better to take Xiao Huang with you to catch animals to eat than to eat these garbage. Let's leave these things for the low-level zombies to enjoy. Song Chindong informed them that the low-level zombies would arrive in about 10 minutes, and these people could only stand here motionless and be bitten by the zombies. He finally looked at these people with disgust and said to Song Chindong, "Let's go collect the building materials inside." "Yes, sir." Song Chindong laughed and followed Sui into the abandoned, unfinished building. There were dried bloodstains all over the walls of the first floor. The two men excluded the load-bearing walls, dismantled the walls and pillars of other parts, and continued to move upstairs. As soon as he went upstairs, Sui felt disgusted. There was a pile of human bones in the corner to the left of the stairs. Judging from their length and thickness, many of them were thigh bones. There was a dark mass on the ground in the middle. Song Chindong took a closer look and said with a smile, "This is ashes. Those people survived the extreme cold by burning corpses." Sui felt nauseous. Although she was mentally prepared, seeing this scene with her own eyes was still a bit visually shocking. Seeing her like this, Song Chindong said with some concern, "Why don't we go to another place? City A is so big, there are many buildings like this." "No, let's go to the third floor. This unfinished building has only 3 floors, and more than half of it has not been completed, with many areas still open to the sky." The third floor was filled with beds made of newspapers or worn-out blankets. It seemed that this was where these people rested. "Tear down whatever can be torn down." Sui commanded Song Chindong. He punched the wall, and cracks appeared on it. He peeled off chunks of cement from the wall, and then pulled out the steel bars. Sui collected them all into the system space and automatically exchanged them for points. Hiss! Sui was collecting building materials here when he suddenly heard Song Chindong's voice. "What's wrong?" Sui turned around. Song Chindong looked at the wound on his hand. The wound was on the palm of his hand, and the blood was black. "Why are you hissing? Don't you feel no pain?" "Well, we've been discovered." Although Sui said this, he still bought a potion from the system store. "Take it." When Song Chindong saw the medicine in Sui's hand, he immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, boss. I will work hard." Sui looked at his suddenly motivated back, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The two men had almost finished cleaning up the unfinished building, and when they came out, the 5 people outside had disappeared. There was only a small amount of blood on the ground. Song Chindong stepped forward and explained, "Xiao Huang is here too." He took the person away. "Will Xiao Huang eat it?" Song Chindong shook his head. "No, he is just like me. Although he can't speak, he still retains human habits in his heart." Sui felt very emotional. What was the difference between these people who ate their own kind in the apocalypse and those low-level zombies running around the streets? The two continued to walk forward. They were always walking on the edge of the city. Only in the edge areas were there more unfinished buildings and many abandoned buildings. On the way, Sui met the second group of survivors they met on this trip. Moreover, this person looked somewhat familiar to her. Manager Liu was outside looking for food with others, and he didn't expect to meet Sui. Before, when they were in the department store, the two of them just took a quick glance. They opened a rolling door to let Xiaohao's family out, and then closed the door. Manager Liu's current situation is not good. After the zombies attacked the department store, only a small number of people escaped. He was the first to discover it, and then he sneaked away from the top floor with his son. Song Chindong also noticed Manager Liu. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, that guy. What's wrong?" Sui suddenly remembered that this attack seemed to be somewhat related to Song Chindong. "I've seen him before." At that time, he had just discovered that he could control humans and zombies, so he took the zombies to capture people everywhere, but he was catching those with bad intentions, and Manager Liu was listed as his target. He observed for a long time and found that Manager Liu was not only lustful but also attacked underage girls. Why should such a scumbag live? He studied the structure of the supermarket and led the zombies to attack the department store at night. But manager Lou noticed something was wrong and ran away from the rooftop. In the end, he only caught a few accomplices and fed them to the low-level zombies. Today, they met here again. Sui frowned. What about the others? He remembered that only a few people came to the hotel, and there were at least more than 50 people in the department store. Song Chendong smiled and said something that she had not expected. Chapter 75, Solving the Trouble. I said most of them died at the hands of their own people. Do you believe me? Song Chendong could see it clearly from outside. I don't know who started the shouting, the zombies came in, and the people inside were in chaos. In the dark night, they could only run to a safe place with the light of the moon. But the small space couldn't accommodate so many people. In the crowd, some were trampled to death, and some were killed with a knife and thrown behind to feed the zombies. Those low-level zombies listened to Song Chendong very much. If he told them to go in and scare people, they would definitely not bite anyone. The hierarchy between zombies was more reliable than the trust between people. Therefore, the deaths of those people had nothing to do with him. They died of their own fear and of the sinister human nature. Sui was silent for a while. No wonder she felt so strange. If there really were high-level zombies attacking where they lived, how could they let someone run away? That person couldn't run away at all. I let him run away last time, but this time, Manager Lou's life was not easy. He ran away with most of the goods in the mall and met this group of people. The man with an eye patch in front of him, who was called One Eye by others, was Long Biao's brother. He was imprisoned for committing a crime. In order to prevent him and Long Biao from causing trouble in the detention center, the two were specially separated. When he met One Eye, he only had one arm left. It was said that he was bitten by a zombie during the apocalypse. He immediately cut off his bitten arm and thus avoided becoming a zombie. One Eye spotted his supplies and brought the men back to the base. This time, it was because Manager Lou said there were supplies nearby that he brought his men out. Several people had been searching nearby for a long time. Lu Hao, can you do it? The one-eyed man said impatiently. Lu Hao shivered. Brother, I remember it was nearby, but he looked around and suddenly noticed Sui and the other person. When he saw Sui, he had a plan in mind. Brother, look over there. That woman is from Hope Resort. They must have a lot of supplies. One Eye looked in the direction he said and saw a man and a woman standing there. He had heard of Hope Resort, but he heard that the people in charge there were very powerful, so he didn't want to get involved in that mess. The one-eyed man and his men approached, and Sui stood there looking at them. Are you from Hope Resort? Sui hummed lightly and looked at her thoughtfully with his one eye. Both of them were very clean, except for a little dust, and they looked very energetic. But she is not stupid. Since two people, a man and a woman, come out together, they must have some skills. Hello, can I exchange some supplies with you? The one-eyed man was very polite, which was a bit unexpected. What supplies do you want? The one-eyed man looked a bit embarrassed. I want something to eat. It would be great if there is medicine. One of my brothers is injured, and Sui nodded and agreed quickly. Okay. Then she changed the subject. Exchange this person with us. The one-eyed man looked in the direction of Sui's finger, and it was Manager Lu Hao. Do you know him? One Eye was a little confused. He had no objection to replacing him with Lu Hao, because this person would cause trouble for him after coming to their base. There is a grudge. Sui said lightly. Lu Hao was anxious. Brother, you can't listen to her nonsense. I don't even know her. I only know that she is from the resort, and she came here to recruit people before. Song Chendong looked at him and suddenly said, It was you who forced the mother and daughter to do that in the department store before. You even didn't let go of a 10-year-old girl. It was you, wasn't it? How do you know? It's not that I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing One Eye's face change, Lu Hao became very panicked. He had been with One Eye for such a long time and had a general understanding of what kind of person he was. There were only 3 women in the base, 2 of whom were family members of his subordinates, and the other one was hired by One Eye to cook for them. He had warned them many times in the base to respect women. After hearing these words, the one-eyed man felt disgusted. Although he didn't do anything good, he always respected women. Even in the end times, he never forced anyone to do anything. He even taught his brothers not to bully the weak, let alone minors or children. He and Long Biao are friends, but they often quarrel because of their different views. Okay, I agree to the deal. The one-eyed man agreed readily and had Lu Hao carried to the front. Lu Hao was still begging for mercy. Brother, you can't do this. After all, I have done so much for the base. You can't just... The one-eyed man's men thought he was too noisy, So they just took a piece of cloth and covered his mouth. Sui was pleased with his straightforwardness and took out a packing bag from the system space. Most of these bags are used by them for moving. There were more than 100 instant meals in it, as well as some anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, etc. The one-eyed man was very surprised to see what was in the bag, and suddenly began to be glad that he did not make enemies with them in the first place. Thank you both. The one-eyed man took out a box of anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to a man with an injured arm behind him. Song Chendong looked at Lu Hao in front of him and said with a smile, "Lu Hao, do you still remember me?" Lu Hao sat on the ground with a pout, looking at him for a long time, but couldn't remember anything. That night, you sneaked to the rooftop by yourself, leaving your group of friends behind, and ran away. I looked for you for a long time. If you hadn't walked too far, the zombies would have gotten out of control, and he would have caught up with them that night. Lu Hao's pupils dilated, and he stared at him in disbelief. Okay, let's get it done quickly. My stuff will be deducted from your points. Hey, woman, why are you being unreasonable? Song Chendong got furious when he heard this. It was not him who wanted to take the food out, so why did you deduct his points? I'm returning the person to you, so of course I'll deduct your money. You, okay. He accepted the life of living under someone else's roof. Then Song Chendong turned around and stared at Lu Hao angrily. It's all this scumbag's fault. He wasted so many of my points. Aren't you most afraid of zombies? I'll let you become a zombie and let you fend for yourself. After saying that, Song Chendong grabbed Lu Hao's arm, thought about it, and decided not to bite it. He took out a dagger and cut Lu Hao's arm, then reached out and grabbed his arm hard several times. Lu Hao was about to cry when he saw the long black nails and purple-black blood vessels on that hand. He wanted to struggle, but it was useless. Song Chendong's psychic ability could control people's actions. Lu Hao could only watch himself being captured, and then lie on the ground quietly waiting for his body to change. After finishing the matter, Su Yi and the other man turned around and were about to leave. But One Eye stepped forward and said, "Wait a moment, both of you." The one-eyed man stood in front of the two of them, looking a little embarrassed. Chapter 76, Building Materials. It's like this. I heard that you two are from Hope Resort. I wonder if there are any vacancies there now. One Eye scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He wanted to take his brothers to find a place where they could take shelter. He himself was fine, but these brothers had to live with him and suffer from hunger and fullness. Sui thought about it, nodded and said, "Yes, but not everyone can enter there." The one-eyed man nodded quickly and said, "I understand. These brothers of mine have been following me for a long time. They're all very nice people. I don't need them anymore, because I am in this state." Sui looked at him and suddenly asked, "How many people are there in your base?" The one-eyed man heard this and felt that there was hope. "There are only about 30 people left in our base, including 3 women. One is an aunt who used to work in my house and usually cooks for me. The other 2 are my family members who survived by chance." Sui listened very seriously. It seemed that this person was quite upright and a good person. You can take your people to the resort, which is right next to Quiyu Villa. You can exchange crystal cores or building materials for points and stay there, but you can't cause trouble or fight, otherwise you will die. The one-eyed man nodded quickly. They usually wouldn't lead people to rob everywhere like Long Biao did, looting convenience stores and other places with supplies. When they met the same people coming, they would divide the supplies equally and would only take action if someone took the initiative to provoke trouble. "Thank you very much. Where are you going? Do you want us to take you there?" The one-eyed man said politely. If you remember correctly, there should be quite a few gangs along the way. It was not safe for the two of them to travel together. He waved his hand. "We still need to collect some building materials." "Building materials?" The one-eyed man thought about something and suddenly thought of something. "Did you encounter 5 young men with baseball bats when you came here?" "Yes, we met." "You didn't exchange supplies with them. The meat they took out was... The one-eyed man hesitated for a long time and didn't know what to say. "It's a 4-horned sheep." Sui glanced at him and said lightly. The one-eyed man breathed a sigh of relief, then said angrily, "We went to them to exchange supplies before, and they gave me 10 kilograms of meat. I took it back and found that there were tattoos on the skin. Fortunately, we didn't eat it yet." When this matter was mentioned, One Eye felt nauseous again. Sui raised an eyebrow. "You didn't eat?" The one-eyed man had a look of disgust on his face. "How could we possibly eat? Our own kind? Later, when we encountered zombies, we used that to lure them away." He was very surprised. In this situation, if a person is really hungry, he will eat anything. One Eye's behavior was really unexpected. If you want to go to the resort, you'd better hurry up. There's no telling when the weather will change again. Before he left these thoughtful words. It would take more than 10 hours to walk from here to the resort without stopping. Since there were so many of them, they would be delayed even more time on the road. The one-eyed man said thank you to the two men from behind, then led them back to the base. Lu Hao's body had already mutated because his mouth was blocked and his body was restrained by Song Qindong, making him unable to move. His eyes were red at this time, and when he saw Sui, he kept shaking his head like a madman, wanting to rush up and bite him. Sui took a look and saw that it had just mutated into the lowest level zombie, without even a crystal core in its brain. Give him a good beating. Song Qindong responded, took out a dagger, and inserted it directly into his temple. The two of them had gained a lot of building materials on this trip. Sui's points alone were exchanged for more than 500,000. In addition to steel bars and cement, the two of them also found antique jewelry that had been buried underground. Sui also exchanged these things for a lot of points. After returning to the hotel, Sui went upstairs, took a shower, changed his clothes, packed up his things for the day, and got covered in dust. Before leaving, she told Song Qindong not to drink any potions while she was away. After all, he was a zombie, and it would be bad if something got out of control. When going downstairs again, Sui prepared to go to the food mall for a midnight snack. Sui. When Sui heard the voice, he knew who it was. Soran. Sui, where have you been today? I haven't seen you all day. I'm going out to look for building materials. The two talked as they walked towards the food street together. Building materials? You want building materials. You should have told me earlier that there is a female member in our team whose family is from City A. Her family runs a construction company in City A. Construction company? Great stuff. In the last days, people are looking for food. Those materials are useless. If you need them, I'll take you there next time. Sure, but didn't you have dinner? Sui looked at Su Ran in confusion and ordered a large portion of beef noodles and a Rujiamo. Su Ran said embarrassedly, "Hey, but when I saw you coming out to eat, I wanted to eat again." Sui covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She ordered a serving of stinky tofu and a bowl of spicy hot pot. It would be better not to eat staple food at night. The resort was very quiet at night, with only the patrol still out. After finishing their meal, the two walked on the road in the resort. Su Ran looked at the dark sky and suddenly said, Sui, do you think the world will return to normal? Sui looked at her expression, carefully calculated in his mind how long it would take him to save up 10 million points, and then spoke silently. Yes. Will it really happen? Su Ran looked at the night sky and fell into deep thought. Since the mutation began, she saw with her own eyes that the people she knew had changed into people she had never known before, and they would bite people like crazy when they saw them. The first zombie she killed was the sister next door who always helped her and smiled at her. It took Su Ran a long time to recover from the emotion of his first murder. So, do you think those mutated people will be able to change back to normal? This shouldn't be the case. Sui had also seen many mutated zombies. Basically, those things had defects in their bodies. Even if they recovered, humans could not bear that kind of pain. Even the antidote of the system, he asked the system, is just like the vaccine, or people who have just been bitten can drink it. It is useless for those who have been mutated for too long. Su Ran also fell silent. Can humans and zombies coexist? Obviously not. Then how many survivors are there on the entire blue planet? Sui didn't say anything. She was thinking that this last mission was the most troublesome one she had ever done. If she continued like this, when would she be able to resolve the doomsday crisis on Blue Star and return to her own world? Chapter 77: Confrontation between the two sides. It was 3 days later when Rong En and his companions returned to Beijing. As soon as their car entered the base, they sensed a strange atmosphere. The residents passing by looked at them with complicated expressions. Boss, has something happened? After hearing what Ban Yang said, Rowan also had a bad feeling. A few people pulled over and parked the car and walked to the command center of the military base. The command center is located in the very center of the base. On the left is the villa area where the families of some senior officials live, including the Long and Rong families. Normally, there are at least 50 people on duty at the command center, but now there are only a dozen left. Ban Yang felt strange and pulled someone over to ask, "Why are there only so few of you on patrol? Where are the others?" After hearing this, the person being held suddenly said in fear, don't catch me, I can't do it. What's going on? Tell me clearly." Ban Yang grabbed the man and shook him a few times, but the man's condition became worse and worse until he finally wanted to attack them. Finally, The patrol captain came out and knocked the man unconscious with one punch. I'm sorry, there have been a lot of people with special abilities missing from the base recently. He might have been mentally stimulated. Missing? Everyone was shocked. They had only been away for a few days, but such a big change had happened. Rowan had a bad feeling in his heart, so he turned around and headed straight for the villa area. Number 2 is where they live. Grandpa Rowan has been recuperating in there. Normally, there is someone guarding the door, but now the gate is empty and no one knows where the guard has gone. The door of the villa is open. Rowan's heart tightened, and he walked quickly into the villa. As expected, it was empty, and there was no one where Old Man Rowan was lying. Brethren, where's the old man? Rowan thought for a moment and said, I'll go find him. You guys just came back and take a rest. Everyone looked at each other, and they all knew that he wanted to face Long Chi-Yuan by himself, but no one was going to agree to that. If you want to go, let's go together. I'm alone, so what can I do to rest? Yes, brethren, we don't have any relatives at all. Jiang Su thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you too. He still needs me to do something and won't make things difficult for me. Rowan did not refuse, and several people walked towards Long Chi-Yuan's villa in a mighty manner. In sharp contrast to the Rowan family's villa, there were clearly several patrolmen patrolling outside Long Chi-Yuan's house, and he was sitting in the living room. Uncle Long, the boy from the Rowan family, is here. When Long Chi-Yuan heard this, he paused and laughed. It's finally here. As soon as the few people entered his house, they were immediately stopped by bodyguards and searched. No dangerous weapons or equipment were allowed to be brought in. Rowan stared at Long Chi-Yuan coldly and said, Where's my grandfather? Long Chi-Yuan pretended to be regretful and said, Oh, what a pity. Your grandfather's illness has worsened, and I specially brought him here. You don't even have anyone to take care of you. Then it's none of your business. Would he believe that this old man is so kind? Hey, you have too many misunderstandings about me. Your grandfather is already in the ICU. It's best not to disturb him now. After hearing this, Rowan clenched his fists tightly. Long Chi-Yuan continued, As long as you listen to me, I promise your grandfather will be fine. Rowan took a deep breath and said with a smile, Long Chi-Yuan, I haven't seen you for a while. You have become braver. Why? Is it so blatant now? Long Chi-Yuan stared at Rowan for a long while and said, Kid, you are still too naive. I guess old man Rowan didn't tell you the location and activation method of the weapon. Rowan suddenly laughed out loud. If you were so sure, why bother asking me? Let me guess what you want me to do. You want me to cooperate with your experiment. Long Chi-Yuan, guess what I have in my hand? Rowan took out a potion from somewhere, which was exactly the same as the potion in Sui Resort that could enhance people's supernatural powers. Before leaving, Sui gave him a lot of things and asked them to improve their strength in case of emergency. Long Chi-Yuan looked at what he was holding and fell into deep thought. They were studying the correct way to improve their abilities, and at the same time, they were also studying how to control the infected zombies. Someone kept providing them with a serum of advanced zombies for their research, but this kind of research required human experiments, which ordinary people's bodies certainly couldn't handle. So they recruited people with special abilities to experiment. At first, they were able to recruit people by offering high rewards, but after the extreme cold, supplies became too scarce, and they were reluctant to give up the supplies. Naturally, those people were reluctant to give up themselves in exchange for the meager supplies for their families, so they began to capture people with special abilities in the base. If they could get this kind of thing from Rowan, it would undoubtedly be of greater help to their research and would also provide an explanation to them. Before Long Chi-Yuan could give in, Rowan continued, I don't know what you are researching, but this is a potion that can increase the level of supernatural powers. After hearing what Rowan said, Long Chi-Yuan was shocked. They had never been able to balance the zombie virus in the human body. The energy of the crystal core could be absorbed by humans, but when absorbed to a certain extent, they would become monsters like zombies. Why did he have such a thing in his hands? Long Chi-Yuan suddenly thought of the information brought back by Qiao Feng, that there was a mysterious hospital in the mysterious Hope Resort, and any technology used in it was top-notch. Could this be a product from there? Has Hope Resort sided with Rowan? Long Chi-Yuan's heart was filled with alarm bells. Then he put on a pitiful expression. We have indeed been doing experiments, but that is for all mankind. What's wrong with sacrificing a few people with special abilities for all mankind? If we can research a drug that can enhance special abilities and help the people of Dragon Country to increase their strength, and then let them control the zombies, wouldn't that be better? I'm worried about your grandfather too. Let's talk it out. How do you prove that this medicine doesn't have side effects like the ones we used before? Long Chi-Yuan changed the subject and returned to the medicine. Long Chiyuan looked at the test tube eagerly, imagining that maybe Roland would ask him to find someone to test it, and then he would be able to analyze it. Who knew that the next second, Roland would open the lid and drink it? When Sui got up early in the morning, he had two big dark circles under his eyes and looked like he had not slept well. She was originally calculating how long it would take to complete the task, but as she was thinking, Rongyin's face unconsciously appeared in her mind, as well as the time when they had dinner together and went out together. Then, she thought about it all night long and didn't sleep well. As soon as she closed her eyes, she had messy dreams. Chapter 78: True and False Potion. Long Chiyuan looked at the empty test tube, his heart bleeding. What a waste, this is a naked waste. No need to look like that, I still have more. Ronan threw the test tube aside. Aren't you doubting whether it's real? Now I'll drink it and see the result. He sat opposite Long Chiyuan, quietly waiting for changes in his body. Ban Yang looked at Rong and nervously. Although he knew that the thing was given by Boss Su, different people could have allergic reactions after eating the same food, not to mention medicine. 30 minutes later, Roland felt a slight burning sensation in his abdomen. After more than 10 seconds, the burning sensation disappeared and he suddenly felt refreshed. His eyesight seemed to be better than before. He moved his wrist and heard a creaking sound. He could clearly feel that his body was different from before, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was different. Ban Yang got a dashboard from nowhere and roamed and used a skill on it. Everyone was shocked when they saw the index on it. This is already close to the skill strength of a 6th level psychic. Is Rongan about to become a 6th level psychic? Long Chiyuan was also shocked when he saw the number displayed on it. He hadn't seen this kid for a few months, and he had secretly become a lot stronger. If he continued like this, he would pose a threat to them sooner or later. He had just received a bottle of potion for nothing. Forget it, forget it. I believe you. Take your grandfather back. You must take good care of him when you go back. Long Chiyuan waved his hand indifferently. Now they can proceed to the next experiment. Inject the drug into the zombies' bodies, and then study the next step based on the changes in their indexes. Roman gave a look and Ban Yang took people to carry the old man out. He looked at the old man who was still in a coma. Fortunately, Long Chiyuan just wanted to bring the person over to threaten him, and the old man was still clean. This incident also gave him a warning. Many people in the base were both afraid and fond of the fact that Mr. Rong had a super weapon. They were afraid that if it really existed, it would be a potential threat to them. They also fond of the fact that if it really existed, they wanted to take this good thing for themselves. But Roman didn't know the details either, as he had never heard his grandfather reveal it. After taking the person away, Long Chiyuan immediately handed the 3 potions he had just received to Xiao Siming. After repeated comparisons, studies, and continuous observations under a microscope, Xiao Siming confirmed that this was a potion that could enhance human superpowers. At the same time, he was curious about the creator of this potion. They had been researching for several months, and even after countless experiments without making any progress. How is it? Is this thing okay? Long Chiyuan looked expectant. Xiao Siming stared closely at the people in the quarantine area. They had just injected the drug into the zombie's body. At this moment, the zombie was squatting in a corner of the isolation area, trembling all over. It no longer had its previous manic appearance and looked non-aggressive. Xiao Siming paid attention to the changes in the zombies. This was exactly what they wanted. Zombies with consciousness were undoubtedly the best soldiers. It looks like there shouldn't be any major problems. Subsequent experiments shouldn't require psychics. Long Chiyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Those who they captured in the base were all people with special abilities who had no family. No one would pay attention to them, even if they disappeared. But if this continued for a long time, it would definitely attract attention and cause panic. Subject number 2 seems to be much more awake. Although he cannot speak yet, he already has the ability to think. Xiao Siming was also delighted to see the experimental results. It's not that they haven't thought about researching an antidote, but the cost is too high and the investment is too much. After getting a satisfactory answer, Long Chiyuan left the basement. Just after exiting the protective door, Long Chiyuan's expression changed. He turned around and told the people behind him, "Keep an eye on this place. Once there's a result." Long Chiyuan made a gesture of wiping his neck. The person behind him immediately understood and bowed his head respectfully. "Understood, master. The explosives have been set." Long Chiyuan nodded, and the master and servant left. After returning to his own territory, Roland put the person on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and after cleaning up, he closed the door gently, as usual. "Boss, that medicine." When Ban Yang saw the boss coming out, He followed him immediately. He really couldn't understand why they had to take Boss Su's things out to exchange them when they could just do it directly. What's wrong? I still don't understand. Are we just going to give all of Boss Su's stuff? He hasn't even drunk it. Do you think what I gave you is real? Roland looked at his conflicted expression and understood what was going on. If you want a drink, go back and ask Sui for it. This is mine. Banyang opened his mouth in surprise as he looked at the 3 tubes of reagents in his boss's hand, which looked like magic. Wasn't he always by the boss side? When did he change? Didn't he see it? Then what did you give Long Chiyuan? Well, when Roland thought about it, he felt extremely happy. We all know that the crystal cores of zombies can be directly extracted into something that enhances superpowers. If a person drinks this thing, the person will turn into a monster. What if a zombie drinks it? Roland gave him a brief explanation, and Banyang immediately understood. So that's what you gave them? The kind that Long Biao eats? Roland nodded. Banyang's mind unconsciously emerged the scene of Long Biao's mutation before his death, and he shuddered. Boss, why don't we run away? Roland, what if the zombies awaken and we can't defeat them? Banyang has a rich imagination. In his mind, he already had Long Chiyuan's experiment mutated into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, and then broke into the laboratory and ate them all. Do you think Long Chiyuan is a vegetarian? When he uses it for immoral experiments, he must have anticipated all possible situations that might occur. You don't have to worry about him. Banyang nodded. Indeed, the Long family provided a lot of funds and rare metals for the construction of the military base. This is why the base can still stand firm in Beijing despite the decreasing number of superpowers. It is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The various buildings here are made of extremely hard materials, and the tide of zombies will have to take a detour when passing by. Not to mention his own laboratory. The glass must be welded to a thickness of 2 meters, and several layers of tempered plates must be added. Hope Resort. One Eye and his men were standing at the door, and they ran into a team that was about to go out to kill zombies. The 2 teams stared at each other, and no one dared to take action first. Sui was still sleeping at this time, and had no idea what was happening at the entrance of the resort. Chapter 79 New Tenant. Zhang Su looked at the 20 or so people in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. Should I go out? I may not be able to defeat them if I go out. These people don't look like good people. They seem to be here to cause trouble. Don't want to go out? It's safer inside, but Boss Su doesn't allow us to fight, and they won't come in either. The one-eyed man looked at this group of people and felt equally conflicted. Judging from their appearance, they are probably from the resort. He will definitely not take the initiative to cause trouble. But why are they standing there? The 2 groups were at a standstill. I don't know where the patrol team, which is usually very diligent, has gone today. They both sighed at the same time, then turned sideways at the same time, ready to let the other pass first. Zhang Su even planned that if these people came in to cause trouble, he would risk his life to teach them a lesson. But the other party's actions made people on both sides stunned. Everyone. Wu Jia was the first to come out and break the deadlock. She was working the night shift at the front desk and would follow the main force out to kill zombies during the day. Oh, since everyone is so polite, I won't be polite. After saying that, she was the first to squeeze out of the crowd. Zhang Su looked at the situation and asked with a smile, Brother, are you coming to the resort to stay at the hotel? Boss Su is not here. You can go to the front desk. When One Eye heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brother. Are you going out to kill zombies? I've heard that you need crystal cores to stay in the resort, and it seems to be true. Yes, now not only crystal cores, but also building materials can be exchanged for points. You can pick up more if you have nothing to do. One Eye was happy when he heard that. They brought a lot of metal products into the space on this trip, because their base was built by everyone with hard work. Before leaving, they dismantled everything that could be dismantled. After this little episode, One Eye led more than 20 people into the hotel. He was wearing a blindfold and had 2 muscular arms exposed, which really scared Chui Lin at the front desk. Chui Lin, why do I always meet such abnormal customers? The one-eyed man seemed to feel that he was a little scary. He thought that he should smile and speak to appear more friendly. So he tried hard to force a smile. Little beauty, we want to check in. But when Chui Lin saw the one-eyed man smiling frighteningly, she only felt even more frightened. Well, you can top up your points there. Also, our hotel doesn't have many rooms available. Can others stay at the Hope Hotel in the back? Chui Lin's voice was a little stuttering, and Du Yin was helpless. What could he do with his condition? His eyes had been blinded when he was a child, not because of illness, but because he was bitten by a dog. Because of this, there were many hideous wounds around his eyes, so he had to wear an eye patch. Okay, then those of you with families can stay here, and the other men can stay in the hotel in the back. The one-eyed man said to the group of people behind him, "No problem, bro. We can do it. Let my wife live here, and I'll live in the back. It sounds like it's cheaper there. It's good enough for a bunch of grown men to have a place to live. Why should they be so particular?" Chui Lin didn't expect these people to be so easy to talk to, and listening to what they say makes people feel very comfortable. Chui Lin gradually relaxed and skillfully helped them get their points cards, book rooms, led them to the restaurant, and sent the others to the hotel front desk. When Chui Lin handed the card to One Eye, his hand accidentally touched the base of One Eye's palm. The one-eyed man's hand shook, and the card almost fell to the ground. The way the little girl looked at him changed from fear and terror at the beginning to calmness now, and she even had 2 dimples on her face when she smiled. The one-eyed old man's face turned red as he took the card, turned around, and followed everyone towards the hotel. He saved himself until the last one to get a card just to go to the hotel with everyone. Along the way, Chui Lin introduced the resort's facilities, the hospital shops, food court, and hot spring center to everyone. Any one of them would be a great start to the apocalypse. The one-eyed man was immersed in the beautiful voice of the little girl. It was not that he had never had contact with the opposite sex. He had absolutely never had any contact with the opposite sex. Before the apocalypse, no girl would like him with his personality. Now that the zombies have broken out and the strong are respected, there are many girls who want to exchange their bodies for supplies, but he refused. In his opinion, no matter it is forced by life or environment, it is ultimately forced. If you keep such a person around, one day she will bite you. So he has been living alone for such a long time. This is the first time I've met such a cute girl, One Eye thought to himself, and in a blink of an eye he followed everyone to the hotel. Chui Lin gave them all the instructions and went back. Since everything had already been handled at the hotel, there was no need to come here to handle it again. There was only one elevator in the small hotel. The first person who entered the room and saw the layout had already screamed in surprise, while others were waiting silently in front of the elevator. Chui Lin returned to the front desk to continue her duty, but unexpectedly met Ji Lin, who was coming downstairs. Ji Lin finally recovered and was able to go out and exercise. Ji Lin looked at Chui Lin's employee badge with a smile and said, "Look, beauty, we both have the word Lin in our names. We are destined to be together." Chui Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What kind of old-fashioned way of picking up a conversation was this? Even elementary school students wouldn't say that. No, our Lin is different. Yilin. Ji Lin. Actually, I fell in love with you at first sight the first time I saw you. Chui Lin smiled politely. Thank you, I don't have it. Is it hard for you to work as a receptionist here? Are you tired? Not tired. Oh, it's all because of these damn zombies. Otherwise you, such a cute little girl, should also be a little princess in the palm of your parents' hands. Yes. Ji Lin suddenly choked and didn't know what to say. That is, Chui Lin answered everything he said, and there was nothing wrong. But why couldn't the conversation continue? Little sister, what kind of boys do you like? Ji Lin changed the subject and started talking about this. He was very confident about his face, which was why so many women were willing to serve him. Chui Lin was annoyed by the question, and she glanced at Ji Lin. I like strong ones, not thin ones. Strong ones look safer. Yilin. Ji Lin lowered his head and looked at himself suspiciously. When I happened to be coming to the hotel with a few of his brothers for dinner. As soon as he entered the door, he saw someone talking to the girl at the front desk. I couldn't hear what the two were saying because I was far away, but I could see the impatient expression on Chui Lin's face. One Eye was hesitating whether he should go and help, so he walked closer to hear clearly and avoid misunderstanding. As soon as he came over, he heard the words, I like strong ones. He stopped, was stunned for a moment, and looked down at himself. Chapter 80, help her out. He seems pretty strong, right? Ji Lin saw someone coming and looked up. The man had only one eye, was a head taller than him, had dark skin, and his exposed arms were full of muscles. The one-eyed man also saw the relationship between the two people and said, Beauty, can you introduce the resort to me? Chui Lin didn't think much about it. She just felt that she was finally free. It was unknown what serious illness Ji Lin had. He would come to the front desk to harass her every few days. When Wu Jia was on duty, she would stay away from him as if she had seen a ghost. But when it was her turn, she would come over and talk to him. Ji Lin looked at the one-eyed man who was interfering, feeling dissatisfied but not daring to say anything. Chui Lin followed Du Yin and walked away. After they walked quite far away, Chui Lin bowed and said, "Thank you for helping me out." The one-eyed man was somewhat flattered. No, no, you're welcome. I really don't know much about this place. Then I'll take you around for a bit. Ah, is this okay? It won't delay your work, will it? Chui Lin shook her head. No, Boss Su is a very good person. She knows that Ji Lin is always like this. Every time Ji Lin comes, Boss Su asks Sister Wu Jia to come out to replace me. This is the hotel of our resort. It has 11 floors in total. Because the hotel requires a lot of points in all aspects, Boss Su built a guest house in the back. This is the resort's hospital. The facilities inside are very advanced, and the treatment costs are not expensive. Of course, whether it's expensive or not depends entirely on Boss Su's mood. This is the resort's bathing center. It has massage and hot springs. One Eye followed the little girl quietly and listened to her introduction. The food street is here. There are delicacies from all over Longwa, hot pot and barbecue, and famous snacks from all over the country. The more One Eye listened, the more frightened he became. This place was like a small world. In such an environment, there were enough crystal cores to allow one to live here for a lifetime. The two walked around the basic building, and the one-eyed man saw a tall building not far away and asked, "What is this?" This is a residential area. Currently, only this one has been built and is for sale. Residential? Before he could react, he saw someone with a hoe walking towards the inn. There was a lot of mud on everyone's feet. Can we still farm here? Chui Lin couldn't help laughing when she saw his surprised look. Yes, Boss Su will contract the land to those in need, and they can exchange food for points. The one-eyed man felt that everything he saw was beyond his comprehension. In the end times, when others were still avoiding the pursuit of zombies and starving, the people here had already lived in buildings, planted crops, and soaked in hot springs. He immediately felt that bringing his brothers here was the right choice. By the way, what's your name? Quili asked expectantly. She heard those people call him One Eye, but someone who looks so ferocious must also have a name, right? The one-eyed man was silent for a moment, then said, Li Wenjun. Chui Lin was surprised for a moment. She thought this person's name would be something like strong or powerful, but she didn't expect it to be such a literary name. The one-eyed man smiled sheepishly and said, "Isn't it consistent with my personality?" No, I just didn't expect. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and when One Eye sent her back to the front desk, Wu Jia was already there. "Oh, you're back." Wu Jia's gossipy eyes swirled between the two people. "Thank you, Sister Wu Jia." Chui Lin skipped back to the front desk. Wu Jia looked at her, then at Dian. Then she pulled Dian over and whispered, "You are not interested in our Lin Lin, are you?" "No, you are different from that, Ji. I have to tell you that our Lin Lin is not yet an adult." One Eye was about to say no, but when he heard Wu Jia's last sentence, he was also startled. He turned around and looked at the little girl. He could tell she was not very old, but he didn't expect her to be so young. The little girl was not even an adult yet, and Ji Lin came to harass her every few days. The more Dian thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. He decided to visit the front desk when he had nothing to do next time, but he couldn't let Ji Lin harass the little girl again. One Eye quickly said to Wu Jia, No, I won't." The girl also pulled Wu Jia over and said, "No, Sister Wu Jia, he came to help me out because he saw me being harassed by Ji Lin." Wu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you guys keep busy. I'm going back to my room." One Eye greeted them and went back to the hotel. He and his brothers were all staying in the hotel, and they all paid for their rooms. Although they all asked him to come to the hotel, One Eye felt that they were together and should not be treated specially. Except for those couples with families, the other men lived in a room with two men. The aunt that Duyin recruited to the base to cook for them at the beginning was given a special amount of points by Duyin and asked to live in a hotel. Although she was old, it was still not convenient for her to live with a group of men like them. The one-eyed man looked around the room, and to him it was as luxurious as it could be. According to what he said, the environment here was not so good. So how luxurious could the hotel be inside? The boy who lives with him usually has a very low sense of presence. Even One Eye didn't even remember that there was such a person in the team. The boy had already tidied up the room and went to the store to buy 2 sets of bedding, one for himself. "Thank you." The boy felt a little uncomfortable and stammered, "You're welcome." He usually did ordinary work in the base. Since he had no special abilities, people would not take him with them when they went out for fear that he might be in danger. He felt embarrassed every time he ate the food that others brought back from outside. The same was true when the rooms were allocated this time. There were several people with physical disabilities in the base, so everyone arranged a few strong and good-tempered caregivers. The boss was not here just now, So they discussed it and decided that he was the most careful and suitable to be with the boss. When I was usually busy outside and didn't pay much attention to details in his life. Then he was grouped together with the boss. The points they exchanged for the crystal cores and building materials were divided equally per person, with each person getting about 1,500 points. Have you eaten? Let's go get something to eat later. I'll pay. One, I didn't like to take advantage of others. Although the points were divided equally, they were just a few points. Two people lived together and couldn't let one person spend all the money. As soon as I finished speaking, the air became a little quieter. When I also felt it was a bit strange, it felt a bit like a couple living together. Something is wrong. The boy was the first to speak. It's okay, boss. They asked me to come here because I don't have any special abilities. Speaking of this, One Eye remembered that he finally had some impression of the little boy. The boy's name was Yu. He was rescued from a coffin shop when they went out to look for food. He hid in the coffin and escaped death. When they brought the people out, Yu had been hungry for several days. Because he had no special abilities, the base even discussed whether to keep him or not. Later, it was One Eye who made the decision, thinking it was just an extra mouth to feed, no big deal, so he brought the person back. It's okay, just stay here and rest assured. The hotel will also recruit workers. Chui Lin told him this today. Yu smiled shyly. Thank you, boss. After settling down, One Eye went to another room to take a look at the other people. What's funny is that most of the people had already taken a shower and went to bed. They had been living outside for a long time and hadn't been in such a comfortable environment for a long time, so they took a shower and rested as soon as possible. In the evening, Wu Jia was appointed as the person on duty at the hotel front desk. Generally speaking, there are fewer people checking in at night. Wu Jia was sitting at the front desk watching TV series out of boredom. Sui was afraid that they would be bored, so he set up a tablet at the front desk and downloaded popular dramas from various websites. She was watching a new episode with great interest. In this episode, the heroine was about to jump off a building out of despair. Just as she was about to see an exciting scene, the light in front of her eyes was blocked by a figure. Hello, may I ask you? You are. Chapter 81, another one. Chuilin almost ran downstairs. Elder brother, she sobbed and threw herself into the arms of the person who came over. Wu Jia looked at the man again. He was dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap, and his face was covered by a mask and sunglasses. If he hadn't been wearing the same clothes as Chui Lin, she really wouldn't have recognized him. Chui Lin pulled him to the rest area, sat down and asked, Brother, why did you come back just now? Chui Yang moved his fingers, resisted the urge to take off the covering on his face, and whispered, I came back to see you, and then left. Leave? Where else are you going? Chui Yang did not answer her, but took out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to her. Chui Lin took it and took a look at it, and was immediately frightened. Brother, these are all level 3 crystal cores. Where did you get so many? Chui Yang still didn't answer, but just said to himself, This is all for you. You can live well here, and I will be relieved. Chui Lin frowned, and the uneasy feeling in his heart continued to grow. Brother, you haven't answered me yet. Chui Yang smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. Chui Lin seemed to notice that there was something different about the exposed part of his face, and reached out to take a look, but Chui Yang dodged it. Brother, what's wrong with your face? Why are you wearing a mask all the time? Didn't you agree to go out for a while and come back? Why did you go out for so long? Why can't you stay here? These crystal cores are enough for us to live on. Chui Lin didn't understand at all. At that time, she and her brother came to the hotel together. Because they had limited crystal cores, Chui Yang chose to let her stay first while he went out to collect enough crystal cores, and then came back. Chui Lin didn't agree at first, but her brother said that he would come back every few days and leave the crystal cores with her, so she agreed. At the beginning, Chui Yang did come back once every few days, and each time he would give her a few crystal cores, which she saved and did not spend carelessly. But a few days ago, for some reason, Chui Yang suddenly did not come back for a long time. When he came again, he stuffed a lot of money into her hands and left in a hurry. She thought her brother just wanted to save more, so he walked away. Besides, her brother was a psychic, so she thought nothing would happen. But this time, Chui Yang came back almost a month later, and he's still acting weird. Chui Lin insisted on taking off the mask on his face. Chui Yang was helpless. He raised his hand and took off the mask, along with his sunglasses. Chui Lin looked at the model in front of her and almost screamed. Brother Yu? Chui Lin pointed at his face, speechless. At this moment, Chui Yang's face was covered with purple and black blood vessels, and his pupils were blood red. Lin, can no longer be called a human being. Chui Lin touched her brother's face, tremblingly. Why? Why is this happening? What on earth happened? Wu Jiao was attracted by her reaction and came over to take a look curiously. Chui Yang originally wanted to stop them because he was afraid of scaring them. Unexpectedly, when Wu Jia saw his face, the first thing he said was, "Hey, this is similar to Xiao Song upstairs. He's also like this." Boss Su said he's a high-level zombie. Zombie. Chui Lin turned back in shock. Brother, how did you become a zombie? Chui Yang's focus was on Xiao Song, whom Wu Jia had just mentioned. Sister Wu Jia, who is Xiao Song you were talking about? He's the one who came back with Boss Su before. His name is Song Chendong. Boss Su said he's a zombie with sanity and won't bite anyone randomly. He's staying in a hotel too? Yes, she is on the same level as Su Ran and the others. She is the bald girl who has strong fighting ability. The last sentence was said by Wu Jia to Chui Lin. Chui Yang was a little confused. How come this was different from what he expected? Sometimes he was really hungry and wanted to bite something, but most of the time he could hold it back. Yes, brother, we can ask Boss Su. She must have a way. Xiao Chui, how did you become like this? Were you bitten by a zombie? Chui Yang hesitated for a moment and said, I guess so. Lin, go back to sleep first. We'll ask Boss Su tomorrow. When he first became like this, he was a little uncomfortable and worried that others would regard him as an alien. But now that there are people like him living in the hotel, it becomes easier. Thinking about this, he looked upstairs, but why didn't he feel it when he just came in? Didn't zombies have senses before? Especially those with brains like them. Chui Yang didn't sense it, but Song Chendong did. He was sleeping and suddenly sat up. His sensitivity to his own kind is obvious, and after doing this for so long, he has learned to restrain his aura. Song Chendong was still wondering where this smell of high-level zombies came from, although his level was not as high as his. Would Boss Su allow such a thing to enter her territory? No way. Could it be that there are zombies outside planning to attack the resort again? They must be tired of living. Song Chendong curled his lips, lay down, turned over, and continued to sleep. Of course, Su, he would not allow it. The system prompted Chui Yang when he entered the resort. It was just because Chui Yang was an acquaintance and had a card at the resort. So when the system prompted her, it specially played a 3D projection so that she could see Chui Yang's appearance clearly. Sui found it very magical. When she was learning about this time and space before, she learned that most people with special abilities had elemental attributes, and only a very small number had spiritual attributes. Good guy, she met 2 of them at once. 2 of them would be fine, but they are 2 high-level spiritual zombies. She felt like she was going to go crazy. The system did not detect any danger and let the person in. Sui was also very curious about how such a good young man became like this, so he simply listened to the system's retelling. As she listened, she didn't hear what she wanted to hear, and she fell asleep. If someone passes by the entrance of Hope Resort at night, they will probably see a strange scene. Normally, there were 2 people patrolling the resort at night, but today there was only 1 man in black standing at the door motionless. Chapter 82 Brothers Together. Chui Yang took the role of patroller and stood at the entrance of the resort all night. Wu Jia kept calling him to come in, but was rejected. Wu Jia didn't force him. It was a bit scary to see only her and a zombie in the lobby at night. They stayed like this until morning. Chui Lin was worried about her brother and hadn't slept all night. When she heard people leaving the house one after another in the morning, Chui Lin called Su Yi's room. Sui knew about it last night. He agreed on the phone and went downstairs and asked Song Chendong to go with him. According to Chui Lin's description, his mutation level should not be as high as Song Chendong's. Several people gathered in the lobby lounge. Su Yi, Song Chendong, Chui Lin, and Su Ran sat on one side, and Chui Yang sat on the other side. At this time, he had also taken off his hat and mask. Chui Lin looked at Song Chendong curiously, then at Chui Yang. There was really no other difference between the 2 men except their eyes. How did you become like this? Su Yi asked first. She intuitively felt that Chui Yang's mutation was not an accident. Chui Yang smiled bitterly and slowly recounted his experiences over the past few months. At the beginning, Chui Yang was just looking for zombies near the hotel. Although he was a superpower, he didn't dare to go to places where there were too many zombies. He just picked up some zombies around and brought some back to Chui Lin every time. Later, as the demand increased, there were fewer and fewer zombies around the hotel, and everyone began to look for targets in more distant places. Chui Yang was no exception. After following the main force for a few days and not gaining much, he changed direction and left alone. He encountered more and more zombies along the way, and he became more careful. He was able to escape danger several times when facing level 2 zombies. He also brought back a handful of crystal cores for his sister as he wished, and that was the last time he came back. This time he still followed the same route as before. He didn't know how far he had walked. Because he had psychic abilities, he could clearly sense any movement within 3 kilometers of him, and this time he felt something was wrong. When he walked over carefully, he saw a level 3 mutant zombie eating. He watched for a long time, and although he was very eager for this zombie, he knew that he could not beat it, not to mention that he had many younger brothers around him. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave quietly, a helicopter suddenly came over and the zombies were instantly attracted. The leading 3rd-level zombie took a look at the helicopter and actually hid. But those people were not pushovers. After getting off the plane, they took out an instrument and found out where the 3rd-level zombie was hiding. They launched a capture operation against the zombie and captured it alive. Several people were scratched by the zombie along the way, and the leader shot the injured people in the head without hesitation. He witnessed this scene with his own eyes and wondered why these people had to sacrifice so much to catch the zombies. Before he could think it through, his hiding place was discovered by those people. What happened next was that when he woke up, he was in an air raid shelter. There was no one around him. He was lying naked on a stone bed with scattered medicine bottles beside him. Before he could react, he noticed his hands and realized what had happened to him. When Chui Yang walked out of the air raid shelter, it was still snowing heavily outside. He casually found a piece of air raid shelter clothing and put it on, but he didn't feel cold at all. He didn't know how many days it took him to get back here. Along the way, he discovered that he had the ability to control zombies, so he cleared out the zombies on the road and brought the crystal core back to his sister. Chui Lin felt very uncomfortable hearing this. If it wasn't for her brother, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Boss Su, is there any way? Can you restore my brother to his original appearance? Oyifrunet. Chui Yang's experience seemed like he was captured and used for some experiment. But why would these people abandon him as a test subject? Logically speaking, if the test subject is still alive, it means that the experiment has been successful. When Chui Yang heard what his sister said, he quickly said, No, Boss Su, I actually think this is fine. This statement was quite surprising. Sui asked, Why do you think so? Look, humans have awakened their superpowers. For people like us whose superpowers are not strong enough, it's good to become powerful zombies, right? At least we can protect our families. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Sui didn't know what to say. If saving Blue Star from doomsday was what she had to do at the beginning, she never asked these people whether they needed her to save them. Zombies will become extinct sooner or later, just like the dinosaurs billions of years ago. Without food, climate problems, etc., how will these people survive after extinction? How will these ordinary people without superpowers survive? The world before the end of the world was already very unfair. There are too many people who bully others by taking advantage of their power. So who can guarantee that they won't bully others by taking advantage of their powers after the end of the world? Isn't it because she has a system that she dares to punish the strong and help the weak? She suddenly felt that it was necessary to promote the potion in the resort that could enable ordinary people to awaken their superpowers. There is a way, but I can't do it at the moment. Sui said sincerely that her points gap was too big and the antidote would cost 10 million. Chui Yang didn't show any expression, but Song Qindong was the first to get excited. He dreamed of becoming a human again. Boss Su, do you really have a solution? Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Song Qindong grabbed Su Yi's arm and shook it violently. Wait a minute. Su Yi was annoyed by his noise and gently pushed Song Qindong's hand away. But why are his eyes red? Different from Xiaodong's. Su Ran looked for a long time and finally asked his question. Maybe my level is higher than his. Song Qindong looked at Chui Yang narcissistically and then said, I sense that there are similar people last night. Su Ran rolled her eyes. If you feel it, why don't you come down and take a look? Boss Su didn't stop me, so why should I be in a hurry? He can't come in if the boss doesn't let him in. Sui, it seems to make sense. Chui Yang looked at him blankly. Why didn't I feel it? It took me a long time to mutate, so you should just follow me from now on. I will teach you how to use your superpowers. Chui Yang nodded blankly, and Song Qindong immediately turned to Su Yi and said, Boss Su, let's live together. Su ran. This means there will be 2 on my floor. I'm in danger. Su Yi suddenly said, It's not you who would be in danger if I live on the same floor with you. As he said that, he looked at Song Qindong coldly. Chapter 83, Activating the Power. Song Qindong shuddered. It's funny that after they returned to the hotel, Song Qindong had a fight with Su Ran. I originally thought that because Soo-ee was next to him, the skill didn't work on Soo-ran. But later he found out that it wasn't because of Soo-ee, but because it just didn't work. He tried many times but failed. Soo-ran even jokingly asked him if his skill didn't work on humans. Song Chindong explained for a long time, saying that it was not the case, and that all the humans he had met before were useful, and he even asked Soo-ee to testify. In the end, the two men had a hand-to-hand fight. Although Song Chindong didn't feel any pain, he felt very distressed when he saw his sunken skin, and finally he cheated and said he didn't want to fight anymore. At this moment, Soo-ran thought about it, and it seemed so. She was not the one who should worry about her own personal safety. It's settled then. Song Chindong was thinking that if more people lived there, they could share the rent with him, which would be very cheap. Chui Yang didn't care. Chui Lin directly took the crystal cores he gave her to apply for a card. These crystal cores were enough for her even if she didn't need to work as a receptionist to get paid. After solving this problem, Soo-ee went directly to the hospital and asked about the system's recent use of medicines. Host, since the release of the supernatural potion, a total of 6 people have used it. No one has used the potion that activates supernatural powers yet. It seems that apart from her who used it that day, no one else has used this potion that can give ordinary people superpowers. In the afternoon, the resort issued an announcement. We will recruit 3 ordinary people without special powers, regardless of age or gender, to experience the effects of the activation potion and announce the results in public. Each person will receive 500 points as a subsidy. Applicants can go directly to the front desk to leave their names. The name of the activation potion was given by Soo-ee later. The last one was added an hour after it was posted when no one signed up. Most people in the resort saw it when the potion was activated, but they all thought it was a bit mysterious and wanted to wait for others to experience it before trying it themselves. As a result, no one used it for several days. After adding the points, the quota was filled in less than 2 hours. There were 3 people. One was Qianyu, who lived with Diyin. Another was Chui Lin. The third was a guest at Hope Hotel named Chung Ziren, who was only 12 years old. He came here with his mother and contracted a piece of land in the back. He went to the fields with his mother every day. Chung Ziren's idea was simple. If he had superpowers, his mother wouldn't have to work so hard every day. Chui Lin was shocked when she saw her brother like that. Qianyu always felt that he was useless, and he came here with the determination that at worst he could die in exchange for 500 points. If he survived, he would have superpowers, which would be a good thing for him. Soo-ee cleared a space in the hospital and moved the 3 bed cabins together. Then he set up a projection screen in the hotel lobby, which just happened to be able to see the full view of the 3 bed cabins in the hospital. The countdown is playing on the projection screen. 59:59. The situations of the 3 participants will be broadcast live in 1 hour. She called the 3 participants to the hospital and learned about their situations. Each participant could be allowed to have 1 person accompany them. Otherwise, if any accident occurred during the process, she would not be able to explain it clearly even with a live broadcast. The purpose of having this experience in the hospital is to ensure people's safety, but of course, it is not 100% certain. She first explained the precautions to everyone, and then asked every family member and person involved to sign an agreement, the content of which was roughly the same as the hospital's preoperative agreement. The one who came with Chui Lin was Chui Yang. He didn't agree at first, but he had no choice as his sister was stubborn about coming. The other 2 caregivers were Duyin and Chung Ziren's mothers. Although they all had their own concerns, they still signed. Soo-ee did not tell others that she was also trying it out. Everyone originally thought that this resort was her special ability, so there was no need for her to do anything unnecessary to arouse suspicion. She just told everyone to rest assured that the process might be a little painful, but the bed cabin would release anesthetic gas. An hour later, the experience officially began. She first transferred 500 points to each family member's card before giving them the medicine. The 3 of them looked at each other, drank the potion in one breath, and then lay down in the bed cabin. The bed cabin began to gradually release anesthetic gas, and the person inside slowly fell into a deep sleep. The people outside the screen became increasingly nervous when they saw this scene. Soo-ee was also very nervous. After discussing with the system, she decided to use this method to try the activation potion for them, so as to avoid the pain during the process. However, everyone's physical fitness is different after all. After a while, a thin layer of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the 3 people who were in deep sleep, but they did not move otherwise. Soo-ee looked at the few people nervously, and suddenly his eyes blurred. Host, this is an analytical eye that can see the situation inside the other person's body. Then, A layer of white mist seemed to appear in front of her eyes, and her vision became clear only when she looked at the person on the bed. The skeletons and internal organs of the three people were clearly displayed in front of her. In their lower abdomen, there is a small ball of light of different colors. Sue-yi moved closer. Chui Lin's light ball was yellow. It was gathering in her lower abdomen and slowly spreading to her limbs. Chung Xiren's light ball spread the fastest among the others. Only a little blue was left in his lower abdomen, and the bones of his limbs were gradually covered by blue. Sue-yi estimated that it might be because he was young, because among the three people, Qian Yu, who was relatively the oldest, had the slowest spreading light ball, and there was a large green ball on his lower abdomen. According to the current situation, Chung Xiren should be the first to wake up. Sue-yi instructed the system to adjust the bed cabin, and when they had absorbed almost everything, it would start releasing gas that could wake people up from the anesthetic. Everyone waited for another 20 minutes, and Sue-yi clearly saw that Chung Xiren's ball of light had disappeared. Instead, the bones of his limbs were emitting a faint blue light, and the gas in the bed cabin had also changed. The next second, Chung Xiren moved his hand, and Cheng's mother noticed it and stepped forward immediately. The anesthetic has just worn off, and his legs may be weak. Let him rest first. Sui noticed it and reminded him. Mother Cheng nodded quickly. Chung Xiren slowly woke up from the bed. Sui opened the hatch to ensure that his voice could be heard during the live broadcast. How do you feel? Chung Xiren tried, but he couldn't lift his arms and legs. The best he could do was move his fingers. I don't seem to feel anything, but I always feel like there's something extra in my body. Chung Xiren lay on the bed and said blankly. Sue-yi gently warned. It may be a little painful after the anesthetic wears off, just bear with it. The little boy nodded obediently. Mother Cheng looked at the child who couldn't move, feeling a little distressed. Ran, do you want to drink some water? Chung Xiren replied softly. Yes, I want a drink. Cheng's mother was just about to pour some water, but the next second, a thin stream of water suddenly flowed out from the fingertips of the little boy's hand lying flat on the bed. Chapter 84, Awakening of Superpowers. Mother Chung was stunned, and Chung Xiren was also stunned when he saw the changes in himself. And there are the people gathered in front of the big screen watching the live broadcast. Damn, it really exists. You have superpowers now? Just lie there and take a nap? It's just a water type. It's not very useful. No, why didn't I see you come here too? It's good enough to have superpowers. The gap between you and ordinary people is widened. Many people watching this scene were eager to try, and they wanted to go to the hospital immediately to buy a bottle of medicine to drink themselves. Chung Xiren was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted immediately. He was overjoyed and tried hard to look up at his hands. You haven't taken any anesthetic yet. Don't move yet. Chung Xiren immediately stopped moving obediently. Mother Cheng looked at her only son, and tears of excitement fell from her eyes. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the father of the child left them both outside to die. It was the son's small body that stood in front of her, and the two were saved when they met in Ji on the road. Originally, she didn't agree with her son's participation in this experiment. Chung Xiren was still young, and he was her only relative in the world. What if something happened to him? Fortunately, God bless me. Cheng's mother sat by the bed and watched over Chung Xiren until the anesthesia wore off and he regained feeling in all parts of his body. He did not get anxious, but moved slowly as Boss Su said, and not to move too big at once, which might hurt his nerves. With Chung Xiren's success, Chui Lin's light ball was also absorbed. If Chui Lin didn't wake up, Chui Yang was afraid that he would break the floor next to her. Ever since Chui Lin fell into anesthesia, he has been walking around beside her, and Su-yi has rolled his eyes at him several times. As the ball of light on Chui Lin's lower abdomen gradually shrank, her bones were also covered with a layer of golden light. Golden? What kind of power is that? Su-yi moved closer to Chui Lin to take a closer look. Chui Yang noticed Su-yi's movements and immediately followed up and said excitedly, Is she going to wake up? Right? Is Lin in okay? Su-yi, shut up. When the gas in the bed cabin gradually dissipated and the cabin door slowly opened, Chui Lin gradually recovered from the anesthesia and opened her eyes. Lin, that's great. The audience in front of the screen was also very excited. They felt like they were opening a blind box. They had unquestionable trust in Su-yi for being able to build such a complete resort in the apocalypse. They didn't think he would fail at all. They were just guessing in their hearts what kind of supernatural powers this person had awakened. Lin, what superpowers have you awakened? Seeing that his sister was fine, Chui Yang looked around curiously. Chui Lin lay on the bed, unable to move, and looked at Sui. Sui took out a piece of wood from the system backpack. She couldn't help but sigh that the system was really good. The system backpack was like the blue cat's treasure bag. It had everything. She held the wooden board in front of Chui Lin. Chui Yang was still wondering what Boss Su was doing with the wooden board. The next second, the wooden board began to change. The circle around it begins to turn golden inwards. Only after the entire wooden board changed color did Chui Lin slowly close his eyes. At this time, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. It's the gold series. Oh my god, that's a gold type ability. The most practical in the end times. If you ask what superpower everyone wants most in the end times, it is definitely the gold-related ones, which can reinforce houses and cars. If the level is even higher, you can even create a set of armor. For someone who has just awakened his supernatural powers, turning into a piece of wood is very mentally exhausting. Chui Yang took the wooden board curiously and weighed it in his hand. It was not gold, but had turned into metal, which was heavier than the original wooden board. Lin Lin, you have awakened the power of gold. That's great. Chui Lin was too tired to speak, but the joy on her face could not be concealed. As an older man, Qian Yu's awakening took a little longer. Seeing that everyone else had woken up, he couldn't help but ask, Boss Su, will everything be all right? Sui took a look at the changes in Qian Yu's body. Everything was normal, except that the absorption and spread were a little slower. She shook her head. It's okay. Older people are a little slower. Qian Yu is actually not very old, but compared to the two minors, he is quite old. The one-eyed man thought so too. The other two children were both minors, and they had better physical fitness. It was normal for them to awaken faster. So he sat by the bed and waited slowly. Everyone who came out of the base was like family to him, and he didn't want anything to happen to anyone. Chui Lin over there was already able to move. He asked the system to prescribe some health products for them. Anesthetics are also harmful to the human body. If anyone takes the medicine later, they can choose whether to inhale anesthesia. There are already viewers in front of the screen looking jealous. Hey, if I had known earlier, I would have signed up too. Who said it wasn't? If you want to awaken your superpowers, you have to go to the hospital bed cabin. I don't even know how much it will cost. Boss Su also prepared supplements for them. How thoughtful. Are these all free? If I had known, I would have gone too. Sui naturally heard it clearly, but there was no way to regret it. If someone wants to awaken superpowers, potions, hospitalization, and medicines later, the whole set will cost at least 800 points. Not only did those who signed up awaken their special powers for free, they also received 500 points. They really made a profit. After settling them, Qian Yu was the only one left on the screen who had not finished absorbing. Sui always asked the system to open the eye of analysis so that she could always pay attention to the situation inside Qian Yu's body. About 30 minutes later, the light ball in Qian Yu's lower abdomen was finally completely absorbed, and a faint green light appeared on his bones. This green was different from the green of plants, but a light, very pale green. After the gas in the bed cabin dissipated, the cabin door slowly opened. One Eye was the first to come over. Having witnessed the experience of two people awakening their superpowers, he now knew that as long as the gas dissipated, it meant that the person was about to wake up. Qian Yu slowly opened his eyes. Finally waking up? Why did it take him so long to awaken? Didn't you hear Boss Su say you're too old? Then if I want to awaken my grandma's superpowers, she won't sleep for a whole day. Qian Yu, how do you feel? The one-eyed man looked from top to bottom, and it seemed that there was no difference from before. Qian Yu wanted to shake his head, but found that he couldn't move his whole body. In horror, he thought he had failed to awaken and was paralyzed. Don't worry. Boss Su said the effect of the anesthetic has not yet worn off. Qian Yu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Do you know what superpowers I have awakened? Qian Yu was lying on the bed, looking at the two of them with a dazed expression. You don't know? Sui and Dian said in unison. Chapter 85, Untying the Heart Knot. Qian Yu was also confused. He couldn't feel anything. Sui thought for a moment and asked, What did you feel when you were unconscious? Qian Yu thought for a moment and said, I vaguely saw a particularly large ball of white light. Oh no, it was green light. Well, it doesn't seem to be green light. Everyone, what is that light? At this moment, a girl in the crowd suddenly said, I know what he has awakened to. Everyone in the front row looked back and saw that it was Grandma Lu's granddaughter, Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian smiled, raised her hand, and released a ray of white light in the air. When everyone looked carefully, they found that the light was just as Qian Yu described. not so green, nor so white. Then, a drizzle suddenly began to fall in the hotel lobby. The rain was very light and fine and lasted only 10 seconds. Soon, someone was surprised to find that the leg injury he had scratched when he went to the ground today was gone. Someone else was surprised to find that he had a stiff neck last night. But now it didn't hurt. It's healing, Lu Chanqian said with a smile. These two sisters have become famous since they came to the base, and they are even more famous for their special abilities. Lu Cici's level is higher, and she can already release group healing skills. Every time they go out to form a team, there are people who want to join them, but the two sisters have no choice but to form separate teams. Sue naturally knew about the lobby, but she was thinking, how should she show her healing skills? She couldn't just. As she was thinking, she suddenly saw the one-eyed man beside her. The one-eyed man's attention was still on Xianyu, when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his back. He turned around and saw Sue looking at him. What's wrong, boss Sue? He only found out after arriving that this girl was the manager of the resort. He didn't expect that they would meet on the road. He simply called her boss Sue like everyone else. Sui looked at him and suddenly smiled. I know what his special ability is, I just need to test it. The one-eyed man was still thinking about how to conduct the experiment when Sue took out a dagger from the system space, grabbed the one-eyed man's arm, and cut it. One-eye, what is this for? Before he could react, Sue took the injured arm of the one-eyed man and placed the wound under Qianyu's palm. Qianyu's mind moved, and a light flashed in his palm. When One Eye took his arm out again, the wound on his arm had already scabbed over. This is a healing system? The one-eyed man looked at the marks on his arm in amazement. It should be, but his level is too low. Currently, he can only let the wound scab over. When his level is higher, it should disappear. When Xianyu heard this, he was obviously much more excited than the previous two people who awakened their superpowers. He also came to the resort for a few days and knew about the Lu Chanqian sisters. When he was in the base, he had no sense of existence. Because he had no special abilities, no one wanted to take him with them when they formed a team. They would rather have one less person than one more person who knew nothing. Although everyone said it was to protect his safety, he still felt uneasy. Now, he has superpowers, and they are healing powers. He will no longer be the most useless person, and Qianyu will no longer hold everyone back. Boss! Qianyu's voice was a little hoarse. I can finally team up with you guys, I can save people, and I have superpowers. The one-eyed man said with a cold expression. No, you just stay at the resort and let the brothers take care of killing the zombies. Boss! The one-eyed man said word by word with a stern face. Qianyu, I won't let you go out. Not because you don't have superpowers and will hold us back, but because you are the youngest in the entire base. Some of us are even half buried in the ground, dead and gone. You are different. Your life has just begun. You can't die in vain just because of the end of the world. The future world belongs to you young people. Qianyu was stunned. Before, you stayed at the base and did a lot for us. Most of the people at the base were outside all day, and you helped Annie to prepare food for everyone. You used your knowledge to pick usable herbs and treat the injuries of the people at the base. Yes, I admit that the world today needs powerful military force, but it also needs wisdom and knowledge. You have done a lot for us. People should not underestimate themselves. Qianyu was shocked and didn't speak for a long time. Before, he always thought that he was a burden to everyone. A man can only run when he encounters zombies, and others are unwilling to take him with them. But now he finally realizes that everything before was just his overthinking. Sue also silently turned on the communication of the live broadcast system so that people inside could also hear what people outside were saying. Who said Qianyu is useless? Last time I was hiding from zombies, a large piece of my flesh was scraped off. He used alcohol to disinfect me every day, saying it was to prevent infection. Yeah, it happened to me last time too. I was so hungry after killing zombies that I ate a mushroom. When I came back, I felt sick and wanted to vomit. I also had hallucinations. It was Qianyu who found some herbs. Otherwise, I would have died. I want to take him out too. The boss said the young ones should be kept as housekeepers. Those who were talking were all One-Eye's brothers in the base. After hearing this, Qianyu thought about it carefully. Indeed, he was not the only one in the base every time. There were many people who stayed with him and did not go out. He took a deep breath, as if a heavy stone had fallen from his heart. I understand. Thank you. Qianyu was lying on the bed. His limbs were still numb. He tilted his head slightly, and a tear slowly fell, wetting the sheets. Okay. When he recovers, take him to get the medicine and go back to have a good rest. Sue turned off the live broadcast system and walked out of the hospital. The people in the lobby did not disperse because the live broadcast was turned off, but still gathered here to enthusiastically discuss the matter of activating the potion. Sui returned to the hotel and stood at the door. Someone with sharp eyes saw her and immediately came forward to ask about activating the potion. Boss Sue, can you make the activation potion cheaper? How many points does it cost to awaken superpowers in the hospital? Boss Sue, can people with special powers use it? If I use it, will it awaken another kind of power? Boss Sue, is it harmful to the human body to activate the potion? Sue cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. You all saw the effect of the activation potion. I want to say here that awakening superpowers in a hospital is a relatively safe method I came up with. Because the process may not be endured by ordinary people, it requires the assistance of anesthetic drugs. The hospital also prepares subsequent medicines based on each person's physical condition and awakened abilities. If you don't want to spend these points, then if something goes wrong during the awakening process. Sui took a quick look and said in a sonorous voice, Hope Resort is not responsible for anything.